Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. Do you want
So whenever
to?
you're ready, we'll get started. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm ready. Do you guys want to do introductions, or I don't
Yeah, yeah,
know?
so I'll do an introduction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so today I'm hosting a panel with streamer Destiny, which most people have heard of, and former UK Minister for the Middle East, Ivan Lewis, to talk about the war in Israel. So I'm going to ask some questions that might be unpopular questions, but they're really important questions to ask. And just a quick note, Destiny is live streaming this discussion and will be available on our YouTube channel afterwards.
No, I
Um,
need to do.
no, it's perfectly good. That's amazing. So, since Israel has retaliated against Hamas's vicious attacks on October the 7th, the Gazan Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas, but the Gazan Health Ministry has reported almost 20,000 civilian deaths or deaths in Gaza. This is a question that many people ask. It's a question that is quite unpopular, but it's an important question to ask. Do you think there's a particular number? Destiny, we'll start with you, but do you think there should be a limit of how many civilian deaths there should be? Or do you think it doesn't really make a difference as long as Hamas is killed and Hamas is gone?
That's kind of it's a challenging question. I think the obvious answer is yes. There's going to be an overall cap on the acceptable amount of civilian casualties. I think the difficult question is, one, is what should that cap be? And then two, should that cap be a strict number that emotionally we feel okay with, or should it be like a percentage of people killed that are civilians versus Hamas operatives? It kind of feels to me like emotionally, I think the whole world is stuck on this idea of like 20, 30, 40,000 deaths. I can't imagine it getting over 50,000 like civilian casualties and Israel having any international support for what they're doing. But it seems like people are more fixated on kind of just the number of casualties versus how many are what Israel would consider militants versus just civilians. But I think regardless of what that number should be, like even if 50% of the deaths were Hamas militants, I think the world is probably going to try to keep Israel pretty down on that number as much as possible. Like you've seen, even now Biden in private speeches is saying that Israel is quickly losing support if they continue to, I guess, just have as many deaths as there have been so far.
I guess the question is really how many. The big question is how many civilian deaths would you count as really too much? And also, Israel really hasn't released the proportion of how many civilian deaths there's been versus how many terrorists. So we don't actually know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for how many? Like, I would say that there should be some proportionality between the number of militants killed and the number of civilians killed. And as long as Israel's conducting their military strikes with those numbers in mind, it's hard to say without like having access to their rationale for the targets they pick. But I mean, I would say from a strategic point of view, the ratio is what matters, right? That anytime you're striking into an area like this, especially where Hamas operates, there's always going to be some number of civilian casualties and some number of militant casualties. If that ratio is like 95% civilians, then even 10,000 seems unbearably high. But if that ratio was like anywhere from 50 to 60 to 70% militants versus civilians, then higher numbers become justifiable. But then you have to keep in mind what is the world appetite for death in the Gaza Strip. And at that, even if it was 80% militants, if the number reaches like 100,000 dead, I don't know if the world would be able to bear it. I think at that point you'd see immense pressure on the U.S. and people supporting Israel for military action. That's my feeling. Yeah.
Ivan, what do you think?
Well, I think we need to go back to the beginning. I mean, Hamas targeted innocent civilians on October the 7th. They massacred people who had absolutely nothing to do with any military role whatsoever. Israel has targeted Hamas terrorists throughout the war. And the figures that are provided by the Gaza Ministry for Health, as you quite rightly said, they were controlled by Hamas, cannot be regarded as credible, legitimate figures. So the question really is the evidence that Israel is doing absolutely everything conceivably possible to avoid injuring or killing civilians? And I think there is very strong evidence that that's the case. They issue with people with warnings in advance. They tell populations where to move to avoid airstrikes, etc. This has hardly ever happened in previous military conflicts. When you look at conflicts that the US has been involved in, the United Kingdom has been involved in, Europe, unfortunately, in war, horrible things happen. That's the nature of war. And we have been responsible, not deliberately, but for the loss of many civilian lives in conflicts we have fought through decades. The question really is, are Israel doing everything conceivably possible to avoid the loss of civilian life? I believe that they are. Is one civilian death one too many? Absolutely. And do you want to see everything possible done to minimize the loss of innocent life? Absolutely. Equally, though, is it honourable or honest to say that in war, innocent people don't die. It would be completely dishonest. I'm afraid to say in war situations, mistakes are made. Things happen that shouldn't happen. And we also know that Hamas pride themselves in burying terrorists in the middle of civilian populations, in hospitals, in schools, in the middle of civilian populations. This whole myriad and network of tunnels that they have, they do it quite deliberately. So they have no regard for the loss of civilian life whatsoever. Quite the contrary. All they're interested in is the propaganda that they can deploy in saying that it's evidence of Israeli unacceptable behavior. So I think we have to put this in context. We have to look at the big picture. Of course, everything possible should be done to minimize the loss of civilian life. Is there any evidence that Israel aren't already doing that? I don't believe there is such evidence.
So just going back to the question, is there a limit of civilians? Or like Destiny given he said it was proportionality, depends on how many militants versus civilians. Do you think there's any?
I think the proportion of people who die in this conflict, clearly the overwhelming proportion in terms of Israeli self-defense has to be terrorists. There's no question about that. And I think all the evidence is based on legitimate statistics, not based on Hamas, Gaza Health Ministry statistics, is the vast majority of people who have lost their life on the Palestinian side have been Hamas terrorists, not ordinary civilians.
Who said that? There's no, who said that?
I think the evidence that I've seen is very much along those lines. The only statistic that you are quoting are statistics provided by the Gaza Ministry for Health. The Gaza Ministry of Health is not the National Health Service, with all due respect, Ellie. It's or Medicare. It's Hamas.
Yeah.
Sorry, go.
Sure. Yeah.
I was going to say a quick thing on that. So I'm not a fan of the obviously of Hamas reporting their numbers or anything, but my understanding is that for the numbers that Hamas does report, that the Gaza Health Ministry does report, the numbers tend to be fairly accurate. They just don't ever release the status of whether a person killed was a militant or not. I don't know if there have been like official numbers yet, but I thought I'd heard an Israeli spokesperson say that it was probably around 5,000 terrorists had been killed, or terrorist militants, Hamas fighters, whatever you want to call them, have been killed so far. So about one terrorist for every, I guess, maybe 3 civilians killed, approximately, if the numbers are still around 20,000. I just think, I understand I'm sympathetic towards fighting against Hamas, and I'm very sympathetic towards removing them. But unfortunately, the nature of using human shields, I think there's going to be a number that I think even the staunchest Zionist or Israel defender has to be uncomfortable with. Like if it ends up being that we can remove Hamas completely, but it's going to cost 500,000 lives to kill 50,000 terrorists, that's probably too much. Even from a moral point of view, ignoring like the world optics, I don't know if that's a appropriate number of civilian casualties to remove Hamas from leadership, I think.
Yes, I mean, yeah, like Destiny said, I know you're questioning really Hamas, what the numbers that they've released, which Hamas, it's the Gaza Health Ministry, but it's Hamas. They have like backed up proof, and they do generally give quite accurate statistics on this.
Sorry, I don't believe that you can be saying that we trust the accuracy and integrity of Hamas provided statistics. I mean, I can't accept that at all. What I think Destiny's saying is that the ratio of people who unfortunately are killed, there needs to be a very high ratio of those people who are terrorists rather than civilians. I think he and I agree on that. And of course, there reaches a threshold where any human being would have extreme concern if that threshold was crossed. But I do not believe currently that is the situation, because what they want you to believe is that we are currently in that place where there are a disproportionate number of civilians being killed in relation to terrorists, and that means there should be an immediate ceasefire. The only people who benefit from an immediate ceasefire are Hamas, because they continue to be in control of Gaza. There can be no way at the end of this war that Hamas continue to control Gaza. That cannot be in any way the outcome of this war. And let's be clear, they chose this war. They started this war. They started it by targeting innocent civilians, the biggest butchery of Jews in any single day since the Holocaust. They chose this war. They provoked this war. And they do use civilians as human shields. But the real question, Ellie, is, do we believe the integrity of the Israeli government, forget the politics, the Israeli government when it says that we are doing everything we conceivably can do to avoid civilian casualties. And I believe they genuinely are doing everything they can. But does that mean there won't be civilian casualties? It doesn't mean that, because Hamas use people as human shields, and because in war, terrible things happen and mistakes are made.
Okay, brilliant. Moving on to the next question. So, what happens after the war is finished and Hamas is gone? So, there's 2 points to this question. Number one, who takes control of Gaza? I mean, Bibi Netanyahu said the other day that he thinks Israel should temporarily take over Gaza, and of course, a lot of people got really upset at that. So, that's the first question: who should take control from Gaza? And number two, as many people are talking about this, a lot of people have see a lot of their family being blown up, and they get radicalized. They're going to get radicalized by that. So how do we combat that in the future? It's a two-part question.
For who takes control of Gaza, that's a really hard one. Giving it back to Abbas, I know Netanyahu has been staunchly opposed to that. He's been opposed this entire time to the idea of basically clearing Hamas out of Gaza, destroying as much as he can, and then handing that piece of land basically back to Abbas, who he would argue has already been an ineffective leader. An Israeli occupation of Gaza seems like a step back, considering the unilateral disengagement from 2005, to go back to having an actual military occupation, regardless of whether or not you think the current blockade and everything amounts to an occupation, is also difficult. I don't think the worst thing in the world would be some sort of temporary Israeli occupation until everything is back okay again, and then elections are held, possibly, and then another disengagement happens from the military. I also don't necessarily think it's bad to give it back to Abbas, as much as Netanyahu doesn't want to do that. I think that obviously the temperature needs to be turned down significantly in regards to these two regions, the Gaza Strip and Israel's attitudes towards each other. But understandably, after October 7th, I'm sure that Israel's not too keen to turn the temperature down on that. Also, I don't know what happens if you have an occupation, you hold elections again, and then another militant group is elected, the Gaza Strip. It seems like you're kind of back to square one. So I feel like my inkling turns towards giving it back essentially to the PA, I guess, as much as I don't think Netanyahu is a big fan of that. I think that's kind of the only reasonable option for it to happen.
I mean, I guess what is temporary? That's a big question, because you say temporary and then it could last forever. And then, like you said, the big question is as well, the Palestinian Authority giving it back to them. What happens if another militant group takes over?
I think at some point you have to be willing to stop with the what ifs and kind of make a decision and then kind of move forward. I think that Israel operates under the same kind of foreign policy assumptions that existed for the country in 48 and 67 and 73, and that's that if they make the wrong move, their country is going to be destroyed. Israel faces obviously a horrible threat to its civilian population, but they don't have any existential crises anymore. The country's not going to be destroyed or eliminated. That should be off the table, and it has been off the table for some 30, 40 years now. I think that the important thing is to kind of treat the Palestinian Authority as like a neighbor that you're going to have regardless of anything that happens, and then try to slowly continue to hand over power to them, and then hopefully work towards some sort of mediated solution between the Palestinians and the Israelis that would hopefully bring an end to this conflict, as dumb as that sounds, because it's been going on for so long, and it seems like we've never been able to get to that peace process. But yeah.
What do you think?
Well, Destiny's right. It's very complicated. The truth is, though, that the threat that Israel faces is not simply the threat that we've seen over the last couple of months. You have Hezbollah in the north. You have Iran controlling Hezbollah and also controlling Hamas, as we know. You have Syria, where, frankly, it's an ungoverned state, where you have terrorism running rife there, again, with a significant level of Iranian control. You have an Iranian state that are committed to wiping Israel off the face of the earth and are committed also to developing a nuclear weapon. So to say that Israel doesn't face extremely serious threats, it might be, by the way, the threat of Iran is not just about Israel. It's about a threat to the stability of the Middle East and indeed the world. And unless the world gets real and serious about that Iranian threat post this conflict, then I'm afraid we're heading for very, very difficult territory. It was only a few days before Russia invaded Ukraine that President Biden was attempting to sign a further nuclear deal with Iran. Who was he using as his intermediary? Russia, to negotiate that deal. I mean, this kind of naivety on behalf of the West has got to come to an end. Iran poses, as I say, not just a threat to Israel's existence, it's a threat to the moderate Arab states' existence, it's a threat to the stability of the region, and therefore the world. So that's the context that we need to look at this situation in. In terms of governance, the two separate issues: who is going to be responsible for security in terms of Gaza once the war is over, and who is going to be responsible for rebuilding Gaza, its economy, its governance, jobs, hope, healthcare, education. Those are separate issues. And I would say that in the short term, it's inevitable Israel will have to take some degree of control over security.
What does short term mean?
That very much depends on what happens at the end of the war, what's happened to Hamas, and it also depends, frankly, on a dialogue with the moderate Arab states in the region in terms of what are they willing to do in terms of contribution to the rebuilding and the
what about the governance
and the governance of
and the
Palestinian Authority. So if you look at the situation with the PA, the problem is I've seen some pretty frightening polling in the last couple of days, which shows that Abbas has lost virtually total support amongst the Palestinians, both on the West Bank and Gaza. So whatever people feel about Fatah versus Hamas or the Palestinian Authority, as long as that Palestinian Authority is run by Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian people have no confidence in it whatsoever. That's just a fact.
I mean,
poll after poll,
support for Hamas has actually gone up.
Poll after poll after poll illustrates this. So the challenge is, when we talk about the PA, who's going to be leading the PA? Who are going to be the people making the decisions? What kind of external support are they going to get? What is the role of the moderate Arab states, particularly the Abraham Accord Arab states, but also, frankly, Saudi Arabia? Let's be clear. Once this war is over, within 6 to 12 months, I believe that Saudi-Israeli normalization will take place. Now, it seems to me, as part of that private dialogue between Israel and Saudi, because it will be private to start with, because Saudi will not engage in public dialogue with Israel in the immediate aftermath of the war. It will take some time, okay? There has to be, obviously, hard discussions about governance. And if the Palestinian Authority was strong, if it was well led, if it had capacity, clearly it would be the appropriate entity to be responsible for governance and rebuilding Gaza. But none of those things are true, which makes this incredibly difficult and complicated. So, of course, it can't be, and it would be a total disaster, by the way, if the Israelis, in my opinion, will not want in any way to take responsibility for any of that, okay? They will want some control over security for obvious reasons after the 7th of October. But in terms of the rest of it, it's got to be a combination of, obviously the PA has got to be involved in the dialogue, Palestinian Authority, but also, it seems to me, the moderate Arab states and also and the international community. Yeah. Because the international community is going to be asked, by the way, to put a lot of money in to the rebuilding of Gaza.
Okay, I mean, going back, as well as I also asked a question just before, I mean, how is Israel going to combat all these people who have been radicalized? I mean, Destiny, what's your thoughts on that? How is Israel going to combat all these people who have been radicalized, that see their family being bombed or see all these atrocities happening?
In my opinion, I feel like the Palestinian cause for a number of decades has had legitimate support and legitimate grievances behind it since the inception of the State of Israel. And I think for a long time, the Palestinian people had nations with pan-Arab, kind of aspirations. You had Egypt, you had Jordan, you had Syria, all these countries that were kind of supporting their cause. And I think as the decades have rolled on and they've been unsuccessful in fighting for that cause, you've kind of seen these guys all drop off the map, except for kind of these more radical Islamic jihadist groups, or these more radical groups supported by Iran, right? I think the Palestinian cause went from having the support of Syria, Jordan, Israel, to having the support of Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran. And that's not good. And I feel like a key to figuring out, as naive or dumb as it may seem, I think a key to figuring out a lot of these issues is going to rest in the world's ability to somehow negotiate with Iran to kind of get them to chill on everything. Because I think it's going to be really hard to turn down the radicalization aspect of people in the Palestinian regions, as long as they have so much foreign support from what I would argue are essentially terrorist groups. In terms of like what could Israel do in particular, I mean, I don't know what that campaign would look like. If you're talking about like going in and like doing like a de-propaganda campaign where you stop, like spreading certain propaganda in schools or whatever, I don't know if that's appropriate for Israel to even engage in. I don't know if they would even have the support, even the Middle East in engaging in that sort of thing. But I would hope that any step that Israel takes towards kind of normalizing relations, which again is going to be really hard after October 7th, or at least for the coming years, anything where you're normalizing relations with the Palestinians and kind of like easing up on all the restrictions, easing up on all the blockades, easing up on all of the, the settlements and everything, I would hope that would move them towards a slightly warmer place in terms of being less radicalized. But I think that radicalization element, that has to be a part of the significant changing of the material conditions on the ground for those people. It can't just be speeches or unpropagandaing people, I think.
Yeah, well, what's your thoughts?
Well, I think Destiny's right. At the end of the day, radicalization and hatred, the idea that this war has created that, it's already there.
Yeah.
And it was there before this war started in very, very the strongest possible terms. Let's be clear about that. I disagree with Destiny when he talks about dialogue with Iran. I think the regime is a rogue regime. I don't think there's any way you can do business with this regime. I think we need to differentiate, however, between the Iranian people and the regime. And we also need to recognize that within the hierarchy in Iran, there are moderates who don't approve of the extremists and extremism of the regime. So we have to hope that from within Iran there comes change. But the idea of us having sort of nice dialogue with them will cause them to change their behavior, I just don't think is going to happen. I think Destiny's right. The idea, the strategy that's been pursued, which frankly has fallen apart, which is because there is no major pressure in Israel for a two-state solution anymore, you just leave the status quo as it is. In my opinion, is not on. And what that means is, I think that we have to be realistic. The prospect of two states has never been further away than it is today. So the idea that somehow in the next 6 months, 12 months, you hear Western politicians quoting two states, it isn't going to happen for the foreseeable future. It just isn't. Okay, that's the realpolitik. However, the rights of Palestinians to live with dignity, with hope, with jobs, with economic growth, with decent education, with the best possible healthcare, all of that should be absolutely non-negotiable, right? Yeah. Now, is it Israel's responsibility to make that happen? No. Is it Israel's responsibility, however, to be part of a process with the Arab world and the international community to ensure that that is what's happening on the ground? Absolutely. So simply to say there is no pressure on us as an Israeli government to do anything about the Palestinians anymore because Israeli public opinion is so turned against a two-state solution. So we simply sit there and do nothing, in my view, is irresponsible. And it's by the way, it completely unraveled on the 7th of October. The whole strategy towards the Palestinians unraveled. So yes, when this war is over, providing Hamas have been removed from control of Gaza, and that's a very, very important proviso, okay? There has to be a massive effort, Israel, the international community, the Arab world, to looking at how do they give the Palestinians the means to improve their own lives and improve their own standard of living, their own education, their own healthcare, to restore some level of hope. And what's quite interesting, you referred to the polls, Ellie, on the West Bank and Gaza. It's very interesting. The people least supportive of what Hamas are doing are the people who have been ruled tyrannically by Hamas, i.e. Palestinians in Gaza. So if you look at the polls of Palestinians on the West Bank and Palestinians in Gaza, in terms of attitude to what Hamas have done, both groups support what Hamas have done. Let me be clear about that. But the proportion of people who are dubious about Hamas and their motives in Gaza is far greater than the West Bank. Why is that? Because the people of Gaza have had to live under the tyrannical rule of Hamas since 2005, 2006. And we shouldn't forget that. When people talk about the dreadful conditions that have existed in Gaza over a long period of time, those conditions are not as a consequence of the behavior of the Israeli government. They're a consequence of the conduct of a terrorist organization which has been holding Gaza to ransom and trying to impose its extreme ideology on the ordinary Palestinians living there.
I mean, on the point of radicalization, what I see right now is in Gaza.
Real quick, can I just grab a drink of water real quick? Just my mouth is
yeah.
Yeah, hold on. 4 seconds.
I'll just wait 2 seconds.
Okay, go for it.
Yes, yeah, brilliant. So my thoughts on the point of radicalization, what happens is the people in Gaza right now, they don't have much hope. And the only possible point of hope that they do have is Hamas. Realistically for them, they look, you're in Gaza, they're in Gaza and they look at, okay, if Hamas win this war, which of course isn't going to happen, Israel's going to win this war. If Hamas wins this war, at least we have a future. That's what they're going to be thinking. Now, that isn't true. That's a lot of them are going to be thinking. So my personal thoughts on radicalization is really, I mean, you can care about making everything nice and giving them good education, but the main thing is really giving them something to hope for and giving them something that they can aspire to and giving them a possibility of a really good future. And it's just really that's what I say. Just moving on to the next question, really. So this is quite a big question. I mean, recently reports have came out saying that Israel and the IDF actually knew what was going to happen on October 7th, yet they didn't know about it. I mean, it's a really strange phenomenon, saying that one of the biggest, well, not the biggest, but one of the best armies in the world knew that this terrorist attack was going to happen, yet they didn't do anything about it. I mean, the other day I was in Israel and I sat down with a former Israeli general, Amos Gilad, who was very high up in the Israeli army, or in the IDF really, and he was part of the Ministry of Defense. He was in charge of policy there, and he told me that Israel made like a really big mistake about not stopping October the 7th. So I mean, it's just crazy to think about all of this. So I guess the question really is, Destiny. I mean, I'll ask you this one, and then we'll go to Ivan. What's your thoughts on this? Do you think it was genuinely a huge mistake, or do you think they let it happen for any particular reason? Because that's a lot of people have been theorizing that.
So one of the things about intelligence is there's a lot you don't see. And I don't like to make strong declarations about whether or not something could have been stopped unless the intelligence prior to the attack indicated, 1, with great precision what was going to happen, and then 2, with a high degree of confidence. The issue with what I've seen, I know there was I think it was a CNN article I read about these attacks. They called it, I think they called it the Operation Jericho Wall or something, right? I think is what the Israeli side had codenamed these plans. My understanding that 1, they didn't think it was possible for them to do what they claimed they were going to do. And then 2, even when they were discussing these plans, I don't believe a particular date was attached. So it was essentially that, like, yeah, here's a way that these fortifications could be overran. Here's a way that they could do the attack if they wanted to. But it's hard to say, like, unless there was a particular date attached and unless they really truly believe they had the means to do it. I haven't seen compelling evidence to show that Israel was like, yeah, we know this attack is coming, but we're just going to let it happen so that we can foment, hatred and adversarialness to the, Gaza Palestinians so we can go in and invade. Not to say that it's impossible, but I think there needs to be a pretty high threshold of evidence that has to be presented for us to believe that, the IDF or Netanyahu or the military apparatus in Israel knew that attack was coming, but they just decided, we're going to let some thousands of civilians die so that we can go in and invade because that would be awesome. That's a really insane proposition. I say insane. It's a grand proposition to let so many of your own countrymen die, and it demands a high level of evidence, I would say, to prove that.
So, I mean, I was in Israel the other day, and it seems actually quite accepted that in there that Bibi Netanyahu made a big mistake that you know about, and he didn't really stop it. It was his failures that caused this. And like I said, when I was talking to the former Israeli general, he said that the IDF made a big mistake, that it seemed like they did know something about it. Maybe, like you said, maybe they didn't know the exact dates, or maybe they didn't know everything about it. But it seems like they did push it away. Maybe they were a bit too arrogant.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I've been in so many conspiratorial places on the internet. I might have misunderstood your question. Insofar as did Israel make a mistake, that seems to be obvious. Yes, for sure. And if they had details of a plan like this, then that would also obviously be, even without a particular date attached, they messed up in not being ready for something like this. I'm sorry. The way that I usually hear this claim presented is that Netanyahu intentionally ignored any of these things because he wanted the attack to happen so that it would give an excuse to launch military actions.
You didn't misrepresent my question. I was asking you, do you think that was a possibility?
Oh, okay, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, it would be foolish to say that everything isn't a possibility, but to believe the grander conspiracy, that it was a conspiracy, that it was allowed to happen, that would require a high bar of evidence. In terms of was there a mistake, I mean, that seems obvious. It would be hard to believe there wasn't some sort of mistake made if this attack was able to happen as well as it had happened against, the Israeli people, yeah.
And Ivan, you are the former UK Minister for the Middle East, so you know people in Israel very well, very high up there, and also the government very well. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, there'll be a commission of inquiry that will try and get to the bottom of this. What we know is that for 15 hours, marauding terrorists were allowed to butcher well over 1,000 Israelis, including 300 soldiers, rape women, do all sorts of horrendous things. 15 hours before any Israeli security response. That is absolutely extraordinary, unprecedented, inconceivable. And it's shaken the Israeli people and the Israeli security apparatus
Why do you think
to the
it took
core.
so long to react?
It's inexplicable. Do I think there was a conspiracy to enable this to happen, to enable people to be butchered? Of course not. I think that's a load of nonsense. People who peddle that sort of stuff. But do I think that there was a failure that is very, very difficult for us to understand? Absolutely. And you may never get to the bottom of it. You can have inquiry after inquiry. You may never get a satisfactory answer. Destiny's right. Of course, we don't always have access to intelligence, the full range of intelligence. What I am aware of is that the Israelis knew that a plan of an insurgency into Israel like this existed over a number of years. They knew it existed for a number of years, and they knew about it in some detail. But of course, over a number of years, nothing happened. So there is a risk that people become, I guess, complacent. And we also hear that on the eve of the actual attack on the 7th of October, the IDF were told that there was something brewing that was different, that wasn't run-of-the-mill, that wasn't routine, that wasn't usual. But we don't know. And this is what will have to be established by the Commission of Inquiry, which will inevitably come after this war. My own view is that the future of Israel will be hotly debated once this war is over. Its political leadership, its military leadership, its security leadership. All of that will be on the table. And the idea that it's more of the same, carry on as before, absolutely nonsense. This is a seismic moment in the history of the State of Israel. By the way, it's a seismic moment in terms of the history of the Jewish people as well. And that, in my view, will lead to a call, strong calls for radical change. What that radical change will be remains to be seen. And we know that before this terrible war, there was tremendous division amongst the Israeli population, horrendous division, religious, non-religious, left, right, anti-Bibi, pro-Bibi. And what's fortunate, the only good thing you can say about war is that it has united the Israeli people. And that's been, clear, and it's united, I think, large swathes of Jewish people around the world. So it has led to more unity. But the truth is that once the war's over, I think there will be a call for massive change, as I say, both political change.
What do you call by massive change? Do you mean like?
I think the whole. I don't think it's just about one man. I think the whole political system in Israel is broke. The whole political system, where you have this ridiculous purest form of proportional representation. Yeah. You have elections every 10 minutes. You don't have stable government. You have a situation where clearly one man has dominated Israeli politics now for decades politically. I suspect all of that is inevitably going to change. What we don't know is what will the Israeli people demand in place of what they've had before. That remains to be seen. But this has sent shockwaves. It has traumatized the Israeli people. Make no mistake about it. What happened on October the 7th and the ongoing effect of war on any country is absolutely horrendous. We shouldn't forget that there are still hostages that are in the hands of these horrendous, evil terrorists. That we must call. For the international community to do everything it can to have those hostages released. We know that there are soldiers fighting in the most horrendous and difficult of circumstances. When you're fighting terrorist organizations, when there's a myriad of tunnels as there are in Gaza, it's not easy terrain for soldiers, however well trained. So that is the reality that people are facing now. But I do believe that the Israeli people will reflect on a broken system and will demand radical change once this war is over.
Brilliant. Destiny, do you have any final words?
Insofar as just like everything in general, More about what? Say that.
What about the broken political system in Israel?
I'm familiar with like the international, or I guess the relationship between Israel and everybody else. I don't have as much of a commentary on the internal runnings of the Israeli political system. So no, I don't think I have strong opinions. I don't have strong opinions on if it should change or not. I'm not sure. I'm an American two-party guy. I don't like coalition governments. I don't like all the smaller parties having big says and everything. But I know other people don't like having only two parties. So yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on the organization of Israeli domestic policies. Yeah.
Well, brilliant. Thanks so much for coming on, Destiny. Thank you so much, Ivan.
It's been great to meet you, Destiny.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All the best. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Ellie, as well. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks. So I think that went very well.
Bye. Thank you.
Anyway.
Cool. All right. Well, hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I need to leave this open for a bit to make sure it.
No. You should be able to just close it. I'll be uploaded directly.
Leave it open.
What?
I'll
Okay.
It'll be uploaded directly to us.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you later.
So,
Bye.
See you, Destiny.
Oh, I didn't know how that would go, or if that was gonna be more contentious or not. He was saying a lot of stuff about how horrible the Israeli electoral system is. Was it really super fucked? When did you wake up? 8:55 is what I set my alarm for. Oh, jeez. How much did you sleep? I don't know. I went to bed at 5. I'm burning the candle at both ends today. Went to bed at 5. I advanced at 8:55. We're awake. I shouldn't have taken the vitamins. I should just. I didn't know this is only going to be like 40 minutes. Do I have an MDMA hangover? I don't normally get MDMA hangovers. Scuffed podcast overall thoughts? Just dumb. Super not happy. I didn't see, because I started rolling. By the time I was getting off, I was starting to get high a little bit, so it's hard. I'm not gonna be with my friend and just like watch. Hold on, I want to just watch the Scuffed podcast who they're singing about. So I just kind of like glance at chat every now and then. That's the only reason I pop back in. But I don't like cry bullies. It's probably my least favorite. I would rather like woke scolds. I'd rather like Nazis. I don't like cry bullies. When Aiden came on and was like clearly trying to fuck with me the whole time, which is fine, by the way. Listen, bro, if we want to go back to the Scuffed world, and you want to like shit on me for like really personal things, that's fine. Give me like 20 minutes to turn on so I can like remember where I'm at, and we'll go if you want. We can play that game all fucking night. There's like 20 other things I could have said that I didn't get to. I just have to like get into the mood and warm up to it. But the fact that he turned into such a fucking baby because I provided like the slightest amount of pushback, I didn't even know these things were things we were still sensitive about. Like there are even arguments he could have used against me. Like technically he didn't build himself off of Tate, although Tate was pretty important, I think, when his stream started to fall. He was way big before that. He didn't even bother saying that. He just like lost it immediately because I know how sensitive he is over the topic. What a fucking loser. Jesus. Were you surprised that the other guys on the podcast didn't back you up more? No, here's something that I realized last night. This is an MDMA revelation. This is a high as fuck revelation. I realized this, and it's actually really fucking annoying to me. You can't say shit to trans people online. It's like the ultimate fucking armor card. Like, oh, sorry, you think I look bad? Guess what? Male to female, you're transphobic. Oh, what's that? You told me to kill myself? Well, guess what? Trans, so that's actually like a death threat, and now I'm gonna get you banned for everything. Oh, right? It's like trans is like the ultimate, like in the woke circles, it's like the ultimate armor against anything. In like the anti-woke circles, it's being fucking Muslim or saying anything about Muslims. Like I can't make some fucking suicide book jokes. Are we serious? That's what you guys are gonna pearl clutch over? That's where they're at now in these communities because all of these guys are so obsessed with sucking off Muslim sycophants. Like you guys are so obsessed with trying to remain on the good. That's so cringe, bro. Yeah, I don't know. That shit, I realize that now that like, oh, you guys have found your own little trans trap card, and that's the Islam thing, where you guys say you've got a friend who's Muslim or whatever. I can't, get the fuck out of here. These guys make so many like racist, whatever types of edgy jokes and shit, but like this is like the untouchable area. Get the fuck out of here. That's so cringe. That's so cringe. I can't believe how sensitive everybody is to stuff like that. I don't know. Train and Nick giving Aiden props saying, yeah, don't harass, like he's the one rising above when he already said good when you brought up your parents being targeted is 100% bullshit. I don't understand how they think it was okay. I don't know if they were doing it because either Aiden has the bigger fan base, I'm pretty sure, or because they think, or because they just didn't know what all his people were doing. Yeah, I'm not sure. But the, yeah, I can't believe Aiden was such a little baby bitch about it. That was fucking wild. Have you listened to Sarah Hater at all? She's ex-Muslim and awesome. Nope. Look at Mo's face when you said the suicide bomber joke. Oh shit, I couldn't even tell if he was laughing at it. It felt like everybody got like really weird after it. I'm like, fuck, I can't make Muslim jokes? No shot is this guy going in hard on like the, oh, you're gonna call me a fag? Oh my god, you're gonna call me a cuck? Oh, I've never heard these before. I mean, if we wanna play stereotypical jokes, oh well, I got all sorts of shit I can say then, my friend. Listen, okay? We're child of the internet. I got a billion different types of jokes like this if you were to go for. I just didn't think you'd get so ass mad so quickly. Fuck me. When I checked Mo's Palestinian, I didn't actually think he was Palestinian. That was it was an unlucky moment for me. But I mean, like, he had answers to shit. I was surprised. Actually, I have respect for him. That he even knew. That was cool. Yeah, because he brought up, he said, parents from Nablus, I think, right? Because it seems like after October 7th, all of a sudden, like, fucking everybody is Palestinian or has like Palestinian heritage or has some Palestinian shit going on. I'm like, really, bro? You're But it seems like, it seemed like most parents were actually from literally Palestine. Nablus and Quds, I think, yeah. Isn't Aiden Ross Jewish, by the way? Yeah, probably like culture, or not culturally, like by ethnicity or whatever. There's no way. I don't understand how Casey John gets away with this. I understand what's new. I don't need to.
I don't want to go to the strip club.
Cordell would not be okay with that.
She just like sleeps and shows TV shows. This is wild.
For him to let me on this girl's trip from Cali all the way to LA, I'm proud of him for real. Yeah, let me, because I respect my husband.
Girl, are you serious? I don't like that let you.
You expect Kick to do something? No. Ever thought about going offensive mode with the Taliban? No, unfortunately, I haven't done messages or anything. Fighting like that isn't, it feels good, but you just have too much to lose. It's not worth it. Like, that's like a poor person's, like, when people are like, we need to fight, let's do this. Like, bro, why? There's like, okay. You're only high for 6 hours when you take MDMA. I feel like I'm tweaking for a solid 12 hours when I take it. For MDMA, I'm almost positive it should only be 6 hours up and down. If you're still high 12 hours after taking it, then you've, I don't think you've taken MDMA. You've probably taken ecstasy or something else. Okay, here, also, hold on. I want to be like very, 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 very clear here. I want to be very, very, very clear here because people seem to misunderstand this. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. I am Islamophobic and I hate Islam. I'm an atheist. Yes. I will make Islamophobic jokes because I do hate Islam and I am Islamophobic. Yes. I am an atheist. Let me repeat that. I don't know how many times I need to say that. If you're ever surprised, like, doesn't he hate, like, Christianity or does he hate, like, Islam? Yeah, the answer is yes. I do. I'm an atheist. I hate all these fucking religions. Of course. No shit, I do. Yeah. What the fuck? If people always say this shit, like they have their own, like I don't know if you have like a Christianophobic or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't like these religions. That I'm an atheist. I don't know how many times I need to say that. Yeah, Jesus. Let me get some water. Hold on. That's not fair. Islamophobia implies that you hate the people that practice the religion, not the religion itself as a concept. Then fuck you. That's cringe. What do you mean? That's so fucking cringe. Islamophobia? What does that mean? If you want to say it means I hate Muslims, you know what? Maybe even that. Because I just don't like the religion. I don't like any organized religion. Now, if you want to say that makes me like racist, like I don't like Arabs, or I don't like brown people, I'm fine with you there. I have no problem with brown people. Probably don't even have a problem with most Muslims or Christians. But obviously I don't like the religion. I didn't peg you for a caliphate denier? True. Why go after his Muslim friend instead of Aiden? Listen, it's all fair game. Why go after my son or my wife? I mean, Sam Harris copied your take on Islamophobia. No shot. He better not have. Him and Bezos watching my stream together to copy takes. 8 days ago.
Welcome to the Making Sense Podcast. This is Sam Harris. What is Islamophobia? Someone once said it's a word invented by fascists and used by cowards to manipulate morons. And that's not far from the truth. There's no question that the term has been designed to confuse people. Its purpose is to conflate any criticism of Islam.
Based, okay. Did you see one of his mods were the ones doing the threads? Yeah, bro, that group last night was fucking unhinged. I mean, they're all like 12-year-olds, so I figured they move on in a day, but Jesus Christ. You've seen the new Ubisoft game coming out? I have not. Is it Ubisoft or Ubisoft?
Okay, so welcome to Skull
and Bones. Oh boy, sounds exciting.
Anybody, okay? Because they do that to him. Then what stops them from Destiny's people to do the same thing? Guys, Destiny's people are fucking crazy too, okay? They will do worse shit and actually get the point across much more than maybe Aiden's community will. And I don't think you understand it. Destiny's community, guys, they're like fucking basement dwelling autists, okay? Like maybe Aiden, they just kind of post it around. They're kind of like maybe younger, they can't troll around. DGG will fucking, brother, I'm just saying.
I say this as kind of like a threat sometimes, but like, I don't know. We can harass people and do that, but I don't have like, just because my community isn't really comprised of like crazy doxers and shit, we don't have, I don't know how much, if we have like the resources, those people on standby, you know, ready for that. Okay. Boom, boom. 9 a.m. is early for me. Fuck you. Where on earth does this perception of community being toxic come from? I can think of a single time DGG was actively targeting people online with harassment. I think that the difficult thing to deal with for my community is very present and can be seen and felt in a lot of areas, and I don't know if you can say as much for other communities sometimes. So if they're against you, and you guys are like typing mean comments and shit, then people will have that. Oh, actually, there's a couple things. It's gonna be harder to feel that from other communities versus mine. And then 2 is sometimes from, turn this on. Sometimes when I fight with people, other really bad communities jump into it and they'll do shit as well. So like for the Melina stuff, I'm pretty sure like Gripers were spamming her shit with some pretty disgusting stuff. So I think she was saying like, oh, I think DGG is attacking me or whatever. It's like, no, it's not. It's all Griper shit, but yeah. Wow, so windy. You're going to Benny Morris today? I believe I am in 2 hours, yes. That should be fun. I'm probably going to be fighting the pro-Palestinian side. I'm just curious to hear his response on a lot of things. My brain is like blasted right now, but it won't be. Oh god, I'm so glad I got my 5 amps today. Today should be a good day. I'm on like 3 hours of sleep. I just did MDMA last night. My Vyvanse should work. I don't think you should take MDMA after meals. I've done this a few times and I think I'm set on this. I think that if you eat a big meal and you take MDMA, I don't think it just makes it take longer to kick in. I think it mutes the whole experience. I'm a little irritated from that. So if you're planning on doing MDMA, I think, I don't think you should do it after a meal. Was it fun? MDMA is always fun. We took like a 2-hour bath yesterday. It was cute. Then why'd you do it? Oh, because I'm like trying to squeeze it in. I had originally planned to do it and then a couple interviews fell into place. But if I feel like if I'm doing MDMA, I want to take like a day or 2 off my Vyvanse before doing it. But especially after being on my medication so regularly for like a month and a half, bro, yesterday was hard. Having that, I remember what it feels like to have like a normal, whatever the fuck. It feels like there's like a, I don't know if I would say there's like a drape. There's like a, you know what a safety blanket is? Like the weighted blanket over your like whole existence. And I'm like sitting here, it's like, I don't want to fucking pay attention to this shit. Like I need to have like a fucking game in the background I'm playing. Like I don't want to fucking do, oh my God. the motivation to do anything, it like plummets. Holy fuck. Oh God. Oh God. Do you redose when you take MDMA? I kind of think that it might be better to, first of all, be careful redosing, like full doses, because you can, I don't know how bad it is for you, probably not good. If you're going to take like 150 milligrams of MDMA, I feel like it might be better to take 100 first and then 50 like 2 hours into it, because I feel like once you're high, it's so much easier for the other thing to like affect you in a good way. But I don't know if that's true or not. That just might be a totally, like, total bullshit, so I'm not sure. Why are you adding an MDMA? Just for fun? Oh, it's just a recreational drug. Are you gonna be doing holidays from Vyvanse? Fuck no. But maybe if I build a tolerance in like a few months or something, maybe I would think differently about it. I'm not sure. The thing for me though, like I said, for the Vyvanse, I don't have like any. Oh God, I need to make that appointment, Nino. How many? Whew, I think I have enough medication for like a month now. But yeah, Vyvanse doesn't negatively affect literally any part of my life, and it dramatically boosts every single other aspect of my life. So the idea of like a drug holiday thing, why would I want to have worse days unless I get to the point where I actually start building a tolerance? I don't think I would ever move north of 60, maybe 70, I think is the max therapeutic dose, but probably not. Probably 60 milligrams of Vyvanse seems to be pretty good. I think if I got to the point where that started to feel like not enough for me, although it's been still perfect after a month and a half, I might stop for a month maybe and then try to do something different. I don't know, we'll see. How can Israel have intel of exact terrorist locations while not having enough intel to predict this attack? I mean, you might be able to pick up communications. I don't know, I'd have to see the intel, but I mean, I'm sure you can find, yeah. Have you ever done coke? I've not done cocaine yet. I might at some point. How long does the Vyvanse last for you? Probably 12 to 14 hours. You will like coke? Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to like test it and everything too. I'm so paranoid about getting fucking killed. Does all Vyvanse last that long, Destiny, or are you on some sort of XR thing? Vyvanse is lisdexamphetamine, meaning it's a lysine attached to a dextroamphetamine. All Vyvanse is going to be dextroamphetamine plus a lysine that takes, the attached lysine takes a while for your body to metabolize and break down. Because your body can't use the dextroamphetamine with a lysine attachment, so I believe in your liver is where it slowly gets metabolized, and then once it's in your bloodstream, then it gets metabolized, and then it goes to your brain and blah, 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 blah. So Vyvanse is always slow release. Necessarily, that's the formula for it. You're the only streamer without a pet? I would do the pet thing, but I just don't have anybody to take care of it while I'm gone. Does the nation state law make Israel an apartheid state? Man, it could. Has any other state in the history of, well, from the 1900s onwards, had to wrestle with the idea of immigration from a demographic that would destroy the native peoples of that country? Like, I wonder, I really should do more reading on South Africa and apartheid and see, like, how those conditions ended. Because I know, like, conservatives always claim that, like, that country's, yeah. It's so hard to be an addict and listen to Destiny talk about drugs. I can't tell if you don't like me talking about them because you think I'm saying wrong things, in which case fucking correct me. Or if you think if you just think I make drugs sound good, which they are. That's probably why you're an addict. Shouldn't you be afraid of serotonin syndrome when taking MDMA and Vyvanse? My understanding is most amphetamine stimulant medication doesn't do anything with your serotonin. I believe the two receptors, or the two neurochemicals it hits, are dopamine and norepinephrine. Not serotonin. Are you watching a Skull and Crossbones? I don't know, or Skull and Bones again.
Bones, I have to give a massive, massive thank you to Ubisoft for giving me access to the closed beta. And remember, this is a beta, so it's not the final product. It's going to be releasing on Feb 16th. And, yeah, I'm not entirely...
Are you officially divorced? I think the paperwork will be submitted in a couple days. hopefully. I don't think it's official when it gets submitted to the court. I think it's when the court sends you like a judgment or some shit back. I don't know, something like that.
Pretty sure how to speed up at the.
Hopefully she milks you for all the money you got. She's only taking like 2 or 3 million at the most. Thank God. So I get to keep the majority of my $100 million fortune.
Moment. Okay, we press A to put our sails down. We need to find a way to repair our ship and sail to St. Anne. Dock of the island marked on your compass.
Do you miss her or are you just relieved? At this point, I'm mainly relieved. Especially not, bro. I've had so many people message me that got cut out of my life. And I've also felt like a great weight has been lifted off me on like so many retarded things that feel so fucking good now. I feel fine. I'm good. I'm okay.
Tap or hold A to activate trimming. When you're out of crew stamina, you can't do it. Oh, so we can go even faster.
Oh, name drop. Oh, name drop. Did you hear it? Name drop. Do you shave your cheeks when you line your beard up? Yeah, kind of. But the problem is that, well, right now I have 2 problems. One is that my facial hair naturally grows a little higher here than it does here. I usually just trim this one higher and hope nobody notices. The second one, have you ever heard of alopecia? I don't know if it's from stress or what, but I had like a patch of hair like fall out here. I think it's slowly coming back. I think there are little hairs here. Supposedly this can take months to like fully come back. So I'm waiting for that to come back too.
So we can go even faster.
Retroactively, it sounds like you undersold it, only being a small percent improvement before. Oh, it's a huge percent improvement in my life. There was a lot of like really toxic things about my last relationship that absolutely did not all come from me. I've just never talked about it before, which is kind of irritating. So yeah, I go for it more. I've got the same sort of line on my beard. It comes in. Yeah, hopefully it does. Use a straight edge razor. Ah, fuck that. Will you talk about after the divorce is finalized? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Boom, boom. Does it cost a lot to file for divorce? I think like a couple $1,000 is what this lady's charging me for a no contest divorce. Now, if Melina wanted to fight about shit, probably the expenses would get significantly higher. Do you think there should be a ceasefire between what, Israel and Palestine? I think Hamas has to go. I think a ceasefire before then is kind of silly, but Destiny, it cost me $255 for a no contest divorce. Well, I'm having another lady prepare all the paperwork. It's probably the filing fee itself is probably like $300 if you go down to the courthouse, but I'm not doing that paperwork. Fuck that.
Do we need to go over here? Is there a way to...
Well, Melina troll at the very last second. That'd be pretty epic if she did.
Do we have a... You stand to gain. Yeah, through here and on the left. Weapons are enabled. Your ship is no longer protected.
Wow.
People are starting on me already. Is it you?
5K a month is insane to live alone in an apartment. Are you moving? Am I moving? Probably, maybe. We'll see. I might move to Tampa. I know so many people in Tampa. I don't know anybody in Miami. I'm confused. Did the 5-hour therapy session not do much? It helped me a lot. It helped me make sense of a lot of things. I would say it was incredibly helpful. I don't know, maybe not from Lena, but definitely helped me. It seems like you want to jinx yourself. Jinx myself for what? Oh, for like doing a contested divorce? The reality is that in the state of Florida, we have no shared assets, no children. I haven't hampered her income at all. And we have a short-term marriage. Less than, I think, 5 or 10 years is considered a short-term marriage in Florida. Suing for alimony wouldn't make any sense. She's going to be leaving the country, so a lawyer would be costly. And the... yeah, she wouldn't get alimony because she already works and makes enough to do everything else. Yeah, it would just be really bad. I don't think she would get almost anything if she were to fight for it. The only thing we could fight for as marital property would be the income, the additional income that I've made in the past year. I mean, if she wanted to try fighting over it, you could try, but like it's going to be, I think it'd be really hard in Florida with the conditions of everything that happened, especially if Because I could also just argue like infidelity or something, right? And it's like, do you want to sort through like trying to debate like an open marriage and the logistics of that in open court? I mean, yeah, that would be dumb. I don't think it would be very smart. How fast can we get back into the dating game? I should stay single for a while. That should be the goal, hopefully. Why would you have a claim to your income? Typically, when you are married, everything that you acquire while married is considered a marital asset. So if two people get married and then one person makes $10 million in a year, that $10 million is considered a marital asset. So technically, for the claims that she would file against me would be any income I've made in the past year, and then I would claim anything against her income made in that last year as a marital asset, and then we would fight over divvying up that theoretically. Does she still have you blocked on everything on your return stream? You seem pretty open to getting back together. I think she does. I haven't checked. I kind of was, but I've come to understand things. I don't fuck all that. Who does it benefit to officially divorce? Well, me. I want to protect my assets. Ordinarily, in the past I haven't cared. Like I think me and my wife, after we broke up, it took us like 2 years to get divorced. But now that I'm making significantly more money, and then I don't know if like weird shit would happen. Obviously, I do want to protect my my assets. Did you make over 10 million last year? No, I wish. Do you think the more famous you get, the harder it gets to find a legit partner? For me, no, just because of the types of girls I'm interested in, the type of stuff I do. I really don't meet many like clout chasers or many like gold diggers. It'd be interesting to see some, but it just usually doesn't happen. I don't know why I don't, but it's probably because of the type of area that I live in, like the style of content I do, and then like the character that I portray. I say portray, I mean, it's who I am. But I just don't think I attract that caliber of woman as much. Although it'd be interesting to see it. But I think, like I said, like usually my problems are always the opposite. Like if there are certain women, like I feel bad, like I want to help a little bit. It's also weird now that I make a lot more money too. I don't know how, I have to be careful with what I say because then I can't attract gold diggers. Like if I see somebody like having like some financial issues, like I could like throw like 10K at somebody and be like, hey, like this fixes all your shit, right? Like good luck. But then I feel like that turns things into some weird like sugar daddy arrangement or something. Like I don't know, it's just weird. I'm not sure. I don't know how to figure that out. I don't know. I threw money at my mom. I'll be her sugar daddy. Time to raise up Balarama. I actually hung out with and chatted with Balarama a bit over TwitchCon. She's actually pretty cool, I think. Like, surprisingly, she seems to be like a pretty cool person. Yeah. Why surprisingly? Well, obviously because she puts on the air of being like kind of like bimbo, like booby streamer girl. Twitch just rolled back the nude art stuff. Okay, well. If you're gonna go to Florida, what state would you move to next? It'd be Texas or Washington. I have to, it's gotta be no income state tax. Not even a humanitarian ceasefire? I mean, you can do small humanitarian ceasefires for aid or something, but... Watch a trailer for Civil War. It's a movie about Trump like president breaking off from the US. Move to Seattle. Bro, if I lived in Seattle, what's the flight from Seattle to LA? And that airport is huge. The Tampa airport is decently big. Seattle LA flight's gotta be 3 hours or less, right? I know it's a long, okay. Yeah, about 2 hours and 45 minutes. But that West Coast time zone, fuck. I like East Coast is really good for streaming. So many house clips. Wow, A24, Civil War. Don't fuck Europeans. Yeah, I think whoever I date next, if I do date somebody ever again, it's got to be like they're in the U.S. and they like being in the U.S. and everything. Yeah, it has to be. Not the moving across the world shit is. I don't know. Do you have to have a crazy IG to talk to you? I've talked friendly, informatively, got some emails, order in opposite order, and 0 reply. It's hard for me to reply to every email now. I'm sorry. I get a lot of them. So.
19 states have seceded.
The United States Army ramps up activity.
The White House issued warnings.
Was Melina planning on making a move back to Sweden the whole relationship? No, I don't know what Melina wants or where her mind is. It's hard to figure out sometimes. Like, what's her mind versus like her just copying like the people around her. I'm not sure because I think as of recently, Melina's talked about like really wanting to be in Sweden more and moving to Sweden and doing all this stuff in Sweden. Although I floated the idea of like I could buy like a summer house there and maybe come for like a couple months a year. But I know that like before, like when I met Melina in New Zealand, like she fucking hated Sweden and she wanted to get away immediately, like as quickly as possible. She hated the winters there. She hated the weather. Like, I don't know. I think Melina has an issue where, and I think some people do this, Melina has a really bad issue where she emotionally re-encodes everything retrospectively. It's very, very, very irritating to watch her do it. To where like if she's having a good time in a place currently, she'll rewrite everything historically. This happened with Darius, by the way. She'll rewrite everything historically as being either good or bad, which I think is yeah. So right now she's like on her Sweden kick, but maybe she wants to stay there forever too. I mean that's not her. I don't know. You'd have to ask her, I guess.
19 states have seceded.
The United States Army ramps up activity.
The White House issued warnings to the Western forces as well as the Florida Alliance.
The three-term president assures the uprising will be dealt with swiftly.
Let me know if you want to try anything on.
Are you guys aware there's like a pretty huge civil war going on all across America?
We just try to stay out. With what we see on the news, seems like it's for the best.
Destiny. A lot of people do this and it's so fucking frustrating. Kind of. This was always though something that I said, and it was just so funny. It's another fucking anti-red pill talking point that they will never acknowledge. One of the biggest points of contention between me and Melina were always the age. I don't like the fact that Melina was so young. A lot of people are like, oh, you found a young chick, you want to date a younger, blah, blah, blah. No, absolutely not. Not only did I not like the fact that Melina was young, she was also threatened always by women that were older. That was like our number one point of disagreement all the time, were older women. But one of the reasons why I don't like young people as much is because, especially, I've said this a million times, when 20 to 25, your opinions and thoughts and preferences for everything might completely fucking change. You might be okay with something at 20 and not at all be okay with that at 24 or 25 because you grow and you realize, I don't think I like this particular thing. And there's not much, as like a 30-plus-year-old, I can't change that. So you always run like a huge risk, I think, when you're in your 30s dating somebody in their early 20s. You have no idea how that person is going to change or whatever. Yeah. Do you regret calling Sneeko smart? Were you just guessing it because you thought because he was your friend? I don't know what it is. Don't know how to explain it to you. I think Sneeko's a pretty intelligent person. He is. I think he's a fucking retard right now. Obviously, he's got dumb beliefs and ideologies. It's kind of like Lauren De Laguna, right? I think Lauren is really smart. She, like, undeniably so. Lauren is incredibly smart, right? Law school in 2 years, pure math degree. Like, she's a smart person, but I don't know how she has like so many absolutely retarded dog shit political opinions. Yeah. What's your max age gap now? I'm the same age to you and the most I do is 6. I don't know, 25 or after, I guess. I'm not sure. The problem is every girl that messages me is so young. And it's hard. There's like, and they're starting to get a point where I don't know, I can cross anymore. I hooked up with a 19-year-old like a week ago. And when we were at dinner, I was like, geez. This is like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. In terms of like dating, I feel like 25 plus has to be like where I'm at now. I'm like, geez. Why do you do that? Listen, 18 plus is legal, okay? Fuck it. The thing that the thing that you have to be careful of if you're older, here's like a warning that I'll give. The thing that you have to be careful of when you're older is, because I've met like 19, 20, 21, 22-year-olds recently who are really, really, really cool people. But it's hard once you meet somebody and start to develop like a romantic attachment to them. You have to be really careful, because you have to remember, like, this person is very, very, very young. This person could change dramatically in a few years. And if you get hyper stuck on or fixated on or attached to like some fucking 20-year-old and you're 30 plus, you could set yourself up for really big disaster. So you gotta be really careful about shit like that. So I'm trying to be careful about that kind of stuff. But yeah.
Citizens of America, the so-called.
Jane, I have no idea, but is the open relationship shit more popular with young chicks? I think it just depends on the communities you run in. A lot of people that message me, it seems to be fairly popular, but I mean, obviously I do it, so yeah. What is the disconnect that you're getting with 21 to 25-year-olds? I don't get a disconnect from them. I get along really well with any 21 to 25-year-old that messages me. Generally, I do. The problem is just that they could change a lot in a few years.
Citizens of America, the so-called Western forces of Texas and California have suffered a very great defeat at the hands of the United States military.
Mr. President, do you regret the use of...
Oh, somebody messaged me and said, well, for other people, you can go through midlife crises as well, which change you a lot. So I don't know. We'll see about that.
airstrikes against American citizens? They're moving to D.C. today.
You need to go down there.
They shoot journalists on sight in the Capitol. Every instinct in me says this is death. What if...
Every time I survived the war zone, I thought I was sending a warning home. Don't do this. But here we are.
There's some kind of misunderstanding here. What? Well, you're American, okay? Okay. What kind of American are you? You don't know?
Is it time to change your Focus RS? I like my car. I don't know. I like my car and I like my lifestyle. Also, it does help keep me somewhat relatable. Like...
The Western forces will reach the White House on July 4th.
I think I've said largely, I think I've probably said for like 14, 15 years, ever since I started streaming, that like even if I had a fuck ton of money, I don't think my life would change significantly, other than I'd have like the sickest, newest graphics cards all the time. And I'd probably, even if I was working a normie job at McDonald's, I'd probably come home at the end of the day, take my uniform off, and then start arguing on Twitter and Reddit. That's just what I enjoy doing. It's cool, but it's getting pretty dated. I think it's time to get a new car, even if it's not a baller car. Yeah, I'll probably get one. I'll also probably, I hate the cuckness. I hate the cuckness. I hate the cuckness. I hate the cuckness. I'll probably opt for more features as well. I notice a lot of cars, they have really good features, like those backup cams and like the little ding dings when you're like passing people and pulling out or whatever. I think, yeah, that shit seems nice. I don't know. When is the Bori Menace? The Benny Morris thing? I think it's scheduled for an hour and a half from now.
Oh my god.
Get in the car! Get in the car! Move, move, move!
You're gonna hang back.
I'm not hanging back.
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Why would you want 10 million then? It's nice to just have like some financial security that like if all my shit gets banned, I know I'm not gonna have to like go work a normal job because my life is fucked. But I don't think kind of just.
God bless America.
I think I'm getting there. Don't you have this right now? I have like around, my net worth is not as high as some people think it is. Mainly also because I've had a lot of expenses and everything growing up. I think I have like 2.5 million in savings right now. If I had like 5, I think I'd be like, okay. I think with 2.5, I think I could live off the interest. So, because I could probably live on less than 100K for a year if I like go move to some random place. But I don't know. We'll see. So you'll think I'm worth like $50 million. I wish. React to Brett Cooper reacting to you. Some Vyvanse today. I'm in a good mood, so sure, why not? This is the girl that's 20 years old that's never been in a relationship before, right? 12 and a half minutes. Does she even know about me, or is this just a script written by her staff?
Welcome back to the...
Isn't 10 million a lot in that case? You seem to live pretty slim. Well, my living expenses right now are really big, mainly because I plan on Melina being here. Although I guess if I have other girls all the time, it's fine. Because Lycan can still cook for two, but...
comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So today, guys, we're going to be talking about one of the most expected and predictable relationship dramas that everyone on the internet saw coming. We're talking about streamer Destiny and the demise.
Everyone, there's no way she even knows who I am. And I like how she's like, I'm so familiar with these people.
Of his open marriage.
Yeah, that's a girl name.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is.
Shocking. The marriage that allowed each partner to sleep with whoever they wanted, whenever they wanted, didn't work out. Crazy, isn't it? We're gonna dive into all the details, but before we do, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. Okay, so if you do not know who he is, Destiny is an OG streamer who has been making content for over a decade. I've reacted to some of his stuff in previous episodes, but he and his wife, Melina, were very publicly in an open marriage, where either of them could sleep with whoever they wanted, whenever they wanted, yada, yada, yada. And they were very, very proud of this publicly open relationship. So much so that they would literally go on to podcasts together just to defend their relationship and show how happy they truly were and how awesome it was and how it really, really worked in their favor. Just pretty normal stuff.
I feel like this was usually just in response to people constantly attacking me / us, but...
For, you know, your average conventional happy couple. That happens all the time, obviously, that you have to stand up in front of a public audience and defend your relationship at all costs. Anyway, watch this clip.
I mean, when people attack it all the time, which is so funny because she would know, well, actually she wouldn't because she's like 20. You would know this is a Christian because people attack Christian marriages and shit all the fucking time too, right? So...
From the Whatever podcast.
The 5 best sexual partners that I've had in my life were all the people that I were in the long-term relationships with. So like on a one-night stand, like it's...
Oh my God, it's crazy. Almost like having an emotional connection with the person you're sleeping with.
No, the emotional connection helps a little bit, but sexual connectivity over a long term, it's not just the emotional connection, it's the actual physical training and practice you get and the preferences that you develop for other people's bodies that you're in a relationship with for a long period of time. I don't know why you would just think it's an emotional connection, but okay.
Your relationship all
Well, I know why. It's because this girl is 20 and she has like a body kind of like 0 or 1.
Anyway, watch this clip from the Whatever podcast.
The 5 best sexual partners that I've had in my life were all the people that I were in the long-term relationships with. Like on a one-night stand, like it's...
Oh my God, it's crazy. Almost like having an emotional connection with the person you're sleeping with makes an impact. Oh my God, that's insane. Almost like commitment is a good thing. Sorry, okay, we're gonna go on. He hasn't even really gotten into the good stuff yet, but shocker.
On a one-night stand, like it's hard to know, like one thing's even that fun sexually, depending on what you're looking for.
I can agree that the longer you're with somebody, the better sex gets, so why is she not enough?
Why is she not enough?
Guys, that's Billy Ray Brandt. She's the star of Lady Ballers that Daily Wire just put out. She's so good, and that was just a hard-hitting question because his wife is literally sitting right next to him. Right next to him.
I mean, like, it's kind of like asking, it's kind of like you've got like a close friend, but then you've got other friends.
It's also so weird when I feel like if I was doing debate prep for somebody and I was gonna go on a show, I feel like I would try to think of like a pretty unique angle or something to kind of like confront them with, because why would I do something that's been done a million times before? Because I doubt I'm gonna be the one to land that blow. It's so crazy that like she's like, what an amazing quad, but you've never thought of this. Like, yeah, does this shit not bother you? Like if I saw people talking shit about my relationship choices, it would drive me fucking nuts. Something that I've said before is I think the farther people's opinions are from reality, like the more irritating or the less irritating it becomes, because it's like so wacky that it's just kind of like funny, I guess. So.
Friends, like, well, why is that one friend not enough? Because in life, sometimes variety is fun.
Yes, every woman loves hearing from her husband that she's just like a friend.
No. We're just friends.
You know, you need a lot of friends. You need a lot of wives. The two are totally interchangeable. Exactly what your wife wants to hear. Yes.
What? I thought we were in the trust tree in the nest. Are we not?
Marriage is not a friendship.
I didn't say marriage was a friendship, but marriage to me isn't just about my going in a lot of aspects to my marriage that I share with my wife that's really unique to my wife that I don't share with other people. It's just not one of those things.
What the? The whole thing is just so bad. Somebody commented and said, you can totally see the wheels in her head moving as he talks. Yes, like saying the best sex he's had has been with people he was in a long-term relationship with, but that's not the...
Cottonmouth is pretty bad. Yeah, it is right now, but that's because I MDMA'd last night and now I'm on my vitamins this morning, so... I'm probably, yeah, my mouth is very dry, so I have water and Red Bull.
Case for their relationship and their marriage, you know, it was different because you need to have lots of different friends, and a wife is basically a friend.
That just makes no sense. I mean, this is bullshit.
Those really aren't the things that your wife would want to hear. Somebody else commented and said equating a marriage and friendships. Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very odd thing to equate. And like I said, at the beginning of the clip, he basically describes how being with one person longer makes him happier. Then, once his argument falls apart, and Billy Ray pushes a little further and says, so why is she not enough? He just fell back on saying that sleeping with multiple people just makes him happier. He wants the flavor of the month. It's basically just a friendship. He needs a lot of people in friendship. And speaking of how happy and stable they obviously are as a couple, I was reminded of this viral clip from last year where you can truly see just how much Destiny loves watching his wife flirt with other men right in front of him. Take a look.
Mel time. It's Mel time. Why? There's literally, it's so funny on these clips because once you've decided like what's going to happen, oh, actually, I guess now that me and Mel are separate, now I can say what I really feel about this. Okay. I still don't give a fuck. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
It's also so weird that you have to imagine, like, if I'm okay with my wife fucking people, why would I be upset about her dancing with a friend?
Get the life draining from his eyes.
Because the funny thing too is that, like, if I was here laughing, it would be like, look at how much he's coping with how, even though he's so miserable, blah blah. It's like,
Okay, that works. Yeah,
5, 6, 7, 1. 5, 6, 7, 1.
Like, this obviously went viral for a reason. It was at this moment that everybody collectively on the internet went, oh, dude.
also, big prediction. I don't think this clip would have went viral if ABBA wasn't black as well. Just saying. Both ABBA and Melina were actual dancers too. Yeah, I know. That's why it's so stupid. Yeah.
Dude, I am so sorry. This is not going to work out in your favor. My friend, this is very, very bad. And you can see it in his eyes. Does this look like a happy man? No, not in the slightest. Like, you can't go on press tours saying how amazing your open marriage is when this is your instinctual reaction to seeing a dude dance with your wife. Like, everything is crumbling around you. Now, a little later in the video, he pipes in. You just have to hear what he says.
I was getting footage for his next cuck video on me. Thanks. That's what's going on here.
Oh my God, he let his wife dance with another man.
He said, "What? You want to slap
That
her
made it
next?"
sound like we was grinding or some shit. Like, yo, chill, be easy.
That whole situation is just incredibly uncomfortable. But he literally points it out. Like, this is such sad and insecure behavior. Like, he knows.
Or it's because you guys are incredibly predictable, but okay, please tell me more. Yeah.
How weird this relationship is. He knows that he can't hide the fact that it makes him uncomfortable, so he has to address it because he knows people online are going to talk. That's why he says, oh yeah, they're going to make some cucked video compilation. Obviously, dude. Because again, look at your face. Do you look happy? No. Your wife is dancing with another man. If you were not so publicly in an open relationship, cheering this on, saying this is so amazing, yes, let's celebrate this, nobody would think anything different. No, maybe she's just dancing with a friend, whatever. Who cares? But we all know because you made it public. Very aggressively so. Like, I'm sure he feels awful and like he just wants to crawl into a hole and be cozy, which he could do with Pajamagram. Now, I cannot believe that we are already talking about Christmas and that it is that time of year again. And if you need to get your special someone something nice, or maybe for your friend that just got broken up with, what's better than Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas? These pajamas are so good that they literally sell out every single year. They are so soft, silky, and totally luxurious. And the best part is, when you order naturally nude pajamas today, you will get a free naturally nude nightie along with it. That is $75 on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that is not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. And if you ask me, that is one easy holiday gift that is sure to make anyone happy. Like, seriously, if you are a guy and you do not know what to get your girlfriend, we love soft things. We genuinely do. And I am telling you, Pajamagram sent me a bunch of these pajamas last Christmas. I am still wearing them. I literally brought them with me to Hungary. They are fantastic. Get your girl something cozy and soft. She'll be very, very happy. But you need to hurry before they sell out. So go to pajamagram.com today for naturally nude pajamas. Again, that's the naturally nude pajamas at pajamagram.com today. Okay, but back to Destiny. Like, dude, you could have predicted this from the start. Somebody commented and said, bro looks so happy. This is definitely a healthy relationship. Somebody else said the fact that this dude thinks that he is in the authority to give out any life or relationship advice is hilarious. Somebody else said Destiny's body language says it all here. He is incredibly closed off, irritated, and isn't engaging in their behavior because he is feeling extremely powerless in this situation. Yes, and it does not take a genius to figure out how this relationship ends. But before we get into that, here's one more clip from the Whatever podcast when they were on, and it aged perfectly. Like, I'm sure he is punching himself over saying this.
God forbid this happens. Will it be fun if this open relationship ends up causing things to fall apart down the line if one of you guys finds yourself in a...
Also, guys, this is Sovereign Bruh on Twitter, and I've talked about him before. His tweets are fantastic. He seems great. He's dope. I reacted to his stuff on Whatever Pod before. That's who he is if you need a face behind the tweets, but this is good.
An entanglement, so to speak, with, with somebody who you might find a deeper connection with than the other person. Like, if that causes the relationship to fall apart, that probably wouldn't be very fun.
No, it would be horrible, and it would be sad. But monogamous relationships have the same issue, right? How many times do you have like a man that falls in love with a coworker or a woman that falls in love with a friend that she spends too much time with? Like, monogamous people have to put up a lot of boundaries on their relationships too because they worry about the same types of things, you know?
Do you guys have a high degree of confidence that your marriage will last for decades?
I mean, I married her without a prenup, so I hope so.
The tension. Yeah, I hope so. The way that they grabbed each other's hands. Also, yes. Monogamous relationship.
There's so much reading into everything here. Like, the way that they grab each other's hands. Yeah, we grab each other. I'm a super touchy person. Yeah, what is the reading on everything? And also, what am I supposed to respond to? Like, do you think your marriage will last? I mean, yeah, obviously, I hope so. We're married. But I would say that even if I'm not married, with a relationship, if I was with a girlfriend, like, you think you guys are gonna be dating forever? I mean, I hope so. She lives with me. Like, it's such a weird fucking, it's such a weird...
Relationships can fall apart. People do break up. People cheat. That is a sad fact. It is a sad reality of the world. However, you can't equate that to your open marriage, where you are intentionally letting other people in. You are intentionally saying, I'm going to go sleep with other people, no strings attached. No, it is a lie to believe that sex is completely devoid of emotion, that you will not form connections with people. No, that is an utter lie. You are setting your relationship up for failure by being in this kind of marriage. So yes, monogamous relationships do fall apart. That happens every single day. We talk about celebrity breakups all the time, but this is a totally different situation, considering that you have no boundaries to begin with. None. At all. You cannot say that they are the same thing. Somebody commented and said, this is so depressing. Who would have imagined how this would turn out, right? Everybody online. Somebody else said she's definitely divorcing him and getting that bread, LOL. Yes, I mean, he married into one of the most toxic and confusing forms of relationship that is statistically proven to not last, and yet he believed in it so much that he did not even consider a prenup.
Oh, stupid.
And now he's like clenching on her hand, being like, please, this better work out for decades to come. Come on.
Clenching on her hand.
Like, dude, but as literally everybody was anticipating and predicting and expecting, she has left him.
Do you think she'd be down to have a talk? Brett? I don't know. I don't think she really knows who I am. I'm pretty sure that most of the script is probably prepared by people at the Daily Wire, would be my guess.
Come on. Look, dude, but as literally everybody was anticipating and predicting and expecting, she has left him. And yes, it was for another guy that she was sleeping with. Just as everyone told him, tried to warn him. Here's a tweet about it. Drama alert. Destiny's wife, Melina, who he's in an open relationship with, reportedly ran off with a man in Sweden. And obviously, I don't want to just sit around and laugh about this because all heartbreak sucks. It is painful. I'm sure he's going through a lot. But dude, you could have predicted this from the start. We all have. Like, just the way that you presented the relationship publicly showed that it was not stable, that you were not confident in it, even though you really wanted to prove to everybody that you did feel confident. Like, you allowed your wife to walk all over you and run around the world with other men. That is not a winning strategy. Somebody commented and said, how is bro still not red-pilled? Somebody else said, open relationships don't work and never have. That's the tweet. We could just literally end the episode with that. Thank you for watching the comment section. If you want to see more videos, now if we look at these leaked messages, which is how everybody found out that the relationship was ending, you can clearly see that.
Nice. Thank you. Valuable insight into my life. You say that Balkan Games made a video on your divorce? No, I don't need to watch everybody's fucking commentary on my divorce/life. Jesus. I'm good.
Win by being wrong, but
wait, did we watch this?
You can get a dub here and there by doing dumb shit, okay? That is never a win in anybody, guys. That doesn't help anybody, okay? Because they do that to him, then
oh, we watched this
what stops them from Destiny's people to do the same thing? Guys, Destiny's people are fucking crazy too, okay? They will do worse shit and actually get the point across much more than maybe Aiden's community will. And I don't think you understand it. Destiny's community, guys, they're like fucking basement dwelling autists, okay? Like maybe Aiden, they just kind of push it around. They're kind of like maybe younger, they can't troll around. DGG they will fucking, brother. I'm just saying it.
You see how offended XQC got about the terrorist joke? Did he?
Princess Diana was a child. Wasn't she like
yes. True. I thought that for some reason I thought Dana was like early 20s, and I think she died when she was like 34 or something. $35? $36? I thought she was way younger than that.
So you still think therapy's a waste? Yes, I do. I don't think I learned anything. Basically, we just, yeah. Chat, wait, hold on. Are any of you convinced that therapy is good after that? Did that change your mind? That just solidified what I talked about. It was an interesting combo, but I came into this thinking that therapy is mental masturbation, and I'm left thinking the same exact thing. I would never, yeah, this is kind of fun. I wouldn't do this off camera. I'm only gonna farm this. I'll farm therapy, but I'm not gonna do it. None of you are convinced? None of you convinced?
It's a bit conspiratorial, but do you think the Delaware is doing anti-you prep or anti-you press to prep the audience to hate you? No, I think just as I've gotten a bit bigger in the space and everything, I think I'm just becoming a little bit more relevant to cover, probably. That'd be my guess.
TTS is on, by the way. Chat, you can spam it. TTS is back on. It's for some people it's good. Yeah, true. But my whole ideology beforehand was that it's better to not than go. And I think that was proved right. Like, it's not necessary. It's asking for help. And help is a sign of weakness. And I don't want to be weak. You know, it's okay to ask for help, but when you prefer not asking for help than asking for help, it's that simple. It's not as black and white. I did it for...
We need to just do like a whole... We need to do like a 90s, an 80s, 90s, and early 2000s run through of like good masculine movies. I feel like I've seen... Am I crazy? I feel like I've seen this scene like 20 times in action movies or some shit. Where there's either a little boy or a girl or a guy or somebody will say something where it's like, oh, like, I want to be just like you because... And the dad or whatever is like, you know, why is that? And the little child is like, because you're never afraid. And the dad says something along the lines of like, you know, not being afraid isn't what makes somebody brave. It's doing the right thing in the face of bravery or whatever. You know, it's like, there's always like a speech like this. There's always something like this where it's like, no, like it's okay to be scared. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay for these things. The idea that these things are inherently not masculine is so cringe and stupid, I think. Ugh. Rocky is actually a pretty positive example of masculinity. Bro, did you guys fight with me on this when I brought this up a long time ago? I feel like you did, and now you're going to say you didn't, and then I'm not going to believe you. God, this movie was so good. This was such a good movie. I hate everybody that disagrees with me on this. This was such a good movie. Creed 1, Creed 2, whatever. It was okay, I guess. This movie sucked. Oh, good. At least Rotten Tomatoes agrees with me. Is it Rocky 5 was the one where he gives that speech to his son? I hated this movie. I thought it was bad. I thought Creed was a good movie. The cancer side story and everything, I thought it worked really well. The music scoring was good. I thought it was a good movie. I thought it was super cute. Can a man still be brave if he's afraid? That is the only time a man can be brave. Yeah, I don't even know what that quote's from, but sure. Rocky Balboa is the name, not Rocky 5. Oh, is that true? What is that noise? Sorry, I mean saying? Yeah, welcome to my life. I fucked this up. It's the wind outside. Oh, this got decent ratings. I didn't like this movie at all. I thought it was kind of shitty. Forgive me for prying, but am I right in thinking that you do in fact allow yourself to form emotional attachments with people you meet as part of the open relationship? You're not just having mindless detached sex with as many people as possible like Brett is making out. I've done that. I've done probably, I would say 2 to 3 months ago, I was pretty unhinged in terms of like number of partners I was seeking. I think there was probably a 1 to 2 month period where it was a lot. But I do try to seek out people that I'm more friendly with. It's just the difficult thing is that like people that I seek out that I end up being friendly with, that I have hookups or connections with, it's hard to like keep that in an appropriate space because then these people want to like obviously start dating, or they start dating somebody else and then I just can't hook up with them anymore. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I just need to join some fucking polycule. I need to be the third. That's what I really need. I realize that. I think some guy posted that comment as like an insult to me on some Reddit thing. It was like, oh, man, Destiny needs to be the cucker, some third, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, actually, you know what? Being the third in a poly relationship, that actually might be the perfect role for me. Because then I can just hang out with a girl every now and then, obviously something long term, and then she can go hang out with her main partner all the time. Maybe that would be the slotted perfect role. Or get 2 actual bi girls. Yeah, that's true too. Even Stallone hates Rocky 5. Well, apparently I was talking about Rocky Balboa, not Rocky 5, so. Three-way relationship with 2 bi girls is the absolute 100% goated method, but it's impossible to do so. I feel like a 3-way relationship with 2 girls, I just feel like the girls would always be so competitive. Unless they were truly, truly, truly bi. It's really hard to find truly bisexual people that are willing to date and fuck people of the same and opposite gender / sex or whatever the fuck. Like I'm like super hetero romantic. I would never date a guy. Even kissing a guy is like the grossest fucking thing in the world to me. Maybe that's just like a phobia, or not a phobia. Maybe it's just a thing. I don't know. Maybe I can get over it. Is MDMA with girls really all that it's cracked up to be? I just found a girl who said she'd be down to. Maybe. It's up to you. I like cuddling with people. I like cuddling in touch with people. And MDMA makes you feel that a ton. So that's really fun for me. Debate pedophile. God, what a great term. God damn. I saw Mike from PA on Casey Tron's stream. I don't want to dance on anybody, but damn. Are you an alcohol guy? I think alcohol is super fun, but only to get like pretty wasted. Or to get like fairly wasted. Like tipsy is boring to me. I want to get, but then once I get like past tipsy, I can get really wasted pretty quickly. So I don't like. Yes, alcohol is fun for a little buzz. I don't like a buzz. Fuck that. I'm sure your friend had a lot of conviction. God damn, I had a lot of bangers last night. So once we started going, guys, holy shit. I felt so bad for Train. Train like comes back and his podcast is like fucking completely destroyed. Why do you never want to do fun stuff? Are you too old to dunk on 2 of the best lol cows? Wait, what is that in reference to? Have you seen The Wrestler? I have not. Do you have pets? Nope. Beverly Hills Cop 4 trailer. Nick Fuentes had a dance party stream in front of it. I don't do any attention to the Grover boys. I think Nick has kind of had his time in the sun. I think he's Slowly on the way out now.
I almost admire you.
Why did he act like he didn't start? I feel like he was shitting on you for 15 minutes before you even replied. Yeah, it's hard. I don't know. I can never tell intuitively, like, if I'm... Well, with individuals, I have a really good sense of boundaries. I'm pretty sure. It's very, very, very rare that I'm talking to somebody one-on-one and I cross a line that makes them uncomfortable. But then sometimes I feel like when I'm fighting with people publicly, I don't know if they're like genuinely this offended or if they're like just virtue signaling for the audience. Like, how are you really going to dig in on me? Like, I'm a pretty exceptional person, right? My 5-year relationship just ended. You know, I'm cool, whatever. It's been a week or two. I'm over it. That's pretty exceptional. I feel like most people would be a bit more sensitive to that topic. So like, if you're really going to like dig in on my relationship of 5 years that just ended, of course I'm going to fucking dig in on some, make like some religious jokes against you or whatever. You think that's like over the line? That's so weird to me. One thing that I worry about, or I wonder sometimes, is I wonder if I have like certain circles mixed up in terms of like, I feel like at the very, very, very beginning, like in the center here, this is like personal attacks. Like, I'm going in on your child, I'm going in on your family, I'm going in on like very, very personal things. And then like outside this is going to be like maybe like job, career, blah, blah, blah. And then these are like broader things. What is this fucking eyeball? But sometimes I feel like people have this mixed up sometimes. Like, I saw some people saying things like, I can't believe Destiny would ever say that. This is totally unacceptable about religion. But like Aiden was just like attacking him on like something personal. I'm like, in my mind, those are totally swapped. Like the things that are okay to attack and the things that aren't okay to attack. I don't know. I think the chatting means a lockout podcast with Boogie and Wings of Redemption. Oh, I'm good. Problem is that Aiden can't banter. The minute you make a minor joke, he will go full force against you because he isn't intelligent to make a comeback. Yeah, I noticed that too. I also think it's really funny. It happened with Trent as well. I also think it's really, really, really funny. I will say this about Trent. Not whether or not he crossed a line in response to my religious joke, but you can tell sometimes people are like itching at the bit to let one go, to let a certain type of insult go. And you can tell when they're really excited to do it. It's not like I pushed Aiden Rush, was like, fuck it, you know, okay, listen, yeah, fuck you. Didn't you just like fucking get the word? It's not like I had to push him there, right? He was like brimming the entire time with these jokes. He opened the podcast like asking me about it, you know, like he pivoted completely out of a topic. And you know what the sad thing is I'm not sure. I don't even know who, I don't even know if these were words that Aiden Ross was coming up with, or if Sneeko was like messaging him to, or if Sneeko was messaging him to like say these things to him. I'm not sure. Don't watch this live. Ukraine deputy detonates grenade in council meeting. Uh-oh. Oh, also, somebody linked it. This is like one of the most epic training montages of all time, bro. Rocky in the snow, dragging the sleds, push-ups with the wheelbarrow, whatever. Or not push-ups, I guess. Whatever the fuck this is. Legendary. Can you explain how Aiden insulting you personally warrants you insulting his friend? In my eyes, with the way that the boundaries are drawn, if you go after somebody who's like just recently got out of like a divorce or like a huge breakup for like a 5-year relationship, if you're going after somebody personally related to that, in my mind, that's basically like all bets are off. That's how I view it. Like, I'm going after your mom, your sister, whatever, literally basically anything I can get away with. It's not going to get me canceled at that point. That's where my mind is. Maybe that's inappropriate, or maybe I have a misunderstanding of the boundaries there or some shit. But that's basically like, as soon as like family and stuff is brought up, or partners or whatever, or children, like at that point I'm like, okay, yeah, if you want to play, let's do it. We can go anywhere you want from here. But I'm not drawing any borders at that point. I'm just looking for whatever I think is like the funniest shit to say. Wait, don't watch this on stream. Hold on.
Давай. 45 тисяч, 45 тисяч нараховується в голові. Умножайте мені на 14 місяців. Може бути добрий, може я. Ні, ну не помножте,
Some guy pulls out 2 grenades. Okay. Those were some grenades. Jesus. That was a J-Dam for sure. New Kanye meme. If it's music, I don't care. You were more insulting his choice of company than his friend. You don't even know who it is. Yeah, I wasn't even really going off on his friend. It was just funny. Like, I went to a mosque out of respect for a friend. No, you didn't. You did it because you're cucking out to your community. Because Islam is the new flavor of the week for you fucking losers.
No, none of y'all motherfuckers here with no Instagram, nobody living, nobody at, and I don't want to hear shit from none of these niggas, Jewish niggas talking about, oh, he's in an episode. Harley Pasternak followed me to the fucking hotel. The nigga killed Aaron Carter, and now they acting like they won't clear the Backstreet Boys sample. You get what I'm saying? Harley Pasternak, Pusha, your trainer. Harley Pasternak, Jay-Z. You get what I'm saying? And then niggas be hanging around these niggas just for the money or some Mike Rubin shit. I slap the shit out of Mike Rubin. I see that nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, fuck these niggas, bro. Fuck these niggas, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my Farrakhan Don shit right now, bro. Because guess what? These Yeezys gonna sell. They sabotaged the show today. They sabotaged the Instagram. They cut off the fucking Adidas contract. They did all the shit. Then they want to go get Light Skin Ye. You gotta understand. That's Jerry. His real name is Light Skin Ye, bro. Deadass, he told me that was his name. It's Light Skin Ye. They want the light skin version. They want a George Floyd. They want a Virgil. They don't let me speak at the funeral. I saw 2, 3, 4, 5 white people not let me speak at Virgil. None of y'all niggas. And Drake, nigga. Hey, hold on. Be quiet while I'm talking, baby. Drake, I love you. I'm gonna get the tattoo. But any of y'all niggas, Trav, Drake, whoever, y'all gotta show up. And don't tell me I'm talking crazy. Y'all nigga, I motherfucking Pharrell and me. Hey, come on. Me, Pharrell, we broke down this door. We all in this shit together. We all in this shit together. And we all dealing with a lot of... We all... And what I'm telling you, a lot of people had shit to say about my Jewish comments, but ain't nobody in this motherfucking room, and none of y'all entertaining niggas ever said nothing when I was praying to see my kids one of the last days, what's my nigga that got fucking, locked up for the Megan Stallion shit?
Oh, Tory.
Okay, look. So Tory Lanez called me. We were saying prayers. We were saying prayers on the phone together. And I prayed that day. And y'all saw that shit. And y'all saw when I couldn't see my kids, when I couldn't see Chicago too. All y'all niggas on Instagram got some shit to say. Y'all niggas saw this shit. Don't tell me about my fucking political opinion. I made more money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga. It's our country, nigga. It's I ain't stolen it from. It's just pyramids, nigga. It's pyramids in St. Louis, nigga, Missouri. They stole it. All this shit. America just the latest bitch that been ran through so many times.
Okay. 11 emails. Hold on.
Still on these streets, running and gunning. I'm just amazed. Doesn't get to you.
Watch your ass out there, okay? I'm gonna be fine. They love me in Beverly Hills.
Detective Foley, you ever read your own files? Shootouts, disturbing the peace, a lot.
Please tell me you didn't get arrested again. Twice, but I broke out.
Wait, was that Eddie Murphy? Wait, why does he look like he's still fucking 35 years old? Wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry, I just looked.
We put our lives on the line. Every day. And for what? Comes with the job if you're doing it right.
Yeah, bitch!
Jesus.
Axel.
So how many people have you pissed off so far?
I haven't pissed off anybody.
Yeah, 50-50. 50-50.
Is it that high?
So far. Yeah.
Wow.
Somebody linked me this and said these are good videos on relationships. Home math. I think we've watched one of these before, haven't we?
Okay, this is the new zones chart. It is replacing the old zones chart. This one is pretty much fully fleshed out.
Oh my God.
As usual, if you can find something that I missed, please let me know, but I think I got it all. This is a chart that is divided into the way that men categorize women and the way that women categorize men. Men have one set of values. Men add up what we think about your looks, your personality. We subtract how much availability you're giving to other men. And then here I drew a cabinet, which is the male version of the galaxy, because there are other things.
I love this email. There's nothing in the body. The title or the subject line is, if I see you, I'm going to kill you. Do not disrespect religion. The body's empty. And then the bottom's just sent from my iPhone. That's so fucking funny to me. I don't know why.
That can make women more and less valuable to men, but it's not very much. These many things can make a big difference, a big impact on how women like men, but over here it's not that big of an impact. So this is basically the way that men decide how much they value you. And then once we decide, from the best I can get to the worst I'll take, where we're gonna put you, you kind of end up in one of these boxes. And it can be pretty hard to leave. In order to do that, you would have to either improve your looks or your personality or get rid of the male attention that you have in your life. And you're not gonna really be able to do it with this. If this isn't cutting it for us, this is a big lesson that a lot of women need to learn. You can't overcome lack in this department by wearing a t-shirt that he likes or picking up a hobby that he likes. That's why it's a cabinet. It's very small. It makes a small impact. If your cabinet is perfect for the man that you want, it might give you half a point to a point. This is really most of it. Women, on the other hand, they have two sets of criteria that they evaluate men on. They have good guy stuff and bad boy stuff. And this is one of the reasons that there's so much confusion in our culture about what women want, because they say they want good guy things and then they actually go with men who have bad boy things, but the truth is they want both. And you don't have to choose. In our language, we say, I'm a good guy, or I'm a bad boy, or I'm good, or I'm bad, or this is, but really you can be both of these things. And in order to be both of these things, you have to maximize your physical attraction.
Keep in mind, there's something I feel very strongly about, and I've even argued with some women that disagree too, but I think I'm correct. I try to think of like more analogies or examples for this. When women say they want bad boys, they don't really. The bad boy has nothing to do with it. Women want all of the people that have like the hyper pro-social and independent traits that go along with being a bad boy. So for instance, usually bad boys are people that are somewhat edgy. Usually they're pretty charismatic. They tend to be pretty strong. They are very independent. They tend to be ambitious. Like these are the traits that we associate with bad boy. If you think of like, because if I showed you like some, 120-pound skinny dude that sat in his apartment but sells weed, right? Or even coke, like no girl's saying like, God, he's such a bad boy. You don't really care about the bad boy thing at all. You just care about the traits that tend to be associated with bad boys, which you can also find in like ambitious business guys, or people that do, that do really well in certain career paths, or, just guys that have like a certain selection of traits. Bad boy stuff is not really anything. It's the proxy for other traits that I think are really, that tend to be with like that bad boy figure. Yeah.
Activeness, face, body, height, voice, all the things that you can do, lose weight, get muscle, maximize it, and maximize your masculinity. Dominance, power, confidence, smoothness, which is, I'll explain.
Oh yeah, true, sure.
That later. Smoothness is basically how well you understand women. If you can approach a woman and you know what it is that she responds to, she's gonna go, oh, you understand women. You're smooth. That requires some more unpacking. And women also respond to dark triad traits. This is a big difference between men and women. Men do not need women to have any evil stuff, any bad boy stuff. We don't need bad girls. Some guys like bad girls, but that's a personality thing. Men in general don't need girls to be bad. Women need men to be at least somewhat bad. You gotta be dangerous. You have to have the ability to be dangerous, not necessarily.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's not really you have to be these things. Sometimes it's more like the capacity is what's, yeah.
Necessarily go to jail, but you have to be capable of it. And that will boost your bad boy score. which is what you really want. It's better to be all bad and no good than it is to be all good and no bad, because then you end up in the friend zone. So both of these speech and thought bubbles are arranged the same way. The higher up you go, the more it is based in love, which is supportive, public, monogamous, and emotional. And the farther down you go, the less love there's going to be, and the more lust, which is going to be opportunistic, secret, multiple partners at many times, and impulsive. So, of course, a man is going to have lust for a keeper. Of course he is, because that means that he likes the way she looks. But he's going to have a lot of love for her. Way down here, he's going to have no love at all, and it's going to be entirely a lust-based relationship. Sleepers in the middle, where we have what women call situationships, that's where there's some level of emotional connection, but it's not really enough to be the one and only. You're kind of in a middle zone, and the man will say things like, I don't know where I'm gonna be in 3 weeks, you know, like I don't know.
Okay, all right, we're good. Done with all my shit. Caught up. I feel like you have to have an unhinged view on relationships to make/view content like that. Wait, what this guy just said? Hey, random question. You talked about you fixed all the toxic friend groups/relationships. How come someone like Anna is back in? Isn't it a little risky to have her back in the community? She's been dating a guy and she's been chill for a year. She asked to go to bed in chat. I was like, okay, knock this about. I don't know. She seems fine. She gets unhinged. You just ban her again. Would you say you're done with the Scuff podcast? No, I don't think so. I don't necessarily mind going on. I don't think I would go with Aiden again, though. I don't think I would ever associate with that guy again. His community is way too fucking unhinged.
Bro,
this is TOS?
On some pagan shit. I'm on some assalamu alaikum shit. Cover your hair, that's sacred, bitch. Cover your ankles, you naked witch. Panties all wet, I get it leaking. Go cronk on the pussy, I get it squeaking. I shove it in. Balls swollen like Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend. Back shots, Jessica Rabbit. Neck shots, Ashley Babbitt. Call me Kobe, I never miss. Accidentally rape a bitch. Blackface, you can't handle this pussy. I scrambled that pussy, dismantled that pussy. Try this, Scott, I'll treble that pussy like a trans nigga. I'll cancel that pussy. Shake your pussy flaps.
Is this Max's voice through like an AI thing, or is this just like...
Shake your pussy flaps.
I think so.
I'ma fuck your mom and touch your sister. Have your whole family playing Twister. Right hand red, left foot blue. Black dick pink, nigga, what's your move? They say I'm ass, they call me cancer. Damn, I guess I'm Black Panther. Skinny nigga looking like a bag of antlers with a dick fatter than a Lizzo backup dancer. Who pork chops on
Wait, this isn't Max? I don't think it is.
Says stay off the blondes, but I like them white like Obama's palms. Smacking at beats like Donkey Kong. She don't see color. Well, I do, bitch. That's why your white ass is on my dick. The pussy crazy. Amber Heard. I'm your slave, Flappy Bird. Shake your pussy flaps.
Sounds like an AI trained on his voice.
Shake your pussy flap.
Gotcha. We sell followers. Wow. I think it's a collab. Gotcha. If you do MDMA like 2 nights in a row, does it lessen the high? I don't know, actually. I can't say for sure. I know, like, for mushrooms and LSD, absolutely. I think in general, I'm about to make a generalization that I don't know is true. I think things that hit your serotonin, I think generally need a lot of prep time in between. There's a receptor for that SSRIs hit. the 5-HT1A and 5-HT2A receptors. I think these ones that get hit by mushrooms, LSD, and SSRIs. I think these ones take a while to recover. I don't know about, and MDMA does hit your serotonin receptors. I don't know about like dopamine and norepinephrine, which I think MDMA also hits. Let me check. I'll turn my AC on. I need to do a stream where I also get all the we just look up like opiates and shit now too, just so I know. You thought about playing League while high, like on my amphetamines or like with the weed? I played while like smoking before. It doesn't help much. I wonder, one of the big things for people with ADHD, I started thinking about this and then I stopped myself immediately because it's not a good route to go down. One of the big things for ADHD is your impulsivity and your inability to kind of like delay reward, like if things don't have a big reward scheme. I wonder if that factored into my play style at all for League, like the desire to like tower dive and do like big plays and shit. I wonder if on my medication, maybe I would be a monster. Maybe we would just be farming. Listen guys, 100 CS, 10 minutes this game, 220 by 20 minutes, okay? We're not doing that. It's a substituted amphetamine structurally and a monoamine releasing agent mechanistically. Like other monoamine releasing agents, MDMA enters aminergic neurons through monoamine transporters. And we use a high affinity for dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin transporters with some preference for the latter. The methyl indioxy substitution provides the serotonergic activity. As most other amphetamines, show negligible affinity for the serotonin transporter. Jesus. Oh god, I almost brought that up. But I was also trying to chill a little because I felt bad for Train. When people were talking about like, would you guys fight, who would win in a fight? I was gonna say I wouldn't want to risk fighting Aiden because what if I accidentally kill him and now I'm being haunted by him and the ghosts of like the 35 different aborted babies that he had? That would have been, I had that one ready to go, but he wasn't saying anything and I didn't want to keep like digging in on him when he'd already muted his mic and was like freaking the fuck out. I felt like it would have made me look like a bully, so. Albania to Monaco. Do I remember any of the countries or have we lost them all? Albania to Serbia? I'm trying to think of what we had go through. We're almost for sure going through Croatia and Slovenia, right? Yep. And Slovenia.
Oh.
What? What do you want?
Oh, is it a good time to jump in?
Yeah. How you doing?
Can I help you with the geography thing?
Well, that would kind of defeat the purpose of me doing it, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Croatia. Oh god, I'm forgetting the names of these countries. Croatia surrounds a big country right here. It's Albania. There's like Greece, North Macedonia.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yeah, you cheated me. Okay, fuck you. You're right. It was
Sorry.
Bosnia. Yeah. I wonder if this is the connector. It's got to be this.
Do you know about Sporkle.com?
I've heard of it.
It's a quiz website. There's all kinds, but I especially like the history and geography ones. I've learned a lot of geography using that, and also U.S. history, incidentally.
Yeah.
I always do the list of U.S. presidents by order.
Oh yeah, I definitely
Just
don't know
to-
that. Not even close.
Just to refresh.
What is the country in here? I'm totally missing it. Okay, fuck you. Help me.
Montenegro, Kosovo, Serbia.
It's Montenegro. That was the one. Oh, but that wasn't even the connector. Wait, what the fuck? Croatia.
Yeah, there are two connectors, Kosovo and Montenegro, between Albania and the rest of them.
Oh wait, Serbia was my. Or wait, I'm so confused. Okay, whatever.
No, you need to reach Monaco, so you need to go through Italy.
Oh yeah, but I put Montenegro and it said it's in red, which means that wasn't a correct answer. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, now I understand with hindsight why during December 1st, etc., you weren't that much available. My condolences for what it's worth.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, I was fighting with all that shit in the background. That's why I kept like pushing and scheduling. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you strike me as a pretty resilient guy, so you don't need my condolences anyway. But yeah, I know it must be tough going through that.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot. How's it going?
Fine. I'm kind of interestingly, perhaps you'd be interested in this. I'm preparing a negotiation simulation for a master's I'm teaching in. I'll have students negotiate as if they were delegations, so representing states.
Okay.
On an international treaty regarding the international recognition of governments. So not states, but governments. Meaning, you remember when the whole thing with Venezuela was going on, with most of the West recognizing Juan Guaido as the legitimate president, and Nicolás Maduro being in de facto control of Venezuela, and then there being a lot of legal issues regarding that. So, for instance, the Venezuela had gold stored in the Bank of England, and then the Bank of England said, well, but the government of Venezuela, as per the British government, is Juan Guaido. So you, Maduro, cannot take the gold because you are not the government of Venezuela.
Sure. Real quick, just so I understand terms 100% correctly. Maduro wasn't the de facto president. Wasn't he the actual president? Because they changed their constitution and he won the election and everything?
Well, it was disputed. So
it was disputed.
There were...
I'm sorry. Wait, actually, forget everything I just said. Just dump all that. Sorry. I'm thinking of Evo Morales. I mix up Bolivia and Venezuela shit a lot. Forget I even said that. Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, no. There was the National Assembly of Venezuela, which is the legislative power, appointed Juan Guaido as the president at the same time that Maduro created a separate legislative assembly in order to frame a new constitution. And he said the former parliament was outside of their powers to appoint a new pro tempore president or whatever.
Okay.
And the West sided with the assembly, but Maduro was still in control of Venezuela, as he is today. So the thing is, there are a lot of legal issues regarding when there's a dispute like this. Some states say the legitimate government is one or the other, or in the context of a civil war or a secessionist movement or whatever. What happens with the property of the state abroad? What happens with legal documents issued by the government? So, for instance, if the Maduro government issued, an exporting license or a marriage certificate or whatever, would the Western countries that do not recognize Maduro as the legitimate government recognize that legal document as, before their courts as a valid legal document or not? So a bunch of issues regarding that.
Gotcha.
So I'm having them negotiate to solve those issues.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
So they're negotiating between who and who? Between between Maduro's government and another government bilaterally, or in front of like a world court, or in front of like a coalition of countries, or what?
No, they're negotiating, simulating they are countries in the world. Ideally, I would have the 197 or whatever states on Earth, but I only have 35 students to work with, so it's going to be a subset of states negotiating on an international convention to solve all of these issues moving forward for the whole of the world. So even harder than that, like
so
more abstract.
They're negotiating on behalf of a particular country, or just to set a new standard in the world, basically?
Yes. So as states, they're negotiating a treaty to set a new standard. So moving forward, we agree that the property of a government that has been recognized by 2/3 of states will be recognized by everyone, every state, even if you're not in the 2/3, even if you're in the minority who thinks this is not the government, you will make this property available to the international recognized government, even if you don't.
I feel like, let me restate one more time just so I can make sure I understand your question. So you're saying that in some governments, sometimes there will be unofficial people, there will be unofficial de facto rulers, but even in these cases of awkward transition, there's still some things that we want to recognize, even if these documents are created by what we consider to be illegitimate governments. For instance, things like passports, things like birth certificates, maybe vital health records, stuff like that. So you're asking, like, how can we have recognition of these things even in a case where the government is transient or de facto?
Yes, kind of. That's one problem with it. So essentially, you've got a government that usually has some control over the territory. So imagine the context of a civil war, right? There are multiple governments. Or there's a government in exile, quote unquote, like the Juan Guaido government. Or there's a government that is a government of a failed state and in reality does not control territory, right? Those governments are constantly issuing legal documents, as you said, but also have property abroad. But also, there's an issue, like, for instance, if there was the U.S. embassy in Venezuela does not recognize the Maduro government. So what does the U.S. embassy in Venezuela do? And are they accredited to a government that is not there? So a bunch of issues. And they should agree on what happens. Like, what is the weight that is to be given to the de facto control of the territory vis-a-vis foreign government say this other government that perhaps does not have full control of the territory is the legitimate one according to the law, right? So what is the way to the facts on the ground vis-a-vis the legitimacy, be international or...
I guess I feel like I feel like the goal would be to leverage some, I'm going to say this in huge quotation marks, some apolitical system to kind of like enforce some kind of standard. So for instance, maybe your membership to the SWIFT international banking system is like contingent upon you producing some standardized form of documentation relating to this stuff. So even if you are a territory under civil war, or even if you are a territory that is engaged in or in going through like leadership transition or civil war, like if you want to maintain access to like these international banking systems or international currency controls or international, like being able to buy or trade like or hold USD or whatever, or buy US bonds or buy bonds from other countries, maybe there's some form of like you have to at least adhere to these types of processes to do it, I guess, maybe. I don't know, that would be, right. And then if you're then like holding territory that is like being disputed or in civil war, at the very least, you're going to appeal to some international standard, go, okay, we understand we're not recognized as leaderships, blah, 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 but we should at least be able to have people immigrate or do trade or print passports because we're at least adhering to these like standards that have been set for these types of occupied territories, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, one solution is multilateral for sure. Like you have the UN or the whatever other international organization decide that. But the problem is states will most likely want some kind of degree of freedom when it comes to saying what I consider to be a legitimate government or not, and deciding what type of relationship they want to have with both governments. So even if there is a decision taken in whatever, in the General Assembly, let's say, what happens with the minority states, the states that did not vote for that resolution in which one government is recognized?
Okay.
I mean, I understand, and it's the effectiveness to what you're saying is clear, right? If there is a multilateral decision, and behind that multilateral decision there is a bunch of trade and financial and other areas of the international system that you cannot access without that, or that you can only access with that resolution, the effectiveness of that is clear. But there will be other states, like for instance, imagine the US says, yeah, fuck the UN General Assembly, the legitimate government of Venezuela is Juan Guaido, so I am not gonna recognize Maduro's shit. So
so what do you think is the answer then, or what do you think, what would you want your students to push towards, I guess?
Well, I've put before them a draft treaty, which is what I would like. If I had a magic wand and the states had given me full powers, I would do that, and we would see if what they do, because they have to pretend like they are one. I'm gonna have them play the Taliban's, and the other is gonna be Amnesty International without the vote and stuff like. It's gonna be a lot. But my draft treaty, what it does is it kind of establishes a tiered system. I created a new thing called an internationally recognized government, which is essentially multilaterally decided.
You're creating a new international government that is opposite or not just the U.S.
No, a new legal category, which means in cases where there's a dispute as to who is the government as per the international community of a state, an internationally recognized government is either A, broadly recognized by the state of the world, and this broadly I leave it ambiguous deliberately because in some instances a number of recognitions will be more than others because it's not either recognition or non-recognition. There are silences and abstentions and stuff.
And like Taiwan, I guess, right?
Yeah, I leave that for the World Court to decide whether it's sufficiently or not, or B, multilaterally decided in the context of the General Assembly and Security Council. Right. So this is kind of a protected category. If the world, most of the world, either the first path or the second path says this is the international recognized government, then if you're in the minority, you gotta shut up. You gotta give the state their goods and their goods, I mean their assets abroad that you control, and B, you gotta recognize at least a part of their legal documents or legal acts. So everything that has to do with private law, for instance, that is designed to protect like companies, their investments, people and their wills and their marriage certificates and stuff. So to protect people who don't have anything to do with that political situation. Then there's a second category, which is there's a issue. We don't have this consensus.
Okay.
And in this category, only very, very basic legal documents are protected. Those that have to do with basic human rights. Like, for instance, if you want to apply for asylum, and one of the requirements to apply for asylum is a valid birth certificate, well, everyone has to recognize that legal birth certificate. If it's from a government, even if it's from an unrecognized government, if it functions like a government, so if it has the legal characteristics that a government has and controls the territory and more or less can develop the typical actions, the typical authority that the government does, then you got to recognize that. But beyond that, you're kind of free to do A or B, more or less, with caveats.
Yeah.
And then there are two prohibitions. You must not recognize governments in exile that are not internationally recognized governments. So if there's no consensus, you cannot recognize a government that is just abroad and does not control anything, even if it has some claim to legitimacy. So it's a pro. Whoever controls the territory.
Whoever is like actually on the ground administering, basically, right?
Exactly, because otherwise, I mean, this can be unfair for sure, because perhaps the government in exile is the democratically chosen, etc., legitimate, and the other are killers or coup d'etat, military junta, whatever. But that has several advantages when it comes to legal certainty, right? So if you control the full of the territory, what use is there to create a fiction that is not a government, but it's kind of what is it, like a mafia that controls part of the ground, and the other government is in Miami or whatever. And then there's a second prohibition, which is if the UN Security Council can prohibit states from recognizing a government, which has already happened actually in 2 instances in history. The UN Security Council said you must not recognize this government and or this state. In the case of South Rhodesia, for instance.
Sure. I think the only thing that would make me worried, and this seems to come up a lot, is like I feel like sometimes these are good principles. I say principles in quotes because it seems like anytime ultra highly contentious issues come up, people are going to break and bend, or bend and break things based on the affiliations going on. Like, let's say that we implemented this thing, but let's say that it was the case that, I don't think this is the case, but let's say it was the case that China was responsible for printing and administering to Taiwan for all of their shit, and then Taiwan is like, well, we're going to run our own shit now. Imagine China saying to other countries that it trades with, hey, listen, you're not actually going to recognize the Taiwanese government or any of their birth certificates or passports. We run that, and if you do, we're not going to trade with you, so good luck. I feel like that would be an issue you might run into in terms of the enforceability of like a treaty like that, if certain countries have like high political motivation not to engage with it. Like, it would just be something where people would follow it whenever they'd follow it anyway, but if like push came to shove, I don't know if this treaty is forcing anybody to follow it if they wouldn't have already, you know? Or what would your response be to that?
My response is, first, the fact that this treaty does not exist today tells you something about the fact that it probably wouldn't gather much support from at least the big players, right? Because they want to retain full freedom when it comes to either recognizing or not recognizing, or perhaps not recognizing temporarily as a pressure measure. Like, for instance, today in Niger, the U.S. government has this calculated ambiguous position where they say, are you aware of this more or less situation in there?
I have no idea. Niger? I just know it's above Nigeria to the west of Chad because I memorized it on the map. I don't know anything about what goes on in that.
No, it's north of Niger. It's Niger. Otherwise, it's careful how you pronounce it. You know.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't know what Niger is. I thought that was just your accent. My bad. I have no idea then. Okay, tell me.
Yeah, you pronounce it like a French would. Otherwise, it sounds very bad. So there was the international recognized government, which was an ally of France, etc. And then there was a military junta which essentially took the government and put them in jail and proclaimed themselves as the provisional government, military government. No one has recognized them. And when you ask the U.S., which every week the U.S. Press secretary has these or every day has these briefings, and the journalists ask him or her right now, I guess, every day, do we recognize the current government in Niger? And they say, well, we are not saying yes or no, but we are not fully engaging them like the official government until there is an election which is called. So essentially they are not denying, but they're withholding recognition for that government until something happens which they want to happen, which is democratic election or whatever.
Sure.
So if you have, like, imagine most states in the world recognize this military government, and the US said, well, I still want to pressure this government to do A, B, or C elections or civilian having power. Well, now certain measures of pressure I cannot exert on them, because this treaty
is going to take that away.
Yeah. I mean, I can still politically make an assertion like, I do not recognize the political legitimacy of this government, but legally, you'd be constraining your own ability to, withholding recognition.
Sure.
So that's the first. And for second, what you were saying in the case of China, well, but this kind of already happens, right? Which is China using their economic and political power to force third states to engage or not with Taiwan in a certain manner. But that's kind of all informal. That they're not using international law for that. They're using, investments and trade and stuff. So that kind of already happens. What we're talking about is kind of protecting a small measure of legal acts which have to do with human rights of individual persons, and improving legal certainty. So legal certainty in the case of governments in exile, which do not control territories. It's a fiction, like the Guaido government. And second, governments which almost everyone in the world recognizes. So having everyone recognize some of their legal acts. So it's about everyone knowing, okay, if almost everyone recognizes you, you should recognize them as well.
Sure. Yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with it. Obviously, it's just a matter of like how enforceable is it or whatever.
Yeah, I'm kind of foreseeing students to do their work well, investigate their own state's position well, and then to boycott the treaty as it would happen in reality, because they're students, they're motivated to reach some kind of consensus. But if they I will be very happy if they kind of get up the table and say, we won't negotiate this. This is against our interests, and there's no treaty.
Nice.
They will continue.
Did you give them the option of that, or are you just hoping some of them like stumble into that on their own?
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
I'm
wait.
say,
Yes, exactly. Hold on, wait. That was an either or. Did you give them the option to reject it fully, or are you hoping that some of them might like come to that? Yeah.
I haven't foreseen explicitly this possibility, but I haven't forbid it. Like, I didn't say you must reach a treaty that everyone ratifies, etc. I said you must negotiate and you must be faithful to your own state's position. So if the U.S. delegate and the Chinese delegate and the Russian delegate say, yeah, fuck this, I'm not negotiating this, or this is unacceptable, I will be secretly very happy. Although there will be this disappointed, like, hey, what about the negotiations? You know.
Okay. Damn.
Is there anything that piqued your interest regarding the Gaza thing since we talked?
That piqued my interest about the Gaza thing since we talked. Not really, no.
Regarding international law, man.
No, I kind of like international law is kind of like ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I mean, I've made it my life's work now, but I kind of agree. We could talk history. I'm a big history buff as well.
Well, here's a question. Actually, do you know who Benny Morris is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah,
the Israeli historian.
Yeah, if you want, I'm chatting with him in like 30 minutes. Yeah, if you have any questions that you thought would be fun to ask him, you can throw me some. I'm probably going to be arguing a lot of the pro-Palestinian side. I'm just curious to hear some of his responses to it. So if you can think of any questions.
Yeah, I'm assuming you've done your research on him and you've read the whole controversy about because he's big into the historical narrative regarding the 48 war.
Yeah.
And what is the degree of coercion or violence that was exerted on Palestinians at the time when they were either expelled or they run from their homes, aka the Nakba. I think I've heard him say things that seem very on their face contradictory, but perhaps he has kind of a very nuanced approach that manages to conciliate them both. One is he is kind of the most in the camp of Israeli historians, which are not outright pro-Palestinian as some are. He's not. But he's the most pro-Palestinian of the non-pro-Palestinian historians, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
So one of the things he does is he recognizes a bunch more, let's say, uses of force or violence or atrocities by the Israeli army, by the IDF during the 48 war, which I don't know if he used the word ethnic cleansing, but it would amount to that if you follow his narrative. Again, I haven't read his books. I have read of him, so this might be not accurate, but that's my impression. And then on the other hand, I've seen in some interviews him say something on the lines of, but I'm for it. Right?
That I'm for what? The Israeli ethnic cleansing? Or?
Yes, perhaps not with those words, but
sure, yeah.
Essentially saying, well, that happened, and not only that happened like in a very descriptive, cold manner, but this happened and it was bad as a historian. But then when he gives interviews and he speaks more on his political opinions, he essentially agrees that was either a necessity or that agrees with his own political project as a perhaps soft Zionist. So I've never seen exactly. I feel it's very interesting how, if at all, these two positions go together. Perhaps I have misunderstood one of them, or both of them. But what is this political project that is so valuable that deserves this kind of atrocities that he himself has described happened? Or B, what is the alternative that would have happened? That these atrocities are least worse or less worse than the alternative. Is the alternative, in his estimation, a second genocide of the Jews in 48, or is the political project of Zionism valuable enough in his eyes to justify that, and there was no alternative, etc. I mean, this I think has to do with his description as a historian, A, and B, his opinions as a I'm guessing soft Zionist. And I'm not using the word Zionist here the way pro-Palestinian activists use it. I think Zionism is a movement that is not like synonymous with evil.
Yeah, it just is a thing, right? Do they deserve a state or not, right? Sure.
Exactly. And a state there and a state there in those circumstances, etc., which is, it gets weird.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen, I've seen someone, I don't remember whom, making a three-pronged distinction of Zionism. Like from least commitments you have to buy in to be a Zionist to more commitments. The more commitments being a mix between political and religious Zionism. That has to do with Messianism, the third temple, the construction of the third temple, etc. And the first one just being, we Jews want a state, but not necessarily a Jewish state, but we want a state where we can be not persecuted. Are you familiar with that?
The difference between like religious and secular Zionism, or?
No. I don't remember the names of it, but there was three types of Zionism. The first one being secular, and we want a state, but not necessarily a exclusively Jewish state. We just want a state that we are not persecuted in. Also, I believe the first Zionists in the late 19th century were not in agreement as to whether Palestine or Israel should be the place.
Yeah, they argued for other places, I think, in Africa as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, as the Nazis did, by the way.
Sure.
Yeah. Have you seen? There's a very interesting movie. If you have time to see it, perhaps not on stream. It's an 80s German movie about the Wannsee Conference.
I have not, no.
It's about the Wannsee Conference was. I mean, I'm delving off topic here, but it's the 1942 meeting among high-ranking Nazi officials, both civil, military, SS, and everything else, in which they kind of coordinated to establish the authority for the execution of the final solution.
Okay.
And the documents, the minutes for the Wannsee Conference was one of the documents that were used in the context of the Nuremberg trials to. So the movie, the Wannsee Conference from the 80s, I think they did a remake recently. Super interesting to see kind of the psychology of different kind of elements inside of the Nazi structure, etc. Not so much like it's a good movie because it's a very historically grounded movie, because they reproduce things that if you go to the minutes, which are very boring, happened exactly. Like there was a moment in which Eichmann said, "Do not write this down," and she scrapped it, the secretary, etc. So it's very accurate and super interesting. If anyone is interested, someone is asking in chat, what is it called? Das Wannsee Konferenz. If you look the Wannsee, WANSEE conference in YouTube, it's up on YouTube. Super interesting. But yeah, anyway, That was a digression.
Yeah, you're good. Any other questions you would ask him? I'm going to work on this for like the next 10 minutes just before I chat with him for things I want to cover. But
yeah. So for Benny Morris, I think, is it true that in different interviews that I've seen of him along the years, he has moved further and further into a more kind of radical pro-Israel position and less conciliatory with Palestinians? Although he has not renounced his kind of historical takes, politically it seems like he has moved to more pro-Israeli. Although I think you watched on stream his quote-unquote debate with Finkelstein. It wasn't a debate, it was a screaming match, but it was kind of frustrating because there was potential for a bunch of interesting debate there if there had been more time and if Finkelstein didn't scream all over him.
I think that I heard people say that the second Intifada like pushed him really far. I don't want to say to the radical right or pro-Zionist, but that like it made him reconsider a bit, like who's pushing for peace or like what's possible even between us. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I have this. Perhaps you agree with me.
Mhm.
I feel like every time the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is debated, when you move on from whatever current outbreak of violence there is, it always comes back to the historical discussion, and in the historical discussion, it always comes back to 48. Do you feel like that's the case? Like, whether the whole thing, at least the let's say moral or political case from an outsider's perspective on who's in the right or not, hinges on 48 and whether who did what and who was justified to do what, and then everything else kind of streams out of that, or
I think people tend to start their arguments with wherever they feel like the other side doesn't know the argument. I wish that I could
yeah, but I mean, among good faith.
I wish I could find that. I'm sorry, that's what I was gonna say. Like, this sounds really mean and super biased, and I don't mean to sound that way, but I haven't been able to find a single sane pro-Palestinian voice. And it seems like for a lot of the pro-Palestinian debaters, they're just going to start wherever they feel like you have the least ground. So they'll start with the 48 Nakba, and then if you know anything about like that War of Independence or all the Arab fighters, countries that were involved in that, or anything prior to that, then they won't want to start there. They'll want to start somewhere different. They'll start with the British Mandate. If they don't know anything about the mandatory period or how other countries, like they'll start somewhere. Like, it just seems like people just want to start wherever they feel like you don't have as strong a ground to fight. Because
I agree. But what would you find as pro-Palestinian? Because I have kind of I would say a moderate pro-Palestinian take. If you want to debate with me, I think I can be a pretty good faith.
I mean, are you in favor of a one-state or two-state solution?
Two-state.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about then. I feel like today, the
course,
pro-Palestinian voices today on the internet are like, from the river to the sea, like one state will of just the new state of whatever gets created, and everybody has equal rights and infinite right of return. So 6 million Palestinians are going to move back and blah 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 like that.
But dude, like, you're talking to the loonies and expecting them to be good.
That's not the loonies. That seems like almost like the borderline mainstream pro-Palestine. Like, give me a big pro-Palestinian voice, at least on like social media, that's like making the rounds anywhere. Like, who are these people? Where are they?
I don't know. I feel like here where I am, most of the public opinion is pro-Palestinian, and when you see activists or professors go on, talk shows or in the TV or write in newspapers, they almost invariably are in favor of a two-state solution with varying degrees of what the two-state solution would look like.
Sure.
I don't think there's anyone aside from perhaps some Muslim organizations or some radical leftists would for sure argue for that, and some people chant the from the river to the sea thing without knowing what it means. But I feel like it's quite different here, perhaps. So perhaps our visions of what a pro-Palestinian position is vary. I would say like 67 borders plus assurances of security for Israel, plus some degree of, of course, land swaps, but also some degree of reparation for people who can prove injuries arising from the occupation, plus a revision of many of the...
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I just noticed my Zoom call with him just started, so I gotta bounce real fast. So.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Hello. Have fun.
I love you. Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, hello.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing? Just giving you a heads up, because I broadcast everything live on my end, just letting you know that I'm live.
Okay.
Yeah. How are you doing today? Real quick, do you want to introduce yourself to everybody? I can hear you loud and clear. Can you see and hear me? Is everything okay?
Yeah, I can see you well.
Mm-hmm.
You look fine.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Your hair is a bit messed up.
This is my hair. It's what we do in Miami. Okay, don't judge me. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Real quick, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody? So in case people are looking for you, if you want to plug a book or social media where you want people to find you, or what you want people to know about you, real quick.
Shall I say something?
Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah.
I don't know. My name's Benny Morris, and I'm speaking from Israel, and I'm an historian.
All right, awesome. Well, I don't know how much my the one that set this call up, did she tell you much about exactly who I am or what the talk will be about, or do you want me to run through that for like a minute, or?
Yeah. Tell me.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so basically, I'm an asshole online. I debate politics and scream at people over stuff. And I'm sure, as you're aware, the entire world has a very big interest in the conflict in Israel and Palestine, because you can basically read any narrative you want into it. So this is a topic that I've done a little bit of reading on in the course of like 2 to 3 weeks to just try to get like a more comprehensive opinion on what's going on. And obviously the you know, you and I think 3 other people are brought up a lot as like the new Israeli historians and people that kind of are talking about, trying to contextualize like the history of Israel without taking like a super pro-Zionist standpoint while still being factually accurate and everything else. And basically, in the course of my research, when I initially started reading, I kind of was on the I was a little bit like pro-Israeli, with some caveats for some things that we'll get into. And then as I did more and more reading, I feel like I've come out, unfortunately, or not, maybe not unfortunately, I'm very, very, very pro-Israeli. So I know that you have like a better take on, or you've got more information on a lot of these questions historically. And I super wanted to drill down into your knowledge for some of these historical topics, because I'm so curious what you feel the answers are, especially as I've seen you kind of like grow and change in response to different events in terms of how you feel. And broadly speaking, I just want to basically just mine your brain for information, and then you can tell me what you think about things. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm no longer. I don't think I really can be called a new historian because I'm 75 years old.
Okay.
But I still remember some of the history. So pick my brain as much as you like.
Gotcha. Okay. So here's huge questions that I notice are like very, very, very contentious, and they come up a lot. And I'm kind of curious what you feel about these. So the first one is obviously the Nakba, the 47 to 49 Civil War, the 48 War of Independence. Do you think that the goal of Ben-Gurion and all the Israelis there that created the state of Israel, do you think the goal was always to expel all of the Arabs? Do you think that was from day one, they were like, this is never going to work with any Arabs in this country. We need to get rid of all of them. And the War of Independence was just a really good reason to do it? Or do you think that was more just a response to all of the surrounding Arab states deciding to go to war with Israel when they declared independence? I'm curious.
Okay, the Arab narrative about that, on that point, since 1948, has been that the Zionist movement, led by Ben-Gurion at the time, always intended to expel the Arabs. And what happened in 48 followed from their ideology and their intentions and policy. That's the Arab narrative.
Yeah.
My research in the 1980s, and I wrote the book about it, The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, based on American, Israeli, English, United Nations documentation, etc., showed that there wasn't this intention. This wasn't the intention of the Zionist movement when it entered the war. There had been thinking, and this is a caveat, there had been thinking in the years before, during the 30s and 40s, there had been some thinking by Zionist leaders about the possibility or even the need of transferring, or you could say expelling, some Arabs or all Arabs from the area of the Jewish state to be, before the state came into existence, before the War of 48 broke out. But this was always in the realm of thinking, imagination, what we would like to happen, but never translated into policy or ideology or party platforms. So it was sort of in the air, the idea that, well, the Arabs don't really want us here. They won't be loyal citizens if they live in the area which becomes the Jewish state. They won't be loyal to the Jewish state. They would try and subvert the Jewish state or destroy it. So perhaps it's better, and also we need more room, more land, more space for incoming Jewish immigrants. Jews were being persecuted. The Holocaust was about to happen. So this was the thinking, incidentally, also by the British officials who controlled Palestine. They sent a commission of investigation, the
Peel Commission?
Yeah. The Peel Commission in 36 and 37, it came out with its report, How to Solve the Palestine Problem. And they said the two peoples must be separated. You have to have a Jewish state and an Arab state next to it. In other words, partition. But the Arabs should be moved, transferred from the Jewish state out to the Arab state. Otherwise, they will subvert the Jewish state. There won't be any stability in this arrangement unless there is a movement of population. So the Zionist leaders who heard this said, yes, this makes sense, which it did make sense. demographic sense, security sense, and so on. But it never turned into Israeli policy, that is Zionist, pre-Israel policy. It never became policy, and the Zionist establishment which entered the war at the end of 1947, that is, the Arabs began the war. The Arabs of Palestine attacked the Jews after rejecting the United Nations General Assembly plan. They didn't enter the war with a mindset of expelling the Arabs. We know that because during the first months of the war, December 47, January, February, March 48, they were still thinking in terms of planning the future Jewish state with an Arab minority, a large Arab minority in place. There was no talk about transfer or expulsion. Starting in April 48, they began to think about transfer and actually expel Arabs. That is, this is 4 months after the Arabs began to attack the Zionist enterprise. 4 months into the civil war.
When you bring up, just real quick on that, because you bring up, no, don't apologize. No, I'm just questions as you say this. So you bring up April in 48. A lot of the people that talk about Al-Nakba, so the dumb thing they'll say is the Jewish people basically destroyed all the Arab villages and kicked them out. And then obviously a slightly more advanced take on that as well. They didn't actually destroy all of them. I think they forcibly expelled, it might have been 100,000, and then the other 600,000 just left in response to violence. When you look at, because April I think was the Deir Yassin massacre, when you look at that event and then you look at the Arabs fleeing the villages, do you think they had good reason to run? Or do you think the idea that Jews were going to just destroy, or Israelis, I don't like to say Jews, I guess, Israelis were going to destroy all of their villages, do you think that was unfounded? Or what do you think about when people talk about that 700,000 number of Arabs that fled? Did they need to, or were they looking at actual potential violence from the newly created Israeli state?
Well, I'll tell you, most people, when they get caught up in war, that is, the war reaches their doorstep, shells are beginning to fly over their heads, infantry units are about to assault their village, they do begin to run. This is what happens to people in war. Millions of people fled Paris in 1940 as the German army advanced on Paris. This is how people behave when they are about to be threatened by the tread of tanks and the shelling and whatever happens in wartime when you're caught up in it.
Okay.
But I would put it a bit stronger than that. There were, as you say, you mentioned, there was the Deir Yassin massacre. There were other massacres which are often not talked about, but there were other places where there was violence against Arab inhabitants. There was also Arab massacres of Jews, but the Jews had nowhere to flee to, and they didn't flee, and they were more steadfast. The Arabs had somewhere to flee to. They could flee from the coastal plain to the West Bank, what's called the West Bank, or from the coastal plain to the Gaza Strip, the area which is today engulfed in war, or they could flee to Jordan or Syria. They had somewhere to go to, in the hope, of course, that they would be coming back. Nobody thought they were going forever into exile. They thought they were leaving their homes, which were embattled, and they would come back when the Arabs won, or the United Nations would bring them back, etc. But there were Jewish atrocities, and the Arabs broadcast these after Deir Yassin, exaggerated what happened there and so on, and this certainly subverted the staying power and the confidence of the Arabs in other villages who said, well, if this is what the Jews do when they conquer your village, let's get out of here. So the atrocity factor was important here.
Gotcha.
And there were expulsions in the course of the war. If we're talking about the whole war, that is the civil war part between the two communities in Palestine, the Jews and the Arabs of Palestine, which was followed by the Arab States Army's invasion of Palestine, which is the conventional half of the war. There were expulsions of certain populations, certain inhabitants in certain towns and villages during the war. I wouldn't say that they accounted for more than 10, 15% of the 700,000 who ultimately became refugees. I would add to that probably a similar proportion of Arabs left their homes on advice or orders from Arab commanders or local Arab dignitaries or officials who said, well, let's get out of harm's way, or send your women and children out of harm's way because they're going to be hurt and they'll come back later. But most, like 70%, 80%, probably left simply because they were afraid of being caught up in a war.
Okay, that's fair.
This I think is sort of what the conclusion I reached in my research.
Yeah. I think a theme that's going to come up a lot, and I don't know how you feel about this, I'm still going to move by timeline, but there's like a macro feeling that I've had, is I've heard a lot of claims about basically Zionist, territorial, expansionist ideology, that the Zionists have always tried to grab more territory. They did it in 67, they did it in 73, they did it in 48. That's always been the goal from the start. But the big problem that I have when I'm researching this is there's never a period of time where it doesn't seem like the surrounding Arab states do just the right thing to precipitate it and then make the expansion understandable. So like, for instance, if in 67, and I'm going to ask you a question about this later on because there's a huge disagreement over like, did Israel have a real reason to feel threatened in 67, or were they just being, conquestors? It's hard to buy that when you see so many of Nasser's statements about what he was saying about Israel to the Arab League and everything else afterward, or the trade unionists and everything else. Yeah. So yeah, and then it feels like for the Nakba and everything else, it always feels similar. Like, I wish that the people around them would have just chilled, around Israel would have chilled, and then you could see how they would act, and then we can make more concrete claims of like, well, this was like an expansionist process. This was like a country just trying to grab more and more territory. Immediately following the Nakba in 48, and then the War of Independence, the first Arab-Israel War. This is going to be a question I have about like Palestinian identity, like in terms of who are a group of people that feel like they're Palestinians. Some people claim that, in the 1500s and 1600s, when you had Syria, Palestina, this was a cohesive group of people and blah, blah, blah. I've done my own reading and I've come to my own opinions on this. I'm curious for your opinions on it. When do you feel like Palestinians started to have an actual cohesive identity as a group of people belonging to that particular region of the world, like where Israel-Palestine is?
Can I revert to your previous question about the expansionism?
Oh, yeah, go, sir. Yeah, if I say anything else, you can just interrupt me at any time. Yeah, go for it.
Then ask me, mention again the business of the Palestinians. Otherwise, I'll forget.
No problem.
About the expansionism, from the start of the Zionist movement and Arab consciousness, which is the end of the 19th century, and the beginning of Jewish immigration and settlement in Palestine, there were Arabs who said the Zionists intend what it says in the Bible, that there should be a Jewish state from the Nile to the Euphrates, from Egypt up to Iraq. This is the land that they want. And there is a promise like that by God, I think it's to Abraham, that this is what we're going to give, God is going to give the Jewish people, the Hebrews as they were called then. So Arabs in the 20s and 30s used to occasionally point to that and say the Zionist movement is expansionist and they want the whole of the Middle East, or at least from Egypt, from the Nile up to the Euphrates in Iraq. This is the land they want. More realistically, the Zionist movement really wanted all of Palestine. And this is not questionable. The Zionist movement until 1937-38 thought in terms of establishing a Jewish state in all of Palestine, from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River, and maybe even slightly to the east to the railroad between Damascus and Amman. In other words, just a few miles east of the River Jordan. But this was the land which the Jews wanted. In 1937, the Jews agreed to the Peel Commission proposal that there would be a very small Jewish state inside Palestine. About 17 or 20% of this Palestinian area, Palestine, should become a Jewish state. And later, the United Nations, in its General Assembly resolution in 47, expanded this to something like 55% of Palestine should be Jewish. Now, the question is, how much did they want beyond that after 1948? After the war ended, was the Zionist movement, was the newborn state of Israel expansionist? Did it desire to expand beyond the borders which it had gained in the 48 war? And the answer to that is sort of ambiguous. There were people in Israel, in the newborn state of Israel, who wanted more land. Ben Gurion said, let's leave it at this. This is what we managed to get from history in 1948. This will be the territory of the state of Israel. There were religious right-wingers who said, no, we must have what's today called the West Bank, East Jerusalem and the West Bank as well. But this was a minority, a small minority among the Jewish population in Palestine, in the newborn state of Israel. In 1967, and here we get back to 67, the Arabs, Egypt, provoked Israel and provoked it in a way that there was no country would have desisted or stood aside. Provoked Israel into attacking it. In other words, the Egyptians moved armored divisions into the Sinai Peninsula, kicked out the United Nations force separating Israel from Egypt in the Sinai Peninsula, and closed the Straits of Tiran. Incidentally, echoing something which is happening today, where the Yemeni Houthis are busy trying to close the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, the Red Sea entry to southern Israel, to the port of Eilat.
Yeah.
Egypt did it further to the north in 1967.
Yeah.
And these are casus belli. These are reasons
because
to go to war.
the prior Suez Crisis, I think in '58, was already a war that they'd gone over, basically relating to the closure of these straits as well. So I think
The Egyptians, you're right. The Egyptians closed the straits in the 50s first. Israel went to war in 56 partly for that reason, and conquered the Sinai Peninsula, and then left the Sinai Peninsula basically in the hands of the United Nations after getting promises that the Egyptians wouldn't do this again.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing again in 67. And Israel, of course, had to mobilize because of the armored divisions in Sinai. And you can't keep your army, a large standing army, just waiting around because it costs the economy too much. And you can't exist with the Straits of Tiran closed by Egyptian guns in Sharm el-Sheikh at the edge of Sinai. So Israel was forced into war against Egypt. That happened on the 5th of June, 67. That morning, the Egyptians told the Syrians and the Jordanians, we're busy bombing Israel, we're winning the war in Sinai, and the Jordanians were tempted to join the Egyptians and started shelling Jerusalem, West Jerusalem, Jewish West Jerusalem, and the Tel Aviv suburbs, in response to this Egyptian boast about that they're winning the war.
Yeah.
And the Syrians did the same thing in the north, and Israel then conquered the West Bank and East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights from Syria. So there wasn't an expansionist drive driving Israeli policy in 67. I think this is wrong. But there was the product of the war, not the reason for that war, but the product of the war was expansionism in some of Israel's population. In other words, they got hold of the territory of the West Bank and said, well, this is the heartland of the Jewish people. This is where Solomon and David had their kingdoms, Bethel and Jerusalem and Hebron and Shechem and so on. And they said, well, now we want to hold on to it now that we've conquered it. In other words, the war created an expansionist drive in the Israeli population, right-wingers, messianist, religious Jews, and they basically pushed the government into retaining control of the West Bank. At the end of the war, incidentally, which people don't really know, on the 19th of June, the Israeli cabinet resolved to give back the Sinai Peninsula, which it had just conquered, to give it back to the Egyptians in return for demilitarization and peace with Egypt, and to give back the Golan Heights to Syria in exchange for peace with Syria with a demilitarization of the Golan, and that these countries said no. But in relation to the West Bank, opinions in the Israeli cabinet were divided, and this expansionist movement basically pushed the Israeli cabinet not to offer the West Bank in exchange for peace back to Jordan, but to hold on to the West Bank. And Israel, unfortunately, has been holding on to the West Bank, or some of it, ever since 1967.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It seems.
Sorry for this long answer.
No, you're good. I've read so much about this, so it's good to hear other facts that reinforce an opinion, or if I hear something that I feel like I learned in a different way, it would be good to challenge or push back on that. So this seems to broadly align with, like, my feeling is that basically, had nobody messed with Israel, it seems like they would have chilled with the borders that they secured in 48, but basically given the excuse to, if people were going to go to war with them, they're like, oh, listen, if we can get more land, we'll take it. Because I believe that for even in 67, I think for Jordan, before they began shelling West Jerusalem, I think there was a statement made to, was it Abdullah was the leader at the time, or Hussein was, saying, please don't attack us in West Jerusalem, don't do it. And then I think, like you said, I think Hussein had gotten messages back from Egypt that the planes returning were actually Egypt's planes going to bomb Israel and not their whole airports getting destroyed. And then he decided to attack anyway, with I think the quote being like, the die has already been cast, so we're going to come in and shoot. And then they lose the West Bank in that process, which is...
No, just to amplify that point, Israel sent 2 messages to Hussein that morning at 8 o'clock, just as Israeli planes were going towards Egypt to bomb the Egyptian airfields. Israel sent Hussein a message at 8 o'clock and again at 10 o'clock. At 8 o'clock or whatever it was, they said to the Jordanians, stay out of the war, we will not touch you. And the same message after the Jordanians started shooting at about 10 o'clock, again they were told, stop shooting and we will not touch you. But the Jordanians just continued shooting, and Israel said, well, we can't not respond, and went into the West Bank and East Jerusalem. That's what happened.
I'm kind of curious. I don't know if this ever comes up in debates that you've had or not. I've watched a few of them, especially with, I almost set up a conversation with your very close and personal friend, Norman Finkelstein, but he ended up not wanting to talk to me. Do you feel like, shoot, hold on. No, wait, I want to keep going in order and we'll get to some of these questions later. Okay, we've got 48 is Israel expansionist. You feel like if they can take it, they kind of will, and they don't. For the 47 partition plan, if they have the opportunity to. For the 47 partition plan, do you think it was fair or morally justified for the surrounding Arabs at the time to feel like they were getting completely shafted? For them to be like, I don't want to accept this partition plan. We're going to fight and expel what we basically see as like foreign invaders from our land. Do you think it was fair for the Arabs to have that feeling?
No, I can't put myself in Arab shoes. The Arabs basically felt in Palestine from the moment they became politically conscious and nationalistic in the 1920s, they felt the Jews should not have any part of Palestine. This is the land where we, the Palestinian Arabs, live. The Jews, God knows where they're coming from, Eastern Europe. We don't care about their history, that they once had a kingdom here. Maybe this is true. Maybe these are just tall tales. But this is none of our business. We live here, and the Jews should not be given sovereignty over any part of Palestine. This essentially was their stance. When the United Nations came up with the resolution on the 29th of November 47, they felt even more anger that the United Nations was offering the Jews more than half of Palestine, 55% of the landmass of Palestine, and here they are saying they don't deserve any of it, and the world community is offering them 55% of the land, and we are 2/3 of the population, and they're only 1/3 of the population. So they felt this was even more unfair.
Sure.
But basically, they were against the Jews having any part of Palestine as sovereign Jewish territory. They opposed that. They thought this is unjust, is unfair to what they regarded as the indigenous people, which is themselves. That's how they felt about it.
Gotcha. Do you feel like...
And many Arabs basically feel the same about the state of Israel today.
Yeah.
The Hamas certainly says so. Why should the Jews have any part of Palestine? They're strangers. This is a Muslim land. They came from Eastern Europe or America or God knows where. This is our land, not theirs.
Here's a question that I have that I see a lot of debate on. It's a very important question for a lot of people. This is the second part of the last question I had. This is kind of a two-parter. When did Palestinians begin to develop like a truly cohesive national identity? And then my follow-up question to that, I've never gotten a satisfactory answer, is because the pro-Palestinian side is usually, well, in the either 1500s, 1600s, whatever, they were a Palestinian people and they felt an attachment to that land. My next question then is like, when Jordan conquered the West Bank and Egypt conquered the Gaza Strip in the 48 war, why was nobody clamoring then for them to be made into a Palestinian state? Like Jordanians just got citizenship, or Palestinians got Jordanian citizenship. I think Egypt made like a puppet government in the Gaza Strip, and they like ate it in like 2 years, and then it was gone. Yeah, how do you feel about like I guess both parts of that question? When did the Palestinian identity form? Why was there no Palestinian state formed before '67? Yeah.
This is the question which is always asked, and there's a different narrative on the Arab side and a different narrative, I would say, among academics, not just Israelis but academics.
Yeah.
The idea that your nationalism is very old apparently reinforces your claim to its legitimacy.
Exactly,
and to your hold on the land. So if you can say Palestinians felt that they were a people and owned this land in the 16th century, it gives them more claim than if they say it only began in the 19th century.
Yeah.
But scholars essentially say that Palestinian identity emerged in the 1920s. Before that, most people in Palestine, most Arabs in Palestine, and they were the majority population, said, we are from Haifa, we belong to Haifa, we're Haifaites, or we are from Jaffa, we're Jaffaites. We are part of southern Syria, because traditionally Palestine had been a sort of a sub-province of a larger province ruled from Damascus by the Ottoman Empire, which ruled the whole Middle East. So they felt they were part of Syria, southern Syrians, they called themselves. In 1920, and actually one can pinpoint the date, in July 1920, the French army marched from Lebanon into Syria and toppled the king of the Arabs in Damascus. Faisal was his name, and threw him out and took over Syria and turned it into a French mandated or French colonial territory. From that point on, the Arabs in Palestine said, well, we're now cut off. Palestine was ruled by the British. Syria was now ruled by the French. And we in Palestine, under British rule, our destiny, our future, our politics cannot be caught up in the politics of Damascus, because they're ruled by France, we're ruled by Britain. We now have to look to ourselves for our future, to determine our future. And from that point on, the Palestinian notability, that is the well-educated, the richer Palestinians, began to think in terms of Palestinian Arab nationalism, which hadn't existed before 1920. Before that, they were just Arabs. They didn't think of themselves as Palestinians. Now, cut off from Damascus, away from Syria,
Wait, can I ask real quick a question relating specifically to that, okay? And the specifics here are very important, because I know you bring up Faisal, and I remember reading about that, I think it was the Faisal Frankfurter correspondence, where they, where there's that conversation kind of about this, it feels like this like Arab identity. People today seem very keen on saying that there is a distinct, or back in, even in the 1900s, there was a distinct Syrian identity, Iraqi identity, Palestinian identity, Jordanian identity. And it feels to me like in these times, it was more kind of like a larger Arab identity, especially given that a lot of the mandatory period, these borders were literally drawn. I think some people said Churchill was drunk and drew them on a map. Like like they were pretty random in terms of where they were drawn.
No, he wasn't drunk. This is unfair.
Okay, all right. So I agree with you that there seemed to be like an Arab identity. More specifically, was there do you feel like there was a Palestinian Arab identity in the 20s that was significantly different or could differentiate itself between Syrians and Jordanians?
Well, as I said, began to emerge in the 20s, and I think Syrian identity maybe began to emerge a little before that, because Syria was like an important place. If I come from Damascus, I come from Aleppo, I am a Syrian. They understood that even slightly before 1900, say 1870, 1880. But in Palestine, as I say, they regarded themselves as southern Syrians. There was no such thing as Palestinian identity, even though the country was sometimes called Palestine by Arabs, though not always. Usually it was called by Americans and Britishers and Europeans Palestine, because that was the name given to it long ago by Christians. This is essentially beginning with the Romans and then by the Christians. They called it Palestine. But the Arabs didn't normally call it Palestine or think of it in terms of Palestine. But from the 1920s, a certain segment of society, the upper reaches of society, began to think in terms of nationalism, and then it gradually spread among the Palestinian population, and they began to think of themselves as Palestinians. I think one can say that from 1948, Palestinians would begin to call themselves Palestinians. That is, most Palestinians would call themselves Palestinians. They didn't really do that before, because everybody who lived in Palestine was a Palestinian, including the Jews in Palestine. They all had Palestinian ID cards from the British Mandate government. So they were all Palestinians. But from 1948, we're talking about the Arabs of Palestine calling themselves Palestinians.
So here's something that I push on when I hear that, because I'm curious, because I feel like in my reading, it feels like a strong Palestinian national identity didn't develop until, like, I feel it was like the late 60s, early 70s is my feeling. And one of the things I point to, maybe you can help me figure out why I'm not correct on this, is like there's so much talk about we need to go back to the 67 borders. We need to negotiate on the 67 borders. We need to go back to... Well, the 67 borders were borders between Israel, Jordan, and Egypt. There was no Palestinian state. The occupied territories aren't an occupied Palestinian state. They were occupied territories from Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. But that seems to not be part of the discussion. And my question is, it was the second part of that last question, if the Palestinian national identity had begun to emerge in the 40s, or was fully emergent past 48, past the War of Independence, why was it that when the West Bank was captured by Jordan, it seemed like all those people were just snap-made Jordanians, and that's why 2/3 of Jordanians today are Palestinian descendants? Or why is it that when Egypt conquered the Gaza Strip, they were just like part of Egypt? It doesn't seem like there was any push or drive for a Palestinian state until Israel conquered those territories, and then all of a sudden they really wanted it to be a Palestinian. Yeah, can you explain that? Like, where was the push for that, or why was there no push for that? Or maybe that wasn't, I didn't see it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think you're right, but you have to remember 48 was a tremendous trauma and disaster for the Palestinians. So if there was an emergent Palestinian national identity and a will to establish a Palestinian state, and there was one before 48 from the 30s, certainly from the 30s, there was this desire. It was destroyed by the loss of the destruction of the Palestinian society in the 48 Nakba. 2/3 of them became refugees, settling mostly in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, some of them in East Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, but they were crushed. So it took a decade and a half for the Palestinian desire for statehood to reemerge. You're right, why didn't they say under Jordanian rule in the West Bank from 48 until 67, during those 2 decades, how come they didn't demand of the Jordanians, give us a Palestinian state in the West Bank? Or of the Egyptians who controlled the Gaza Strip from 48 until 67, how come they didn't demand of the Egyptian government, give us separate statehood? We don't want to be Egyptians, we don't want to be Jordanians.
Or even more than that, not just the why didn't they demand the state, but like, let's say there was a big expulsion that happens in the United States. Let's say Mexico invades the US and they cut all the way north to North Dakota or whatever. Let's say Canada comes in and they fight back against the invading Mexican invaders and they take some of this territory back. I don't feel like the Americans living there would ever be like, okay, annex us and make us Canadians. They would say, thanks for taking our territory back. We want to be back to being the USA. But I don't remember ever hearing many protest. Well, there was the assassination of the Jordanian king, I think, in 55 in East Jerusalem. Although I think that was more of a minor thing than like expressing Palestinian discontent. It seemed like the vast majority of Palestinians were annexed into Jordan. And theoretically, here's my feeling. My feeling is that like if the 67 war never happened, I don't know if Palestinians would ever be protesting against Jordan, saying we want a West Bank as an independent country. They would just all be Jordanians. That's what it feels like.
Yeah. No, the Palestinians who lived in the West Bank were indigenous Palestinians or refugees from other parts of Palestine who had resettled after 48 in the West Bank. They didn't demand statehood or independence of the Jordanians. I don't know how comfortable they felt under Jordanian rule, but it was Arab rule. This you have to remember. The Jordanians were fellow Arabs, fellow Muslims, and they were ruling over them. And of course, they had the guns and the army and the police. So the the Palestinians in Jordan, and they received Jordanian citizenship from the Jordanians. They sort of could live with that.
Yeah, and I think the Jordan also, like, they doubled the size of their parliament, I think, to incorporate a whole bunch more Palestinian people. I think the Palestinians in the West Bank, I thought they wrote like a letter, like all of the communities got together and they requested like annexation, like, listen, lead us, we'll submit to this and blah, 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 and be part of Jordan. It seemed like there was like a pretty big desire for it at the time, but...
Well, the Jordanians engineered this. The Jordanian government engineered letters from the Palestinian notables. Please give us Jordanian citizenship and take us in, and we want to be Jordanians.
Okay.
I don't know if they really wanted that, but they weren't uncomfortable, not very uncomfortable, with Jordanian rule. As I say, especially after the disaster of 48, which their own leaders had led them into. In other words, they weren't going to now call for Palestinian leaders who just led them into the disaster and say, come and save us, become our leaders. They were comfortable with Abdullah, even though, of course, a Palestinian gunman shot Abdullah and killed him on at the entrance to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in 1951. In the Gaza Strip, things were even worse, actually, because the Egyptians ruled them with a heavy hand. The Gaza Arab population, 4/5 of it were refugees from other parts of Palestine, and they were usually the poorer people from Palestine. The wealthier ones ended up under Jordanian rule or in Lebanon, but the poorer masses who reached Gaza in 1948, about 200,000 were basically crushed under the boot of Egyptian military government. And the Egyptians didn't give them citizenship, but nonetheless, the Palestinians didn't rebel because they just didn't have the energy after the 48 war to do anything about it, or the will to do it, or the power to do anything about it, and lived with it. What happened in 67 when Israel took over the two territories, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, suddenly Palestinian nationalism came to the fore again. They didn't want to be ruled by Jews. They developed a sort of an internal leadership which replaced that leadership which was destroyed or exiled in 48. They developed their own leadership by 67, and there you've got a middle class, lawyers and doctors and so on, who start saying, well, we don't want to live under Jewish rule, we want our own national identity and statehood and so on, self-determination. And this is what happened from 67 onwards, with Israel, of course, ruling the territory and trying to suppress a Palestinian nationalism.
Okay. Do you feel like I should know this. So I know after the 67 war, obviously we get UN Resolution 242 that's been reaffirmed by 50 million countries for 50 million years over and over and over again, right? Where was like the UN clamoring for a resolution post 48 that involved like was there one that was kind of like demanding a just resolution for the Palestinian people that like called for a state to be created? I guess technically 242 didn't call for that, did it? It just called
the 242 UN Security Council resolution basically said territory should not be conquered and annexed by countries in war. The Israelis should leave the territories they had conquered, and in exchange the Arabs should give them peace. And also some form of a solution must be found for the Palestinian refugees. This was what the resolution said. It didn't talk about Palestinian statehood, no. The idea of Palestinian statehood was enshrined on the books because in 1947, the UN Partition Resolution, November 1947, had called for Palestinian statehood side by side with Israeli or Jewish statehood. But it wasn't reaffirmed in Resolution 242 in 67. What was also on the books, though, was a resolution from the end of 1948, which said that Palestinians who are peace-minded should be allowed, the refugees should be allowed to return to their homes and lands, and if they don't return to their homes and lands, should receive compensation instead. In December 1948. So that's also on the books, and of course Palestinians to this day point to that resolution from December 1948 as a basis for their desire and demand for what they call a right of return for the Palestinian refugees. But 242 said there should be a solution to the refugee problem, but didn't say it should be based on refugee return, but some form of resolution of the problem should be found.
Okay. If you see me typing, I'm typing notes based on what you're saying. So for questions, I'm not just like chatting with friends or whatever. Just letting you know. I don't know if you see me typing a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Before we go too far into the future, so you're saying that you are, you understand at least the Arab narrative that in 47 they didn't want to accept a partition plan that was giving away so much land to the Jewish people. Do you feel like this is a hard one, but people argue a lot over, like the Sursock purchase and acquisition of land from tenant farmers and everything. And then like, did Jewish people have a right to push for the Balfour Declaration and get the establishment of an Israeli state in Palestine? In a very broad sense, and you can be as specific or vague as you want, do you think that the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine in the way that the Zionists went about doing it, do you feel like that was like largely ethical? Do you feel like it was ambiguous? Do you feel like it was like pretty shitty? Or, yeah, I'm curious.
No, I don't see anything unethical about it. The Jews purchased land from Arab landowners, and established settlements there and brought in immigrants to settle on these lands. And this is business. You buy land and you settle on it, and you're allowed to stay there. It's yours. I don't see anything unethical about it. The Jews didn't steal land or conquer land before 1948.
Can I ask you a question and push back on that real quick?
Yeah.
Do you think that? So I agree with you insofar as like buying land. So let's say I were to go to Germany and like buy a bunch of houses. Well, let's not use Germany. Let's say I go to the UK and I buy a bunch of houses. Okay, I don't want the historical context. Do you think it's meaningfully different when I buy land versus? I think the two things that people get really mad at is that the land that was bought was one. It was bought from what do you call it? Foreign owners. So basically a bunch of people that they didn't live there. They just basically kind of like owned it to collect rents from the tenant farmers. And then two, acquiring that land with the purpose of forming a country. So like if 1,000 Chinese people, came and bought like houses in Miami, people are like whatever. But if 1,000 Chinese people came and bought houses in Miami and then formed a country, like, oh, whoa, what the fuck? You guys aren't supposed to be doing this. Yeah. Do you think that meaningfully changes it, or the feelings that the people who live there might have? Mm-hmm.
Well, don't forget that there wasn't any Palestinian state. There was a British government which controlled the territory called Palestine, which had lots of Arabs living on it, and Jews in growing numbers were coming in and living there as well. And the Jews bought the land, and Jews said, we want to establish a state here, either the whole of the territory or on part of the territory. And the Palestinians said, we also want to establish a state here. They said this to the British as well, the leadership of the Palestinian society and the national movement. So there were two peoples living on this land, one of them less developed in terms of its political consciousness, one of them more developed, more organized, and they were contending for the land. And the Jews went about doing this both on a political, diplomatic level, negotiating with the British, negotiating later in the United Nations, and on a practical level in terms of settling and establishing areas where they would live and sort of municipally control certain areas.
Sure.
And it was a competition between the two peoples. In this competition, the Arabs, and it's not only incidentally people who lived abroad, but Palestinians also sold land. Palestinians who lived in Palestine, not just Palestinians who lived in Beirut or Amman or Damascus, who sold land to the Jews, including, incidentally, many of the leaders or the families of the leaders of the Palestinian national movement. They were so eager to get money that they sort of set aside their nationalism and said, okay, we'll sell on the sly, we'll sell the Jews chunks of land. And this is what happened. So the Jews bought the land, and eventually, using this basis of territory, they managed to establish a state out of it. The Palestinians didn't like that, and before the Jews could establish a state, attacked them and tried to prevent them from having a state, which the United Nations, meaning the international community at the time, said the Jews should have. You can disagree with it, you can think it's immoral. I don't think there's anything immoral in that. I think that the United Nations said, okay, let's give both sides a state. I think that's quite moral. The Jews especially, because they'd just suffered 6 million dead in the Holocaust, and Christians and Muslims had persecuted Jews over the centuries. Let the Jews also have a chunk of land, because the Arabs they have Iraq, and they have Syria, and they have Morocco, and they have Tunisia, and they have Egypt. They've got lots of states. Today there are 23 Arab states. The Jews should have one little state for themselves as well. So I don't think there's anything unfair about it. The Arabs see this as unfair.
Okay, and then let me push back once more, because I've heard a lot of the pro-Palestinian arguments. I'm just curious what your response is. So I would agree with you that there weren't states there per se, but my understanding was that in exchange for Arab cooperation during World War I to fight against the Ottoman Empire, there were essentially promises of, listen, you guys are going to have a huge Arab state afterwards, it's going to be awesome, and that when you look at the mandatory system that was established in the wake of World War I, essentially the idea was, listen, we're going to create a mandatory country, we're going to let you guys kind of chill, and then at the end of some period, 20 years or whatever, we're going to hand it over to you guys when you're basically done, when we think that you can govern it, essentially. And I think this happened with Jordan, Syria, Iraq, I think, right? So for the Palestinian people, they probably also thought, okay, well, hey, these guys all got countries handed over to them, but now for our country that we thought was going to be handed over for us, you guys have shipped like, 100,000 people or whatever into this land, and now we have to fight with somebody else for the expiration of this mandatory period for us to have this country. How is that fair? They didn't have to fight for this like this in Syria. They didn't have to fight for this like this in Jordan or Iraq. Like, why do we now have to fight with this foreign presence that's basically been imported into our land for what was supposed to be just our state after the expiration of the mandatory period? Yeah.
Well, you're putting sort of a cart before the horse in this argument, because there was no Palestinian national movement or any desire by the people living in Palestine for statehood as Palestinians. The Arab national movement wanted an Arab state, which would be over covering the territory of Iraq and Syria. They wanted a large Arab state. And some of the Arabs did support the British and the French in World War I, but most Arabs, incidentally, were loyal subjects of the Ottoman Empire and fought on the Ottoman side against the British. So the Arabs getting something from the British and French was essentially getting something from your enemy, who is now being generous towards you. Most Arabs didn't fight on the British side. There was only a few rebels in Arabia, Faisal and the Hashemite house, who fought on the British side, and the British said, well, in return for your supporting us 1916, 1917, your rebellion against the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, we promise to give you territory. But they never promised to give them Palestine. There is an argument about what exactly the British promised in relation to Palestine. People like Faisal understood that Palestine wasn't really incorporated in the British promise, because they understood that the British wanted either to control Palestine themselves, or to control it with the French, or to give it to the Jews, or in some variation of this sort of allocation. But Arabs later said, well, the British had reneged on their promise because they had proposed that Palestine be part of the large Arab state. But nobody thought in terms of Palestinian Arab statehood. This is nonsense. There was no Palestinian national movement. There was no Palestinian identity or political movement demanding a separate Palestinian state. There was just a large Arab area, which Faisal and the Hashemite house said, well, we're going to get this from the British, and the British said, okay, we'll give it to you. The British did renege in some measure on their promise of independence to Faisal and his family. They installed him in Damascus, and the French kicked him out of Damascus and took over the territory. In this sense, the Arabs could complain. The British didn't follow through with their promises. But in relation to Palestine, there was no such promise, even though later they said, well, there was some sort of vague promise.
Okay. Just so I understand that, I mean, I should have read into this more. I've heard that narrative so much, and I didn't actually look into it. So you're saying that in World War I, there were more Arabs, specifically from these regions, that fought on behalf of the Ottomans, as opposed to...
Oh, sure. It's not just me saying it. That's the fact.
Okay. I wasn't even aware of that. Gotcha. Okay.
They were part of the Ottoman Empire.
Okay.
The Ottoman Empire recruited its troops from the population, and most of them fought on the Ottoman side. Only a small number rebelled against the Ottoman Empire on behalf of themselves, but also on behalf of the Allies, the French and the British.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so
incidentally, let me add another point to this. In World War II, most of the Arabs in the Middle East preferred a Nazi victory and not a Western Allied victory. They wanted not because they were all Nazis, the Arabs, but because they didn't like the French and the British, who'd been ruling them for the past 20 years, before 1939, 1940. So they basically wanted an Axis victory. This is incidentally a follow-up, if you like, to the Arab support for Turkish victory in World War I.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. I remember reading about like Amin al-Husseini and his...
The Turks were... We have to understand this also. It's not that the Arabs loved the Turks. The Turks weren't particularly nice overseers. But the Turks were Muslims. This is the main point. The Turkish Empire was a Muslim empire. The Arabs were Muslims. And therefore, they preferred Turkish victory to Christian British French victory in World War I.
Okay. 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 Fast forwarding, I know that Suez Crisis happens. Don't care as much about that. The 67 War, okay? The start of the 67 War. This is one of the most often debate points that I get into with people when I argue about this. Some people say that there was good reason for Israel to believe that Egypt was posturing when they mobilized their forces and expelled the UNEF people across the Sinai. That there was probably no war coming, and that even if a war was to come, it would be 1 and 2 weeks, and that Israel was essentially chopping at the bit to do their preemptive strike against Egypt. That they lied about this for, I think it was about a month, until Israel admitted that, like, yeah, we struck first. Do you think that there was good reason for Israel to feel like there was an existential threat against the country? Or do you think it was just like an opportunistic attack to launch into that 6-day war with the surrounding countries?
Well, you never actually know you're going to win in 2 weeks or 1 week. Actually, the war lasted 6 days.
Sure.
And the Israeli army overwhelmingly beat the Egyptians, Syrians, and Jordanians. But they weren't sure of it. But let's be quite honest about this. The Israeli army was confident, unlike many of the politicians, the army was confident it could beat the Egyptians if they were given the go-ahead. And if they were given the go-ahead quickly enough. The longer the Egyptian army was entrenching itself in the Sinai Peninsula, the more difficult the war would be. So there was pressure in May 1948, once the Egyptians had moved their armored divisions into Sinai, there was pressure by the Israeli general staff on the politicians, on the government, to let them attack the Egyptians, and they held off. The cabinet said, no, let's wait. Maybe the Americans can get the Egyptians out. But I don't think the Israeli cabinet and army had much choice. Once the Egyptians expelled the UN force which separated the Israelis from Egypt along the Sinai Negev border, and once the Egyptians had closed the Straits of Tiran, blocking an international waterway, not to mention that the Egyptians didn't allow Israeli passage through the Suez Canal either, which was also against a violation of international law for years and years. But the closing of the straits left Israel no chance, no choice, basically, except to attack the Egyptians. The Israelis mobilized their army once the Egyptian armored divisions moved into Sinai. Israel waited 3 weeks. The divisions were mobilized against the Egyptians, but weren't moving. The economy was shutting down because of this mass mobilization. The Egyptians could simply leave the situation, their armored divisions in Sinai threatening Israel. Israel's army mobilized, but the economy is shutting down, and this could go on indefinitely. Israel couldn't continue in that situation. Something had to be resolved. The Americans weren't able to resolve it. The Egyptians were talking about throwing the Jews into the sea. This was the chant on the radio stations in Cairo and Damascus.
Sure.
The Israelis had to do something, and that's what they did. They attacked the Egyptians. The Egyptians, you may be right that the Egyptians were posturing. It's not clear that Nasser, when he did all of this, thought it would reach war. He probably thought he would get a quick victory. What is a quick victory? It's remilitarizing the Sinai Peninsula. They'd promised not to introduce their troops into Sinai, which was a threat to Israel. Now they were remilitarizing the Sinai, and they were closing the Straits of Tiran, and maybe they'd get away with both of these things without going to war. Maybe the Egyptians didn't think in terms of going to war. But once you do these things, you sort of step over the brink, and there's no way back. And the Egyptians couldn't go back, and the Israelis couldn't allow the situation to continue. There was also, incidentally, something which usually is unmentioned. The Egyptians sent planes over the Dimona nuclear reactor. On the 25th, 26th of May, they sent a flight of MiG jets over the reactor. The Israelis thought maybe the Egyptians are going to attack the reactor or are planning to attack the reactor. And this is sort of a test flight to see how the Israeli defenses would react to this. This is in these 3 weeks the Israelis waited before attacking. They also feared that the Egyptians maybe intended to attack the nuclear reactor in Dimona, which would, of course, cause an enormous ecological problem for Israel. A terrible disaster. So this also was, I think, among the Israeli calculations. Yeah.
Okay. You're not helping my I'm not beating the pro-Zionist allegations. Okay. I feel like I largely agree. Moving forward, I'm just trying to think if there's any questions. Yom Kippur happens. Before that, there's Black September, the PLO, all of the is it the Munich or the Berlin attacks, the plane hijackings, everything starts.
Well, there's the hijackings, and then there's the attack on the Israeli athletes at Munich.
In Munich, yeah.
Yeah, 1972, I think it is. Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else relating to history that I'm curious about. Here's like a broad question, okay? You might just not be the person to ask for this also, because we might be coming from the same poisoned brain. It feels like sometimes when I read history, there is a very distinct Arab understanding of events and I've even had like Arab fans email me saying things like, listen, Arabs understand history that like once 48 began, Jews essentially ran the entire Western world. Jews ran all the finances, they ran the government, they ran everything. And that's like the lens through which they tell a lot of their history. And then obviously in the West, we have our perspectives on things. Do you think that there are equally valid perspectives on both sides, or do you think one of these sides tends to be more fact-aligned than the other? Yeah, what is your feeling of that? Obviously, understanding we're a bit biased being Western.
Look, I'm an Israeli. I believe that Israel should exist. I believe Israel should have come into existence.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a certain perspective on it. And I'm an historian who knows something about the facts as well.
Sure.
I don't think Jews run the West. I don't think the Jews also created the Russian or French revolutions, as it says in the Hamas charter. I don't think the Jews control the world, or Washington, or London, or Moscow. They may have some influence, they may have some power, some of them may own newspapers, some of them may be important in making movies in Hollywood. Some of the Jewish writers and scientists get Nobel Prizes because they're good, not because they're Jews. But I don't think the Jews control the world. This is an anti-Semitic spin, which has been adopted by a lot of Arabs. This is the way I see it. The Arabs can't stand, as I see it, can't stand the fact that in 1947, the democracies, the main countries of the West, America, Scandinavia, France, etc., voted to support the idea of Jewish statehood. And they think this wasn't because they felt the Jews should get something in terms of fairness, in terms of, they deserved it. But they think, well, if it wasn't because of that, maybe it was the Jews are so underhanded or control things or know how to manipulate things. And that's why the West, the democratic world, basically supported them. That's how the Arabs see it, or many Arabs see it. I don't think that's true. I think there's also idealism. Countries don't work only out of their own interests. They also do things for idealistic reasons. This is why I think the British issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917. Lord Balfour may have been thinking in 1917 when he said Britain will support the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine. He may have been thinking also of British imperial interests, but I think he also, and later he explained it, he also was motivated by ideals that the Jews had given something to world civilization, they'd contributed social values and so on, and had been persecuted by the Christian world for 2,000 years, and this was compensation for all of that. In other words, I'm saying ideals do play a part, as they did in World War II. The West didn't just fight the Nazis because they'd been attacked, which is true. They had been attacked, but they also fought because the Nazis were really bad for humanity and bad for the world. They were motivated by ideals as well, when they demanded unconditional surrender and the total destruction of the Nazi regime. So this also applies. I even think, incidentally, and this may be unpopular to say, but I think American policy in the late 60s and 70s, early 70s, was in terms of Vietnam, was also motivated by certain ideals, not just by hunger for land or power or whatever. They thought that communism was bad for countries and communism was aggressive. And they were trying to defend themselves against communist aggression. That's how Lyndon Johnson, and I think Kennedy before him, thought of what was happening in Vietnam. It wasn't just power hunger.
Okay, that's fair. Do you think that moving to kind of some modern day things, how do you feel? Do you think there's any justifications? Here's an argument we get into a lot. It has to do with settlements, especially settlements in the West Bank. Do you think that these are justifiable from an Israeli perspective? Do you think these are justifiable from a worldwide perspective? Do you think these hamper the peace process? Yeah, what are your feelings on all of the settlers in the West Bank?
I've always opposed to the Israeli settlement enterprise in the West Bank. I think it's detrimental to peace. I don't think it's the major problem, and I don't think it has been the major problem in reaching peace between Israel and the Palestinians since 1967. I think basically the Palestinians said no to every peace overture which was made, and they were offered a two-state solution, and they said no continuously. And I think that was always the major problem in Israeli-Palestinian peacemaking. But Israeli settlements in the West Bank and their continuous growth of the settlement enterprise was a basic obstacle as well to peacemaking. It basically said to the Palestinians, well, we're talking peace to you, but we're also trying to eat up chunks of the territory for your future state. And in that sense, it made no sense. And the Palestinians could well say, you're cheating. When you say you want peace and you want a two-state solution, but you're busy undermining it by taking our territory, by building these settlements and expanding them continuously. So I've always opposed the settlement enterprise. I believe it's wrong. I believe it's also immoral because there's two peoples here. Both of them deserve states, and the West Bank should be the core of a Palestinian state. The West Bank and most...
No, don't do this to me. No. Who's having the issues? Please, no. My internet's still on, right? No, don't do this.
Are you frozen?
Oh, hello. Okay, it cut out for a second. Sorry. Okay. I lost you for about...
Now it's okay. Yes.
Yeah, I lost you for about 20, 30 seconds. You were saying, okay, yeah, that you'd largely oppose the West Bank settlements.
Not largely. I've always opposed the settlement enterprise in the West Bank.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I feel the same on that. One thing that I've had difficulty responding to, or not difficulty, I'm sorry, the one thing that I feel is prior to the 2000s, when you look at the wars, the aggression surrounding the state of Israel, et cetera, that to say that Israel is like a territorially expansionist state doesn't seem to be accurate, or if it was, we didn't get to see that because there was always some precipitating Arab violence or aggression prior to, any sort of war or expansionism. However, post-2000, as we've got peace treaties with, or as we see peace treaties signed between Israel and Egypt, Israel and Jordan, that it does feel like, or I'm curious, how do you feel? It feels like the current Israeli thought is essentially that if we keep expanding settlements in the West Bank, we keep fighting for our demographic majority over there, we can just slowly start to annex territories, whether we're talking Area C or whatever, as we gain these demographic majorities, we'll give full rights and citizenship to the Palestinians, but it's just going to be a slow encroachment on their land now if we can move more and more people out there and then have the demographic majority and then slowly annex it. Do you feel like that's kind of like the current strategy, even if it's not said out loud, I guess, for the Israeli government? Or do you think I'm reading too aggressively into that, or
No, I agree with you. I think Israel has moved a lot to the right since 1967, and the current Israeli government is extremely right-wing, and I think most of its components want to annex the West Bank. They want to take over the West Bank, and the settlement enterprise is one of the means of taking over the West Bank and eventually, ultimately justifying an annexation. If you have more and more Jews there, you can say, well, it's now Jewish territory, and as it was, of course, 2,000 years ago, and we want to annex it. So definitely, I think that this government is moving towards creeping annexation, if not outright, annexation. But there are a lot of Israelis who oppose this. Unfortunately, demographically, in terms of internal Jewish things, the demography in Israel is moving rightwards in the sense that religious and right-wing Jews have more and more children than secular liberal Jews who are willing to compromise with the Palestinian Arabs. This is the major internal Israeli problem.
Okay. In terms of settling a big one-state solution, I guess. Hold on. I want to connect to something you just said. In terms of Israel moving further and further right-wing, I don't think I've read your statements on this, but I've heard a lot of people say this a lot about you. I should have actually read and see if you'd made a statement on this. I'm sure you have. I've heard it said that when you were a part of this group of new historians and you were digging through what was made available from Israeli archives and started to take a slightly more critical view of Israeli history that deviated a bit from just the completely pro-Zionist one, I've heard it said about you that the Second Intifada especially started to change your opinions a bit on what was possible in terms of achieving peace in Israel. Do you want to speak on your general feelings of that as a historian and then as like a general Israeli? Do you think that there's some truth to that the Second Intifada changed a lot in Israeli citizens' minds, or?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. In terms of my history, writing history, I've never changed anything. Everything I've written in the 1980s and 1990s and after 2000 is all the same. It's a bit boring, but it's basically the same conclusions about what had happened in the previous decades.
Yeah.
No change there. But it's true that what happened in 2000, that is Yasser Arafat at Camp David and subsequently rejecting the two-state solution offered by Israel's Prime Minister Barak and by President Clinton at Camp David, and subsequently his saying no and then embarking on the Second Intifada, which was extremely lethal. Over 1,000 Israelis were killed by Palestinian bombers in restaurants and buses and so on. And Israel retaliated, killing thousands of Palestinians as well. But basically, his saying no to the offered peace, the head of the Palestine Liberation Organization, Yasser Arafat, and his people going into in this major attack basically on Israel in the Second Intifada, this persuaded me that perhaps peace with the Palestinians was not really possible because they don't want a two-state solution. They simply want all of Palestine. Here they were being offered a two-state solution, and they said no. And they repeated this, incidentally, not just in 2000, but in 2007. One of Barak's successors as Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, again offered a two-state solution, basically along the same lines, to Arafat's successor, Mahmoud Abbas, who's now the president of the of the Palestinian Authority, and he also basically said no. In fact, he didn't say no; he simply didn't respond to it, which was the same as saying no. And then Olmert fell, and Netanyahu came back into power, and the whole idea of a two-state solution fell by the wayside. But in other words, at the various junctures in history, 1937, 1947, 2000, 2007, when the Palestinian leaderships, the various successive Palestinian leaderships, were offered a two-state solution from the Jewish side, supported by the world community, they always said no. So how, one comes to the conclusion that maybe this is the nature of Palestinian nationalism. They simply don't want to agree to compromise.
Okay.
Now, of course, nobody's offering it to them, a two-state solution with this current Israeli government. Though perhaps now the idea of a two-state solution will be revived by President Clinton and the international community, and we'll see how Israel and the Palestinians respond. The Hamas will obviously respond no, because the Hamas believes in Israel's destruction and simply says so. Whether the other Palestinians will agree this time round to a two-state solution, let's see.
Okay, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I definitely feel that sometimes it feels like there's this pattern of the surrounding Arab states and then the Palestinians want to destroy Israel. They fail. And then once they fail, they want to go back to what was before. So like after the failure of 48, maybe there was a little bit more of an agreement for like some sort of partition plan kind of. After the 6-Day War, people were like, okay, well, we need to go back to the borders from 48 for sure. And then after Yom Kippur, Egypt was like, okay, give us Sinai and then we'll make peace. And then, Jordan was later on. And it seems like every time there's this like conflict, like after the First and Second Intifada, every time there's a conflict and that side loses, they want to go back like 2 or 3 conflicts and say, okay, well, let's go back here and start the borders. But it always feels strange because I feel like if they would have won, obviously it would have been at best like a one-state solution, and then at worst, who knows? Yeah. When it comes to, I'm trying to think of, let's move here. For the Oslo Accords and Camp David, one of the fights that I get back into a lot back and forth here, or one of the things that I see fought about a lot, is who's actually turning down peace and who's actually responsible for the disengagement of these peace talks. Through all of my reading, it seems like Arafat was kind of just like universally seen as like a horrible person, piece of shit, like even by other Arab leaders, and that it seemed like for a long time, like the goal was just to fight. And I think even in current Palestinian polling, the idea is that like if we keep fighting, the chance of us winning more territory is increased. Do you think things like the Second Intifada, for instance, were planned? That Arafat went into Camp David, and if he wasn't going to get infinite right of return, if he wasn't going to get some outrageous offer, that the Second Intifada was always coming with the hopes that more fighting would lead to more land conquering? Or do you think there have been times in history where Israel has significantly dropped the ball in terms of negotiating a peace process, where they could have offered a bit more, or they were bad faith with their negotiations?
That's a tough one. In relation to Arafat and Camp David and the Second Intifada, I don't think he organized the Second Intifada. I don't think it worked that way.
Okay.
I think he was basically riding the tiger after the Second Intifada began. In other words, he said no to the peace offers by Barack and by Clinton. He said it twice, in fact, once in July at Camp David, and the second time when Clinton upped the ante and offered him something slightly better in what's called the Clinton parameters in December 2000.
Yeah.
And he again said no. And by that time, of course, there was the Second Intifada, and he was riding the tiger, and he couldn't get off the tiger even if he'd wanted to, but I don't think he wanted to. In other words, I think he was unwilling. Look, it boils down to, are they willing to accept a Jewish state in part of Palestine? All of Palestine or part of Palestine? And they say no, they don't want that. And this is what Arafat was doing, and this is the thing which made me pessimistic about the chance of ever reaching peace with the Palestinians. Whenever it's offered to them, and each time, as you say, they get less and less territory on offer, but each time they say no, and this is really depressing. The idea of a one-state solution in which the two peoples will live together and jointly govern the whole territory is a sort of a myth which is created in coffee shops in Paris and London. You can sit and chat about a one-state solution there, and it all looks hunky-dory. You know, peoples can just live together if they just want to. It doesn't work that way. The cultures are different, the language is different, the historical perspective is different. And I don't think there will be a one-state solution in which the two peoples live together like brother and sister. Decent brother and sister, not often other, some brothers and sisters don't actually live well together. But
yeah.
But I don't think it'll actually work. There were two different peoples. The Arabs have Islam. They have honor killings if the sister doesn't dress properly or doesn't agree to what the father wants for her to marry. They just kill her. The societies have different values, unfortunately, and can't live together. And that's why the idea of separation and having two separate states next to each other in a partitioned Palestine makes sense. The unfortunate thing is the Palestinian Arabs have traditionally rejected this. And today the right-wing Israeli government isn't offering it at all either. Israel has moved rightwards, partly as a result of this continuous Palestinian rejectionism, partly also because of the demographics I talked about, that more right-wing Israelis are born every year than left-wing Israelis.
So then, I guess I'll just ask on this. I think you kind of already answered it, but is there any world where a one-state solution ever works, or do you think that's like a total fantasy?
I think it's a fantasy. As I say, the people are so different culturally in terms of their values, in their language, their religion. They can't live together. I mean, Christians in Belgium speaking different languages or in Switzerland can, because they essentially have the same base of values, the same outlook on life. Catholics may be slightly different from Protestants and so on, but essentially they believe in the same God and the same basic values. Arabs and Jews in Palestine unfortunately don't. A lot of people in the West seem to think that Arabs are like Norwegians. They're Norwegians. They behave the same as any normal Westerner European will behave. They don't. They behave differently because they have different values. It's not a matter of superior or inferior or racism. It's a matter of culture. They grow up with different values, and they're not the same. I'm not saying Israelis are necessarily Norwegians either, but the values are different, and I don't think they can live together in one state. Partition is the way forward, but I don't see that it's going to happen.
Okay, here's something I want to hit on actually for this. This is very interesting to me.
The problem, let me add.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me add one sentence.
Add as much as you want. Yeah.
Problem is that while partition, I don't see it happening and the two sides agreeing to it. and two states emerging one next to each other, I don't think Israel can continue to rule over the Palestinians as they do in the West Bank and East Jerusalem indefinitely. I think this is wrong. I don't think one people should dominate and rule over another, especially people who are stateless. In other words, the Palestinians who live in the West Bank have no state. They don't have rights. They don't have full civil rights. They don't have political rights. Israeli citizenship isn't on offer. And this is wrong also. In other words, what I'm saying is the present status quo is bad, but the future doesn't look like it's offering anything better.
Okay, yeah. I agree, yeah. We brought up like the religious aspect here, and I'm so curious with this. So oftentimes when I dive into like Middle East research, in modern day, everything is presented as like religious conflict. The feeling I have when I look into the history of Israel-Palestine was it feels like it was largely divorced from at least explicitly religious conflict, and it seemed to be more like nationalistic, geopolitical, like Arabs versus European settlers in origin. And then as we've moved on and more Arabs have kind of like dropped off supporting the Palestinians, now, especially over the past 20 years, it's taken on a far more radical Islam, jihadist kind of narrative. Do you think that's fair, accurate to say, or would you say, well, no, there's always been a huge foundation in religion for this conflict, or yeah, what would your feelings be on that?
Okay, let me just say something about something you said. European settlers. Half of Israelis are not European or of European origin. Half of Israelis are of Middle Eastern origin. They come Jews who lived in Arab societies in Morocco, Iraq, Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, Yemen, and so on, came to Israel. And half of its population, Israel's population, happens to be non-European. So it's not a matter of just the European settlers.
To be clear, yeah, I understand that. I agree with you there. But a lot of those people came after 48 and after 67, right? When those wars happened, they came. Yeah. So
the Zionist movement before that was definitely of European Jews.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it the European settler movement, but they were European Jews who wanted to establish a Jewish state in the ancient homeland of the Jews. This is essentially what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But what were you, sorry, I interrupted you. What were you asking before?
No, you're just basically like how much of this like conflict originally was religious in nature versus nationalist.
Well, in my book, 1948, The History of the 48 War, I wrote throughout the book, but also in the conclusion, stressing it in the conclusion, that the conflict is not just a political territorial conflict between two peoples fighting over the same piece of land or territory in the same piece of land, but is also a religious conflict, especially from the Arab side. And I think this is true certainly until 1967. This is true. In other words, from the Arab side, the conflict was also seen with ups and downs at different points in time. Religion played a more significant role or a less significant role, but always there was a religious element to their desire to get rid of the infidel, the Jew, from Palestine, which was a Muslim land in the view of the Arabs. Until 1948, the Zionist movement was a secular movement. 90% of the Jews in Palestine in 1948 were secular Jews. They were people who had rebelled against the old world of religious Jewry from which they'd come in Eastern Europe. But growingly, since 48, but especially since 67, more and more Jews have become religious or are religious. And the religious element in the conflict from the Jewish side has also become more important. I wouldn't say it's dominant here. I would say it's dominant certainly in the Hamas and on the Palestinian side, the religious element of the conflict. But among the Jews, it's become growingly religious as well. In other words, the holy sites and the Temple Mount and religious sites in the West Bank of interest to Jews, these have become very important to Jews, to many Jews in Israel. And this is unfortunate because turning the conflict into a wholly religious conflict will make it even more difficult to resolve.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, and I guess I'd always felt when I was reading initially, if the chief contributor to the conflict was like a religious one, I feel like the Arab states would have been able to expel the incoming Jews pretty easily because they would be united pretty heavily along their religious lines. But it feels like in reading about like the different leaders from Saddam Hussein to Assad to Nasser that there was a lot of Arab nationalistic ideas that were kind of in conflict with one another at times. Like I think it was during Yom Kippur that there were secret flights for the Jordanian king to talk to like Golda Meir about how like we're not actually going to fight you, we don't even want to, we'll send some troops to Syria and like basically shoot our guns in the air. Yeah, that stuff like that. That it always seemed like something that was hampering the Arabs were conflicting national identities or kind of the conflicting nationalistic ideas between them sometimes.
Well, the different Arab states had different interests, and the different regimes in the Arab states had different interests. And since 48, they were unable to come together to unite against the Jewish state. And this is true. This is one of the things which made the Israeli victory in the various wars possible, and Israeli existence down to this day possible. But at the same time, at the base, the Arab peoples have always been religious, and jihadism and the idea of Islam conquering or Islam under threat and therefore conquering the enemy is important to the Arab peoples. Maybe not necessarily to all the regimes, but to the people themselves in the street. It's important.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see, where were we? So settlements, expansionist stuff, one-state solution is obviously silly. Do you feel like in looking at, so focusing really heavily on the Oslo Accords, Camp David, you mentioned the Clinton parameters, there was the Taba Summit after, if you're trying to assign, this seems like in 2000 was like the last time for anything to actually get settled. It seems like the biggest opportunity. When you look at like who dropped the ball here during these negotiations, do you place more blame on Arafat or do you place more blame on Ehud Barak? Or maybe Rabin even for the negotiation of the Oslo Accords not being the perfect, yeah, go ahead.
I may be prejudiced, but I think Barak was honestly trying to reach a two-state agreement. And he, in fact, put his political life on the line and lost the premiership because he'd done this. He said, okay, let's reach a two-state deal. You can have most of Jerusalem. You can have all of the West Bank, 95% of the West Bank, all of the Gaza Strip. This is what he offered in Camp David or in the subsequent months with the Clinton parameters. And Arafat said no. So I think the blame is essentially Arafat's, nobody else's. It's not. I mean, there are these pictures of when they go into the White House or they're moving into some cottage there on the grounds of Camp David, and Barak is sort of trying to nudge Arafat to go ahead of him through the door, and they say, well, he didn't behave nicely to Arafat. But this is all nonsense. So the question is, what was being offered, and what did Arafat respond, and what did Arafat accept or not accept? And essentially, Israel offered him a two-state solution. Whether, incidentally, Barak could have rammed a two-state solution down the throat of most Israelis after reaching a deal with Arafat, I don't know. It's not that clear that Israel would have gone for it, but it is true that Israel was reluctant to give up all of Sinai to Egypt in exchange for peace in 1979, and Begin persuaded the Israelis that peace with Egypt is more important than a piece of territory, and the Knesset and the Israeli public said yes to the deal with Egypt, the peace treaty, which meant Israel gave back every last inch of Sinai to the Egyptians in exchange for peace. So it's quite probable that Barak would have managed to persuade the Israelis, even reluctant Israelis, to give up the West Bank in exchange for peace. Even though Israelis initially may not have been happy to do this, certainly not with a man like Arafat, who was regarded by Israel as a terrorist.
Yeah.
But Arafat said no, so Barak lost the gamble. He lost the throw of the dice, was ejected from power in the next elections in 2001, and that was the end of Barak's political career, unfortunately, in my view.
Okay. Do you think that, just a question, because I've heard this before. I think I've just read a line or two about this, but I haven't dug more into this. I think I've heard it stated that Sadat had made gestures for peace, I think prior to Yom Kippur. And I think I remember reading that like the proposal was like handed to Golda Meir and she like tore it up and was angry and she didn't even want to hear it, that she'd convened like a cabinet meeting over it. Do you know anything about this? Like, why would she have shot down that peace proposal then? I can understand why after Yom Kippur, Israel's a little bit more eager for peace given the start of that war. Yeah, do you know anything about that particular suggestion?
Yeah, I've written about that.
Okay.
Sadat offered something short of peace initially, some sort of non-belligerency agreement for Israeli withdrawal from the canal to a certain depth. Eventually, he seemed to hint, or even more than hint, that he was willing to reach a full peace agreement with Israel. It wasn't clear, but it seemed to be that that's what he was offering. And Golda Meir said no. Dayan, her defense minister, Golda Meir was the prime minister, Dayan was the defense minister. Dayan famously said at the time that he would rather keep half of Sinai, in other words, what he called Sharm el-Sheikh, the eastern part of Sinai. He'd rather keep that than reach a peace agreement with Egypt. In the end, Israel, of course, gave up all of Sinai in exchange for peace. But before 73, the Israelis were full of hubris. They felt the Egyptians would be unable militarily to unseat Israel from Sinai, and were unwilling to make peace in exchange for the whole of the territory. And this certainly was Golda Meir's approach, and I think she was wrong in this. She should have explored the possibility of peace with Sadat before 73. It may have saved us from the 73 war. But on the other hand, it's quite possible when you look at the history, maybe Israel had to suffer initial defeat in the very beginning of the 73 war. Eventually it won the 73 war, but the initial shock of massive losses of Israeli troops and armor and so on in the beginning of the 73 war, maybe it was necessary to restore Egypt psychologically, having been defeated in 56, in 48, in 56, in 67. Maybe for the Egyptians this was psychologically necessary in order to make peace with Israel. We had to beat the Israelis at least once, and then we can, on an equal footing, make peace with the Jewish enemy. And that's what they did. So maybe that's the way history has to work, that sometimes there are other factors, not just the willingness of one side or other to make peace, but something has to happen to make it actually happen.
Okay. How do you feel about broad question? First, I want to ask, I'm curious, do you have any feelings about Palestinian refugees? I've heard a lot of things said about different types of refugees, and then I've done a little bit of reading into Palestinian refugees, and the two kind of most peculiar facts that I find are that one, the UN WRA or RWA. Oh God, I should remember this. It's the UN RWA.
UNRWA.
Yeah, UNRWA. Yeah. That they don't have an obligation to resettle any Palestinian refugees. That they don't try. And then two is that the surrounding Arab states have basically had since it was like Resolution 1457 or 1547 or in the Arab League, that they don't give passports or citizenship to any of the surrounding Arabs, or I'm sorry, to any of the Palestinians that go to any of those states. What are your feelings on, like, I guess, like the treatment of Palestinian refugees and how this number just kind of continues to grow and grow? Do you think it's fair? Do you think it's kind of crazy? Do you think it's used to instigate aggression with Israel, or what? Yeah, what is your feeling on that?
Well, the whole situation of Palestinian refugees is unique and abnormal. In most countries, German refugees from Poland and from Czechoslovakia after World War II, they were kicked out of Czechoslovakia, kicked out of Poland, Romania, and Russia. They reached Germany and they received citizenship, and they're no longer refugees. Vietnamese refugees from Vietnam ended up in America or ended up here or there. They get citizenship and they become normal citizens of their absorbing countries. The Palestinian refugees are unique in world history and in current events as well, in that the status of refugee continues down the generations. In other words, not just the 700,000 who were uprooted from their homes in 1948, but their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren are recognized by the world community, the United Nations, as refugees, receive all sorts of benefits through UNRWA or not directly through UNRWA, free education, handout of food, money, in fact, in various ways. And they're kept up essentially by the world community, meaning essentially, incidentally, the Western world, not by the Arab states. They're financed essentially by America, Britain, France, Germany, and so on. And this is a ridiculous situation. UNRWA takes care of them. It gives them these handouts of food, education, and other things, but doesn't try and resettle them in Arab countries or where they are, in Jordan and Syria and Lebanon and so on, partly because the refugees themselves say, we don't want to be resettled, we want to go back to Palestine, to our original homes. The Syrian and Lebanese regime would like to kick them out. They don't want them there. So they also don't agreed to their being resettled anywhere. The only ones who agreed to Palestinian resettlement anywhere were the Jordanians, who gave them actual citizenship, at least the Palestinian refugees who live on the east bank of the Jordan, which is today the Kingdom of Jordan. But they've had a bad look. The Palestinian, I feel badly, and that's also part of the reason, I suppose, subconsciously at least, why I wrote 3 books about the creation of the Palestinian refugee problem. This is a terrible tragedy, which has been unresolved. Israel refused to allow them back, fearing that the mass return of Palestinian refugees would undermine the state of Israel. They would be subversive and disloyal, and they would turn into a majority demographically, overwhelming the Jewish presence in the country. So Israel always disagreed, didn't allow them back. But as I say, the Arab states in general didn't accept them either, also regarding them incidentally as subversives. And this, in fact, is what happened. They did subvert the
in Jordan,
country in which
and in Lebanon,
firstly in Jordan, and then they subverted Lebanon. They were involved in 2 civil wars, basically. So the Arab states were in some way correct in seeing the Palestinian refugees in their midst as potentially subversive, because they were living in miserable conditions, because they weren't given citizenship and whatever other reasons. But it's a problem which has to be resolved essentially. As the Clinton parameters state, they have to be resettled in place, properly rehabilitated and settled in place, or in countries which might absorb them, like, I don't know, Canada, Western Europe, and so on. In small numbers, they could be resettled and cease to be refugees. But for various reasons, the Palestinians have always said no, because they don't want a peace settlement. And the Arab states have never really wanted to absorb them, even though they are fellow Arabs and fellow Muslims. And this is the way the problem has been perpetuated.
Can I ask, this is like another macro level perspective I have, and then you can tell me if you agree or disagree with this. When I look at where the Palestinian will to fight comes from, it kind of feels like since 48, it feels like Jews came from what they perceived as Jews came from Europe, largely in 48. They created this country, they expelled a bunch of Palestinians, and there was a whole bunch of surrounding Arab sentiment that we're going to remove Israel from here. You know, we're going to mess with them in 56, we're going to try to remove them in 67, we're going to try to remove them in 73. And then once 79 rolls around, Egypt is like, I'm done with this. This is dumb. Yeah, keep Gaza. We're doing peace. In 91, you've got the Madrid conference. And then in 94, Jordan is like, this is also dumb, which are two huge, those 2 countries and all the borders. I think this was a big deal for Israel. It feels like Arab states started to bilaterally negotiate peace without any of the Palestinians in mind. And it feels like as time has gone on, more and more Arab states, or at the very least the leadership, is kind of dropping their support for the Palestinian people. And now the Palestinians basically only find themselves aligned with, Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis, occasional money and arms from Turkey and Qatar, I guess. Like their support has gotten more and more radical, but it feels like when people are looking at like Palestinian radicalization, I feel like they were wound up for so many decades to fight and fight and fight, and then when the surrounding states got bored, they kind of like pulled the plug on it, and now the Palestinian people are like, well, what do we do now? This is, yeah. Do you think that's like a fair summary in terms of a lot of the external motivations for them to fight, or the external Arab states supporting and then pulling support? Or do you feel like it's not a fair summary, or I'm just curious what your feeling is on that?
Well, the Arab and Muslim worlds, which overlap to some extent, basically support the Palestinian case of a return to Palestine, a destruction of Israel and a return to Palestine. That's the just solution. That's the peoples, the society. The regimes in the Arab world have generally growingly accepted the existence of Israel and the reality of Israel, and the need to end the conflict with the Jewish state. And as you say, Jordan is Egypt first, then Jordan, more recently the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Bahrain have made their peace with the Jewish state. This is the regimes. The peoples in these countries are less enthusiastic about accepting Jewish statehood and the eternity of Jewish statehood, but the regimes have decided that this is in the best interests of their countries to drop the sword and live in peace with the Jewish state. The Palestinians have never bought into that, and as you say, they've become more radicalized over the decades, and also have been supported by the more radical or wild regimes in the world, if you like, the Iranian regime, which says it wants to destroy Israel, the regime in North Korea, which supports the Palestinian effort to destroy Israel, and so on. And the Russians now have also seemed to have joined the bandwagon of Palestinian rejectionism. And this is a tragedy because this only removes us from a possibility of peace.
Do you think it's fair for Israel to feel like there's a bit of bias against it when it comes to like the United Nations General Assembly or these resolutions or the UN Human Rights Watch? Or do you think that's like largely just kind of like a little bit of a victim narrative from the pro-Zionist movement? Or
No, I think it's fair. I think this is my view. I agree with this. There is an inbuilt block of Muslim and Arab states and countries which are beholden to these Arab states because they have large quantities of oil or large bank accounts. They feel that they must line up with the Arab states. Fellow dictatorships usually, so there's an instant block in the United Nations against Israel. Certainly this applies to the United Nations Human Rights Commission, which is you have countries like Syria or Iran running it, places where human rights are trodden on daily on a massive scale. And these are the Human Rights Commission, which it condemns Israel for various things, where things are much better in terms of human rights. So no, Israelis feel that they are victims of the international community, at least in the public arena, the public forums like the United Nations, where you've got these large Muslim, dictatorial Muslim and Arab blocs. And it's important, incidentally, to think about it in these terms as well. The Arab states are all dictatorships. There's not one democratic state in the Arab world. They're not democracies. They're either dictatorial kingships, monarchies, or dictatorial dictatorships run by military juntas. And they have almost instant support from similar types of regimes around the world. This is unfortunate, but happens to be true.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask that question next, but it seems like you kind of answered it. It feels like there's kind of a divergence between what the people think and what the regimes themselves think. And sometimes the regimes kind of make speeches in support of the Palestinian people, but behind the scenes, it seems like they've kind of given up on it and they would just rather negotiate and work with Israel directly than continue, I guess, to further the conflict. Let's see, a couple of these other ones. How do you feel about like claims of when you hear people say that Israel is effectively an apartheid state for the Palestinians? What do you feel about like those types of claims?
Well, I recently signed a petition which some people were angry about in Israel, my signing. Israel isn't an apartheid state. This is total nonsense. Israel has an Arab minority, Arab citizens of Israel. 20% of Israel's citizens are Arabs, and they have equal rights. They vote. They have members of parliament. They have a justice in the Supreme Court. They have equal rights before the law. There may be some discrimination, but there is discrimination against minorities in all countries. But essentially, they're equal rights citizens. The problem is that there is apartheid or similar, something along the lines of apartheid in the West Bank, where Israel controls a population which doesn't have rights. It's not racist, incidentally. It's not based on race. It's based on nationalism. There's a discrimination and even separate roads, separate judicial system governing what happens in the West Bank, separate for Jews living in the West Bank and Arabs living in the West Bank. But it's all a derivative of this nationalist struggle and this occupation by Israel of a territory of another people. Nothing to do with racism. There is some racism alongside it. There are Arabs who hate Jews on a racist base, a racial base. There are Jews who hate Arabs or look down on Arabs in terms of race, but essentially the conflict is national, and the regime in the West Bank which runs, as I say, partly along lines of apartheid, but it's based on nationalism, not on racial hatred or national sense of inferiority, superiority, and so on.
Okay, I think that's generally my pushback against it, is it feels like talking about the apartheid conditions in the occupied territories is silly, because it feels like the apartheid conditions will never cease while they're occupied territories, obviously. But if the occupied territory part were solved, the apartheid stuff would essentially kind of go away, and that you would have a Palestinian government administering to their people, and then it would be far less messy, I guess, with Israel constantly intervening in the, I guess, in the daily affairs. How do you feel about, I can probably guess, I guess, but how do you feel about claims that there's like an ongoing genocide in Gaza, or people that make claims like this?
This is total nonsense. The only side in this conflict between Israel and the Hamas is the Hamas. The Hamas is charter, it's genocidal. It says fight and kill the Jew. That's what the charter actually says. They are an anti-Semitic movement. They hold the Jews, for instance, in the charter. It's like their founding Declaration of Independence. In their founding constitution, they say the Jews are responsible for World War I. They're responsible for World War II. They brought about the French Revolution. They brought about the Russian Revolution. The Jews are responsible for the United Nations. They also accuse the Jews of being responsible for setting up the United Nations, which is, of course, absurd. But this is an anti-Semitic movement and genocidal in what it wants. It wants to get rid of the Jews from Israel, and in general, apparently wants to get rid of Jews in general. Israel has killed thousands of Palestinians in this ongoing counterattack against the Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Hamas are embedded in the population. They live inside the hospitals, under the hospitals, in the schools, under the residential buildings. And the only way to fight them seems to involve also collateral casualties, damage to civilians in large numbers. This is the situation. It's very unfortunate, but that's the situation. Genocide is certainly not the intent, and I think the Israeli army has tried to be careful not to kill civilians, but this is the nature of the combat. If you have a residential apartment building with 10 floors, one floor controlled by the Hamas, rockets in the basement, and God knows what other equipment inside various parts of the building, you can tell the residents in the building to leave. And Israel unusually sometimes tells the residents of certain buildings, leave within an hour because we're going to bomb your building. And they simply tell them by phone. They call up the residents and say, we're going to bomb this building because it has Hamas rockets or Hamas installations inside. You must leave. And then they bomb the building. If the people stay there, they die. And sometimes the Hamas forces the people to stay there in the hope that this will protect them from Israeli attack. And this is essentially what is happening in the Gaza Strip in general. Very unfortunate. I think the Hamas is responsible for the deaths, and they want, incidentally, the Hamas wants many citizens to die, many civilians to die, because then they can come to the world and say the Israelis are busy slaughtering us poor innocent Arabs, civilians. This is the Hamas strategy. And a lot of groups in America and elsewhere, students on campuses and so on, fall for this. People are just stupid.
Do you think, here's a question I don't have a good answer to. So Israel seems to have done a lot in terms of warning people to flee Gaza, at least northern Gaza, in preparation for incoming...
Well, flee from areas in Gaza.
Yeah. Why don't they all flee? I don't think I've ever heard of evidence of like Hamas saying like you have to stay here. Do you think they're ideologically driven? Do you think they just won't be allowed to come back? Or what is the rationale for somebody staying? Yeah.
I think there is some evidence for the Hamas forcing people to stay in certain places in the northern part of Gaza before Israel conquered the area. But also some of them simply don't want to leave home. People don't want to leave their homes, leave their property, leave everything they have and go into some wilderness of fallen buildings and whatever. It's not as if the south of the Gaza Strip is such a nice place either, because there's Hamas there and Israel's busy attacking them there as well. So it's, like they're sort of caught in a vice, in a terrible vice, the civilian population. Except, of course, that the civilian population of Gaza supports the Hamas in general. Today, perhaps they support the Hamas a bit less, but essentially they've always supported the Hamas. Sometimes they complain the Hamas is totalitarian, dictatorial, and vicious, and so on. But essentially, they've supported the Hamas. I'm not saying that they deserve what they get, but unfortunately, they have supported the Hamas, and the Hamas has essentially brought them to this situation by slaughtering 1,200 Israelis on the 7th of October.
Do you think there's any argument? I know that during the first and second Intifada, one of the largest source of casualties for these was Palestinians killing suspected Palestinian collaborators. Do you think there's any argument to be said that the support for Hamas in the Gaza Strip is a bit overstated because of the pressure to conform, or the idea that you might be killed? Or do you think they're legitimately just, they really support Hamas and they think that the fighting is good for them?
There's no way of knowing. Look, you're right. There's both pressure on people to support, and you get punished if you don't support. But there are also people who believe that the Hamas is the real resistance organization to the Israelis, the only people who will fight the Israelis, and we support fighting the Israelis. So probably both things are true. Look, in the only general elections the Palestinians ever held in the territories in 2006, I think it was, the Hamas won the vote, both in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. And current opinion polls say that most West Bank Palestinians support the Hamas, not their own Fatah movement or the Palestinian Authority, but the Hamas. And still most Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, according to opinion polls today, support the Hamas. That's the results of these opinion polls. How good they are, how valid they are, I don't know.
Okay. I'm trying to think for any more. Here's a question. What are a couple...
Wait, I've got a question also.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you have a gun on the Why do you have a gun on the wall behind you?
'Cause I'm an American. I live in Florida. That's what we do here. It's a shotgun, okay?
Okay, because I don't have a shotgun in my wall, but maybe I should get one also.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, we have a big gun culture in the U.S., especially in the state that I live in.
I've heard about that. Yes,
yeah,
I've heard about that.
Yeah. In terms of other scholars, so I've seen you give, I don't remember where I read the article, but I've seen you give pretty scathing reviews of people like, is it Ilan Pappé? Is that how you pronounce the name?
Yeah, Pappé. Ilan Pappé.
And then like Finkelstein, who would be a couple of scholars, or what are like some good historical disagreements that people have with you, where you might say, like, for instance, I think in 67 Israel needed to attack, but there's good arguments that they didn't. Or in the Nakba, I think there are strong arguments to show that Israel would have expelled every Arab if they had the chance to. Do you think that there are what are like the best historical arguments that you've made that you think there's good contention for on the other side that is supported strongly by, like historical narrative and evidence and everything?
There is an historian in England called Avi Schleim,
yes,
whom I respect. And we disagree about various important things in the historiography, but I think I would respect his opinions. I wouldn't respect the opinions of Ilan Pappé or Finkelstein. I think they're both third-rate historians.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on Rashid Khalidi?
Rashid Khalidi, I recently wrote a review of his most recent book, The History of the War on Palestine or something it's called. I think he tries to sound balanced, but he isn't. I think he's basically a Palestinian propagandist, but he's more sophisticated than most Palestinian writers and historians, yes.
Okay. Gotcha. So you brought up Avi Schleim.
Avi Schleim, I think, is reasonable, even though, as I say, I disagree with him in a lot of things. And I think he's moved more and more into a pro-Palestinian position on many subjects in recent years, under the impact of the Israeli occupation, insurgency and counterinsurgency and terrorism and counterterrorism. This affects people, and what's happened to the Palestinians over the last 20 years, which has been tragic, including, of course, what's happening in Gaza today. But I would respect his historical work.
What are a couple, like one or two, I'm just curious, what are one or two big disagreements that you think that you and Schleim have in regards to Israeli history, specifically Israeli-Palestinian history?
I think we disagree about, for example, the Balfour Declaration. He called it a monumental tragic mistake or something by the British government. I think he's being disrespectful towards the British ministers who decided to issue the Balfour Declaration. I think he thinks it was all a matter of high politics and self-interest of the British imperial caste. I think it was also motivated by idealism. He discounts. I think we may disagree also on what drove Nasser into what he did in '67 and what drove Israel to preempt the Egyptians in the Six-Day War. I think we would disagree about that. There are a number of issues we probably disagree about. I think we would agree on a lot of things, like the creation of the Palestinian refugee problem, how and why it happened. We would probably agree that Golda Meir in 1972-73 should have accepted the peace overtures by Sadat before the '73 war. We would agree on a lot of things, but I think we disagree on certain things as well.
Okay. Okay, random. Okay, I got you for 20 more minutes. Okay, I'm milking this, okay? I've got a question on... Or what'd you say?
I'm just saying we don't have to run down the clock.
Oh, well, I want to. Obviously, I'm going to ask you whatever I can. Yeah, of course.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, most people I talk to on this issue are complete total idiots, although I'm sure you feel the same way about that because it feels like everybody has really strong opinions on this that doesn't know anything. Here's like a random econ question. I don't know if you've ever answered this, or if this has been in your area of study. I don't know if you do economic policy. It feels like uniquely after 48, after 67, I think even after 73, obviously every time there is an Arab-Israeli conflict and the Arabs lose, there's kind of this increasing diaspora of Jews to Israel. How did Israel incorporate so many more people that were coming from all over the world into the country? How did that work? Because like on paper, it honestly just sounds like a disaster, but it seems like in terms of creation of the country, well, because you're bringing in so many people that are leaving all their possessions behind. How is Israel able to incorporate, so many people into the country and economically make it work so fast? What was like the policy? I'm so curious. I've never read anything like domestically, economically in that time period.
Well, I'm not an expert in economics. The original Zionist visionaries and leaders in around the year 1900 probably thought, not probably, they actually wrote these things, probably thought that something like 1 to 2 million Jews could be brought to Palestine to create a Jewish state and live in a Jewish state. Nobody thought in terms of an enormous population. Today there's close to 8 million Jews in Israel, and there's also 2 million Arabs almost in Israel, so that's 10 million population in Israel, in a country which nobody thought could actually sustain such a large population. 2,000 years ago, the country maybe had a population of 1 million people, this territory called Palestine. But look, the world economy's changed. Countries have become industrialized. Buildings go up to 20 and 40 stories high. People don't live in one-story farmhouses nowadays, most Israelis. So it's obviously capable. The country's capable of absorbing so many people. The crucial question really is the years 1948 to 1951. During those 3 years, in 1948 there were 650,000 Jews in Israel. 1948. In 1951, 3 years later, there were 1.3 million Jews in Israel. In other words, 650,000 people had absorbed something like 700,000 people over a 3-year period, like doubled their numbers. Say in America, you today have 350 million people. In 3 years' time, you would have 700 million people. How do you accomplish that? Well, what it caused in Israel at the time was enormous poverty. People lived, there was rationing. You could only buy butter once a week or something. You could buy 3 eggs over a month, whatever the rationing was at the time. People lived very poorly. Some people lived in not mud huts, but tent or tin huts. Until they actually had real apartments, but somehow they weathered it, partly incidentally as a result of receiving money from world Jewry. Especially American Jews contributed a lot of money to Israel over those years and over the following years, making Israel gradually prosper. And American aid also helped, American governmental aid. So somehow it managed. But you're right, there's something of an economic miracle here, especially when you consider that the country itself has no natural resources.
Yeah.
It barely has water. It doesn't have water to sustain itself. It desalinates water in giant plants along the Mediterranean. It doesn't have gold, silver, uranium, anything basically into oil. It now has some oil or gas at least offshore, but this was only discovered in the last 15, 20 years. But essentially it had no economic resources, but nonetheless it somehow prospered. I suppose, as I say, partly because of generosity of Jewish communities abroad, but eventually because it was able to establish industries and things based on high tech, which made it viable economically.
Mm-hmm.
Israel exports enormous amounts of high tech and weaponry also.
Mm-hmm.
So it's to do with human resources, which were proved effective.
Sure. Do you think that an essay that I read by Avi Schleim, one of the claims that he makes is that for the foundation of Israel and the perseverance of Israel, that one of the ways that they could secure peace from neighboring Arab states is this idea. He quotes a guy whose name starts with a J that I'm not going to try to pronounce because I mess it up every time. But this idea of, I think he called it the Iron Wall.
Iron Wall.
Yes.
The Iron Wall.
Yeah.
By Jabotinsky.
That name. Yes, that I butcher every time I say it. Yes. The concept was that basically Israel needs to prove its might through strength, and then only through strength with surrounding Arab states recognize it. And I think one of Avi Schleim's criticisms of recent Israeli policy that I feel like I agree with, and then you can argue on the other side of this, is that Israel, I believe, for 48, 67, and 73, I think it was totally legitimate to feel from 73 and prior that Israel was always under an existential threat of elimination. But that post-79, and especially post-94, that threat has essentially vanished. That Israel isn't under existential threats anymore. While terrorist attacks are definitely possible, as we've seen on October 7th, while pressure from surrounding states is definitely possible, Israel is probably here to stay. But it seems like Israel still conducts itself on a day-to-day basis as though they're under an existential threat of elimination. Do you feel like there's any truth to that? Or do you think Israel is acting about as it should, or a reasonable expectation? Or should they chill a little bit? You guys bring it down a little bit and maybe be a bit more understanding for the Palestinians, because it's not like they're about to destroy the country. Yeah, what do you feel in general about that concept, I guess?
Well, that's a complicated question. I would say that Israel is still under existential threat. I would disagree with you on this.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Iranians, who are trying to build atomic nuclear weapons and do say that they want to destroy Israel,
Mm-hmm.
they represent an existential threat to Israel.
Okay.
True, Israel has the same type of weapons, and maybe there will be a sort of a standoff like there was between the Soviet Union and the free world during the Cold War, but maybe not. Who knows? These Iranians are essentially religious fanatics. Who knows what they will risk doing if they get atomic weapons. So in that sense, Israel is under existential threat.
I can agree with that for Iran, yeah. Okay.
It's also under existential threat, in my view, from the demography of Israel-Palestine. In other words, Palestinians living under Israeli rule and inside Israel, but also in the territories and outside, who want to come back and use the so-called right of return. If Israel is eventually flooded with Arabs, more Arabs than Jews in the state of Israel, there will be no Israel.
Yeah.
So that's also an existential threat. You're right that in the immediate term, the armies of Syria or the armies of Jordan, who now have peace with Israel, the surrounding Arab states don't pose a conventional existential threat in terms of conventional war. But long-term, demographically, and in terms of the nuclear threat, Israel remains, unfortunately, under existential threat, and is also isolated, not completely, but largely isolated in the international community. You look at the UN vote in favor, basically, of the Hamas a couple of nights ago in the General Assembly. 150 states voted against Israel. Many of them probably also thinking in terms of eventual demise of Israel. So I would say that Israel Israelis feel rightly under existential threat.
Okay.
I would add to this something which is slightly irrational, if you like,
Sure.
and that is that the Holocaust hovers over Israeli minds, hovers over Israel as well.
Mhm.
In other words, the German destruction of European Jewry, German helped by all sorts of others in Europe, Ukrainians, Dutch,
Mhm.
French, and so on. The destruction of 6 million Jews in Europe wasn't that long ago. It was 70 or whatever years ago.
Mhm.
And Israelis think in those terms. They think that this could happen as the world stands by and watches it happen and does nothing about it, as the world did nothing about it in the 1940s. So Israelis, this may not be, as I say, it may be a psychological thing and may not be completely rational, but it's there in the minds of Israelis. In
Okay.
addition to the threats I mentioned, demographic and nuclear, which are very real.
Okay. Do you think that are there any big questions?
Let
or
me
go ahead.
add. Let me add one more thing.
Yeah, add as much as you want. Yeah.
Schleim may be right
Mhm.
that Israel has resorted in its history to military power too readily, quite often. It sometimes wasn't necessary to take certain measures, which it maybe did. Too great a reliance on military power, too little reliance on politics and diplomacy, perhaps at certain junctures.
Mhm.
There may be something in that. But I think that this is partly a result of Arab rejectionism and of, as I say, the actual existential threats which Israelis feel exist.
Okay. Are there any big historical questions you have relating to the motivations of any particular leader or some conflict where you feel like if the Arab states surrounding Israel would have completely opened their archives that you would like dig through to find answers for? Like, is there, yeah.
Well, I would begin with the Russians.
Okay.
No, I'm being serious.
No, I mean, I agree. Because
One big question which is in my mind, which nobody knows, nobody's resolved, is why in 1967, in May 1967, did the Russians tell the Syrians and then the Egyptians that the
Israel.
Israelis were about to attack,
Mhm.
which is one of the reasons the Egyptians pushed their armored corps into Sinai, threatening Israel
Mhm.
and forcing Israel essentially to preempt in the Six-Day War. But why did the Russians begin this set of moves? Because Israel wasn't about to attack Syria or Egypt. This is all nonsense.
Can I ask
The Israelis even invited the Russian ambassador in Israel, go look at the borders, see if Israel is massing troops or not. You can move about freely and see if what you're saying about Israel is true.
Mhm.
And he said, no, we're not going to, us Russians, we're not going to go inspect the borders and see if what you're saying is true. Why the Russians did that is unfathomable.
Can I ask a quick question on that? Because I've read a little bit about this. I've read claims as strong as the entire Six-Day War was essentially baited by the Soviets giving that fake intel to Egypt, which caused them to mobilize across the Sinai, expel the UNEF. That was a huge driving factor to it. I've heard that claim all the way to the claim of, yeah, Soviet intel said this, it was wrong. Nasser himself confirmed with Syria and Jordan that there was no mobilization of Israeli troops and that was just kind of like a BS pretext to kind of float in on. And that really what was goading Nasser on to expel like the UNEF and everything were statements by the Jordanian king saying you're hiding behind the UN's forces. You know, you won't do anything, past, you won't do anything that the UF doesn't. I think they call him a dog of the UN or something. And that Nasser was emboldened by 56 feeling like he on his own defeated Israel and France and Britain's secret alliance and that he thought he could, so I've heard like two radically different claims relating to that Soviet intel thing. Which one do you feel is more true, or have you heard anything regarding these things? Yeah. That like, did Nasser actually believe the Soviet claim, or was it just like a bullshit pretext for him to like expel the UNF and mobilize across the Sinai? Yeah.
I don't know. You're right that when and if the Arabs, the Egyptians open their archives, maybe we'll learn the truth about that.
Okay.
As if the Russians open theirs. This is a question.
Mhm.
One other thing which I think that Yasser Arafat in July 2000 didn't agree to the Barack and Clinton proposals for a two-state solution. I think it's because he was constitutionally unable to agree to put his signature to a document saying we accept Israel's existence and the two-state solution which is on offer. He just couldn't make peace. Constitutionally, he was incapable. But I'm not 100% sure of this.
Okay.
And I'm not sure. Maybe he was thinking, and again, this is what I'm saying is maybe if they have documentation and it will show what the truth is, maybe he was thinking, well, if I hold out for a little longer and say no to this, they'll give us more in another week's time. They'll make a better offer. Maybe this was what was motivating him. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. As I say, I suspect the first explanation is a true one. He simply couldn't make his peace with the Jewish state. But it could be that he was driven by more pragmatic calculations. I would like to know that through archives if they're ever opened.
Okay, interesting. I thought in 1988, didn't the PLO officially recognize for the first time Israel as an actual state? I thought that was part of. I remember if it was it wasn't in 1988. It was in the Oslo agreements, the very beginning of the Oslo process, 1993, I think it was, 1993, that they did sign an agreement saying they recognize Israel, but most Israelis don't think that was sincere. Genuine, yeah.
He was signing a document, but he didn't really mean to recognize Israel. It was a step on the road to eventually destabilizing and destroying Israel. I think this is what is suspected. And I think, well, as you said before, most Arab leaders never trusted Arafat, and Israelis had good reasons never to trust him also. The man had been a terrorist all his life.
Do you think, what do you think about the IDF's efforts that they've made recently to, I think they've gone back and tried to censor, I think they're historical documents that I think you've even written about before. Yeah, what is your feeling on like Israel's moves in that direction?
I'm very much opposed, as you can imagine, especially as being an historian, but even just as a citizen. I don't think countries should reclassify documentation which has once been opened. And what they've been doing, I mean, there is censorship of Israeli documentation in general over the years, certainly on nuclear matters to do with intelligence, and also in relation to 48 and things to do with massacres and expulsions, there was censorship. Even though, as I say, I always got around it and managed to find what I wanted. But over the 1990s, 2000s, there was an effort by the Israeli Defense Ministry to close classified documents which had once been declassified, which I'd been able to use in my writings. Suddenly I want to look at them again, and they tell me we can't see them. They're now classified, they're closed. And this is absurd. This is something which dictatorships do, not democratic countries. And it's also stupid because it's closing the barn door after the horses have already bolted.
Yeah. Do you think that when the Palestinian Authority is sometimes just seen as like a puppet of Israel or like a security subcontractor, I've read, of Israel, do you think there's any hope moving forward that the Palestinian Authority can be a representative of the Palestinian people? Or do you think that whole entity needs to be resolved and start over? I don't imagine people want to do that. Like, what are your feelings on that? Yeah.
This is a tough one. It's true that the Palestinian Authority has assisted Israel to maintain security in the West Bank, to clamp down on Hamas and Islamic Jihad cells. This has happened for sure. And in that sense, probably Palestinians rightly view the Palestinian Authority as in some way a subcontractor of Israel. On the other hand, you can say that they've sort of maintained their peace with Israel, giving Palestinians a better life in the West Bank. Look what's happened to the place where they're not in control, the Gaza Strip. So they've actually done good for the Palestinians in being cooperative with Israel. So you can look at it either way, but it's also a corrupt institution. This has to be said. Not that the Hamas isn't. The Hamas is also a very corrupt institution. Their leaders have apparently bank accounts running into hundreds of millions of dollars in Switzerland and God knows where. But the same applies to the Palestinian Authority. Straight, honest governance isn't exactly notable in the Arab world in general, and the Palestinians suffer from the same disease.
Gotcha. Do you think, just curious, this is a film that a friend wants me to watch. I've watched a 10-minute trailer for this. Have you watched the documentary by I think it's Eyal Savan. It's called Jaffa, The Orange's Clockwork.
I haven't seen it, no.
Haven't seen it? Okay, gotcha.
But I know the guy. I know Eyal Sivan. I once had dinner with him in Paris a long time ago.
Okay, gotcha.
But I didn't see the movie, no.
Okay. I'm just curious, as a historian, are there like, do you work on new projects? Is there something else you're like interested in that you're like digging into, or are you just kind of like, you did your stuff and now you're chilling?
Well, I'm completing a new book at the moment on war crimes in 1948 by Jews and by Arabs.
Okay.
In other words, this is going to be, I think, a basic work. I mean, people all the time talk about Israeli massacres and Arab massacres, and what this will lay down the facts about what actually happened in terms of war crimes in 48 by the two sides. And this will be a reference work, I think, on this subject.
Okay.
It's almost completed, yes.
I'm sure you've seen, you mentioned this before, college students and a bunch of people protesting around the world have very strong ideas and opinions. I don't know if you saw, I think it was a Pew Opinion poll that came out, or it might have been a poll conducted on college campuses, that once you showed students what From the River to the Sea meant, the support for it dropped by like 70 points because a lot of people didn't even know which river or sea was being referred to. If there was like one or two facts that you could transmit to everybody's brain about this conflict, like what do you think are, and I say this conflict because I'm an American, I'm attached, but from like the very real like ongoing stuff that's happening in Israel and Palestine, what are like one or two things that you wish everybody would just kind of like keep in mind or understand when it came to having like moral judgments or evaluations of everything going on?
Well, I think I mentioned some of them. I think everybody should know that in 1947, the international community proposed a peace agreement, a peace settlement between the Jews and the Arabs in Palestine based on two states. And the Arabs rejected it, and the Jews accepted it, and the Arabs went to war against the Jews. And that's how the refugee problem was created. This is, I think, a basic fact people should understand. I think also that people should know that Arab leaders, reasonable, sane Arab leaders, have reached the conclusion that the continuation of the war between the Jews and the Arabs is not good for the Arabs, not just for the Jews, but it's not good for the Arabs as well. People like Sadat, people like King Hussein made peace with the Jews. They may not have liked Zionism. They may not have liked the idea of an Israel propping up suddenly in the middle of the Arab world, in Israel, in Palestine. But they said, well, this is reality. This is what history has dealt us, and we've got to face it, and we've got to work it out with them instead of bringing everybody down like, Samson in Gaza, bringing down the temple on top of his own head. You have to sort of accept certain things in life, and this is something I think which people should pay attention to.
Okay. Final question then. On Al Arabia, or Arabia, I think it's like a Saudi Arabian.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 3-part interview series given by Prince Bandar bin Sultan. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm so sorry. Yeah, have you seen that, or do you have any opinions on him?
No,
or
I haven't seen it.
Gotcha. Okay. Have you ever met with him before, or seen him speak or do anything, or?
No, I've seen him speak, but I've never met him. No.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Well,
I think he was the Saudi ambassador to Washington, if I remember.
Yeah,
correctly.
he was. Yeah, but he has a lot to say about the Palestinian Israeli conflict and like Arafat and everything.
He urged Arafat in the year 2000 to make peace with the Jews at Camp David.
Yeah.
And they turned him down. He
Yeah.
said, this is what you should do. And they wouldn't listen. Arafat and his people wouldn't listen.
Okay. Well, hey, I super appreciate your time. I appreciate your knowledge and your information. It's been fun. 2 quick things. One, if you're ever in the United States, okay, if you're ever in Florida or Miami, if you ever want to stop by, okay, I'll put you up in a nice hotel. We can chat. If you ever want to come on a show live, and we can argue about things. Or I can have more specific things if you're interested or curious. Second thing is, if people are like looking to promote, or I'm sorry, is there anything you want to promote right now? Like, do you have like a book, a social media thing, anything I can link? If people want to find you in my chat, what do you want them to look for, or where do you want them to go?
No, I'm not. Eventually, if they want to look at me, they can look up Google. They'll find me there.
Okay. All right, Benny Morris. Well, thank you. I appreciate it so much. It's been fun. 2 hours and 50 minutes, so I super appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully we chat at some point in the future. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll be happy to do that again.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Fuck. Okay. We gotta get the Avi. I gotta get the Avi Schleim guy. That would be a because this was. He agreed on everything. I need the Avi Schleim guy. Fuck. Just about Finkelstein? Yeah, he mentioned Finkelstein and Pepe or whatever. Or Pepe. Don't you disagree on the second Intifada point? Minorly, but I don't know how important it was. We'll see. But I feel like if I have a combo with Benny Morris, I feel like I can establish this for like conversations in the future going forward. Sorry, a lot of people were sending me questions. I was trying to incorporate some of these into my conversation, but it was hard. Yeah, damn, nice job, guys. Good conversation. Proud of all of you. Did you change your mind on the existential threat thing? I could have pushed on it more. I agree that there can be an existential threat, but it's a lot different in nature. Like, Iran having nuclear weapons is a different type of existential threat than conventional warfare. But I think we probably would have largely agreed, because he seemed to say as much. There's not the conventional warfare threat, but there's kind of like the demographic threat of the one-state solution, and then there's like the Iranian threat nuclearly as well. Oh God, guys, I'm trying not to ever dance on my enemies or whatever, or prey on their downfalls, but holy shit, what happened here? Bro, what is this? I need to get this pixel perfect to Jesus. What is this?
All the time, that's all they do is.
Did you purposely get some small details wrong to see if you could correct them? I think I noticed. I probably just forgot. What is a small detail you think I got wrong?
All the time, that's all they do is spam Kelly.
Somebody asked if I was straight, and the answer is I'm so woke that it seems like I'm gay.
All the time, that's all they do.
How did,
spam
what is,
Somebody asked if I was straight.
What's going on here, guys? Holy shit. Do you think your assessment that you're insanely pro-Israel is correct? I feel like saying it like that is not a fair comment. You're probably right, actually. My position is probably like moderately pro-Israel to moderately pro-Palestinian, depending on your perspective. It's just right now the world social media narrative is basically like anything besides a two-state solution. Or I'm sorry, anything besides like a one-state solution is like an Israeli pro-Zionist cuck position. But in terms of like, I think the Palestinians should have a negotiated two-state solution with some amount of land transfer. There should be like an independent government. They should, the blockade hopefully in Gaza should end, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's probably like relatively pro-Palestinian. It just depends on who you're talking to, yeah. Bonus clip of them from the same stream.
I think of all the radical movements I've ever looked at, I think like radical separatist lesbians were the ones that spoke to me the most. They were the most before their time. They basically believe, like, there's the Scum Manifesto is one. Basically, they just believe that.
What years was this? Mike's like literally a fucking encyclopedia.
Fuck.
He's like a walking.
I mean, this is like 70s, 80s, 90s. I think of all the radical movements
What an
I've
encyclopedia.
ever looked at, I think like radical.
An actual encyclopedia. Why was the panel last night treating Aiden calling you the F-slur so casually? It was kind of fucked. It's hard for me to understand that. I can understand it through a couple perspectives. One might be, it's hard to make sense of this. Either one It's because Aiden is super clouded in the. Is he still part of the WL community? And they don't want to like fight the WL community. Also, Aiden's fan base is like very active and very evil, so maybe they don't want to get on the bad side of that. So that might be one part of it. A second part of it might be them not following or knowing anything about my personal life. So when he's like asking questions about like my breakup or my ex-wife or like cuck jokes or whatever, people think that's just like kind of a meme or who cares. And then when I make the Muslim jokes on him, people think it's like the worst thing in the world because I'm like being Islamo, fascist, phobic, or whatever the fuck. Maybe. So they feel like him coming back on me and just like calling me a fag like 20 times in a row. You 40-year-old, like Jesus Christ. Maybe they felt that was fair. I don't know. That was kind of wild. That was funny. He like completely fucking snapped after I poked him in like two vulnerable spots. The the Andrew Tate thing and the viewpotting thing. He like broke completely. Did you have beef with him prior to that? He was coming for you from the start. No, we didn't have any beef. Actually, our last conversation was pretty friendly, but he's like not enough of a person to have strong opinions about anybody. He probably just follows the winds of his audience. And I'm sure Sneeko was probably texting him like, oh, ask Jesse about this or whatever. So like, yeah. Then he pouted like a child the rest of the podcast. Yeah, I'm guessing because of sorry. A guess. This is just a guess. I don't know. I have to, yeah. The guess is that fuck, I just read 4 different things and I responded to 2 of them, and now I clicked this stupid fucking link in chat. What did I say? He follows like the winds of his audience. He doesn't do much. He'll probably just shit on me for. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. It feels like I could be making this up, but it feels like he is not used to getting pushback because so many people will suck up to him because he's a famous streamer. That's my guess. But I could be wrong on that too. Maybe he does get a lot of pushback from other people. But yeah, that's like a guess. He's not used to having anybody like actually push back for real. And as soon as I did that, he like basically lost his mind, which is kind of sad. I hate it when fucking people, especially like him, do this because it might have been like a fun convo. Like if he really wanted to go back and forth, I got a million Muslim jokes. I got a million Jew jokes for Aiden Ross. I've got a million fucking botting jokes, 10-year-old fan joke. I got so many different jokes that I could have used. It would have been really fun to run back and forth, but it's kind of boring when the other person just calls you like a faggot cuck like a million times. It's like, okay, well, I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, if you want to say the same insults over and over again, right? You see how far them white jokes get you. we can do 8 Mile and I'll just fucking use a whole bunch of new shit against you, yeah. But I don't know, it's cringe, I think. He said someone texted him not to talk while you were there, and then right when you left, he started talking shit again. Then after you came back, everyone was quiet again. Yeah, because I think that there were people probably texting him saying I doubt it was a manager saying don't like do this. It's not good for your brand. It was probably either Sneeko or other friends texting him saying like, hey, you look really bad and unhinged right now. You need to calm the fuck down and chill because you look like a clown. So he probably decided to shut the fuck up and chill, and then claim that it was like a sponsor or some bullshit. Yeah. He also claimed he had to go somewhere, but as soon as you left, he stayed for the rest of the pod. Yeah, he's just a fucking coward, yeah. Why do you assume Aiden was in comms with Sneeko? Because aren't they friends and they chat? And like these guys are always like texting each other, like all these people whenever they're on shows and shit, so. My word for your own safety? 10-year-old attention span is usually pretty short, but obviously I don't want to tempt it that much. XXC practically begged you to stay, but you failed him. I had other shit that I wanted to do. And also, it did feel kind of weird. Again, fuck me. Okay, boundaries, so let me say this, okay? Because I'm not like crying about it. But I'm literally sitting on a podcast with this loser fucking piece of shit, like smiling and grinning into his phone as like my family members are getting spam phone calls, as pictures of my kid are being posted on his community. That's not just a random community on Twitter. That is Aiden's community. He's a mod there, and he's got other mods posting like pictures of them with like Glocks or guns in their lap, you know, saying I'm gonna go and find Destiny and shit. And it's like that, it just feels weird. Like, why am I gonna sit here and play nice and pretend that like this is anything when yeah, when this is like really weird that this guy's like sitting here as this fan base of 10-year-olds are actually. And then also when I came back, he literally defended. He was like, yeah, you should get doxxed. You should, like, really? My family? That's unhinged, bro. Yeah, that was cringe. If X wanted me to, if X wanted to hang out with me, he should have just come earlier when the show started. Yeah. What'd you take last night? Oh, just MDMA. Nick Merckx and others echoed that Aiden got to be better than that, and then he conceded. Yeah, but I don't even like the phrasing of that. I haven't seen the clips, and I don't want to because I don't want to get like more upset than I already am about how dumb that was. The idea of them saying like, Aiden, you got to be the bigger man. Like, I'm the one that started it. Like, he's the one that got his feet in the mud first, and I just decided to roll around, you know, with him in it, and I'm fine with that. But then for them to be after, like, Aiden, you got to be the bigger man, bro. You got to like stand up to the, like, don't. It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean the bigger man? This guy's the child that already fucking started this entire fight. Why the fuck would I care? Or what do you mean be the bigger man? He's a fucking loser. Like, and he always has been a loser. He probably always will be a loser. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's because he's a big content creator and people are soft to big content creator. Oh, I'm getting to be a bigger content creator too, but I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. It's cringe. I think it's cringe. But I think Aiden should go take a trip to Canada. Yeah. Train did both sides start too. Yeah, because Train just wants like peace between people and shit. Yeah. Do you see the new Kanye rant that dropped? Yeah, I saw like 2 minutes of this. Just Kanye being Kanye. I don't care that much. He's just, yeah. XQC said unleash the goons on Destiny, then later said they didn't want to mess with DGG. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. 600 comments from 4 hours ago. Wait, really? Unavailable. Okay. True. Fucking true. Check the clip of you apologizing and listen to the aftermath. Oh, this was 2 hours ago. Nice. Destiny apologizes to Aiden Ross.
Wait, can I apologize to Aiden first, though, so that we're cool? Because I don't want to leave
apologize, because the shit you said about the Moscow was kind of fucked up.
It was fucked. I'll apologize for that. I don't know if you can hear me.
Wait, who said it was kind of fucked up? Oh, Tifu.
Might have me muted right now. I'm not sure.
He's not. Aiden, you have him muted? I don't know if there's going to be a real one.
Oh, I'm listening.
Oh, okay, listen.
Look at him acting like he's like so disinterested. He's so cool. And like, fuck. I actually considered for a split second squashing it, but then like when I saw the way he was acting, I was like,
Aiden, we had that conversation, okay, before. I think the best thing we could do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you. Bye.
See,
True and based. Myth calls you a rat after you leave. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have mentioned that like his community's been doxing me for literally like the past hour or two on. Yeah, fuck him. I don't care. Watch right after. How do I see from right after? Fuck. Is there a way to go to that time in the VOD? I don't know how to do it. Sorry. Here's the clip for the after.
You might have me muted right now. I'm not sure.
He's not.
The best thing we can do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you. Bye.
See, I fucking sniffed it out from that. I sniffed it out from the rat. There's no shot.
Aiden, send the goons. Send the goons after him, Aiden. I don't know what you were expecting.
Come on, man. Listen, that shit's not gonna be real.
All right.
Well, Aiden,
if
you
you missed it, he did say he was
I had
sorry.
You have full permission.
You apologize.
Do whatever you. Yeah, that was fucked up. I did not. I should have known better, but I did not.
Bro,
think
Train,
that.
I don't care.
This is such a pussy move. Fuck. I don't like that Train. He always does this thing where he's like, oh yeah, all these big streamers were together. Blah, blah. Train is just as guilty of it as a lot of other people though. Like when it comes to like sucking up to big streamers, it's super cringe. It's so fucking cringe. Like everybody will treat Aiden, and I hate Aiden too. It's like pretty girl syndrome where everybody treats you with kid gloves because they don't want to like piss you off because they're trying to simp for you. It's so cringe. Oh my god.
Now I can actually talk.
I think that's just Destiny's way of just saying I love you, right?
Like, look at that. Now I can actually talk. Why couldn't you talk before, pussy bitch? Like, or if you didn't want to fight with me, why the fuck are you, like, ragging on my relationships and everything? Like,
Yeah, it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's a
you,
complicated
Carter.
guy.
That's a really good way to look
Can
at it.
I actually talk now?
Yeah.
You could have talked the whole time, but you were being a little fucking bitch about it.
True.
No, I actually got texts, Nick. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't talk.
No way.
Bullshit.
Okay,
Him and fucking Destiny were.
Oh my god. And he believes it right off the bat. I don't believe it. Yeah, fuck Aiden. Jesus Christ. What a good podcast. So many clips. Don't forget you went back on after this. Oh, to talk about the doxing shit? Yeah, I don't know. And then he's like, I can't control my community. Even though he's literally the moderator of that community, which means he can literally control that community, but... Matt Walsh made a video on you? Oh, is every single person in the Daily Wire going to make a video on my relationship? Do I get a Candace Owens one next? Jesus. Trying to think of what else I have. What do we have for today? I'm trying to think if I should take a nap or not. I don't know if I can take a nap now that I took my Vyvanse. There's some Irish organization that wants to talk at 6. That's in 3.5 hours over some shit. Myth was bawling at your jokes. Oh, I didn't even see the response. It sounded like, it felt like people got quiet. Maybe they were laughing quietly. I don't know.
LGBTQ rights or economic stability? LGBTQ rights or economic stability?
Why can't you have both?
You need to pick one.
I refuse the question.
You can't refuse the question.
I do.
But you can't.
But I did.
But you need to pick one.
No, I don't.
I just said you did.
So what?
Can you pick one?
No, because they're both doable.
No. Only one.
I don't have to pick one because you can have both.
But the answer is, both is not an answer. It's not a valid answer.
I reject your question.
You can't reject it.
I just did.
Can you pick one?
I don't have to.
Why?
Because they're both completely doable.
So LGBTQ rights or economic stability?
Both.
That's not an answer.
Yes, it is.
LGBTQ rights or economic stability?
Both.
Are you trying to troll me?
No.
I'm just wondering which one you like more.
I like them both.
You can't have both.
Yes, you can.
Not in this question.
Too bad.
Why are you trolling me right now?
Because I don't have to choose.
All right, what if I had to ask you gender inclusivity or economic stability?
You can have both.
You can't. Why you make this so difficult? I'm trying to pass my final.
Too bad.
Which one do you pick?
I'd pick them both.
But that's not a valid answer.
Too bad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesus, stupid. It's the Irish Palestinian Solidarity Campaign at 6 EST. That's who we're talking to tonight. Boom, boom. And then this is the last scheduled start I have, or last scheduled convoy I have for the Israeli-Palestinian arc. Okay. What's this?
Venezuela just...
Oh.
Venezuela just voted yes in a referendum to take over a huge chunk of land from its neighbor, Guyana, in a dispute that's been going on for more than a century.
Oh, wait, actually, I'm sorry. I have one more of these debates set up, and it's on the 17th with Cenk. That should be interesting. We'll see how that goes.
We are working around the clock to ensure that our borders remain intact and the people in our country remains safe.
Tensions are high. There are even fears of a military confrontation. So how did we get here? This is Essequibo, recognized by the international community as part of Guyana, making up 2/3 of that country's territory. But Venezuela claims it's actually the rightful owner.
There is very little controversy that Venezuelans agree that that territory belongs to them. However, potentially inaccurate it is.
Essequibo is bigger in size than England or Greece, mainly thick jungle, but also home to about 125,000 people.
Canada has 10 provinces. Guyana has 10 regions. The Essequibo encompasses 6 of those 10 regions.
Essequibo is also rich in resources. In 2015, massive oil reserves were found just offshore, intensifying the standoff.
Most of the countries.
I'm so curious how they determine like who owns these. Like how far do the waters from Essequibo, or Guyana, I guess you'd say Guyana, like count? Like if this was like 100 miles more offshore, who gets to claim that oil? Or like why doesn't Venezuela get to come up here and like milkshake it all? Yeah.
Gold is there. Manganese
what is that, 200
there.
miles?
The bauxite is there. The uranium is there. The precious metals are there. The oil is there.
Venezuela argues that Essequibo was part of it under Spanish colonial rule, but the territory was also claimed by the British who ruled Guyana. An international tribunal in 1899 decided in British Guyana's favor, but Venezuela called that decision fraudulent. In 1966, there was the Geneva Agreement to revisit the dispute, but there was still no resolution. In 2018, Guyana asked the International Court of Justice to settle the matter once and for all. But that decision is still likely years away. Enter Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, campaigning hard ahead of the referendum.
Nosotros estamos resolviendo por la vía constitucional, pacífica y democrática, un despojo imperial de 150 años.
But observers say the vote over Essequibo is just as much about domestic politics.
It has several objectives. I think the most important one is to rally behind a sort of nationalist sentiment.
Maduro is under pressure. Years of economic and political crises, food and medicine shortages have made life in Venezuela very difficult. Presidential elections are set for next year. If they're free and fair, like the international community is demanding, analysts argue Maduro would likely lose power. Stirring up a geopolitical crisis, they say, may be his way of trying to hold on.
Having an excuse that could unite the Venezuelan people around a leader and around its armed forces, for example, to either bar candidates from participating or from potentially even, postponing the elections.
And any attempt at actually annexing Essequibo, experts say, would be too risky.
There are too many geopolitical risks for Venezuela. Too many risks for Maduro's stability if he were to annex. He's hoping that by pressuring Guyana will succumb to this long desire that he has had for a bilateral deal that gives them something.
Still, concerns are growing over a possible military conflict. Guyana.
Do you think Hassan would end up defending Venezuela? Even from the little bit I've heard, yeah, it sounds like lefties would 100% defend this. Because it's, yeah.
Has hosted American soldiers helping to train its military. The country's president was at a flag raising over the Essequibo jungle ahead of Venezuela's vote, urging Venezuela to stay away. Neighboring Brazil has sent troops to its borders with Venezuela and Guyana, trying to deter any escalation. It's unclear what Venezuela's next steps will be. but the International Court of Justice ordered it not to do anything that would further upset the status quo.
So far he didn't, but he also chimed with the USA bad takes. Oh, maybe he's being a little bit more cautious because of everything that's happened last time, so. Wait, what is this? Digital gift cards. Is this like an arrow? When you buy a digital gift card, where do you store it, or where does it go? Email? Okay, makes sense. Okay, give me a minute, I need to like chill. Back to your babysitter. Maybe you'll finish this today.
To make money.
Right back.
And date of the wedding, they, on their own and without my mentioning to it for months, researched and found the event and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had forced Leanna to skip it so that I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make me look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? It's stereotypical stalker behavior, and when it happens to celebrities, they get restraining orders. This is a textbook case of a bunch of sick-headed, mentally ill, yes, if you try to ruin someone's life you don't know, you are mentally ill, individuals trying to destroy someone they've never met and have zero personal relationship with. It's disgusting and disturbing. For those who are finally seeing the light, they need to look back over the last several years, all the shit they did to me since I moved to Washington, and seriously see if they can live with themselves. I feel bad even when I inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately tried to destroy me for literally nothing. No logical reason. That's wrong on so many levels. My life is already destroyed in a lot of ways, and I'll probably never recover from the financial situation I'm in that they created. Therefore, why dwell on it? So please, don't keep contacting me with juicy new info, as I don't care. Just let me do my daily thing and be who I've always been since day one, and let's keep stuff positive moving forward. Everything else is just white noise that we can block out. While Phil is correct about many of the things said here, to blame the financial situation he's in on the Sons of Kojima takes a big chunk of credibility away from his twit longer. During the previously mentioned final episode of the SOK podcast, Null asked the present members if anyone had any knowledge of these swatting attempts, and they said it wasn't their doing. While Phil seemed to accurately assess his haters turned stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which weren't half as deranged and deserving of that kind of framing as their leader, Fred, was. Speaking of Fred, he soon spoke out himself about the leaks. The things I've said and done in the past were disgusting, embarrassing, and inexcusable. I'm not going to make excuses or say that anyone else influenced me to do them. I take full responsibility for what I did and what went on in that group at the time. When I look at the pictures, I feel ashamed, not even just because they're public now, but because I acted that way. It's stuff I allowed myself to forget about and move on from that I have to now reflect on. One positive thing I can say is that the things leaking out from 2 years ago are not what the group is today. That is why none of the leaks are recent. A number of things have changed and the vibe is completely different. I want to thank you for your support and your friendship. I have no hard feelings, I can only blame myself. Whenever things like this happen, I try to learn from it. This is no different. We'll see what happens. For now, I'm going to focus on my friends and family. The reaction to Fred's apology was, at best, indifferent. At worst, people, including Almighty Tevin, who represented many of the members of the detractor community, saw it as generic and simply put damage control with no actual repentance to back it up. Speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive in any shape and suggested that some of the members of SOK were gladly having Fred be the scapegoat for their misdeeds. However, others saw value in what the Sons of Kojima did, but thought it should be limited to the fun commentary part without any of the officializing and secret keeping Fred brought with him. Many people discussed whether Fred should be doxxed, which led others to suspect that a vicious cycle was at hand. By hating DSP obsessively, Fred became like him. In fact, he became worse than him. And so if people were to hate Fred obsessively, they'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly, and after years of ridiculing lolcows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on Kiwi Farms. With his detractors leaping headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift from his back. Because of the void left by the Sons of Kojima's collapse, it meant that DSP had less judicious eyes trained on him at all times, and consequently, he knew he could get away with more stuff than usual. Besides things like his old condo still bleeding his wallet every month due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not only to have taken on more credit card debt, but also loans and borrowing money from his parents to pay the costs of running his business. He says he doesn't talk about it because he doesn't want to bother people with his problems, but this is evidently not really the case since he has no problem in asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day. More likely, he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible he actually is. Notwithstanding, he revealed that ever since his move to Washington, he'd been paying for a ridiculously expensive leased BMW. He talks about having been roped into it by the dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was previously leasing. But he explains this very poorly, so it's difficult to even pick it apart. The most egregious part of the story is that when asked about why he didn't just get a used car, he tries to make it seem like it would somehow be more expensive and inconvenient than just getting the BMW, which is obviously impossible to be true. Just get a Civic, okay? But Phil's financial situation became exponentially worse when apparently someone, presumably one of his detractors, tipped off the state of Washington that Phil was an unregistered business operating in the area. Phil hadn't paid taxes for his business operations for the previous 3 years, and all of that was about to come down on his head at full speed. To pay off all of the back taxes Phil had accumulated, he did back-to-back live stream fundraisers on Christmas 2017 and February 2018. But despite having a minimum goal of $2,000, Phil only raised a little over $300. Undeterred, he tried doing even more special events, such as starting the annual tradition of having the entire week of his birthday having celebratory streams. Coincidentally, his birthday is in April, right around the same time taxes are due in the US. During this time, he held an impromptu fundraiser, again to the tune of $2,000, and this time getting a little over $400. By this time, Phil promised to not bring up his taxes anymore due to the amount of ridicule he was getting from both his fans and haters. Later, Phil confirmed he managed to pay off his taxes for the state of Washington, with only his federal taxes remaining. Only problem is, his federal taxes amounted to $17,000. So during winter 2018, Phil ran 4 different fundraisers to scratch together some money to keep it afloat. Though his YouTube was simply doomed, as we've previously discussed, his Twitch account wasn't. During this period, he went from 517 subs to over 1,800, most of which is thanks to one user who gifted over 1,000 subs during his streams. The total amount donated through gifted subscriptions amounted to a little over $5,000, which Phil got half of, as is standard operating procedure on Twitch. This, plus Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip, actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol, which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift by without causing any major havoc online. Later, he announced that the grand total he needed to raise was actually $17,000, as to cover the expenses for his tax attorney. April 2018 rolled around, and during the main event of birthday week, Phil managed to receive a total of $1,300 in tips. For the rest of the amount he owed, he made a deal with his parents. They would pay for his debts, but he would have to set out a 10-year plan to get his finances in order and keep them there. That was just one of many demands made by Phil's parents to teach him some fiscal responsibility. Another fundraiser was done in August of 2019, with the caveat that were Phil to get $1,000, a special positive announcement was going to be made. Once the goal was hit, it turned out he'd just gotten a cat. He alluded to a second goal reward, which was immediately hit when a user donated a whopping entire $1,000 in one tip, only for Phil to then explain that there was actually no second goal and that there'd been some miscommunication. It doesn't seem this was entirely malicious in nature, more so a manifestation of Phil's lack of communication skills. Soon after, Phil did an interview with fellow YouTuber The Quartering, though many felt that it fell short of expectations, since Quartering wasn't pursuing the more pressing questions and more so taking it easy on Phil over the course of it. The more success in getting people to donate Phil was having, the more he was seeing little bits of trouble start to surface again. In another situation, a longtime viewer and supporter of DSP, DJ Runo, donated the $20 that would be necessary for Phil to buy Untitled Goose Game, which Runo wanted to see him play. Phil thanks him very much for his generosity and eventually said he would buy it and play it the following week. However, the very next day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for his viewers to donate him shop credits either for Nintendo or PSN. Unsurprisingly, this caused some commotion, and Runo tried to get his money back upon discovering that Phil wasn't going to play what he had gotten paid for. The more generous members of the chat deduced that since his PayPal was connected directly to his extremely overdrafted bank account, the money got swallowed up by Phil's debt before he could do anything with it. Confusion was only made even worse when Phil added Untitled Goose Game to his stream schedule for the month of October, following the end of his late stream at about 10 p.m. on the 7th of October. Later that same night, night, a post was made on Phil's forums titled, DSP pocketed my $20 for a game. It read, I need my money back, but he's banning everybody that's bringing it up. I'm just gonna go through PayPal and save the headache of lies I will be told by him. I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially when it comes to money, but I donated anyways because I wanted to see him play the game. I won't be an idiot again. Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject of it to entitled moron tries to fraudulently report DSP for something that didn't happen. The thread. Edited title. He also posted in it himself saying, so you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But you really blew it this time. I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams, and saw that you'd sent me a message on PayPal. In the message, you complained that you'd given me $20 to buy a game, and that I'd now said I wasn't going to buy it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo credits. And you didn't want to pay twice, so you were requesting your money back. I immediately returned your funds that I raised in tips on today's Borderlands 3 stream because that's all I have, and apologize that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least. So then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking to me like, man, you apparently are trying to report to Twitch using video evidence that was ripped from my streams by detractors. Guess what? That's not what a man or a fan does. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was in vain because 1, you have your money back, 2, I haven't violated any rules or anything, 3, you just exposed yourself as a complete asshole. The best part is, I didn't go off when anyone asked about Untitled Goose Game. I didn't see anyone ask at all. I was angry that idiots kept asking for Code Vein / Astral Chain after I'd repeatedly explained I cannot afford any games right now. The subject literally never came, but you're a gullible idiot who apparently believes what detractors say about me. Congrats, you're today's biggest idiot. So you only contribute to me to get what you want rather than actually caring about me as a person or a content creator. Well, you can keep your money then, and you can say goodbye because I certainly don't need entitled, toxic people trying to ruin my life and my business over $20 because you can't talk to me like a respectful human. During a chill stream where he played Minecraft, Phil would spend over 30 minutes ranting about the situation, including insulting DJ Runo throughout for his insubordination. About 8 hours after the creation of the original thread, the actual DJ Runo, as opposed to the imposter who made the first post about the situation, made a thread titled, WTF is even going on, wherein he said, just to clarify what actually happened, I was pissed about Phil because I sure felt cheated. Phil did refund me the money immediately. I did not report Phil to either PayPal or Twitch. I was hoping Phil would realize himself that the account on the forum at least was complete BS, since it was just freshly made, and if that doesn't shout fake, I don't know what does. I hope clearing this up with this forum account that exists for over 4.5 years means something at least. If I thought Phil was as shit as the post I apparently made, why would I have watched him for over 10 years? Why would I cheer or donate frequently? Why would I be subscribed for over 2 years? I can understand Phil's reaction since basically 90% of his life was surrounded by detractor garbage, but come on, Phil. You must admit that you could have figured out yourself that the things I said / did over the years doesn't add up to the stuff I apparently did / said in the past 6 hours over $20. The real DJ Runo attached a print from his PayPal to prove it was actually him. Upon discovering he'd fallen for a strategically executed piece of bait from a troll, Phil apologized and assured Runo he wouldn't be banned anywhere. While this narrative was closed in a relatively satisfactory way, a bag of worms bigger than anything Phil had ever dealt with up until this point was about to open in a fantastic way. In November of 2019, the bank foreclosed Phil's Connecticut condo because he stopped paying for the mortgage, despite it still having $100,000 or so left to pay. Phil did not address this publicly, most likely to not give trolls any ammo. However, when the info made it to his audience, as it always does, trolls began saying that Phil should cash out some of his WWE Champions account to pay his debt off. Now, what could they possibly mean by this? As early as late 2014, Phil made posts on his forum about his addiction to mobile games, such as, I usually don't play any or at all unless I was during a break in my Twitch stream, but I would pick it up again on breaks and in between streams, etc. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much money I've spent as I was alternating between 5 and 10 points frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played them, but if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in 2014, how much money did he spend on it if you take into account the following years? Well, that's exactly what some of his detractors set out to discover. Upon finding an account in the game called They Call Me DSP, the same as Phil's Twitter handle, they began examining when that account was active and when Phil was tweeting. Lo and behold, the times matched up. Given, that's no damning piece of evidence, but it was something. Next up was ascertaining just how much money that account had spent in the game over the years. And the figure they came up with was a gruesome $38,976. He spent just just shy of $40,000, which, to put things in perspective, maybe for some younger viewers who don't know how much like things cost, 40 grand can be a down payment on a house. 40 grand is like a new BMW 3 Series, okay? This is serious money. And that's what he spent on a WWE mobile game. He tried to throw a little pity party over trolls annoying him about his absolute lack of concern with his money, but this time, pity was something very difficult to have. Phil was having some serious financial and professional trouble since the very beginning of the decade. There was no justification at any period in time for him to have spent that much on a mobile game. That is, unless some of his detractors, like Tevin, were right all along, and Phil's claims of being poor were to some degree an act. And he wasn't as worried about his money as he appeared on streams. In perhaps one of the best and funniest trolling campaigns done on him for the entirety of his career, trolls began paying for cameos from pro wrestlers to call out Phil on his mobile gaming addiction.
Hey, Phil Burnell, it's your Olympic hero, Kurt Angle. And detractors have your number, buddy. I've seen the bank leaks. Jasper showed me your phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than Burger King. And by the way, I'm watching you.
On top of a few other wrestling-related people and Ricky Berwick, we even get to see a familiar face chime in and give his very valuable 2 cents.
You're filing for bankruptcy, but the only reason you're filing for bankruptcy is because you dumped $40,000 into a game called WWE Champions. You stupid, dumb, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month, he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a multitude of loans, some of which dated back to when he was still a professional Street Fighter player. The rest was mostly made up of the mortgages he was failing to pay. As stupid as someone needs to be to put themselves in a situation like this, Phil put his business degree to good use when he decided that he'd rather owe money to credit card companies than owe it to the IRS. However, he wasn't savvy enough to stop himself from lying on his bankruptcy filing. As detractors scoured through it, they were quickly met with the claim that Phil had no pets, personal electronics, or collectibles, all of which were verifiably false. Additionally, his business expenses listed him as spending up to $9,000 a month on his streaming, something that seems unlikely to say the least. The general public immediately deduced that Phil was writing off the money he gambled away on WWE Champions as a business expense. This is why, when someone files for bankruptcy, that's followed by a hearing, which trolls made sure to get access to. While we don't have video of it happening, the audio track is available online for anyone to peruse. During the hearing, Phil misconstrued a question about his purchase of a subscription to the WWE Network channel as if it were related to his purchases in WWE Champions. Soon, a detractor somehow managed to sneak their way in and pose as a creditor, only to press Phil on his business expenses. The unnamed detractor asked for Phil to itemize his business expenses, meaning to lay them out one by one, which was something that Phil couldn't do without revealing his Champions addiction. However, the detractor was caught, as his claim to be a representative of Citibank was scrutinized. Later on, another troll joined the call and began playing clips of DSP playing Dark Souls, which amused everyone present.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
Sheffield, do you have the identification information with you?
Despite attempts to derail Phil's defense, in May of 2020, Phil's bankruptcy went through, and $130,000 of his debt was defaulted as his credit plummeted into non-existence. While talking about his mangled credit score, he mentions that he's waiting until his credit gets better so that he can take out more loans. Again, what he means here is that he wants to transfer his debt from owing taxes to the federal government to owing money to creditors. While this is a smart thing to do in this situation, it's obvious that as soon as he gets his hands on surplus money, it's going to go to one of his addictions or needlessly expensive hobbies. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Phil is approaching his 40s right now, and eventually he'll simply be too old to work and will effectively be thrown into the wood chipper that is the infinite debt cycle he locked himself into. At this point, Phil was entirely financially dependent on the donations of a group of people affectionately dubbed whales by his detractors. Just a few of DSP's watchers were responsible for most of the money donated to him. One man in particular, who went by King Tut, donated thousands by himself. Appearing suddenly in August 2017, Tut wasn't an old-time fan of DSP's. meaning he wasn't one of these stragglers from pre-lolcow DSP era who felt some parasocial affection for the man. So it's really hard to deduce why he decided out of nowhere to dump as much money as he did into Phil's black hole of debt. Being as much of a pay pig as Tut was had his benefits, so he could get away with pretty much anything, from being toxic in chat and insulting other viewers, all the way to trying to control Phil's streams altogether. While the pay pig privilege lasted for a good few months, eventually it did get to the point where the mods decided Tut had to go. Once he was banned, he became furious and demanded that Phil refund all the donations he'd ever made. This attempt at getting a refund was neglected by Phil, and Tut proceeded to file a fraud claim on PayPal to get his money back. The thing is, PayPal is so broken that this attempt actually posed a serious threat to Phil's entire operation. According to Phil, this was Tut's plan all along, and he was a secret detractor, so much so that he supposedly made appearances to DSP Hater podcast after the chargeback, claiming that he got all of his money back and screwed Phil over. Phil's story, however, is that he successfully kept all the money and Tut's PayPal shenanigans floundered, but there's no way to know who's telling the truth in this situation. But while Tut's case is a clearer-cut situation, there's another case where Phil took out some of his anger at one of his mods, despite the latter not really deserving it. Swaggins, another one of DSP's whale followers, gave a tip to Phil on how to beat one of the bosses in the Resident Evil 2 remakes, only for Phil to misconstrue it, blame him, and lash out. As a result of this outburst, Swaggins proceeded to deliberately unban a detractor to spite Phil. In a stream of Sekiro that took place soon after, Swaggins found himself extremely annoyed when Phil relapsed back to his old ways of complaining about a game when it wasn't easy enough for him to play it successfully. But DSP, having none of it, said, "I'm at a time in my life where I don't have time to deal with it. Swaggins is just mad that he told me to do something wrong during Resident Evil 2 and got blown up for it. Then that I plain don't like the combat in Sekiro, and he's so hurt by that. So he was a fair weather friend who wanted to mod when I agree with him, but as soon as there's a major disagreement, don't talk about it to me at all, but instead freak out and leave. That is kitty stuff, and I'm far beyond it, to the point where I'm not having a second John Rambo situation, so he can just get out and stay out. That is literally what happened with Rambo all over again. Nope, I'm done with that crap." Swaggins also had a response in order. "Stupid kitty stuff. As you say all the time, the world isn't black and white. To think it's just because of Sekiro is asinine. I've given so much, spent so much time trying to help moderation, only to be shown disrespect from Resident Evil 2 to now. All the excuses, the I did nothing wrong mentality, and general toxicity have driven me away, and I no longer wish to be a part of it. You say all the time that you're open to the opinions of others, but when it doesn't align with yours, you dismiss it and proceed to shit all over it. Sekiro is an example of that. My time is valued elsewhere. Twitch should be a place to escape problems, not listen to someone else's. The amount of money talk has been such a turn-off and will not help with long-term growth. Many have contacted me questioning whether or not you're even telling the truth at this point, and generally say that they're tired of all the taxes talk. I'm talking about actual fans here, not detractors. I tell them that we can only take your word about it at the end of the day." Not much later, Swaggins lost his mod privileges, and as yet another DSP fan died, a detractor was born and took another moderator with him. Eventually, Swaggins did return to DSP streams after a hiatus, but his hefty donations did not come back with him. Despite all of the financial troubles threatening his livelihood, Phil would soon find a new outlet, in a saga so perplexing and coincidental that it inadvertently ushered in a DSP renaissance, all thanks to a vest. While reacting to an old DSP video from October 2011, fans demanded that Phil wear the vest he was wearing in it, and he conceded. Upon a cursory investigation of his wardrobe, he found it and put it on. For a moment, fans and detractors alike united to be perplexed by the vest, to the point that when Phil wasn't wearing it during a stream, they asked where it was. Phil, seeing the success of the vest, along with his cowboy hat, stopped counting Twitch bits and tips towards his goals, and instead encouraged users to donate directly to his PayPal, which allowed him to get the money instantly and without splitting the revenue with Twitch. He started monetizing the vest as much as he could, setting it as a reward if he hit a specific amount he wanted to get. The vest became a daily occurrence, and people began counting how many days Phil reached his goal of $100 consecutively in a brief period dubbed the vest streak. This lasted for a strong 29 days. Unfortunately, disaster struck, and Phil came down with an ear infection that made him unable to stream. To notify his fans, he said, "All bad news. I've come down with a bad ear infection causing excruciating pain. I can't stream when it feels like I have a knife in my ear. I'll update everyone later today on how I'm doing. Sorry. I've had it for days but didn't say a word about it, hoping it would just go away. It did not. It got horribly worse." While this seems inoffensive on its face, the actual disaster came as a consequence of that ear infection. From responding mean-spiritedly to someone on Twitch that presumed that the ear infection had healed a day later, to being extremely defensive and gratuitously engaged engaging in back and forths on Twitter over the authenticity of this infection, Phil was giving people reason to doubt his whole story. Meanwhile, detractors were pointing out that hiding his ailments was something Phil had never done up until now, and that he continued to stream while wearing headphones without ever mentioning that he had an ear infection to his audience, despite having no reason to keep it a secret whatsoever. Regardless, despite the debate as to whether this lack of stream constituted a break in the vest streak, Phil continued to do the vest gimmick, eventually hitting a milestone of 73 days with the vest. This meant DSP earned at least $100 every day for over 2 months. On the 73rd, he miscalculated the tips by $9 and came dangerously close to not hitting the goal and breaking the streak. But lo and behold, it still stood. The vest streak bravely marched forward onto the 100-day mark, which Phil referred to as the Vestival. He also revealed that if another goal was hit, he would put on yet another hideous vest, this one a shiny silver, which he dubbed Platinum DSP. The streak raged on for another 50 days before finally DSP mentions that it was starting to become a lot harder to hit the tips goal and to put on the accursed DSP vest. This was a few weeks after Phil was hit by PayPal with $800 worth of chargebacks, so as you can imagine, he got a little desperate. At this point, Phil's scheme was becoming irkingly transparent. There were times when the vest streak business overtook the stream entirely, with Phil coming close to guilt-tripping his audience about the streak potentially ending. When it started out extremely positive, the vest was being absorbed into the general dark cloud of DSP's debt-mongering and e-begging. More time goes by, and as DSP was approaching the 200 mark, an anonymous user would DMCA strike DSP's Twitch account, suspending him off the platform temporarily and pushing him onto YouTube. Eventually, he resolved the issue with Twitch and returned to celebrate day 200 of the streak. When the time came, Phil said that only now, with the vest's aid, was he able to start sleeping soundly at night without worrying about his unpaid bills. From his point of view, everything was on a turnaround for him. By day 250, he starts talking about buying a PS5 with the money. No matter how much things seem to turn around, Phil continues to be Phil, this time wearing a valet uniform. For some reason, it was only after 276 days that the streak came to an end, as Phil streamed himself playing Paper Mario and the Origami King. Despite preparing for this day for months, it wasn't easy on poor old Phil, who probably made 30 grand by playing video games with a vest on for 9 months. He becomes extremely upset at his audience for not keeping the streak alive, but ultimately he accepts that it's over.
Because there was a lot of support tonight, and it was mostly subs and cheers. So I don't know where, why people did that, but that's going to be, this is it. This is literally the end of the stream. I told you guys I couldn't go late tonight. So this vest streak is about to end. Unless we get a tip right now at the very tail end of the stream, and there's no time for a vest, the stream is over. So unless we get something right now, this is it.
However, what wasn't over was his e-begging, which made many of his viewers wonder, what did he do with that nearly 30 grand he made off of the vest streak?
What happened to the vest streak money? It went to pay for stuff, genius. Bills, back taxes. Like, it paid for a tremendous amount of things around here. What do you think it did? Oh my God, people are so dumb.
The nervousness and the vague pivot from bills and back taxes to a tremendous amount of things around here pretty much confirmed for much of his following that he didn't change even a bit in regards to how he handled his money. Phil's online inner circle would be rocked when a mod named Anonymous leaked the logs and chats of his private server uploaded onto YouTube in early 2021. Anonymous, who had worked alongside Phil for years, would concede it was time to join the dark side, removing himself as a moderator of Phil's Twitch midstream, but not without changing the title of the stream to DSP Doxed Pew Dubs before he did so as a parting shot.
Phil doxed PW Dubs? No, I didn't. I've never doxed anyone.
As you heard, Phil claimed he had never doxed anyone. However, documented history tells quite a different story.
Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations, you fucked up.
Anonymous's leaks didn't do much damage to Phil's reputation, partly because it was already destroyed beyond repair, partly because there wasn't a lot of incriminating stuff in there that the detractors didn't already know about. Anonymous eventually revealed the reason he turned on Phil, saying, "The greatest tactic in Phil's playbook is to characterize his critics as evil, malicious, and mentally ill trolls seeking attention. When he made me a moderator in October of 2017, I was a mod for 1 day before he removed me. A troll started insulting me for being gay, which I don't mind. They escalated it to mocking me for something that happened during my childhood, telling me that's why I'm gay, and called me a P-word. I timed them out for the rest of the stream. Phil was bombarded with emails complaining about me being a bad mod. He panicked, threw me under the bus, talked poorly about me behind my back to the troll, and removed me hastily. I emailed him and let him know what happened. His response was that he believed me fully, and I was still absolutely in the wrong. He reprimanded me because he felt I had no reason to ever tell anyone that I was abused and that I have to keep that to myself. He refused to restore my mod status and gave me the same treatment he tried to give his whales. He tried to dangle it over my head. As it turns out, the mod Discord server was just the tip of the iceberg, as Anonymous released a plethora of information that was previously unknown. The user mentioned in the title that Mouse put on Phil's stream, probably along with many others, was asked by Phil to provide their personal information in order to get unbanned. I'm almost legally obliged to say, no matter how dedicated a troll you are, why on God's green earth would you give your personal information to anybody to get unbanned from a Twitch chat? I mean, unless you're a kid, I can't imagine that being a reasonable decision. Phil went directly to the private moderator Discord server and desperately tried to establish what had happened while he was live streaming. Because of the trolling today, I ventured onto the farms. Someone there has posted us impersonating at Anani, who insists it's not him. They're saying they're going to post definitive proof that is somehow going to incriminate me, but haven't been that specific. They think it will be evidence that this Discord exists, although that doesn't actually prove anything. They are somehow convinced themselves, insanely, that as long as I'm using Discord in some capacity, that somehow everything they've made up about me in the last year and a half is true. They are hinging all this on the belief that I had a falling out with Anani based on his Twitch suspension, which of course isn't true. They think I demodded and banned him from the channel, lol. So whoever this is apparently impersonating him to get me to think it's him and to get rid of him. Soon it dawned on Phil that he was being fooled, and Mouse was indeed the leaker. He proceeded to confront him in the server. At Anonymous, are you still sitting on detractor streams talking about me? Because they are saying this is your YouTube handle that you just created, and I'd like to know what gives. Like, I'm giving you a huge benefit of the doubt here, but I'm hearing from every possible direction that you're actually trying to cause drama for me. They are also saying that both Anonymous and at King Goken talk to people behind the scenes and both confirm this Discord exists. Not that it matters, that leaked a year ago, but somehow they think it's news. Is it all an impersonation? And are we actually talking about this Discord server outside of here? I was under the impression we all want this thing kept secret so they can't try to harass us. So why the hell is it becoming public knowledge? Phil tried to defend himself and explain that the information PewDub sent to him was to prove that his account was the real one to ward off impersonators. That would be a convincing defense, were it not for the fact that Phil had previously bragged about having people's doxes multiple times. The one thing that did sap some of the steam off of Mouse's expose were the accusations of heinous stuff, meaning pedophilia and zoophilia. Even in the DSP video, I cannot seem to rid myself of these people. When asked why he was following zoo accounts, Mouse replied that he was doing it to see their tweets and befriend them, the same reason he follows everyone. He added, bruh, I'm a furry, we buy and sell exact replicas of animal genitalia. While I certainly don't F animals, I'm not above speaking with people who do. Members of the Kiwi Farms would not take kindly to the revelations regarding Anonymous' supposed predilections. Anonymous is into zoo stuff and likes stuff like this. Make fun of this stuff what you lot will. I told you ages ago he should be told to F off. He's an adult and he's following this teenager that claims he wants to F animals. Are we really going to ignore this but poke fun at our Canadian Coomer? Our side really isn't any better than Phil's. We are far worse. Reprobates like this adult man taking pictures of himself in a full diaper wanting to F fur babies and a zoophile are the people that detractors look up to. His attempts to apologize for what he describes as tantamounts to deliberately telling teens that zoophilia is okay weren't heeded by members who believed it totally insufficient for the extent of his actions. People pointed out that first, he lied about knowingly interacting with minors about this kind of stuff on Twitter. Then when an example was brought up, he acted like that was the only time it ever happened. The chips were stacking against Anonymous at a very fast rate, and today, he too has his own dedicated page on the Kiwi Farms. Eventually, Mouse reappeared to try and justify his actions, saying the following: I'm sorry for returning. The point of going away for the prior month was to reflect and start getting help. It's hard to make it clear how deeply I regret my actions without fixating on how it'll be perceived. Whether wording it the wrong way will sound disingenuous or make it sound like I'm downplaying everything or turning it into an emotionally manipulative pity party by oversharing my issues, etc. I'm absolutely disgusted with myself. It's pathetic trying to hang on like this. I'm sorry for everything I've been called out over. I should have done that first and foremost. This false confidence in my return is blatantly motivated by a desire to save face. I deleted my other accounts that deprived me of access to my terminally online life and forced me to get help because I knew I couldn't resist coming back to either chase clout or lolcows for cheap cheap ego boosts. Clearly, you can't delete your account on Kiwi Farms. My only other option is changing my password to a randomized string and logging off forever. And so he did, as his account has been inactive since mid-2022. A 55-page leak of a conversation between Anonymous and a user called Pamperchew came out in August of 2022 and quickly was archived by users seeking to preserve evidence of the two's abhorrent conversations, with a vast quantity of screenshots provided. And I'll let you guess as to the quality of discourse in such a document. Meanwhile, despite having triumphantly served this upheaval, Phil was facing yet another threat to his livelihood. Twitch terminated his partnership, and soon his entire account was set to be closed permanently. In an emergency video uploaded to YouTube, Phil demanded an apology from Twitch regarding their treatment of him, despite detractors pointing out that the partnership allowed Twitch to ban users for any reason at any time. Honestly, even though that may be the case, I still feel bad for Phil either way. If it was up to me, his Twitch would not be banned. The official reason was that Phil had allegedly said a hateful slur at one point during a stream. While Phil reacted to the partnership termination in a pretty angry way, bringing up US law as if it had any relevance to the situation, Twitch eventually decided to lift his channel suspension and acknowledge that he was wrongfully penalized. However, he had a grudge against Twitch and was already in the process of moving his operation over to YouTube. Funnily enough, in May of 2021, despite refuting the allegations of hateful language in his content, Phil almost certainly dropped the gamer word on accident during another stream. Later that year, over the course of a few weeks in September, hackers were able to socially engineer Bank of America to give them access to Phil's bank statements by using public info of his that was available, and the findings were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that nearly $200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries, $26,000 on taxes, $33,000 on mortgage payments, and last but not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE champions, but PayPal and iTunes. It appears that the detractors, and most prominently Tevin, were right all along, and Phil aggressively played up his financial tightness to get more donations while he spent it on stupid garbage constantly. When Phil did address it, he didn't actually. He just claimed he suffered identity theft, which is actually true, and purposefully left the rest of the details as vague as he could, as to not raise attention to the glaring fact that perhaps the most damning piece of information on him ever was now public. Now comes the end of 2021, and Phil decides to make some changes to his content. First and foremost, the biggest change would be dropping the King of Hate moniker that had defined his career, appearing on merchandise, his own forums, and even his vlogging channel that he'd also retired on the 3rd of January in a video titled, "Goodbye, this channel is retired. Head to DSP Gaming and thank you for 10 awesome years of vlogging." Today, the channel does remain online, but only as an archive. However, Phil's attempts at rebranding would do nothing to curb the nearly 2-decade legacy of the moniker, and more widely his online reputation. A critique that underlined this decision of rebranding was that Phil only did it after he got the attention of Moist Critical, despite Charlie saying the same things many people had said before, that Phil guilt-tripped viewers over money and branded himself on begging. Phil took the opportunity to do a Boogie 2988 and performatively embrace the criticism to look better. Unfortunately, Phil then suffered another series of copyright strikes on his channel, DSP Gaming, after a detractor, Dayglow Hour, posed as a professional video editor, creating various intros and bumpers for Phil to use before his streams, only to then claim them once they were in enough uploads. Just a couple of weeks later, however, the strikes were cleared and his channel was back to its original state. Attempts to mess with Phil's income didn't stop there, however. In September of 2022, a user named MusicMouse7 tweeted to Stream Elements, the company who manages Phil's tips, linking them to a 13-year-old clip where DSP makes a pretty bold statement.
But I hate the
So began the chain of events that ultimately led to Phil's termination from Stream Elements. Phil took to Twitter to message the company, telling them his tips page became a 404 and asked if it's all related to mass reporting that took place regarding the TF2 incident. Following day, Phil opened up a link directly to PayPal for all stream donations, and now he has to manually manage his PayPal account and the donations sent, further unable to have automatic animation pop-ups. He also has to play these himself. Phil also instituted a brand new policy, adding the disclaimer, "No refunds," to his account. Despite attempts by trolls to report the account, Phil continues to use it to this day. In addition to taking this L, it seems DSP was breaking his promise to not play WWE champions anymore.
The quality of the video is a little poor, but if you are familiar with the game, you can make out what is on Phil's phone. This is the Brawl feature within the WWE Champions application game.
The rest of Phil's 2022 wasn't anything new. He raged, e-begged, and guilt-tripped his audience over lack of donations while playing Elden Ring, called his audience bigoted when they made fun of a conspicuously feminine Halloween costume of Ken from Street Fighter, among other charismatic and lovable activities. The most recent major situation in Phil's career started with a podcast called Side Scrollers. This particular episode of the show starred online personality Adam Krigler and creator of the Screw Attack video game network, Craig Skitzimus, otherwise known by his online pseudonym Stuttering Craig, and they'd be interviewing the one and only Philip Burnell. As he always does given the opportunity, Phil used this time to defend himself against the accusations of detractors, and like every previous instance of it, it didn't go that well. Some of Phil's shortcomings in the PR department were very familiar, such as him essentially admitting that he gave his viewers no value back for what they donated to him. However, some were novel. During the stream, the topic of WWE champions came up, and Phil instantly became a nervous wreck. The interviewers seemed familiar with it and effectively pressed him on the topic, eventually circling in for the kill and telling Phil that if he wanted to, he could prove that the WWE champions account that he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on the game wasn't his. All he had to do was show his account to a neutral third party that could verify his claims to fans and detractors alike. But Phil was not open to doing so and preferred to stick with his theory that a detractor of his spent that money just to frame him and incriminate him, which further solidified his guilt.
You have my email, and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you, and you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
Another topic covered during the podcast was DSP's interactions with Keemstar, the official side character of every lolcow story, apparently. He has to pop up. Keem had recently decided to move past Phil's drama with him over the coverage of the incident from a couple of years prior to make him an offer. A total of $50,000 to join the lolcow podcast alongside Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988.
I got a brilliant idea. Why don't I take the three of you, put you on a podcast, we will call it the Lolcow Podcast.
In an extremely unfortunate turn of events, Phil turned it down on principle and sought to make his thoughts clear on the matter during the Side Scrollers episode.
This was some kind of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call. I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day, okay? I wait, the call never comes. It's been like 2 days, the call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like, I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him after the fact. I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available.
Review Tech USA chimed in with a $50 donation to the stream saying, Phil, nobody cares about your history with Keemstar. Why are you above a $50K sign-on bonus for a podcast, but will ask for tips for groceries the next day? It makes no sense. Viewers began to speculate that the real reason was actually that Phil didn't need the money as much as he pretended he did. Eventually, Keem himself joined the podcast and the two went at it for an hour or so, getting very little resolved in the process. The aftermath of the stream resulted in only more derision between Phil and the members of the Side Scrollers. The day after the now infamous interview, the group uploaded a discussion called Dark Side Phil Aftermath, where they went over how the DSP episode went. Due to them being honest about what they thought of Phil's responses to the more pressing questions, such as the WWE Champions fiasco, the discussion prompted him to say they betrayed him and describe the podcast negatively. While he addressed the Aftermath video, he made the mistake of mentioning Keemstar in a negative light, which prompted Keem to chime in again. In a tweet, Keem reiterated that DSP was no longer being considered for the Lolcow podcast due to his inability to answer important emails in a timely manner. In another instance, Keem said, I have set up interviews with DSP's family and friends. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Apparently, unlike him, they like money. Keep in mind, DSP totally unprovoked talks ill about me when I was retiring. I barely even knew him, and he doesn't know me. After that, he was hurting for money, so I offered him $50K for a podcast job, and he disrespected me again. After that, I had a peaceful chat with him on Side Scrollers pod that settled the beef. 24 hours later, he was talking smack about me again. After that, he tried to steal my podcast idea. So I don't want to hear that I'm harassing him. I'm simply responding. When Keemstar announced he'd arranged interviews with members of Phil's family, DSP responded saying he didn't care since he had no contact with any of his family besides his parents. So Keem would get biased information from people only interested in the money. During one of his periodic lamentations, Phil mentions having developed severe trust issues and having an inability to have friends, but he blames trolls for this instead of blaming himself.
It's hard for me to trust anyone. You wanna know why? Because so many people have kind of screwed me over time. People who swear to me, don't worry, we're in it for the best of intentions, and we're here to do this or that, and then what happens, right? And it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, fool me 77 times, right?
On June 24th, 2023, DSP celebrated his 15th anniversary of being a content creator on YouTube. 15 years, 64,000 videos on the DSP gaming channel alone, countless hours of live streaming, half a lifetime's worth of subpar content. It's hard to even believe it got to this point. Unlike other lolcows who have one or two gigantic character flaws that are like genuinely just making them unfit for society in general, DSP is kind of a different beast. He has no particularly grievous offense towards other people. Instead, he has an unending series of small offenses he has no interest in taking accountability for. He's not extraordinary whatsoever, and that's precisely the appeal. Disliking him isn't a race, it's a fucking marathon. His detractors will willingly sit through his content slop just to bask in how underwhelming it is. Every little self-serving lie, every e-beg, every insult to the audience, it adds up to the phenomenon known as pignosis, the inability to fully stop following what Phil is up to. DSP is like McDonald's, where you know you're getting a bland, kind of soggy experience, but every once in a while, you just find yourself coming back, okay? He's a low-skill, menial job worker who stumbled into being a professional content creator and got addicted to it, and no matter how much negative attention or debt his attachment to his online personality incurs him, he keeps on going. Phil is not destined to be an online personality. He doesn't have the talent, he doesn't put in the effort, he has no skills, and yet every single day, he's struggling against fate itself by not giving up. He's a Let's Player who's bad at games. Took 3 years after it was already the norm for him to start doing direct capture, and has never hired an editor in his life. He doesn't behave responsibly in the face of negative consequences, or his inability to manage his professional life whatsoever. He defaulted on over $100,000 worth of debt that he took out on credit cards so that he could pay his taxes, even though he knew his taxes were just going to continue to accrue, and he truly has no hope of paying them. But he simply does not stop. DSP is like Albert Camus's The Myth of Sisyphus. He doesn't have what it takes to perform his task, but he's going to continue trying regardless. The struggle itself toward being a content creator is enough to fill his heart for the time being. One must imagine that Phil is happy, or at least he thinks he's where he's supposed to be.
Wow, hold on, give me like 3 minutes. Just kidding.
Hello? Is he here? It's the 15th, lads. It's time to ask him if he's gonna play D&D. I'm a baller, shot caller. Move to Seattle? I'm interviewing with Wizards of the Coast, so we'll see.
Mr. Mooten?
Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Your mic is so fucking loud.
My bad. How's married life, man?
Life's good.
Are you gonna do a subathon this year?
Nope. I'm done streaming.
What?
Yep.
What
Fuck
happened?
that shit. Just do my own thing now, you know?
You're not even streaming D&D anymore?
Yeah, I do that.
Why'd you stop streaming? Just didn't want to do it anymore?
Just don't like it. Just not
Did
for
you
me.
finish your degree?
Nope.
Are you going to?
Are we gonna do fucking 90 personal questions? Is that what you want to do today? That's
I
your,
just want-
that's what you
I-
wanted to come in here and ask me? 50
I
things
just
of my
want-
personal life?
I just
That's what
want
we're
Mr.
doing?
Mooten to be okay, alright?
Well, I'm doing okay.
Wow.
Oh, Steven's back. Bye-bye.
Wow. Hi, what's up?
Hello, Steven?
How's it going, buddy?
You're muted. You look like a fool right now.
Shut up. I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to my
yeah,
audience.
Well, I listened to it and you said,
Fucking
hi,
idiot.
what's up? You know what today is, right? It's the 15th.
January, right?
No. You said December. You said, come back December 15th and I'll have a date for you. Something
Okay,
like
what
that.
is a question? What do you want me to sign up for? We'll get a little deeper into this. Yeah, tell me what
I
I'm
want you to
signing
sign up for one episode
Mhm.
of a D&D campaign that I do with Nick, or you could do the one that I do with Nick, Peachal, and Potato McWhiskey.
What would I be like doing? Who am I in this one shot? Am I just like coming as like an enemy or like a random NPC?
Whatever you
or-
want to do. We can just hook you up with Koibu and you can do what you want. If you want to join the 4-person campaign, for an episode, of course, you could come in as an ally, you could come in as an enemy, you could come in as a quest giver. If you wanted to join the 2-person campaign, you'd probably come in as like another thief. They're all 2nd edition.
Jesus Christ.
That's right. Our YouTube short fucking popped off. Got 400,000 views now.
Popped
Chad.
off.
It's
Oh my
popping
God.
off. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, listen. Tell Quavo to DM me, okay, and we'll set something up. Okay, there you go.
Pencil you in for the new year then.
We'll
there we
there.
go.
Yeah, we are.
There we go. How was your nap? Did I wake you up or?
You know what? It went pretty well. I'm a little sweaty, which I don't know if it's sleeping on amphetamines does that to you, but you know.
You're on which ones?
Vyvanse.
Still Vyvanse?
Yeah.
Are you I don't know if you want to talk about this, but you were saying something like you feel like you're dependent on it. Does that not scare you at all?
No.
No? Okay.
I like the way that I see it, especially because I wanted to do MDMA last night, so I took like a 2-day thing off to see how it would feel. Or I'm sorry, because before I do, because MDMA hits a lot of the same receptors, like the dopamine and the norepinephrine, and I don't want to like take my Vyvanse in the morning and then fucking do a recreational dose of MDMA at night. It seems like a lot.
Yeah.
So I take 2 days off, and yesterday was like it didn't like it. I feel like when you stop taking it, and also everybody might feel differently about this, so heads up, your mileage may vary. Some people say that when they stop taking their medication, they have like a big crash. I don't think I had a crash on that second day, but it definitely felt like old stuff. Like I don't know how to explain it, but like I feel like when I'm on Vyvanse, I feel like everything's like very clear. I can like decide what I want to do. I can do like everything is just like very easy.
It's not you're doing like 60 things at once.
Yeah,
you know? It's
or
like
not, or that like I don't
one.
just my attention doesn't get pulled. But then yesterday, it was like I had this like just like this annoying like heavy blanket like draped over me, and just like everything felt like a slog, and it just wasn't very fun. And like everything, I don't know. I'd play like a game to watch a fucking video in the background, and I don't know. So in terms of like, do I worry that I'm like dependent on this? I mean, a little bit. It sucks that I need like a medication to function well, but it's like if I lost it or didn't have it, I would just go back to what I was before, which kind of sucks. So I mean, it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had like massive like brain fog when I got off of like the ADHD meds, and I want to say it lasted genuinely for like about like 3 months, and then I felt like super normal after like about a year.
Okay, that's a long time. Jesus.
Yeah. I didn't feel exactly like 100% for like about a year, I'd say.
How long were you on it for?
Fuck. I don't know. Probably a year, maybe 2.
And what were you on again?
Adderall.
Gotcha. Huh.
Your mileage will vary. Your mileage may vary.
True.
You going back to gaming, or you?
I don't know. I feel like I want to play a game. I'm not sure. Like I feel like I can do so much stuff right now, but I don't know what I want to do. I wish there was like a good single player like RPG game to get lost in for a little bit. But I'll see about kind of bad because like
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I don't like the
game's,
huge
like,
open world
awesome.
shit as much. Is it though? I want a linear,
it's
like
unironically 10 out of 10.
Squaresoft.
Well, I don't know how it's not like a huge open world, right? You get in like a chapter, and in that chapter you can do different things, but you're still in the same area. So you're not like running around like a huge fucking map, right? You got your map, you do your things, you complete it, and then you go to the next fucking area. I would say Baldur's Gate. I don't like those type of games usually. I don't like single players, and I would say Baldur's Gate is legitimately like a 10 out of 10. The only thing I didn't like is I feel like the music in Baldur's Gate is pretty underwhelming, but everything else is like amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're looking for a 10 out of 10 fucking linear-ish RPG game, I think you'll like it.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
What have you been up to lately?
Working on the Save or Die YouTube, working for Potato McWhiskey, you know, living that married life.
What does Peach still go to school, or is she working or anything, or?
Yeah, Peach is going to school still.
Gotcha.
She's going for, I don't know, to be like a teacher or something, I think. I'm interviewing with Wizards of the Coast, so we'll see if I can get in with them. It'd be pretty sweet.
What are you trying to apply for there?
I would tell you in private. I don't want to say the exact role.
I know what you mean. Oh yeah, okay.
I saw Aiden Ross was freaking out. How does yesterday? Oh my god.
I feel like it's. I think I said this on stream before. I feel like he's like probably because he's a big streamer. He's used to people sucking up to him. So like as soon as he gets any pushback, he just turns into a huge fucking baby and shuts down. Yeah. But then when he's surrounded by, because a lot of people on the podcast wanted to simp for him and shit. Yeah.
Like enables him or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch the podcast. I just watched the clips.
Yeah, because he starts going in immediately, like on what is it like to be a cuck and what happened to your relationship? And it's like, okay, well, if we're gonna go hard, then let's go. Yeah, what color was that suicide vest? Let's do it, buddy. And then he just lost his mind. Yeah, he screamed at me. He's like, you're a faggot 40-year-old, like literally like 20 times.
Like I know, I just saw that clip.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, you are unhinged. And everybody's just like sitting there staring. And then when I finally tell him to kill himself and leave, everybody's like, wow, Destiny, that was so uncalled for. And I'm like, hello? What? This guy just called me a faggot like 20 times. What the fuck? This is insane. Yeah, Jesus.
It is what it is.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Nebraska Steve came out.
I guess. Do you feel like Twitch, so do you watch a lot of streams? What do you do with all your free time now? Or do you have a lot of free time or?
I would say I have a fair amount of free time, but I don't watch Twitch really. I hate the ads, and it's really hard for me to watch Twitch. If anything, I'll watch YouTube, or the one thing on Twitch I do watch is like Penta. He does GTRP.
Who does GTRP?
Penta.
Oh, I've heard the name before. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you excited for GTA 6?
No, I'm not a huge Grand Theft Auto fan. Just like the RP stuff. Find it funny.
Okay.
What have you been up to? Palestine, Israel? I've seen that.
You know, Palestine, Israel, sorting through the refuge of my personal relationship life, and yeah, streaming and memeing. You know, living up that Miami life. Yeah.
Do you still like Miami?
I mean,
would you say it's like your favorite city you've lived in, or no?
My favorite city, I don't even think it depends on where you live. I think it just depends on what you're around. My favorite place of all time, I don't think it's ever going to be matched. You never visited me in California, did you?
No.
You're
talking about like the house near, or the apartment near Orange County?
No. This one was further north. I lived in an apartment complex called The Brand in Glendale, and this was just easily the best place I've ever lived in my entire life. But it was because I was within like walking distance of like 30 restaurant, like at least. A huge mall with a movie theater, so I could invite somebody over. We could take a 10-minute walk down like a really cute neighborhood, and then go to a movie. It was just like the perfect place I've ever lived in my entire life.
Do you remember where I used to live in Miami? It was called Brickell.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Brickell was like the 10 out of 10 fucking place that I've lived. Everything was near me. There was like the huge outdoor mall there. For chat, that's the place where Zerka got in a fight in the middle of the fucking
Brickell's downtown Miami.
Yeah.
It's where the Fresh and Fit Studios and everything else. Yeah,
that place was sweet. But then they raised my rent from $1,400 to $2,700. No, it was like $1,400 to $2,100 in a single year. Jesus Christ!
From $1,400 to $2,200, you said?
I shit you not, it was from $1,400 for a studio, and then the next year they tried to charge me 21.
Oh, 20.
21, I think, yeah. Fucking America. Giga Chad.
Good times, yeah. The only thing I don't like about Miami that I might have liked about
You're on
Glendale,
beach right now, right?
Miami Beach, yeah.
Okay.
The prices.
Yeah,
I think it's true also in downtown Miami. The prices are comical. Like it's like not even like LA, and like in my opinion, like LA and like that area, Glendale, Burbank up there, the prices are like expensive. But it feels like in Miami Beach and in Brickell, the prices like diverge from reality, and it's just like, we know you're all rich, so we're gonna charge like random shit for everything. Like,
yeah, if you go to any restaurant in Miami, you're spending for two people like at the bare minimum $150 to $200. Like,
yeah, that's a little high. I'd say about at least 120. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
At the
Plus
bare
tip and
minimum.
everything?
Yeah, like absolutely.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to like McDonald's, but if you're going to any mid-tier restaurant, and you know what, I have the hottest take. I don't think most of the restaurants in fucking Miami are very good. I'm stringent on that.
You have to qualify it. I mean, like, they're good.
I guess
but are they
for
worth
like the money,
price?
I'm
not
just
sure about
it's
that.
Crazy. Like, I'd rather go to an Olive Garden half the time and pay that than go to, I would say, 90% of restaurants in Miami.
Yeah. Fuck me. I was in San Antonio recently, and a friend there turned me on to some random steakhouse called like Blue some shit. I don't even know why I'm bringing this up. It was really good. But at the end of it, I think the bill was like $150, and it felt like it
Oh
would have
my
been like a
God.
$400 or $500.
Like a $500 bill, yeah.
Yeah. Or I remember one
Yeah.
time when we were either doing camping stuff or hanging out with a bunch of people. There were like 6 of us, and I picked up the tab for the meal, and I think it was like $115 for like 6
Oh,
people.
at the keg, or not the keg? It's called. There was like the place in Omaha, though, right?
No, it wasn't a nice
Not
place.
that
to go,
one?
But yeah, just the price.
There
of
was a
Miami,
steakhouse that we went to in Omaha that
the
was
Drover.
nice.
That's a really good place.
That was what it was, Drover. Yeah,
that was good. Yeah. Miami
Yeah,
Beach is
Toronto
nice in that it's
prices-
like it's very walkable, and there's like a ton of stuff to like eat and do around here, which is like important for me. But everything's just like it's
You're on
very
South
expensive.
Beach, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
No. You're not in North Beach, right?
I think I'm not gonna talk about where I live anymore. I just remember that.
Okay, sorry.
Just remember,
Sorry,
I just remember there's like 12 million people online trying to dox me right now, so never mind.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Little Havana, I think is what it's called. Yeah. What were
In
we saying?
Toronto, the prices here for food are, in my opinion, very reasonable. It depends on where you go. Toronto's more like just like any big city.
Uh-huh.
You can go to like these really fucking high-end restaurants and spend ludicrous amounts of money.
Uh-huh.
But you can also, there's a sushi place that we like to go to that her and I will go and eat as much sushi as we fucking want, and the bill will always be around like $30 Canadian after tip, no matter what. Whereas if we would go to sushi in Miami, $150 easily.
Yeah. I've heard that there's like if you want to be like a real big cheapo, you can go to like Argentina or some shit, and there are places where it's like you'll literally spend like $5 or $6 for like a meal for
like
two.
your meal?
It's like
Yeah.
ridiculously cheap. Yeah.
Peach says like in Portugal, her parents, they'll go to like a restaurant and it'll be like you'll get the wine included and stuff, and you'll walk out like $30, like max. Where's Dan? Is he coming on still?
Dan's kind of doing his job stuffs, and he's chilling.
Not everyday carry. The other one, redacted.
Yeah, I think he's working on that.
Nice.
So he's just been kind of doing his thing. Yeah. Still is in the same place, so.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Remember at some point he was talking about going to Hawaii.
He
Never
thought about
did.
moving around to a lot of different places. I think like Massachusetts and stuff as well.
I'm surprised he thought of Massachusetts. He always bitched about the weather, and he said, "Mr. Morton, I'm never leaving fucking Miami. The only place I'd go to is Hawaii because of the weather. I want to be able to wear my shorts every single day of the year."
That's Dan, But then he was
That's him.
considering moving to Massachusetts, so who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah, just doing my thing.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, don't be a stranger.
Yeah.
Be careful.
No, I won't. I'll send Koibu your way, but don't ghost him.
I won't. I didn't ghost him. He said happy birthday, and I said thanks, I think.
All right, GG's. Have a good one.
Take care,
See you, chap. Bye.
Who the fuck is this guy? Moshino Dorito. He's 35, running the 2008 Bill Maher playbook, or Bill Maher playbook, like a 15-year-old who just discovered atheism. This is truly incredible. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. Bro, somebody said some shit. I don't know if this is some more horseshoe. I thought when we were atheists, I thought we hated religion. But now I'm worried that atheists didn't actually hate religion. Atheists just hated Christianity. Is that the case? That can't be the case from like 10 years ago, right? This is the TikTok ginger guy who said October 7th was its own attack. Oh. What do you plan to do this Christmas? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, shit. You just read that off an LSF comment this morning. I sure did. But yeah. This is grim. One Democratic pollster says, the predictive power of horse race polling a year from the presidential election is weak at best. The Biden campaign can take some comfort in that, but what recent surveys do reveal is that the coalition that put Joe Biden in the White House in the first place is nowhere near as strong as it was 4 years ago. Do you notice that LSF cycles between loving you and hating you? I think people's opinions of you largely cycle around who you're fighting. LSF, I believe, hates, I don't think they like any of the WO community anymore, and they definitely don't like Aiden, right? Because they didn't like Bruce when he did his wacky shit, like, yeah. And then you guys have been a bit more active on LSF, so if I'm fighting Aiden, I'm probably gonna get support there. Destiny, I think there's a difference between disregarding the belief in a higher power and actively hating someone's religion as well as insulting their culture. The only reason why I don't like their culture that's garbage and beneath mine and beneath me and objectively shit is because they can't keep it to them fucking selves. And I'm getting increasingly irritated by this. And it's getting very hard not to generalize it more and more and more because it bleeds into the other so easily. I wouldn't have any problem with Christians if they shut their fucking mouth and they keep their stupid shit to themselves, but they don't. They feel the need to preach it to everybody else and talk about how their lifestyles are the best and blah, blah, blah is the best and blah, blah, blah is the best. It's not. It lost. So we're heading towards an era of more secularism unless we get jihaded by all the fucking Muslims. Like, your religion is dated, right? It doesn't have the same explanatory powers it used to. It's a good crutch for weak people who need a big spiritual dude to guide them into the afterlife. Because they can't handle the messy realities of the world. I don't know. Whatever you want it to be is fine. Yeah, I'll be an edgy atheist, but it's not like the thoughts didn't stop. We just don't want to express them as much. But like, cringe. Like, yikes, fam. Yikes. Nishi said God is dead, okay? And Nishi is like at least 50 years old, so how are we still arguing about this? The predictive power of horse race polling. Okay, here we go. These danger signs include fraying support among core constituencies, including young voters, black voters, and Hispanic voters, and the decline, if not the erasure, of traditional Democratic advantages in representing the interests of the middle class and speaking for the average voter. Any of these on their own might not be cause for alarm, but taken together, they present a dangerous situation for Biden. From November 5th to November 11th, Democracy Corpse or Cores? I think it's Corpse, right? A Democratic advisory group founded by Stan Greenberg and James Carville surveyed 2,500 voters in presidential and Senate battleground states as well as competitive House districts. In an email, Greenberg summarized the results. This is grim. The study, he said, found that collectively, voters in the Democratic base of blacks, Hispanics, Asians, LGBTQ+ community, Gen Z, millennials, unmarried, and college women give Trump higher approval ratings than Biden. LGBTQ+ community gives Trump higher approval ratings than Biden? And college women? This sounds impossible. This doesn't sound possible. What? On 32 subjects ranging from abortion to China, the Democracy Corps survey asked voters to choose which would be better, Biden and the Democrats or Trump and the Republicans. Biden and the Democrats led on 6, women's rights, climate change, addressing racial inequality, healthcare. Wait, these were just Democrats and Biden won by 3 points on healthcare? The president will not be an autocrat and protecting democracy 1 point. There was a tie on making democracy more secure. These must be like, it must be literally exclusively Gen Z. That must be the case, right? Donald Trump, the Republicans held leads on the remaining subjects, including being for working people, standing up to elites, being able to get things done for the American people, feeling safe, and keeping wages and salaries up with the cost of living. In the case of issues that traditionally favor Republicans, Trump and his allies held commanding leads: patriotism, crime, immigration, and border security. Particularly worrisome for Democrats who plan to demonize Trump as a threat to democracy are the advantages Trump and Republicans have on opposing extremism, getting beyond the chaos, and protecting the Constitution. Trump literally tweeted out we might need to suspend the Constitution, but okay. There is some evidence in both the Democracy Corps survey and in other polls that concern specific to Biden, including his age and the surge in prices during his presidency. Wait, hold on. including his age and the surge in prices during his presidency, are driving the perception of Democratic weakness rather than discontent with the party itself. The survey found, for example, that Democratic candidates in the House battleground districts are running even with their Republican opponents among all voters, and 2 points ahead among voters who say they're likely to cast ballots on Election Day. Along similar lines, a November 2023 NBC News poll found Trump leading Biden by 2 points, 46-44, but when voters were asked to choose between Trump and an unnamed Democratic candidate, the generic Democrat won 46-40. In a reflection of both Biden's and Trump's high unfavorability ratings, NBC reported that when voters were asked to choose between Biden and an unnamed generic Republican, the Republican candidate led Biden 48-37. Damn. Well, I don't understand. It feels like Democrats have been doing good in like all of their elections. Yeah, also I feel like Biden hasn't really started campaigning yet, so we'll see what happens then. I'm so curious. Jesus. What a wild ride we're on. The difference is Trump is a known person. Most of the races do not have former presidents running for yeah, maybe, yeah. Maybe, yeah, actually. That's probably pretty unique as well. Trump has like a faux incumbent advantage, as weird as that is to say. Mel Gibson rant too. Why was I link this? Oh shit. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck? Time expired. I don't understand how they spell this so bad. They have like no shame. There's actual shamelessness. I don't understand how DoorDashers will just like spill everything, like with the utmost shamelessness. They'll deliver you like a bag with half your drink spilled in the bottom, and it's like, why? Someone asked earlier, are there specific religions you don't care much for in comparison to Islam or Christianity? Anytime you're like, if you do your own thing and you want to do your own thing and you're cool with that, then that's fine. As soon as you start like trying to dictate to me how I'm supposed to live my life, then we have major problems. And that's going to exist on a sliding scale. Report that? Well, I always feel bad because I should give him like a 1-star or a 2-star. But then I'm like, fuck, now I'm like fucking this whole dude's life up if I give him a bad rating. And now I feel bad. So I just end up giving him a 5-star. And I shouldn't. I should.
I want to.
Don't you think it's something you have to tip before you get the food? Here's a question. Can they see me tip before I get the food so they can at least do their shit better because they see that a tip is on the way? Do they do that, or? You're being a pushover? Okay, you know what? I'll do it. I'm going to give him a 3-star rating. This guy's whole career is about to be destroyed because of you guys, okay? Oh, it's not even giving me the option yet. Wow, man, he could just be having a bad day. Yeah, what if he is? What if it's just like a bad day for that dude?
I don't know. You might not. I want to tell you this. I was in Israel, and I was talking to some Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers. And I said, I'm telling you the truth. I said, well, you know, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. According to Avatar, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. She's there to protect balance.
Yes.
She doesn't pick a winner. She protects balance. And do you
Yes.
know what the Palestinian and the Israelis in the room, do you know their reaction?
What they say. They thought about it.
They
That's
nodded,
good.
and I think it was because some of them had seen Avatar.
Yeah.
You might not. I want to tell you this. I was in Israel.
True. Okay. I buy it.
Yo.
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
It's going okay. I just want you to know, okay?
Bro.
What?
That was the longest piss you've ever taken.
Oh, yeah. I resisted the greatest temptation this morning, okay? I hope you're proud of me. Because you left your Discord logged in on the laptop that you gave back to me, and I logged
There
out
is
immediately.
nothing exciting in my
That's
Discord.
fine, but I was tempted to sit there for 2 hours and read every single message, and I didn't. So you're welcome. I just want credit for that, okay? It was a lot to overcome. If I wouldn't have been on my Vyvanse, I definitely would have read every single message. So, but I didn't, so there you go.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Also,
All right.
if you had, it would have been a big waste of 2 hours.
Don't care.
How'd you feel about the Benny conversation?
It was good. It was a good conversation. It was the only unfortunate
You sound
thing is
disappointed.
Well, I liked it. I think I need more pushback because I feel like we basically agreed on everything, which is a common thing. But I guess it's interesting to his perspective. I need to figure out how I want to run combos like that because, like, do we want to like ultra deep dive into like one particular thing, or because I kind of like just bounced around and I asked him a ton of questions like sequentially through history, and then we basically agreed on most things with some minor disagreements. But I feel like if I was talking to somebody, maybe that Avi Schleim or whatever, maybe
Is that the guy who was on with Piers Morgan, the handsome one?
No. That I don't. People keep saying I talk to that guy.
Sam Youssef.
Yeah, he seems like a cool dude, but he's not like a historian. I don't know if I would care to like. He seems like he'd be fun to chat with, but not over anything like substantive.
Okay, he'll be the last.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's handsome. Very handsome old guy. Avi Schleim. I messaged him once already.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard anything. Once your video goes up, though, maybe I'll link your Benny conversation. Do you think Avi's going to disagree with you? Is he more pro-Palestinian than Benny was?
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, I'd be interested in hearing. I think he can probably justify the Palestinian side a bit more.
Okay. Do you feel like Benny was too willing to agree with you? Like, does it feel like Benny even like grifted to your positions more, or?
No, I don't think so. But like, probably a lot of the research I've done so far has kind of been informed by some of his historical works. So we just, yeah, The arrogant thing I want to say, I don't want to be arrogant, but it's like every conversation where when I talk to an expert in a field, like I'm generally just parroting expert opinion anyway. It's not like I'm doing any unique or novel research, so we end up agreeing on most things. So I'm trying to find like an expert that doesn't agree with me as much, that isn't also fucking insane. And it seems really hard to find those for the Palestinian people. Like I don't think a conversation between like Pape or whatever would be worthwhile. Finkelstein would be a fun conversation, but like historically, I don't know how worthwhile it would be. The Avi Schleim guy though, I think would be interesting because he does seem to have like a good, honest, like pro-Palestinian position without being completely deranged. So,
right, he's not like biased in.
Mm-hmm.
Is Norman Finkelstein? I know he's a political scientist. Is he a historian specifically, Norman Finkelstein?
I think he is, but like I feel like something happens. I feel like there's this phenomenon with people where they get like one bad event that happens in their life, and that becomes like the defining fucking thing for their entire psyche for the entire rest of their existence. So like, is it Brett Weinstein is a really good example of this.
Yes.
He's the guy, that one event happened in Evergreen, and I don't think he'd said anything crazy, and now he's just like, he's a loser, and he will be a loser for the rest of his life. I think for Finkelstein, I think it was the stuff at that college and him not getting tenure basically sent him down like, the Holocaust is a whole fucking industry the Jews use, and they're all blah, blah, blah. Like, it feels like it just sent him down like a really stupid road. That's what it feels like.
Yeah. Hey, Tom.
Shalom.
What's up, Turkey?
Seven? Erudite, how's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm not doing bad. I just wanted to hop on and talk about Mr. Ross, Aiden Ross, my fellow Zoomer, my peer. So you guys.
You have any questions about Benny Morris? You have no intellectually stimulating convos?
Literally don't fucking know who that is at all.
You
and I hope to
fucking
never
drama
know.
goblin.
Wait,
Tom.
real quick, Tom. Can you give me like 5 minutes just to finish my convo with Erudite, and then you can chat about whatever?
This is important.
Yeah, well, it was about a
No, that's
it was
okay.
about a
Yeah, go ahead,
preeminent
go ahead.
Israeli
Go ahead,
historian
go
that I
ahead.
just had on my stream, so I just wanted to like, yeah, you know.
Loser! That guy sucks
Ouch,
dick
Tom.
in the fucking
Yikes.
streets. Okay,
Jesus.
bye.
Yikes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, sorry. Was there anything else, or did you have any feedback or comments, or?
Not feedback. I mean, I thought the conversation was really interesting. It was like, I feel like I learned a lot, actually. Obviously, you've been researching it, so you probably... Did you learn anything? Like, was there anything that changed your mind in the whole conversation?
Not really, no. There was like a
Like
little bit
nothing?
more information. No, that's why I was saying, I was like, I'm pretty sure that most of our stuff is like pretty aligned. Yeah, that was kind of the unfortunate part. I don't think so, unless Chuck can think of something, but yeah.
So nothing changed your perspective on anything. Is there any nuggets that you feel like were really helpful to like your understanding of the situation that you think you can like utilize in people's understanding?
Nope.
Any rhetoric? Nothing. So it's a waste of 2 hours.
I wouldn't say it was a waste. It was nice to talk to him, to know that there was nothing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like imagine you think you have cancer and you do like an MRI or something, there's no cancer. It's like, wow, what a waste. There was no cancer. It's like, well, no, I think that's good. Oh, actually, I did learn one thing. I didn't know this because people talk about the Ottomans backstabbing the Arabs or the British backstabbing the Arabs. I didn't know that during World War I just assumed that like all the Arabs like sat that war out because they were going to backstab on behalf of the British. But apparently most of them still fought in World War I against the British, and it was just a couple families that did it. So that was, yeah. That was
Okay,
interesting.
yeah.
But
I feel like what was interesting was your guys' conversation about like Palestinian identity. Do you feel like because you said 67, he said 48 as far as like when the Palestinian identity was actually like strongly formed. And then you guys kind of had like a laugh off. Did he say anything actually about Norman Finkelstein? I know he laughed about it.
I just asked him about Norman and Rashid Khalidi, but I don't want to like, I don't really want to bring on a historian and then just have him like trash other people. That seemed like kind of tacky, so I didn't ask him much. I thought about going into like scholarship related stuff, but again, I didn't want to just have him here to like trash somebody else as much.
Man, academics love trash talking other academics. You missed out.
Well,
love that shit. Especially if the other academic sucks. Okay. And so would you say then you still hold that like Palestinian identity wasn't even like strongly formed until like 67, or because he was viewing it 48, he didn't convince you, or what are your thoughts about that?
I think if we would have dived into it more, it felt like we probably would have agreed that it like started maybe in the 20s or 40s, but that the main contention isn't necessarily when it started, it's what caused it. And the pro-Palestinian side argues that Palestinian national identity has existed for centuries, and me and Benny's argument is that it really only existed in contradiction to the Israeli identity, or as a reaction to the Israeli identity. And Benny seemed to believe that because he was saying in the 20s or 40s during the war, that's when it started. I feel like it didn't come until later. We could hash out like specifically exactly when it like happened. I think he said it started to be formed in either the 20s or the 40s, but I mean, we roughly agree on the idea that like, or I believe we do, that like Palestinian national identity formed in response to the Israeli one. It wasn't really there beforehand. So I didn't feel like it was worth like hashing out the specifics of that much. That's kind of the more important part.
Interesting. I don't actually know my like Middle Eastern history super well, but do you know how much like tribal identity, because obviously Palestine and Palestinian concepts go back to like ancient literature. There's like writings about it like biblically and in hadiths and stuff like that. Is that like a different people group, or how does all of these things, and this might not be just maybe my lack of understanding, right? But like Jordanians are both like kind of new. I don't actually know much of the history of Jordan, but is Palestine, was it just like a group of tribes? I know that they're Aram and Muslim.
I think most of the
Shia
stuff
as
was
well?
arranged around like tribal stuff and like royal family stuff. I'm pretty sure that's how most of it was arranged.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
they weren't
so
really
then-
like, keep in mind, like all the country borders there basically just got drawn up randomly by the Brits.
Yeah, the Brits.
Yeah.
I guess when you look back in the like Old Testament stories reference Palestinians, is this the same Aryan people group? And then how do you
No, that's
compare
never
it to
been
them?
historically a thing.
At all?
Never. No, no. Well, I mean, at all. Like, there's like a general region here that people can, but the idea that there was like a cohesive people of Palestine that like was a specific region that are the borders of Israel, Palestine, is not true. No, but there's always been groups of people that have been like around here. So, you know.
Okay, interesting. Okay, any other thoughts? You want me to try to get Abby Schleim for you?
If you can,
I
that would
really
be
want to get
amazing.
Norman. I want to
Yeah.
get Norman.
You can, if you want to try to get Norman, you can. For Avi, wait until the video goes up on YouTube, because
I
Benny
will,
Morris, I think, is a pretty well-respected Israeli historian. So hopefully, seeing that I had like a cordial conversation with him for a couple hours can turn other people on to the desire to have the conversation as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so. And then, oh God, imagine if we could get Norman on bridges. That would be so fun. I doubt we can, but I doubt he'd come on for that long. But okay, well, sorry, I didn't mean to destroy you and your time with Stephen Turkey Tom.
No problem. All right, have fun. Be careful.
Way more important than this boring Jew shit. Thank
Wow,
you. Appreciate
yikes.
that.
Oh, you're about to talk about other Jew shit. You're literally just about to talk about other Jew shit.
Listen, just because he's Jewish doesn't mean he's a Jew, okay? It's not like that.
That's true. All right, bye guys.
Thank you. All right, Steven, I saw you arguing with Aiden the other day. How do you feel about that conversation? Was that productive? Did that get your blood flowing?
It was fun. I always like to knock people down a couple pegs who are arrogant as fuck and aren't used to having people shit on them, so I enjoyed it.
So my big question about Aiden is how famous actually is he? Because I see his numbers, like for example, I go to his Kick. According to Kick stats, his peak viewers in the past 30 days are 120,000 live, which I think would make him the biggest streamer in the world, would it? I mean, that is a lot, right? Close to it, at least.
On Kick, yeah.
Yeah. But I go to his YouTube channel, and he's getting like 100 to 200,000 views a video. So there seems to be a big sort of disparity there between the amount of people that are watching him live and the amount of people that watch him after the fact. And I feel like that's probably I mean, Aiden kind of alluded to this on stream as well, but is there some sort of bot thing going on Kick to this day that's like persistent?
Okay. Here's a lot of issues, okay? Ready? You can figure out how to weigh these appropriately. I don't know how to weigh these all appropriately, okay? Here's a lot of things to keep in mind, okay? Number one, right off the top, there is a lot of people that bot everything. It's ubiquitous in some of these communities, especially in communities with men with no honor or integrity who are desperately looking for clout and attention. So people like Sneeko, when you go on their Instagrams and you see that they've got like 3 million followers but like 8 pictures, it's probably because they deleted every other picture and they're paying to boost the engagement on every single one so that it matches their follower count. But the followers aren't generally real. They're not really that popular, right? You're gonna tell me that these people are like hitting like A-list celebrity penetration.
Is that not a form of like fraud? Because if they're getting advertisers and stuff, like let's say they do a sponsorship and the advertisers under the impression they're going to hit that many people, and it's all bots. I mean, couldn't these people be held legally liable if they're like just inflating their numbers?
No, because once the advertisers do 1 or 2 deals, they'll realize that it's all bullshit. Also, you can never prove that they actually botted it. They could just say, well, somebody else botted it, right?
Once again, I just don't understand the botting from like a long-term, sort of perspective. I mean, these people, Aiden Ross wants to have like a long career on YouTube or Kick, whatever.
Does he?
I assume. I mean, I think. No.
Not to sound like mean or derogatory towards young people, because I know you're a fellow young person. But for a lot of these people, right, they only see like in like 3 to 4 year horizons, right? The idea of having a career spanning 10 plus years is kind of out of reach of most people. They're not even thinking about that.
Well then what the fuck would the plan be? Like, what is he going to do with himself?
Well, when you bot, you've got bigger numbers. It looks good, right? I don't want to be some loser on Twitter with like 200,000 followers. I want to have 1 million followers. So you bottom up, you look good, and then you tweet. And then more people see you with 1 million followers, and then you create like a... do you know what busking is?
No.
Sometimes you go out and play for money with a horn. You go out to the street, you play, you open your case, you throw in like $30 on your own because when people see money in there, they want to donate more money. Yeah. And then they do... and I think streamers are the same. It's why they fake donos. It's why they bot engagement, because if you've got, one guy with 1,000 viewers and another guy with 10, you're going to watch the guy with 1,000 viewers, even if his real viewership is only 5. But like now he gets another real viewer because he's got the numbers. So a lot of people do that, I think. I know a lot of OnlyFans girls that do it, a lot of streamers that do it, yeah.
But eventually their real viewers are just going to run out within just a few years, and they're only going to be left with the bots. They're going to be, just at the fucking bottom. I mean, even Aiden Ross, someone who, I'd say probably a year ago he probably peaked. He seems to be kind of on a downward trend now. Once again, like this guy is like way more famous than I am, right? Way more famous. His name alone carries a lot of weight. He has 4 million subscribers on YouTube. His channel is like doing the same as my second channel, which has like not even 300,000 subscribers. And I don't know if it's more difficult to bot on YouTube, so maybe that's why. But it just doesn't seem like there's as much interest in these guys. It seems like a lot of it is completely inflated, basically.
Maybe, but That's one aspect, was the botting part. A second aspect is viewership can be hyper-specific to certain types of platforms, and it's worth noting that as well. You could have somebody that legitimately has 5 million real followers on TikTok that have enjoyed TikTok things in the past, and either one, they've stopped watching because TikTok fans are very transient, they come and go, or two, they like watching the short form content on TikTok, but when this person posts YouTube videos, they get 5,000 views. And it might just be the fact that that audience doesn't translate very well from TikTok over to YouTube.
Well, TikTok is so fleeting. So obviously that's one example. I mean, TikTok is, I mean, like a million views on TikTok may as well be like one person in a room watching you. Like most of those people probably just swipe past and clicked on your shit on accident. But if you look at the translation from, let's say, like a streaming site to YouTube, I mean, let's take someone like Asmongold, who is a pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, right? Someone like XQC, pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, and he's certainly doing way better than Aiden is. And that's across the board for all these guys. And then you have Aiden Ross, who, I mean, supposedly is getting an average of 50,000 viewers live, which I think is higher than both of the people I just named. And he's peaking at 120, 130,000 live, which is astronomical numbers. Like, I don't know. I don't know if most of the top streamers in the world ever hit that number. Like, he is so up there. Yeah. And yet you go to his YouTube and it's just fucking dead. I mean, his Twitter is popping whenever he tweets once in a blue moon. I mean, his Instagram gets a bunch of likes, but he doesn't really post there much either. But then you go to his YouTube channel, and you'd think, like, even just the name Aiden Ross in the title should be getting, like, an unreal amount of views in my mind. I mean, at least a million a video, right?
Yeah, possibly. But then, again, there's two questions. One is we don't know how much of his other platforms are botted, number one. And then number two, it's still hard to tell how much of a carryover there is from his audience from one platform to the next, right?
I know it's hard to tell, but I know it should be more. I know it should be
possible. I wouldn't bank on that being incredibly obvious. I would say that. There were a lot of streamers that had 30, 40, 50,000 viewers that put almost no effort into their YouTubes. So you'd have people with 30, 40,000 concurrent viewers, and you check their YouTubes. I just checked Mizkiv's. He's pulling like 3 million views a month. That's not much.
That's
at all.
fair, but I mean, Aiden's team clearly. I mean, they're putting out like a half-hour to 40-minute video once or twice a week on his YouTube channel, so it's pretty consistent uploads, and it's every single one is with like a popular person. So it'll be like Aiden Ross goes on with iShowSpeed. iShowSpeed is super famous. You'd think that would do better. Only 300,000 views in 2 weeks. Another one with iShowSpeed, 250K in 2 weeks. Aiden Ross and Tfue. That one has 120K views. Aiden Ross visits Drake's mega mansion. Okay, Drake's house, 160K. Like it just doesn't seem to add up in my mind that these are the numbers these people are getting, and so I can only assume that Aiden Ross's name actually means way less to the average person than I initially thought, or maybe just than it did a year ago. Because even a year ago, I mean, his channel was doing way better. He was, averaging close to 1 million.
Sure, all possible things.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he's just completely fallen off. But I was also under the impression that he was popular, kind of not because of the red pill thing. I mean, he did come up with that, but I mean, he was popular before that for like LeBron James' sons or whatever, playing with him on fucking GTA and all that stuff, hanging out with rappers, celebrities, I don't know, maybe Ice Spice twerked on him a little bit. So that kind of stuff probably, I mean, in my mind, he had more longevity than someone like Sneeko, who only blew up on streaming from this red pill kind of stuff.
Maybe.
And
Sneeko
is like just completely shallow.
Yeah, but no. I think Sneeko has a way stronger long-term audience than Aiden Ross ever will. 100%. There's another thing that happens with Aiden Ross. All of these are factors, by the way. I'm not telling you what percentage weighs into any of them. They're just all factors I know that can influence things. Another thing with Aiden Ross you have to consider is Aiden Ross has very, 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 very high recognition because of how much time he spends like participating in other communities or like bouncing off of kind of like pop culture stuff. So whether it's with rappers or I think athletes or shit like that. So that gets him like really high name recognition, but that might not drive a lot of viewership. Another really good example of this recently might be like Nick Fuentes, seeing like Donald Trump and all of that, lots of name recognition, but doesn't always translate to high viewership because people recognize the name and see you when you're like participating with their celebs, but they're not going to ever go seek you out on their own. Another really good example of this is Pokemon. If you look at Pokemon's analytics right now, she's not really like she's kind of an okay-ish size streamer. I think like decently big. She might still pull 5-figure viewership. I'm not sure. YouTube channel's pretty dead. Socials don't get as much engagement. I think her Instagram does okay. But when you're trying to figure out like, well, what happened to Pokemon? Why does it seem like she's like so insanely popular? It's because the name recognition is really high, but that doesn't always translate to viewership across platforms.
Yeah, well, you're right. I thought she was like way bigger than she is. She's averaging like 9,000.
Yep, less than 10,000 viewers now, basically. Yeah.
There's a big difference between views and engagement.
What do you mean by that?
I learned about this after I switched into my advertising role. That like we would go after influencers with millions of followers and even millions of views, and then we would look at the actual conversions on the back end, and there would be no sales. So one thing you could kind of look at to check, Destiny mentioned this a little bit before, was how many brand deals has Aiden had in the last 6 months? I think the number is 0.
Yeah.
Well, apart
Right.
from Steak, I guess.
That doesn't count. Because essentially all,
wait,
all
real
Steak,
quick. Does he even have
yeah.
a deal with Steak?
I mean, doesn't he gamble?
I don't know.
What-
Him
I
gambling
believe
is not
so.
the same as having a
Wait,
deal.
yes, yeah, he does. He
Okay.
does, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Now, I do want to say, Devin, though, just to add to that, though. I mean, wouldn't
Yeah.
you expect a streamer to have relatively high engagement relative to other people? Because
You would think
I mean, the
so.
audience is like the audience is like more loyal. They're all there, especially
Yeah,
like
I've
Aiden, who is known to
you
have like a
think
super
so?
toxic, rabid fan base. I mean,
Let me
in
tell
my
you
mind,
a tale. Let me tell you a tale. So we used to believe that the conversion from Twitch calls to action would be like, it makes sense, right? Like if Destiny right now shouts out my website, you would think like some people would hit it. So that's true. That'll happen, right? Like, for example, like we shouted the website on the Scuff podcast. I think there was something like 90,000 viewers. I take issue with Kick's quotation marks view, so we could talk about that. But let's say there was 90,000. The website at that moment got 450 hits, right? So there is this initial push, and then that's what causes us to like psychologically say, oh, like we're getting way more audience on things like Twitch and things like that. But if you actually look at the distributed stats across like YouTube, Instagram, calls to action there, YouTube is on average about 18 times more effective. So if I tell you to do something in a video, like go here, buy this thing, this is the affiliate code, you're 18 times more likely to engage with that than you are on a live stream.
that's extremely surprising to me.
I know, I was blown away. I would not have believed that if I had not.
I would think it would be
thousands of
completely
deals,
the
yeah.
inverse, because in my
I know,
mind, like the amount of streamers I watch is so low that if I am watching them, I'm probably an actual fan of them, and I'm going to be more engaged with what they're doing, and it's more likely I'll buy one of their products. For YouTube, like I watch a lot more YouTube, and it's also more passive, so I'll watch it in the background. I'm not necessarily a fan of that person. It's just like, oh, I'll throw this on, and I thought that's how literally everyone viewed it.
Well, I think one of the things that Destiny was just saying too was the idea of a person in someone's head is different than like having a fan and being a fan of that person. So if you look at like, if you think of like an explosion, like the ground zero would be like your core base of fans. And then everything that goes out from that might be people that are like, oh, I've heard of that person, or I have like, what we call impressions. Like I have an impression of that person, meaning like they're in my headspace, but I don't really know what they do. And so I think Aiden has been attached to a lot of big activations and big people, but he himself isn't like part of that core explosion. Like he does have a dedicated fan base, but like to your point and to Destiny's, I think it's not nearly as large as people think. Which is the case for most influencers, yeah.
Also, keep in mind that the way that people engage on certain products is a lot different too. If I were to do an ad and I were to try to sell my audience like a backpack or something, like maybe I'll get like 100 sales or something. It depends, I guess, on what kind of backpack specifically we're talking about. But even if I don't do a call to action, and even if I don't advertise a single fucking thing, if I play like a new little indie game on my stream, I might have 500 plus fans that pick that indie game up because they see me playing it. So like the ways that audiences engage with like versus like somebody that does like a call to action on a YouTube channel about like history might say, go play Lords Mobile. I think their conversion on that might be lower than if the products are more relevant to their audience as well. But.
Right. Another question that I have, just as a follow-up to something you said, is you said you think Sneeko has a lot more long-term potential than someone like Aiden Ross. Could you elaborate on that?
Sneeko has done a really good job at building a really strong brand in terms of who he is. So he's put in the work for the past 10 years. And Sneeko, generally, from what I've seen, I haven't followed as much recently because he's a piece of shit, but it seems like Sneeko does a really good job at building relationships with other influencers or talent and then engaging with them in a very Sneeko-like way. Whereas, and again, this is all on very, very little viewership, okay? It looks like when Aiden Ross, like, here's the difference. If I'm a huge fan of Sneeko, okay, I want to see Sneeko talk to somebody who I'm also a fan. I want to see Sneeko and Drake engage with each other because I think they're going to have like a back and forth. I think Sneeko's going to kind of ask some questions. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. If I'm a fan of Aiden Ross and he interacts with a celeb, I think he's just going to kind of fanboy and like say nothing and be kind of retarded, and that's it. Like, I don't think he's going to grow any fan base or like drive like real engagement or interest in the interaction. That's just the feeling I get from the outside. You can tell me if you've seen difference and you feel differently. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So to me, when you say something like Sneeko's built a brand over the past 10 years, in my opinion, he built like a brand for 8 years and then completely just like dropped that to do this new sort of Aiden Ross impression he's been doing over the past 2. Where he reacts to shit in like a retarded way, has no critical thinking skills, has no introspection, self-reflection, and that's like what he's done basically since he started streaming. And before that, he was building a brand that was actually cool and special, and now it just kind of sucks. And in my opinion, that brand has way less longevity because it's inherently tied, I mean, at least right now, to a political, cultural movement, whatever you want to call it, the red pill thing. That's dying. I mean, it is dying, and there's no doubt that his viewership is probably suffering as a result of it.
I don't think Sneeko's tied to the red pill stuff anymore. I think he's pretty out of it now.
Okay, so then what is the appeal of him if not that?
Because he's Sneeko. He's an interesting, unique character, even if he's fucking retarded sometimes.
Is he interesting? He just seems so two-dimensional now.
Does
he was interesting.
Sneeko has a very, whether you like him or hate him, bro, I hate him more than you do. I don't know how much you hate him, but I promise you I hate Sneeko more than you.
I don't hate him that much.
Oh, okay, I hate him a lot. Okay, but he's an interesting person to listen to. Like, how many other people in the red pill space, regardless of how dumb their thoughts are, how many of them would have a 2-hour conversation with Dr. K, right? But like,
I mean,
not many.
True, but I feel like when I listen to that conversation, I feel like he's going down a retard dialogue tree.
A little bit, but Dr. K did a good job at breaking him open. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm not going to sit here and say he doesn't go down retard dialogue trees and shit like that. I agree with you. But he still, like, is exploring other collabs. Watching a Sneeko X whoever collab is infinitely more interesting than watching Aiden pretend to be gay around another celebrity. Like, it's just boring as fuck. I don't know why. Like, here's the thing. I think if you're honest with yourself, I think you would agree with me here. I can watch Sneeko and go, I get why people watch this guy. Makes sense. When I watch Aiden, I have no idea. I truly don't understand. Unless the fan base is significantly younger than what I can empathize with.
I would say that I get both of them, probably. Yeah,
really? Okay. I can't, unless you're 14, I don't understand the Aiden Ross thing at all. I don't know what you're watching for.
I mean, when he sniffed Andrew Tate's chair, that was epic. That was hilarious.
Okay, well, also, to be fair, you're 20 years old, aren't you? So you might be.
Okay, with the ageism again.
Maybe. So maybe you're closer. You're closer, okay? Because you're 5 years, okay, from like being 15. I'm 20 years from being, I think, 15. Yeah. So I can't.
Turkey, relax. Turkey, relax. Thank you for acknowledging my presence, though.
You're welcome. What's up, buddy? What'd you come in here for?
I don't know. I heard a certain guy shit talking, one of the greatest streamers of all time, at least in the modern age, Aiden Ross. I don't know why you do that.
Oh shit! Well, here we have a fan in the flesh. What do you think? What are like the main draws when you're watching Aiden Ross? Like, what are you watching for?
Okay, first of all, I'm not a fan. Second of all, just because I'm not a fan, I don't also ignore the shit that they've done. First of all, prior to what they're doing recently, which to be honest, every streamer that has made a lot of money has become shit content pretty much. But prior to all this shit, that guy was very much one of the best streamers on Twitch. The content that he did with all the Aiden Ross, absolutely. Back in the pandemic when he was fucking pulling 100K streams, bringing on rappers, like generally
he's bringing on famous rappers, talking to celebrities, reacting to shit, and talking about what's going on the internet.
Fuck
he's getting swatted all the time, so there's drama. Like, it was crazy.
No, it's not even about the drama. It's not even about the drama. It's about the interaction. It's about how easy it was. It was even his fucking GTA server, the SSB shit. Like, that guy did so much, and not only that, he also, I'd say, he laid the groundwork for guys like Speed, guys like Kai. Like, he put on a lot of.
So here's like a question, okay? 100%. Do you think that, like, because when I look at Kai Cenat, okay, I would never watch Kai's content, okay? It's just not for me. But I totally understand why he's at the level of fame he is, why people like his shit. I get it 1,000,000%.
That's fair.
I don't understand, like, comparing Aiden Ross and Kai just seems so weird to me. Because for Kai Cenat, when he brings on like celebs and shit, it's gonna be like a funny time. It's gonna be a funny experience. He's got like Kai, love him or hate him. I said the screaming shit he does, but he's like got a very boisterous, bombastic personality. It's fun to like watch him do shit. Aiden is like a charisma black hole. He legitimately looks like the kid that was 16 years old who would pretend to take pictures of other boys' asses in the showers to pretend that he was gay, but then later on you would find out that he actually was gay and was getting off to it the whole time, but was too shy. Like that, I'm not serious. Like that's what Aiden Ross's whole personality to me seems like. He just doesn't seem like funny or interesting at all. He's just like this little giggly weird kid in the background. Whereas Kai, I totally get. I know why people watch him, even if I wouldn't watch it personally. I'm just trying to figure out like what are like the iconic, like what are some iconic streams he did, or like what are some things? Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm legitimately asking.
The Keemstar moment. The Keemstar moment. Have you seen that? It's epic.
What Keemstar moment?
When Keemstar goes on a stream and he asks Aiden Ross about his crypto scam, and the entire room goes silent. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't actually.
Destiny, have you not seen that? I need to send you this. Hold on.
Well, I gotta say this. I gotta say this. With Kai pretty much took it to the next level. Like he does the shit that Aiden did, but he does it way more consistently, and he doesn't do it in a way that's like distasteful to some. Because I'd say with Aiden, like he did a lot of
content creators of all time. Yeah.
100%.
Wait, who?
I actually put Speed there. Kai, you said Kai.
Oh, okay.
I put Speed there as well. I put Speed there as well. Oh, even though like some people don't like Speed, I think those two guys. I don't watch them, but I also recognize the amount of work that they put in, especially Kai. This shit's fucking awesome. And Aiden did that shit. It's just that he did the gay jokes, which I think maybe you didn't like. That's why you didn't tune in. Like he does what Kai's doing today.
He's homophobic.
No, it's not. I don't. No. When I say gay jokes, I don't necessarily mean that like he's like listen, I love a good gay joke, okay? But I'm saying it just seemed like his whole thing was just like sitting there making like really juvenile whatever jokes in the background, but he wasn't like adding much. Like, if I'm a big fan of Aiden, am I really excited to see Aiden collab with somebody else? Like, is there gonna be some cool, interesting, unique things that come out of that?
Prior to Aiden, there wasn't a single streamer that was able to pull in these A-list celebrities, these rappers that were seen as like completely, because Twitch really blew up during the pandemic. So prior to then, people viewed these social media creators, especially streamers, and these like rappers, actors, whatever the fuck, like two complete different fucking groups of people that there was no fucking connection whatsoever. And then Aiden started bringing these people on, and he was so fucking comfortable with them, and he took them out of their element. You gotta realize these people are rappers. These people, like when it comes to homophobic, whatever the fuck this gay, that gay. And he took them to that place constantly, and he did it in a way that was humorous. He did it in a way that like made them engage, and he opened the door to people like Kai to have Nikki on, to have 21 on, to have all these guys on, because now they realize, holy shit, these streamers are pulling in insane numbers. If I go on their stream, I give them 2 hours of my time, all of a sudden my fucking like record is selling 10-20% more. So he was the guy that actually genuinely started that shit and just made streamers look dope to the mainstream guys. So that's what he did. I don't know why you want to fucking undersell the guy. Okay, maybe these days all he does is fucking, steak and pretty much like no content.
He's gotten lazy.
But he's gotten lazy after he's made his money. But holy shit, there was that 1 year stretch that nobody could touch him. It's like what Kai's going through right now. But Kai took it. I think Kai took it to the next level too. But it's pretty much what Kai's doing right now. That's what I'd say.
All right. Well, now that we put some respect on Aiden's name, I'm gonna get out of here. Destiny, be sure to watch that clip. It's gonna tickle you. I'll see you guys. Bye.
Okay, can I be super rude, Devin, and ask you a question? If now you don't want to give time, I understand, but
ask it.
Yeah, you can ask me whatever
you
want.
He's here for your questions.
All right, you're here for my. So I'm super curious about your thoughts on the latest Twitch policy on art debacle that just happened in the last like 3 days.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on it?
What do you want to know?
I'm making it pretty broad because I don't want to lead you like into any direction. I guess, like, do you think that they made a major error in making the policy? Do you think they made an error in rolling back the policy, like widespread bans? Because it was like a major shit show, like just from beginning to end.
I understand why Twitch tried to do it. I think that there's a large internal movement within Twitch right now that feels that female streamers are on the receiving end of TOS violations and updates that make it even more difficult to be a female broadcaster. And so there's a pretty strong movement within like the HR area of Twitch, the kind of like where when you hear about like the council and all those people to push this. And so at an executive level, the idea of freeing up female streamers to do more promiscuous stuff kind of was seen as equality, if that makes sense. But then on the trust and safety level and the advertiser level, I think there's some ignorance within Twitch where they don't realize that they don't really understand the nature. It's so hard to explain this, but because it sounds so stupid. Twitch employees, they don't really understand the culture of Twitch for the most part. Some of the people in the partnerships team do, and there's people that are engaged with the platform, but the majority of Twitch's employees, especially now, are engineers and or PMs, like policy people, and they don't understand the culture like we do, where we know that if somebody is, if we tell anybody, hey, you can be slightly more nude, we say 5%, just be a little bit more nude, you're gonna have giant horse cocks flying around within 10 seconds, because streamers will push that to the highest possible level they can. And Twitch, it releases these things in the spirit of having some kind of faith in the streamer population, which is a giant mistake. So I understand what happened there. And then once the advertisers, which we did, like we called Twitch immediately, and all of the advertisers, I knew, that's why I said in my own Discord, I was like, immediately, like, they'll push this back in 2 days. Because I immediately got calls from my brands and were like, hey, I think we pull our budget on Twitch. What do you think? And I said, yeah, I think so. But we'll just like give it a couple days, wait to see what happens. So ultimately, the platform was accountable to the advertisers. They didn't expect the pushback that they didn't expect the arms race that they were going to get from like streamers. Yeah,
that feels concerning. That feels like deeply like the moment I saw this. Well, the moment I saw that you could do like nude art, I was like, oh, there's gonna be people doing like questionably aged porn, like no question. And it feels like there's a level of disconnect that I can understand of being like, oh, like, you know, like we didn't realize that our consumers would feel this way about a thing. But I feel like that level of disconnection of like, yeah, our streamers aren't going to try to like push this envelope to the max and do like some super sassy degenerate shit that is going to make all of our advertisers like immediately freak out. I don't know. It feels like too big of a disconnect. Like maybe just Twitch has run more poorly than I realized, but it feels like a massive, massive oversight.
I think what we might think of Twitch as like, oh, these are like employees who are engaged with the website on a consistent basis, watching streams like the big streamers like Pokimane or Hassan or someone like that. They're really not. They're kind of in their own bubble within Silicon Valley, and they don't like they understand the product from like a features and benefits perspective. This is really hard to explain, but I'm in these meetings every week, and it's they don't like. There's so much that we intuitively draw from like the behavior of a Twitch stream just by regularly watching them, by posting emotes, by like shit posting or whatever, that just doesn't translate. They wouldn't see that connection of like, there'd be streamers like on the council, like the safety council, that would tell them that this was going to happen, like Zizarin or someone. But many of those streamers left, like CoCarnage, like just like pieced out because they just didn't feel like they felt that disconnect that you're talking about.
Are they just like
can I ask,
super
hold on,
disconnected?
Can I ask? I need just real quick because I don't understand two of these things. Okay, I wish I had the opportunity to do this. There are certain announcements that companies make where I'm like, you could have hired me for PR. I could easily tell that this is going to be a shit show announcement. And sometimes I wonder if maybe I'm like retrospectively thinking it, where it's like, well, maybe this wouldn't have ever been a big announcement, like, but I just think it was because it happened to be. But this seems like so obviously like it's a huge point of contention. It blows up on LSF like on the daily where there's some other new booby streamer. I don't understand how they couldn't have seen a big response to this coming. Like it feels wild that this company is now 50 million fucking employees. Okay, a giant black hole money pit. If there's anything that they should be good for, since streaming products are apparently not what they are focused on anymore, why would it not be like understanding demographics, understanding their audience? And then the second part of this question is, how the fuck is there if the biggest criticism of you is being a bureaucracy, can't you at least do the bureaucracy well? How is there no internal coordination over exactly how these bans and TOS would be handled? Like, how did they just like launch push a new huge update like this, a new change, and now you've got like inconsistent bans flying out all over like the safety and community guidelines people? Like, what was there no like big document, no internal conversation, or like what the fuck is even happening?
There's two totally separate departments, and the trust and safety is run by individuals, right, who kind of all have their own sort of subjective idea of what should and shouldn't happen based on sort of general guidelines. And those guidelines, the guidelines that were made at the executive level weren't pushed to that level. But to answer the question like more broadly, you are not you don't make a good employee. you're a very free thinking entrepreneurial individual, and although you have your roots in it, right, you've had many years of solving problems in a bigger box. That is to say that you have agency over all of the problems in your life, pretty much, right? Like,
yeah, but I mean, like they've got to, like, this is part of your job as a company is to hire out other people that think like this, no? Or at least pay for consultation, no?
That's it's only part of the executive team that does that. So at Twitch and at all these other companies and my company, right? Like, you get a job and you have a box to play in, and your box is as big as your jurisdiction. For most of the people at Twitch, they're engineers or PMs or someone like that. They're focusing on one specific problem. The person that Dan Clancy brought in to deal with, to talk through on the Twitch broadcast about this issue, her entire job is HR around sexual conduct policy. That's all she does.
Okay.
Right? So that job doesn't entail understanding streamers, understanding like the back and forth that like maybe Hassan or you or Pokimane would have or whatever. None of that's in that job description. It's just handling this one thing. So what I'm saying about is like you and your mindset would be like, I would release this PR statement. It's because you've operated in this like big box where you like solve all these problems and there's all these different like avenues to go. But like when a person shows up to work at Twitch, for the most part, it's like really pretty straightforward what they have to do. Like they're working on some project that's been initiated. It's like a few months kicking a can down the road for like one like minor feature, and that's like their entire day. And they don't ever the very consideration that there would be pushback on this stuff just like is super esoteric to all but the highest level executives. Like maybe only Dan saw it, but I'm not even sure if he did because he apologized right after. Yeah.
So I guess this is probably an impossible question, but if you could like answer this maybe point blank, whose fault is it? Like, how does Twitch fix this problem? It seems wild to me.
What
the person
problem?
who's like, the problem you kind of outlined, which is basically, I feel like there's a problem for the company if the people making policy about which content is getting released are so disconnected from their own platform that they have no idea there's like safety risks and all the problems that will come from the policy that they make. Then they're basically like, they're a policy maker with their like legs cut off. It just the like hearing that like she comes in, and I'm not picking on this, just for the example of the person used. The person comes in, they're kind of detached in their own bubble. They don't really know how their policy is going to affect stuff. Feels like I understand it's not in their job description, but also it seems like it just seems wild to me. And I don't know how. I understand it's a big company, but I don't know how that happens in a company where like this level of disconnect occurs.
I think these are issues that like we make content about and care a lot about that just aren't a big deal at Twitch. Because at the end of the day, like what really mattered about that situation was that advertisers were like, this is way too far and you guys need to pull back. And that's the discussion going on, is like how the response of the community and like what everybody posts on Twitter is just sort of negligible. I also don't think that Twitch should be held. I just let me preface, like I know exactly where you're coming from, because I was a full-time streamer and like I totally get it. And like when I'm in the Twitch mindset, all I can think about is like what the platform is like doing with content creators and all those problems. But like at the level that the team is operating at, which is not a higher level, it's just a different level, right? Like they just don't. It's just not a problem. Like a bunch of people posting on Twitter, unless it affects ad revenue and it causes like our fill rates to go down. And agencies like me call up and be like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" Which is like just, and really, I'm just a pain in the ass for some PM, right? So, like that's all that is. That's all they think about, and that's the only mistake that was made. Like these, the policy was updated in the spirit of trying to make it easier for female streamers to succeed. That in of itself was disconnected, right? Because they don't really understand that dynamic, and they failed. Because in their mind they failed because the advertiser pushed back. The advertiser did push back, and now it's over.
Okay, so basically, maybe I'm wrong here. What I hear is, to some degree, the problem with the company is it's big, it has no agility, probably wastes money, and the technicians are pretty disconnected. So my question would be: is there a solution for a company for these problems, or maybe I'm wrong about the problems?
I just don't think there's a problem. I think that the company makes money through ads. Like, as long as they keep doing things that are ad friendly, they're good, right? If you're asking, is there ever going to be a situation where Twitch stops pissing off its streamers that much? No, that's never going to happen.
That's not
on their KPIs, right?
Yeah. No, never going to stop, and everyone's going to be upset no matter what they do.
Yeah.
I was just really shocked at the lack of foresight that happened with this, and it seems like that level of disconnect has to be a problem because the issue is that level of disconnect did risk their money.
Did it?
Weren't advertisers like threatening to pull out if there was like EP being drawn?
We were at the angry call level. We the angry call level is like I pick up the Discord, I call somebody that me and like I'm representing, I don't know, there's me and 5 other agencies, 10, and like, hey, that this is like I'm seeing like my 13-year-old person is gonna see a giant furry cock on the screen. What are you doing? And then they're like, well, we gotta wait. And then they give us the whole PR take, and it goes like Destiny. Have you ever negotiated with like a Twitch person for a contract?
No, with a Twitch person.
Not a partner manager, yeah, but an actual like one of the people that actually reviews the contracts, like the people in global partnerships, like global services or things like that.
I don't think those departments existed. I remember trying to negotiate with Kevin 13 years ago, and Emmett when I went to Owned, but that was obviously a way different time. Yeah.
I wish you had, because if you had the experience, so like what we were working with Moon, right? And like we actually brought Moon on one of these calls to like talk to this team. And he was like, "Holy shit! I had no idea." Like it's just the thinking is so remote. Like you wouldn't believe that they had watched a single stream at all, and I'm not sure that they have.
Yeah.
So like it's just a back and forth between advertisers. They did risk, but I don't think anybody actually pulled their ads. I didn't pull any ads. But had this not been walked back today, it would have been a shit show on Monday for sure.
No.
Okay. I guess I've heard rumors that Twitch is on the decline. Would you agree with that, or would you say like it's actually doing just fine? Like, is Rumble or Kick, the YouTube streaming, going to outcompete it?
By the way, I realize how unsatisfied my answer is. I'm so sorry. I know
no,
it's
it's
like
nuanced.
Yeah.
No, it's totally
yeah. It's like it's a really boring like shitty answer. It's like this the corporation do what it do, and like but yeah. So we've been really impressed by Kick. Kick absorbed about 12% of Twitch's total viewership in a year, and that's like way like even Mixer and Facebook combined were at like the 3 or 4% number. I'm not too sure how they did that. It's really pretty incredible. But so I mean so it's just that there's more competition in this space, which makes the numbers look more distributed. And COVID had such a huge impact on Twitch viewership, right? There was so many people on Twitch at that time. Yes, it was insane,
and no competitors really.
And no competitors, yeah. And so
okay,
since then,
what we're seeing as a decline is probably actually just a balancing out of the marketplace.
I think that there is a legitimate argument have you heard of the marketing adoption curve? This is a cool little thing.
No, tell me.
Okay. I don't know how I can send a picture. Can I send a picture in this chat, Destiny?
If you link it on image or whatever. What does this have to do with how you get
remember
heavy
when we were
adoption
in-
for like the first like 30, 40, 50%, and then the adoption becomes harder and harder as you have more market
You
saturation?
remember we were in
or-
Tahoe and we had a debate about how that word is pronounced, and I haven't said that word since.
Which word?
that website. Okay, can you see it in Destiny's room?
Oh, image.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so for people that are just listening, Destiny pretty much had it. He's an innate knowledge of all concepts. But so basically, if you can imagine like a curve, it always starts with the people that are early adopters, right? Like that weird person who gets the phone first or gets the weird the person that, actually, sorry, that's like a 20-year-old reference. Let's use a new one. The first guy to get a Neuralink and put that in his head from the pig, that's going to be the earliest adopters, right? So every platform, they start there, and there's going to be some percentage, and then slowly more people pick it up, and then if you look at the second part of it, and you see pragmatists and conservatives, that is the critical jump point. We consider that a product has gone to marketing mass adoption once they jump over that hurdle. It's a really critical point. Most people never get there.
Pragmatist to conservatives?
Yeah. So like for Amazon, for example, the moment that it became cool for everybody to use Amazon Prime, and that wasn't like a new thing that people had to think about, where they're like, oh, I don't know, like I like to buy my books at the bookstore. I'm not really too sure about, like, the moment that jump was okay culturally was a critical pivotal moment for Amazon. Right, that was when it was on its way to $1 trillion company. So the problem with live streaming is that it's got stuck at the visionary stage, and it doesn't seem to be able to make that jump to the like normal people, the conservatives and the people that would view this on a regular basis like they would on YouTube. And so the real decline is in the last year. It's become apparent that it doesn't seem like live streaming is going to be able to make that jump.
Interesting. Why do you think live streaming can't make that jump? Is it just doesn't appeal to normies enough, or?
The average investment of time in a live stream is 120 minutes per user, whereas that is to say that like that's the average amount of time that a person watches a live stream per day, versus the amount of time that it takes to consume a video or to like kind of get into something on like TikTok or whatever might be like seconds to minutes. It's safe to say that the live streaming audience is just too degenerate to be accessible to the majority, right? Like, think about everything that's required to like be a Destiny fan. Like, you gotta know the timeline, you gotta know the fucking emotes, you gotta like, and like, there's tertiary fans and things like that. But if you want to be core dedicated, good God, it takes like a massive amount of I can't even keep up with all the fucking people he's debating and stuff. And I really love watching Destiny. So like, it just takes such a massive investment that just most people just can't make the jump. It's too much.
Because it's like a lifestyle almost.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and so Twitch. So that's why like Twitch has done everything Twitch has done in the past several years has been to try to make that more accessible. They've tried to get into music. They've tried to get into art. They've tried to expand to like places where these people live. But every time it just feels a little bit weird because at the core, Twitch is just a gaming website for degenerates like us. And like, I just want to sit and watch somebody play Path of Exile and until their eyes bleed, right? Like I'm that demographic. And so it just feels a little bit weird to like push Twitch in this direction of trying to be more and more normal. And it doesn't seem like they're ever going to make that jump.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate you answering my questions. I think that's all I had.
Sorry, it's very boring.
No, it's good. I feel like
I don't talk online anymore.
Okay, have a good one.
Oh yeah, thanks for asking me something.
Love you.
Yeah, bye guys.
She was neat.
Yeah, she's really cool.
Yeah.
How's
I was
that
like, dude, I get worried because I'm like, I start explaining something on the podcast, and I'm like, nobody wants to hear them. Coming up with like a PhD dissertation. Do you ever feel because you're usually the only person on a show explaining something?
I just talk fast, so it's not that awkward. If I talk fast enough, then they'll. Yeah.
You've gotten very good at like succinctly explaining an answer, so I've tried to get good at that.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I try to do because I've had to explain something so many times. I try to think of like what's a punchy explanation, what's a punchy analogy, and then boom, yeah, move off that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's you don't what's the term where you like stack things on top of one another over and over again?
Like a gish gallop if you do it in a bad faith way, or do you just mean like argument building?
Yeah.
Tangents. Also, little Steve. I just woke up. I don't know what happened the past 10 minutes. Like, are you actually pissed at Aiden other than the whole, coming after your family, doxing, and all that stuff?
Other than coming after your family,
than everything
are you upset at
important.
Aiden Ross?
Other than
No, but like, this is not new to you, though. I think. I know this is not new to you, but it feels like I don't think I've seen you like open the stream next day and like fucking bitch at the person.
What do you mean
for
bitch
how
at the
fucking annoying
person?
They are.
Oh,
Bro,
you're an
weren't you just
Aiden
like-
Ross dick
I'm
suck.
not an
That's
Aiden
right,
Ross
yeah,
fan,
fuck, I
but
just
you
have
don't-
to
you don't-
remember that. Yeah, you have no concept
okay,
of anything. No, like you
Wait,
came
no,
in
no,
here,
don't
you
do that. Don't
argued
get
with
angry
me
at
for
me.
weeks.
Stop. You're getting
You
angry for
argued.
no
No,
reason.
I'm not angry, but like you argued with me for so long, saying like if you draw a picture of Muhammad, if you go and get killed for that, then that's your fault because you should understand how sensitive that is. And then Aiden Ross goes in on my whole fucking family out of fucking nowhere. What do you mean? No, of course. Of course I don't like him. He's a fucking loser.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You say it's out of nowhere. He told you just because he disrespected his friend's religion.
No,
and then you
hold on.
replied
No.
and said, "You're laughing. You don't give a fuck about religion."
No. He started the entire show off going in on me personally. It was all him. He started everything.
Wait, hold on. What did he say in the beginning?
We were like
Major
20
Studies
minutes into the
Forget-
show, and out of nowhere, he interrupts because he can't contribute to any fucking conversation that isn't about him because he's a fucking retard. He interrupts what we're talking about. He's like, Destiny, so just curious, what happened to your relationship? What's like, do you ever watch your wife get fucked? Like, out of nowhere. Probably because he got a text from his other dick suck friend Sneeko or some shit. Like, so no, he 100% started all of that. And if you want to fight over shit like that, then fine, fuck it, let's do it. But for him to start all of that, and then for him to sit there and stew like some whiny fucking baby who's upset because his boyfriend showed up with a fucking 6-inch dildo instead of the 12-inch one he's normally used to is unbelievable. And then for him to spend the next hour giggling there like a little fucking retard while his entire community is like spam calling my fucking family and like going in over and over again and like dogs the fuck out of me on a community that he moderates. No, fuck that. That dude can off himself. And he should. It would make the world a better place.
But no retaliation on your end whatsoever. I seen the Reddit. I seen your mods be like, guys, please, no retaliation, nothing.
What do you mean no retaliation? What do you mean by retaliation?
So you say you wanted to take down the community.
Yeah, that community should be spam. I encourage everybody. Yeah, community should be spam reported and banned. Absolutely, of course. That's not even a hot take. What do you mean? We're like so far. It's not like for racial slurs or for harassment. It's a community full of people that are posting pictures with guns saying they're gonna come kill me and then posting pictures of my family and trying to post my fucking address and phone number. Yeah, that whole community should be nuked off the fucking internet. Yeah, of course. I 100% fully endorse and encourage the fucking reporting of people that are doxing people online and posting pictures of weapons and posting pictures of family members. Of course, absolutely.
Okay, so did you just give DGG the green light to go ahead and do that?
You already have the green. Yeah, what do you mean? Of course. What do you? Yeah, that's unhinged. That's insane. We already spam reporting shit last night. Yeah, that was fucking wild. It's so far over the line.
I'm surprised it's still up if that's the case.
Yeah, well, Twitter, yeah, for some reason doesn't like to take down fucking anything.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. Holy fucking shit! After Elon took over Twitter, god damn, like every other post is somebody's head getting blown off. And I swear to God, I'm not looking these things up. I can't handle that shit. It's too much. But I don't know what the fuck is going on with Twitter, but fuck me, dude. And it's so weird because you could get banned for like the stupid reason. Actually, hold on. I want to pull this up real quick. Because my account that one of your fucking asshole fans got banned, by the way, that just got unbanned, thank God, right? When I applied for the fucking unban, whatever, I did it like 10 times, didn't get unbanned. But then I saw some fucking exploit or whatever the fuck. And the exploit read like this. Hold on, let me read it. Okay, hold on. Elon and us loyal fans will destroy woke. X is where woke goes to die. The woke culture is a danger to our kids, but Elon will save us from the woke mind virus. We stand with Elon, especially against the woke hive mind. I put that in my unbanned application. I got unbanned in 10 minutes. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Twitter, dude, but yeah, shout out Elon Musk, other than the gore shit.
Nice.
Other than that, did you enjoy the Scuff podcast?
Yeah, I thought it was fun, except for Aiden being a huge fucking baby. Yeah, most of the other people there they're fun to chat with, even if I don't agree with them on much. Mo is always fun to chat with. Nick Merckx is a funny dude, even if I disagree with almost everything he says.
He's a really interesting guy.
Yeah, Train can be funny, X can be funny. Yeah, Myth can be funny. Yeah.
So you was just mad at Aiden that he wasn't able to like go back and forth because he's the one who started it, pretty much.
Well, he got really nasty and really personal really fast. And then when I clapped back, he turned into an actual bitch-made pussy and just sat there for an hour stewing. And then it's like, well, fuck me. Did I just like ruin the vibe of the podcast because this limp dick fucking loser decided to, go in on my fucking family and was upset when I clapped back with the weakest fucking insult I've ever delivered in my entire life? Yeah, of course it was fucking annoying.
I mean, actually, it was pretty weak compared to the shit that you do. Actually, the whole thing that you said, you know what? He said that his manager or Train or both.
He lied.
Was that true?
I think what happened was I think Sneeko or another one of his friends DM'd him and said, hey, you look like a fucking loser because Destiny's clowning on you like a motherfucker. You're too fucking retarded to ever open your mouth to anybody over the age of 17, so you should probably shut the fuck up and wait for him to leave so that your curly-haired fucking ass doesn't look like any more of a retard than you already made yourself look like. I think that was the text message he got, and he was like, you know what? That's a really good point, Dad. And then he shut his phone off and he just sat there for an hour.
Would you want to have a conversation with him again?
No, fuck no. Why? What would be the point?
When you left, did you leave because like you just had to leave, or was you like, fuck this shit, I don't want to be around
I
anymore?
told Train before, and I had a friend over, I wanted to do drugs last night, and I had like shit in the morning, so I couldn't stay until like fucking midnight.
He said it in the beginning of the show.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, way before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, did you just say? I think I misheard you. Did you just say I had a friend come over because I needed to take drugs that make me shit in the morning, so I had to leave?
No, like, I had shit in the morning, so I had a 9 a.m. interview today, and I wanted to do stuff last night, so I didn't have time to stay until 2 a.m., do drugs, go to sleep at 7 a.m., wake up at 9 a.m. Like, yeah.
Okay, I thought the homie dropped off laxatives or whatever. Okay. Devin, let me just say this. Big fan, by the way. When I first started streaming 2 years ago, I watched one of your 1 hour plus videos. 1 hour plus videos. Like, this is the greatest time to start streaming. No, listen. Listen. When it's interesting, I can listen. It's like, this is the perfect time to start streaming because 90% of the viewers are they watch the 10% and they're offline. So I thought that was great. So I just wanted to say what's up.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Don't think I deserve it, but it's really nice. Thank you.
I always say that, bro. What's this? Apparently this is a drug. I don't know. Let's see. Correct me if I'm wrong, but have you been addicted to something called Vyvanse recently?
I take a prescription medication, so I guess yeah, I am addicted.
But like it keeps getting repeated every single fucking time. Like, so can you not function without this Vyvanse? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course. I would just function as I did before.
So you're not on stream constantly saying, bruh, somebody, yo, hook me up if you're anywhere near me. Like, you're not doing any of that stuff, right?
I mean, I've been buying Vyvanse from other people, yeah, because I don't have a prescription for my dose yet. But
W druggy. Okay.
Yeah.
I like the oxygen not included secondary streams, and the Factorio, and the various. You're so focused now. You're just like here with us right now.
Oh yeah, you know, just chilling, doing messages too, but.
Like, you're just in the conversation?
Well, right now I'm like running through emails and Discord messages, but yeah, I can generally focus more on conversations and not need to play a game. I haven't played like much for games for like the past like 2 months, basically. Yeah.
I thought that gaming was something that you kind of enjoyed fundamentally. Is that not
yeah,
true?
I do, but I don't feel a compulsion to play it while watching or listening to something else.
I see. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I listened to your whole Dr. K talk about it's really interesting. I hate, like, I'm so fucked with like labels and stuff. I had a real run with ADHD when I was a kid, and I went to like a pediatrician, and I was on Ritalin for a bit, and I'm pretty sure I got a serious case of it. I got into like the Buddhist shit, and I meditated a lot. I think it made a big difference just trying to focus, but I've always thought, like, man, if I went on something like Vyvanse or Adderall or something, would I just be like a fucking superhuman? Like, you know, like. And so I thought your conversation was really important. Actually, I'm really glad you did it.
Wait, why not try it? Have you considered trying it, or?
Yeah, I've considered it, but I'm just nervous. I
Yeah.
guess. I don't really have a good excuse. Yeah, I feel like sometimes with like that kind of stuff, it's like if you know what the potential is and then you actually experience it, you're like, well, now I can't do anything else. Like I'm just gonna be on this, but.
Well, I mean, if it like severely increases your like standard of living, why would you not? That's like saying I don't want to put glasses on because I feel like as soon as I do, I'll be able to see so well. I'm not gonna want to take them off again. No, like why?
Well, I guess the implication would be that glasses have some kind of adverse side effect that, like if it's that simple, right? If it's like A to B like that, that'd be cool. But I don't know that it is, and this is me talking from no medical knowledge or perspective. I guess what opened me up when you talked to Dr. K was that it's, and I guess I'd love for you to expand on this a little bit, but like when you take these drugs at their recommended dose, there may not be downsides for most people, right? Yeah. So I guess that once you said that, once you guys talked about that.
Yeah, I would say that like I would say that for when it comes to stimulants, I think that for stimulants the treatment like works basically immediately, day one. And the side effects are pretty minimal, assuming you're working within like therapeutic doses and you're not like doing some crazy shit. Like I think stimulants are, from what I've seen in pharmacology or psychopharmacology or whatever, are like one of the most easiest, like absolutely yes, with almost zero consideration, for treating a particular mental neurodevelopmental thing versus like any other class of drug. It's not like SSRIs or something like that. That's what it feels like to me. But also I welcome you to do your own research and all of that. So yeah.
Fuck man, it's just okay. I'm like from that Joe Rogan like side of the internet, like, you know, and I look at something like creatine, right? And I look at the research on that, and I'm like, okay, that's like something I can take every day, 5 grams, and it's so well researched.
For what thing? What are you talking? Oh, creatine.
Creatine, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Like because I don't have that, I don't, for some reason, my mind doesn't go to viewing something like Adderall in the same way. I feel like there has to be some kind of like biological trade-off or kickback on that. It's like it seems like having infinite focus at no cost just doesn't click in my mind.
Well, it's
But
not.
that-
It's
but
not. It
it's your
shouldn't be
ignorance.
infinite focus. It should just be helping you choose to focus. So if you have ADHD, there are a couple centers in your brain that are developmentally deficient, like they don't grow as much, literally,
Mhm.
and so you have a harder time doing things that don't provide you with constant like positive feedback or constant rewards. So the issue you run into is, or I'm sorry. So when you take like a stimulant medication, it just helps you make better choices and be less impulsive and do things that require a bit more focus that aren't consistently rewarding you. That should be the only thing it does. It shouldn't be like you take a stimulant and now you're a god that can focus immediately, like forever.
Like limitless, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think a lot of people don't get into this because they just don't have the research, and that's probably the case with me. I'd say.
If you don't, wait, say that one more time.
I mean, I'm just coming from an ignorant position.
That, yeah, I'm sorry. Could you just restate
Yeah.
what you said? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I'm saying that a lot of people don't get into things like Adderall and Vyvanse who may benefit from it because they don't have the research done. They just don't have enough knowledge.
I think it's I feel like it's a no-brainer. If you have ADHD, stimulant medication seems to be a no-brainer. Again, the positive effects are basically completely immediate. The side effects with that medication compared to like any other like pharmacological, psychological intervention is like way less. Like the side effects are pretty minimal. It seems like the outcomes for ADHD related to untreated ADHD are really, really bad. So it's like one of the most, from what I've seen, it's like one of the most no-brainer medications that you should like ever consider if you have ADHD. Yes.
And there's no evidence that there's any long-term ongoing effects from ADHD on the results of on the brain or anything like that.
Long-term effects of ADHD or long-term effects of stimulant medication?
Excuse me. Yeah, sorry, stimulant medication.
The only things I've seen is potentially an increase of resting heart rate by about 4.7 BPM, and then an increase of blood pressure by 1 to 3. What is like mggs, whatever the fuck. Like if your blood pressure is like 120 over 70 or whatever the fuck the healthy thing is, like your blood pressure might become like 123 or 121 over like 71 or 72 or something, basically.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So like assuming that if you make better changes to your life while you're on the medication, then you should hopefully be able to counteract that plus more. Yeah.
Yeah, because if it causes you to run every day, like your heart rate could drop by like 20.
For sure.
Like yeah, so it's negligible. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a possibility of some kind of long-term? Let's just just draw a total corollary, like maybe it increases the rate of like Alzheimer's later, or some kind of like degenerative type disease like that later down the line. Is there enough evidence, enough years of research to say safely that that's not?
You'd have to check. You'd have to check on Ritalin. Has been around for a long time, but none of those studies exist yet to show that there's any correlation. But
yeah.
So
Ritalin was a good example because I the reason I stopped doing Ritalin was because there were a few studies that came out that said that people that had taken Ritalin early in their lives had heart problems later on. Sorry, let me really get specific on that. Like had higher instances of cardiac arrest, right, of atherosclerosis.
For when they were taking Ritalin?
Yeah.
That would be interesting. I'd be interested in seeing that. But my understanding is Ritalin is supposed to be an incredibly safe medication. It's not even an amphetamine, it's a methylphenidate. So I'm not aware of that. If that is the case, that it's associated with like increased risk of myocardiac, any type of issues. But I would have to see it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll circle back around on it because I'm obviously not absolutely sure. This is like way outside my purview.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciated your perspective from Dr. K and you talking about it. I think it was one of those things. One of the things I really like about Dr. K is like he often covers issues that I think just like need to be talked about more.
Yeah.
So I really liked his thing with like the Surgeon General, and just to provide a perspective on like kind of how like the U.S. looks at a governmental level looks at like healthcare, and then also like I really like that talk because I think that there's with you because I think there's a lot to be said about that medication that people aren't aware of, including me, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's neat that you do that.
Yeah, fun times.
Yeah, so I know you've. I don't know. I stopped by because I heard we were talking about ads and stuff, but also I wanted to catch up with you after the show a bit.
Wait, did you talk about Asman's reply or response to the changes that they just undone?
I read that reply. I think that is not. I need to remember exactly what he said, but I remember
I can read
disagreed with it.
He said hot take. Twitch isn't and has never been a safe space for underage people. Everyone fixates on booba streamers, but the reality is many Twitch streams cover topics and have conversations that will be wildly inappropriate for minors to be involved in. New Twitch changes are a W. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I mean, I think that ignores the 40% of people on the website that are under the age of 18 that we just like have to contend with, right? Like regardless of what his opinion is on that. I like Zach, and I think I generally agree with what he says, but that was a little bit weird to me. Like that, and also there's like the slippery slope problem there, right? Like, which is like, well, then do we just like, if we're going to be a totally adult website, like why not just unlock Pornhub? We'll get raw dogging at like the same time, right? Like this ultimately comes like there has to be a line in the sand that kind of gets drawn, and I think we went well over that line pretty obviously.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't know. There's like the vibe check where you just like go on the website and go to the art category, and you're like, yeah, I'm surrounded by dicks and boobs. Like this ain't it. Like, you know, it can kind of be that simple sometimes.
I mean, what's weird is he was like contradicting himself, kind of, because he, in the replies of that tweet, said like he doesn't fuck with it, he doesn't support it, but he's like, just don't watch it if you don't like it. And if it was up to him, though, all forms of gambling content, alcohol consumption, and drugs would be banned entirely. So I guess that's a bit confusing when he says the changes are W, but at the same time he says, listen, if you don't like these changes, just don't watch. And if it was up to me, I just like ban everything that's 18 plus. So
yeah, I feel at a certain, maybe Destic Impact is like at a certain size. I've noticed that like a lot of these people that make like the 8 to 12 minute YouTube videos, like people that I talk to, and I've talked to in the past, like Ludwig and Moist Critical and people, like I just think they have to have a very middle of the road take that just sort of appeals to the most number of people possible. Like my position on this, right, is like I have opposed gambling. I stopped streaming because of it, and I oppose sexual content on the website. I just do. Like that's my position, and like I'm biased because I have money in it from the other end, but I also have money in it from if there was more sexual content on the website, some of my clients would benefit also. So like, but that's just my position. But I feel like if I was like a certain size, I had to contend with a huge audience, like a huge audience, like Asmund does. You just can't. You can't like take these positions and maintain that neutrality. He's got so many influences. He's got OTK. He's got Twitch itself. He's got Mad Mushroom now, and he's got like his whole audience. There's just so much he has to contend with. Like that like when his opinion, he'll say like, oh, like I'm just gonna say what I have to say, but like he's subtly being influenced by all those factors. You know, like is that?
Yeah, he's playing like he's pretty much playing to both sides, is what you're trying to say. He's
because he has to. It's not like
yeah,
it's not
just
like,
because of who he is. Right. Yeah.
Well, just because if he doesn't, then like all those other things like come back to haunt him. It's not his fault. Like it's not, and I don't even know if he's doing it consciously. But all influencers at this size at some point have to like contend with this. I don't know.
Let's Steve, what do you think about that?
Yeah, what do you think of that, man?
What do you think?
Think about what?
Bro, listen. Come on, the emails is not that interesting that you just zone out.
I completely zoned out. Wait, what were you talking about? What are you talking about?
I just gave you that compliment about how engaged you are in the conversation.
I'm not right now. I'm doing my messages and emails.
And then you do this.
Yeah. Are you gonna restate that question, or what were you talking about?
Well, it was a whole thing, but yeah, I guess.
I heard something about how you have to engage with audiences. You can't take a middle of the road position once you reach a certain size. Asmongold does this. They go, yeah.
What do you think of influencers once they reach a certain kind of like pinnacle of popularity? That their opinions and their sort of like takes on things just sort of like naturally reflect like the audience, like the widespread opinion. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. What we're trying to say.
Are you asking me like, do you think that they begin to resemble the widespread opinion just because they have larger audiences, or?
I'm asking you to try to like limit test that theory and like just also apply your own perspective to it.
I mean, I would imagine the larger the streamer, the more likely it is that your opinion is going to resemble that of the mainstream Twitch culture. But I mean, also you can get larger audiences that are just selecting for a certain part of the Twitch culture, so that might be not true at all. So, yeah, I don't know if I would even necessarily agree with that. Like if I went back to Twitch and I streamed and I had like 15,000 viewers, my opinion about Twitch culture might be less relevant than Ludwig's, who it might represent like a broader slice of Twitch audience, or Yeah, versus like, or say there's like a really popular League streamer that gets 50,000 viewers, their perspective might not reflect anything outside of like League of Legends on Twitch, right?
So I'll give you a more direct example. So like, let's take the Pokimane cookie situation, okay?
Okay.
Like, I feel like the way that most people answered that, like most of the very large influencers answered that, had to toe a certain line, which was like, Pokimane's wrong. We have to, like, that's a scam. It was really out of touch that she did this, etc. And like, I could have watched 3 different videos from 3 different huge influencers, and they said exactly the same thing.
Okay.
Just because I feel like that was the widespread opinion that like everybody kind of wanted to hear.
Are you sure? Maybe that was just like the obviously correct opinion, though. No.
You think so?
That yeah. Wait. What was part of the widespread opinion that you think was incorrect?
About the Pokimane cookie situation?
Yeah.
First of all, I think a huge part of that was driven by the like kind of inherent misogyny that's on Twitch. That's number one.
Okay.
I know it's not. Again, that's not a popular thing, but like I just think that basically almost any guy broadcaster could have done the exact same thing. Like we're not talking about all these crypto rug pulls, all these like fucking like people that scam their audiences like over and over again. Like those conversations don't hit that kind of popularity. But as soon as one chick fucking sells overpriced cookies, it's a fucking shit show. Okay. I think that.
Wait, Devin. Wait, hold on. Let's see if you agree with that shit. Like, come on.
But I'm trying to get his reasoning first. So you said misogyny. What else?
Okay, go on, Devin. Go on. My bad.
Yeah. So I'd say that's number one. And then I'd say number two. I just like, I guess my whole problem is like I just don't think that the crime warrants the response. And did she do something that was off-brand for her? Yes. And so like that disconnect like upset people. Did she respond poorly to the especially when she doubled down? Yeah, absolutely. Right. But I feel like the conversation should center around people doing objectively way worse things. And those are not these big social issues.
Sure. I think that, so I think for the Pokey stuff, I think misogyny played a very, very minor role in it. It might have been there, but I would say less than 5%. I think that the big issues with the Pokey stuff are that she oversold the cookies initially quite a bit. Like the health benefits and all of that were almost like nothing, like comically small for her to even reference it. And then it was the idea that Pokey already kind of has an issue with coming off as kind of fake or way too PR friendly. And so all of the statements about I've been working on this for 2 years and we really want to do this, blah, 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 blah. And then instead of doing like a white label cookie that essentially feels like a copy paste of another one, combined with the relatively high ticket price of the cookie, and then all of that wrapped in a bow, and then set off with that, well, maybe you're just broke comment, I think was like the perfect powder keg of everybody to kind of jump on that. I don't think anybody else could have gotten away with that comment without people freaking out, given everything that had happened historically. I think if Pokemon would have said like...
Clap back at this nigga. Clap back at this nigga, Devin. You disagree with him,
Shut
right?
up. I'm saying that like if she wouldn't have made all the initial statements, she'd be like, listen, I'm selling like merch cookies. If you guys want to buy them, you can. They're expensive, but hey, listen, it's merch. Like get it if you want it. Otherwise, don't. I don't think there would have been anywhere near the clapback. I don't think.
I guess I think I see where you're coming from, and I agree, and I'm like kind of changing my mind. I just I wonder. The one thing I'm still confused about is like you really think that like if you had done the same thing that and made the same mistakes, you think that you would have gotten the criticism that she did, or Ludwig or
absolutely,
or,
yeah, absolutely.
You think so?
Absolutely. Wait, or worse, yeah, I think. Like look at the shit that I had over like the NFT stuff, right? That was like a huge subreddit burned down for like 2 or 3 days. I had talks with Dan earlier, I think like a month earlier, where we talked about like NFTs, and my basic take is that like for like 95% of like crypto NFT shit, it's basically all a scam. When people are like, oh, like buy these, blah, 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 blah. And basically my point was like anytime somebody tells you that like if you buy some shit, you're going to get rich off of like holding an NFT or some shit, it's like a scam or whatever. I did an NFT sponsor a month later. I wasn't telling people you can get rich holding it, but I was like, oh, like here's this bullshit, blah, 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 blah. It was like a $5,000 sponsor. I personally didn't even think much of it. But then, obviously people freaked the fuck out because of my prior statements, and it was like a 3-day nuclear fucking meltdown on LSF and my subreddit for people like losing their shit over it. So I mean, like,
the NFT comparison's a bit different though.
You think what?
I think the NFT comparison's a bit different because anytime you're recommending people means to accrue wealth, I think that elicits a completely different response than like cookies or anything like that.
Sure, that's fine. It's not relevant to this. The only reason I had the response, first of all, because I wasn't selling anything saying you could build wealth or anything like that at all. It was just because of the statements that I'd made prior about it that people got like super electrified on it. If I hadn't made those statements prior, nobody would have gone on.
The PR surrounding NFTs was already terrible at the time. So anybody associating with that was basically associating himself with generally scams. I think with Pokemon, my question is like, do you think before she said the broke boy comment, do you think the response to her putting that stuff out was reasonable?
I don't know if there was much of a response. I think it was the broke boy comment.
It was all over the news.
Yeah, I feel like there was before the broke boy comment. Yeah.
Wait, there was.
They said it was that it was expensive though. They
wait.
Really
There was a ton of negative PR and press, or was it just people being like, "LOL, these cookies are expensive"? Was it the negativity and everything was as big prior to the broke boy comment?
Yeah.
No shot.
Yeah,
I don't believe you, and two, I hadn't seen it. So you might be right, and I just didn't see it. But I feel like that would have gone under my radar if that was the case. I know that I'd heard like Poke was releasing a cookie, and there were some people talking about it. But I think after the broke boy comment, that's what like catapulted it into everybody being hyper.
Yep. I remember because I was about to cover it because it get in my radar, and I'm not really plugged into most of this stuff, and it was already covered by a bunch of YouTubers at the time. And I was holding off on covering it because I was a little bit late. And by the time a few days later that I was about to cover it, the second wave happened after she made the broke boy comment. And then that's when it exploded a second fold. It's true that the broke boy comment leaped it to new bounds, but before then it already was a thing because everyone's essentially saying these cookies are a scam. They weren't worth the price.
Wait, how many days was this before the broke boy comment?
I think it's like 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, 2 to 3.
Oh, then I wouldn't know. I was traveling. Maybe that's why I missed it. I'm not sure.
I agree. I agree with Abba that I don't know if the response was equivalent. Like obviously the broke boy comment like blew everything up, but there was like a lot of negative. Like it was not well received immediately. People were blowing up about the white label thing. They were blowing up about like her. It felt like to me
it feels like before the broke boy comment, which was dumb, but it feels like it was just really similar to Valkyrie's blue thing. No.
Yeah.
But the Valkyrie Blue thing was for like a whole different thing. The main reason why Pokemon got shit prior to the broke boy comment was just because she said it took a lot of fucking research and it was like a fucking white label.
Yeah, but this is the
Costco
same.
brand.
This was the same as Valkyrie shit, essentially, right? That she was like overhyping that like we've been working for years on this. It was this blue light stuff is blah 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 blah, like all this shit, and then it ends up just being kind of like standard overpriced makeup stuff. That was it. I feel like it was pretty.
Yeah,
similar.
it had nothing to do with misogyny. Misogyny played like barely.
I think misogyny probably plays
hate her. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
sure.
a little bit of a role. But like, look at how much criticism XQC gets for like his like wealth flashing and flaunting and shit. Like he gets a fuck ton as well.
Nobody
right?
says this because it's ridiculous. So, by the way, you just said when I advertised the NFT thing, it wasn't because I was selling it as a means to make money. Why would they pay you $5K if that wasn't the utility of the NFT?
The utility of the NFT is you pay money and you wait. What are you asking me? Who's making money off the NFT?
No. You said right now.
No. Wait. Who's making money off the NFT?
No. You said right now when I advertised the NFT, I didn't advertise it as a way for people to like make money off of it.
Yeah.
So like you buy into the NFT and like you sell it later for like a higher price. So what was your advertisement? Why did they pay you $5K then?
Because you can buy the NFT, but the point was that like you can get like a clip in some wallet that a streamer signs or some shit. That was basically how it was sold.
But what's the reason for that? So if I paid you $5K to advertise something, the hopes would be you're advertising it for people to buy it, but why would they buy it? So why would I want to buy it?
I don't know. Why the fuck does anybody buy digital shit?
I
have no idea.
No, hold on. Now you're just fucking trying to be disingenuous. That's what I'm trying to call out because you said they're not. I wasn't selling it as a way for people to make money. But if I'm buying a fucking clip that's signed by my favorite fucking content creator, the assumption would be that I would then be able to take that clip and sell it for more later.
Well, hold on. What is an NFT?
Bro, don't do that shit. I am not that nigga.
Okay, then okay. People buy digitally signed collectible shit for a variety of fucking reasons. I personally think it's fucking retarded. I would never buy digitally signed collectible shit. Some people do. If you want to, that's what the advertisement is for. If you're buying it because you think you're gonna flip it and make a ton of money, you're fucking retarded. And I said as much.
So okay, let me clear it up. Oh wait, hold on. You're just about to answer my question. Let me ask it though. When you were advertising this shit, did you say, guys, I'm not advertising this as a way for you to make money. I'm just advertising it as a way for you to hold the clip of your favorite content creator that's signed by them personally.
Yeah, that was the only point.
Did you make the distinction?
Yes, literally, obviously.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
I think I'm wrong on the Pokemon thing. I'll change my mind. Thank you for on how much misogyny contributes.
If actually Emily did the same shit, she wouldn't have got that much.
Devin, I think you're wrong for changing your mind.
I do too, Devin. Stop being such a pussy.
Nice.
More people should
joking
be.
Joking aside, I do think like anytime this girl does anything, it's always like a huge news for nothing. And I be seeing her on like all the biggest clips channels, and it feels like such minute stuff. But like some of the reaction videos I see and how they like paint her out to be the devil all the time is kind of cringe. And I do feel like some of it I attribute to misogyny for sure.
Yeah, but maybe not this particular situation.
I think the particular situation up until the point where she made the broke boy comment was the broke boy comment. I'll be honest with you, I felt like there was a lot of pearl clutching over it. Like, how could you? But I understand it's because of like her.
Do you think the same thing when XQC flexes his like money and shit?
I don't
Like,
care.
people
Let
are
these people flex their money. Who cares? Listen, I say this all the time. Tyler One is my favorite streamer. The dude is the most foul person to his audience, and I enjoy it. I think it's fine. And yeah, maybe the branding is just substantially different, so it's acceptable when he does it. But I just don't really care who's doing it. I think. It's
I understand what you're saying. I think that the issue, and I wish that we could like break these apart and analyze these in a vacuum. And actually, I can give you maybe a good example. The problem is that Pokey represents herself and her brand as like an incredibly family plus PR friendly plus a little bit holier than thou sort of representation of who she is. That's the feeling I think you get when you watch how she presents her stuff, right? Whether it's intentional or not, that's the feeling that you get. So when somebody like that fucks up or makes a mistake, everybody is really keen to crucify. I think maybe if you want anything slightly equivalent, maybe you could say like anytime Mr. Beast makes a mistake, people are like really quick to jump on him, because I know there was a lot of talk about that, the Ghost Kitchens Mr. Beast shit.
Oh, it's on and on.
Yeah, and then like
everything he
people
does.
were mad about that one editor that they thought he stole from or some shit. Like, yeah.
Or Feastables. Not Feastable, the Beast Burger thing. Yeah. Ghost Kitchen stuff.
So, yeah.
I mean,
they even come after
Mr.
him.
Beast is just different.
I mean, the government of Kenya. The government of
for
Kenya
the
came after
wells.
him, saying you shouldn't make Africans look so poor and like be like literally like I mean every
that
single
was the dumbest shit ever. Yeah.
Literally every single time that Mr. Beast makes a video, like there was a big controversy about the curing blind people too. It's like, man,
because
what is
it
sacred?
was cataract, and he titled it "Curing Blindness." Yeah, but with Mr. Beast, I wouldn't even compare him to Pokemon, because I don't think he, he presents himself as like this holier than thou character. It's just that people want to knock him down just because the guy uploads a video and within an hour it has like 20 million views. So with him, but it kills the point that you were trying to make previously, Devin, about like the whole, there's sexism applied, because this guy just gets it worse than anybody, and he doesn't even try to fucking present himself the way that Pokemon does.
Which guy?
Yeah, Adam. Mr. Beast.
I think he tries to present himself as pretty wholesome and family friendly. And no.
Fuck. Yeah, not really. I mean, he tries to keep it PG because he realizes that's where most of the money is. So he tries to limit the amount of crazy shit that he says. But he was on with the forgot their name, Cody Ko and the other comedian. I forget. Like, he was on their podcast and he was pretty loose, just enjoying himself. It's just that he doesn't try to be too controversial or say anything crazy because he has too much money behind him.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
People in chat are saying, everybody's saying you're wrong. Don't let Q lie. He absolutely does pretend to be like a Disney Channel character.
Come, get the fuck out. I mean, stop. He himself said, the reason I do this is because ad rev, money, like, it's better when you just don't fucking curse or present yourself in a bad way. And you gotta realize, that guy literally makes like 100 mil or some shit a year. Like, he has to move different. He doesn't try to like be super pure though. He doesn't. I mean, he kind of has, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but he has Messi syndrome. You know what I'm trying to say?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
He moves kind of autistic. Kind of. Like, the way he acts, it's like, he's not like this, because he curses, he shit talks, he does it all, but he just doesn't try to be too non-PG. That's not Disney. That's not Disney. It's not even close.
Okay.
But shout out Mr. Beast. Don't take the Messi comment seriously. Shout out Messi too.
People like him are on like such a different level. Especially like also his like agency, man. I talk to those guys and I'm like, I know fucking nothing about business. It's actually just so insane the level they're on.
He has to move different. That's it. He just has to move different. I don't know why people are comparing a guy like Mr. Beast to Pokemon. It's not even close. It's not even. He has to move the weight that he does to keep up all the shit that he has going on. Because imagine if he actually genuinely does some shit that's even remotely cancelable. They're trying to cancel this guy for paying for people's fucking eye surgeries, for building wells, for fucking donating to charity. That's the shit that he's getting canceled for. Imagine if he did something that was remotely even worthy of cancellation. Yeah, he'd be cooked. He'd absolutely be cooked. That's why he has to move the weight that he does. It's not that he's actively trying, because, like I said, he spoke about it many times. He doesn't want to do it. Like, he wants to curse. When he can't curse, he curses. Like, he goes on, but it's not that serious. But with Pokemon, it's different. Also, I feel like Pokemon people associate Pokemon with the class of creators on Twitch that kind of pull the strings behind the scenes, right? And they kind of see her as like the villain that's responsible for taking down their favorite content creators and making sure the status quo doesn't change or whatever the fuck. That's why I think people shit on Pokemon more than anything, just because that's what they see. It's her. It's like some of the OTK people as well. You know, like whenever a new up and coming streamer is like there, they always make sure to like, you know, let's interact with this guy. Let's get something off of this guy, and like people get rubbed the wrong way when that happens.
They got Skara.
Oh yeah.
I'm so irritated that I don't like it when big streamers fuck Skara and fuck Valkyrie. I really don't like it when these larger streamers are giving in to these insanely fucking toxic communities. I think they give them
because
way
they
too much
apologized?
power. Yeah, they shouldn't. They absolutely shouldn't. That's fucking wild.
Wait, you don't think it was worthy of apology though?
No, fuck no. It's so stupid.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be fucking confused as fuck. But was he making a racially based joke about one of their like teammates or whatever?
Wasn't he just making the joke that her complexion was a little bit darker? Wasn't that the point?
Yeah.
I guess we can get into the
Skara's not a
like,
racist dude.
Yeah, no.
We both, Justin and I both know Skara super well. Yeah.
Just so Skara's like one of the most like annoyingly wholesome dudes you'll ever meet. Like it was so unbelievable that like he got so much flack for that. So and the fact that that girl like literally like 3 tweets later is making fun of Skara for his male pattern baldness. Like after like talking about how horrible
no, not the girl that called him out, not the girl that Skara was making fun of. The girl that called him out.
The girl that called him out. Yes, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I say this. You both know better than me probably the community that they deal with. And that pretty much what Skara did is like pretty much you saying the N-word with the ER, you know? Because that's just that community. Yeah, okay, you could say that he's not racist, and I would agree with you.
Yeah, but in a way, they build those communities. They become victims of their own communities. Exactly. And then they make everything like worse. Like this happened with Super Mega over the cancellation shit. I think it's happened a bit with Ethan over his community shit. Like, yeah, people build these communities, and then they kind of like, they try to cater to them too much when they should be providing some pushback and shaping the communities a bit more instead of being so captured by them. It's very irritating.
You think they could do that now? I don't know.
Yeah, you always can. It's just it takes work and it sucks sometimes. There's a lot of friction.
Dude, Skara's in such like a passive mode of travel though right now, man. He's just like vibing on his like 1 to 2K viewer stream with like playing TFT. Like he doesn't want to get into any of this shit, man. So like I understand when like that like tidal wave comes his way and he's like, whoa, like I'm sorry, like hey,
yeah, for sure.
Like, yeah, because dude, that dude's just, and he's always been about that, dude. That guy just wants to vibe and he just wants to chill with his friends and he just wants to eat good food. That's what
they don't have energy. They don't have energy for like reshaping an entire community, purge this, purge that, start from like pretty much zero.
I honestly think that all of OTV is over that shit. Like Lily and like I just think that they just don't want, like Michael Reeves posts a video like once a year and it's about like some fucking stock trading fish or something. Like they don't they're just like they're good. They're like they don't want to be a part, and you know I also like kind of feel that about like Pokemon also. Like I feel like that entire crew is just trying to get out and tired of it, and I get it. I went the same direction. I was like, yeah, fuck this.
I don't even know how much like Skara streams anymore. Does he stream?
He streams he streams a lot actually. I was really surprised by how much he's but it's like he streams like Moon streams, you know, like what I'm such a Moon simp, but like that dude like literally has like 15K viewers, but just sits in a microcosm. Like he never gets into drama. He never gets into shit. He just chills, right? And like
that's the dream right there.
That's the dream. It's the Skara thing. So Skara streamed 1,992 hours this year. I think that's a lot of time.
Okay.
270 total streams. So yeah. But he's like, if you look at his stats, like he's bleeding followers. Like he lost 90,000 followers over the year.
Yeah.
Which is just
at this point, streaming is a hobby to them. I think.
I think it's just like like
it's fun.
After esports, it just became a way to keep up the income and like kind of keep there. But like Scar just loves being with friends. We would that guy. I had never eaten such good food as being with that dude. There were nights where we would go. I used to live with him at Team Dignitas. There were nights where we would have 2 dinners and then 2 desserts. And like go to one restaurant, eat a fucking full course meal, and then go to another restaurant and eat a full course meal, and then go to another dessert place and eat a full dessert, and then go to another place and eat a full dessert. It was amazing.
Everybody in YouTube chat, listen. I do shirt signings after the stream, please. You know what I mean? Kick.com/Karantos.
You stream?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
you don't stream on Twitch?
I don't stream on Twitch. Twitch takes 80% of my money. That's why.
Dude, I wish more people would talk about this.
It's disgusting.
Thank you for like actually understanding the splits, man. Nobody ever talks about that. They're like, you're giving like at least 50% of your money to Twitch to stream there, and I don't understand why more people don't realize this.
It's not. The thing is, if
It's
it was
absurd.
50%, I could have just trolled and like fucking delusion myself into like still going, but it's not 50% because of the way. I don't know, because I'm from Somalia, right? We don't have no tax code, this, that, number, this, whatever the fuck. So they're obligated like to hold 30%. So off of the 50 that I get, I don't get really 50. I get like 20. So they take 80%. They don't take 50%. They take, so for every sub, I make
Wait, what do you mean by
$1.
they take 80%? What are you talking about?
Oh, he's talking about. Wait, do you
The
live in
tax
Somalia
withholding.
now?
No, I live in Malaysia.
Okay, so what's happening to you is you're getting the sub revenue cut. That thing sucks for third world countries. Oh my god, yeah.
Hell, they did it to Ireland too.
Yeah, it's second
Ming
and
spoke
third
about
world.
it. Yeah, fucking terrible. Like
I don't know why
Holy
people
shit.
don't talk about this. Do you know about this, Destiny?
No, tell me.
A while ago, Twitch made an update where you know how like a sub is $5.
Yeah.
Now a sub is the Karantos can correct me. I think
Oh yeah, they do
it is-
regional sub pricing. They started like a year ago, or a year or two ago.
Yeah,
maybe,
so now like people that are in like
Turkey can pay like
Malaysia,
90
yeah,
cents
you're
for a sub. Yeah.
fucked.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
you're
imagine
fucked.
getting 20% of that shit. You're fucked. Like the thing is, and this is people don't believe it, but 1 month on Kick, I made more money than an entire year on Twitch. Now, granted, sure, it was the year that I was like working my way up to actually being a fucking streamer. I wasn't doing that much, but it shouldn't have been that easy. And with Kick, you make 95% of your money. That's genuinely, I could give a fuck. Like, I'm pretty annoyed by some of the shit that Kick does. Trust me, I fucking hate some of the shit that they do. But that 95.5 is a game changer. That shit like completely changed my life, honestly. And I couldn't imagine going back to Twitch solo where they just take 20, like they give me 20%. And I actually, Devin, you let me know if I'm fucking tripping, but if I reach out to Twitch, wouldn't they give me the money that they have in tax withholding? Because they hold 30%. Yeah.
There's a certain amount of companies, countries that do not have tax agreements with the United States, and Malaysia might be one of them. I'd have to double check. And if that's the case, it's very complicated, and you need a tax dude. I'm not qualified to answer it.
Yeah, because I want to get my money one day. I want to get my money because it's ridiculous. I like Twitch. I think it's a good platform. I like the community. I like the vibes. Obviously, some of the things they do is ridiculous, but honestly, with Kick, we've seen why Twitch moderation needs to be the way that it is. Obviously, they don't need to go super hard, but we understand that there needs to be a certain degree of moderation. But fuck me, dude. That's taking that much money. And then when you get... First of all, I don't know why people could give a fuck about partnership. Like, Dante's, I'm pretty sure, is the biggest affiliate on their platform for the past, like, year or two. It changes nothing for him if he makes partner. Oh, okay, wait, sorry. He gets 100K, 70-30, and then after that is done.
Well, what people need to do is they need to do what Destiny has done, right? Is where they understand that streaming is a top-of-funnel activity, meaning that, like, your audience is going to discover you through that, and then you drive them to something else like Patreon or Destiny.gg where people can actually subscribe and you get all of the revenue. So, like, for me, like, I run a like a small Patreon where I teach business and marketing and stuff. And I if I do any kind of like I don't have people subscribe on Twitch, even if I was streaming or YouTube or anywhere else, because I'm going to go to a platform like Patreon that takes I get 92% or 94% of the revenue, and that's what every streamer should do. But like, I guess it's just a lazy thing or something. Like they it's not even beneficial to have your audience live on the platform because you don't even like have access to them. Like you don't have their emails, you don't have their information. It makes no sense from a marketing perspective.
Do you still believe in the whole, you should multi-stream?
Always? Oh, I'm such a believer in that. I'm actually, God, I'm getting invited out to Google in January to go talk about this subject to YouTube and basically make a case for it. And there's a couple of people that are going to be on the opposing side. I think the reasons why people don't multi-stream are so dumb. The reason is always it dilutes your audience, but that just makes no sense.
Okay, wait, hold on. I've heard you make the argument because I told you I watched the videos. I've heard you make the argument for multi-streaming.
Yeah.
I want you to steer man the opposite side. What are some of the arguments that you think are valid when it comes to not multi-streaming and just focusing on one website?
Ooh, that's a tough one. It's
it's an easy one. Usually, the argument that people make is that rather than having 10 viewers spread across 5 different sites, it's better to have it in one site for more discovery. And if you're a smaller streamer,
okay, but but the counter for that would be if 2 people are watching you on YouTube, how the fuck do you know they'd watch you on Kick? Like maybe they're just YouTube people, so it's not -2. It's
sure, but the issue is like, let's say you'd have 100 viewers on YouTube, and let's say that 100 viewers gets you the attention of 100 more because of how high up you are. Well, let's say that it's the case that if you didn't have those 100 viewers on YouTube, you had 20 on one platform, 20 on another, and 20 on another, because you're so low in the algorithm for all 3 of them now. Now you actually have a net loss in viewers as a result.
Let me ask you this, Devin, because there might be a counter for this. Okay, so what if you just stream for like 30 minutes, and then you send them all to one website? And then just boost the fuck out of yourself on that one website. That would counter his argument.
You actually identified the problem before, which is that there's a reality of brand of platform loyalty. So a person who goes to YouTube on the regular is going to be a person who goes to YouTube on the regular. Going to Twitch will feel weird for them. They might do it. They might like you enough that they might do it, but there's going to be most people who are kind of comfortable with the platform that they are accustomed to. And so all that multi-streaming does is just open up the number of possible platforms that you can be discovered on. And the argument is, if I were to go on the other side, the real argument is like, well, by diluting your culture and your community, you have like kind of no sense of central brand presence, right? That like, if you're Karantis on YouTube, then there's a certain like culture that gets built around your chat and a feeling. And if that went onto Twitch or that went onto TikTok or something, then that culture wouldn't be there or would be diluted. But I would argue that you should only treat the streaming platform, as a top of the line funnel, and then your community should exist on like something way more concentrated, like a Discord.
Wow, I drank Bleach 9. Thanks for the 50
forum.
gifted subs.
Yeah,
buddy.
where you get more percentage, you have more control of your audience. That's basically my argument.
Shit, I agree. The culture thing is a terrible argument. If you're trying to build yourself up, I don't ever know why people worry about culture. But I'll ask you this: have you ever seen a person that built themselves up off of multi-streaming alone, like just focused on multiple platforms, and they grew themselves from like 5 to like 500, for instance? Did you see that?
Oh, I see it every day. It's not. What we would think of as so I'll tell you this, okay? What do you think the biggest live streaming platform is on the internet? You think so?
Twitch. Yeah.
TikTok. It isn't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, TikTok is infinitely bigger than Twitch. It's not even a contest in terms of the number of live viewers.
Isn't there a barrier of entry though? If you want to live stream on TikTok, you gotta have like 1,000.
1,000 well, only to do desktop streams. So if you want to have actual like horizontal camera and a full desktop stream, like an OBS stream key, then you do need 1,000 followers. But if you want to just start a TikTok stream, anybody can do it as long as you have the app.
On your phone. Okay.
Yeah. So and what's crazy too is like TikTok isn't even Twitch isn't even number 2. After that is YouTube. There are more by concurrent hours streamed. There are more streams on YouTube than there are, more hours streamed on YouTube than there are on Twitch. Now, a large part of that is because there are a lot of 24 streams, 7 streams running on YouTube, like Lo-Fi Girl, for example, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but I would still say, and I've talked to the YouTube team about this quite a few times, that if you correct for those streams, you actually still have a higher amount of viewership on YouTube than you do on Twitch. And the Q3 stream report from Stream Hatchet actually said this. So I have a cool study if people want to look. Nobody cares. Okay. Anyway.
I mean, is TikTok though? Is TikTok like built for live stream? Because I know YouTube isn't. YouTube isn't a place where you'd go, like when it comes to the platform layout, design. Nobody would see it as a live streaming platform, and nobody would look at it as a live streaming platform that's actually good when it comes to discoverability. Obviously, Twitch is shit as well. Most of them are shit. The only one that I actually think is great is TikTok. I could see how. People could work themselves up from TikTok, but YouTube not so much.
Yeah. So there's a lot to kind of go into here.
There's an echo, by the way. Wait, talk. I think it's good now. Go ahead.
The what I'm interested in when I'm looking at live streaming is discovery. So the main thing that worries me about Twitch is that, like, even at 300 to 500 viewers, you're not likely to get much of any new audience from Twitch because of the way that the discovery system works. But on YouTube or TikTok especially, it is feasible for you to start a TikTok stream today, and if you're doing something interesting, pull in like 2,000, 3,000 concurrent viewers.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah,
it is crazy. Easily.
And I have seen so many people do that. So it's like when you say, have you seen any big streamers get large by multi-streaming? Could I point to a person on like Twitch who is like a traditional streamer, like that we would consider like a game streamer? Probably not, but hundreds and hundreds of use cases of clients of ours or people we run ads with that have done it via just like literally starting a TikTok stream, multi-streaming over to YouTube, and like having a presence on both. Yeah, because that's just like what you would do.
Do you think those, okay, let's say you blew up off of TikTok, because I think we'd agree that's the easiest one for you to actually build yourself off of. I don't know why, that's just how I see it. I could be wrong, but let's say you built yourself up to be a 2,000 viewer Andy consistently on TikTok. Do you think you'd be able to translate those viewers onto Twitch or onto YouTube? Or like, are you just fucked? Because you did say the problem in the beginning was like, if you're a YouTube guy, you'd probably just stick to YouTube instead of moving to Kick or Twitch. What you do is draw an ice cream cone, okay? And at the top of the ice cream cone, you've got Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. These are where customers discover you, potential viewers, right? Instead of like throwing them around those platforms, like a lot of people are like, oh, I want my YouTube audience to go over to my Twitch stream. I actually think you should push them down that ice cream cone to like a Patreon or like a Discord, where they would then just interact with you regardless. Yeah. Like we need to only look at the top level platforms as discoverability platforms. That's all they're good for. And then like, because if you look at them as like, oh, I'm going to build a whole community on Twitch. Well, okay, well now they control your entire audience. They're taking 50% of your revenue, sometimes 80%, like to your point, right? Like it's crazy to run your entire brand here. And furthermore, like they can just be like, oh, sorry, Destiny, we don't like what you said there. You're never coming back to the platform. And now your entire audience is gone. So Destiny, like luckily, had the foresight to see that. Think about where Destiny would be if he had just built his community on Twitch. By the time that he got banned on Twitch, he had already expanded on YouTube. He had a very successful YouTube going. It was almost negligible for him to switch over. In fact, he immediately got more viewers by switching over to YouTube. And I made a video about this. I was like, he's gonna do better on YouTube than he did on Twitch. Yeah, I had a video about it on Destiny's ban. And let me ask you this.
Yeah, he diversified. He pushed people down the ice cream cone. Yeah.
So would you recommend a guy that's a 0 viewer guy, let's say, just started today? Would you say go ahead and make a .gg website? Go make your own website from the get-go? Or would you say wait to build yourself up first a little bit?
I think that more people should look at themselves as a brand than a streamer. Like, what do you represent, and what do you do, and like where do you live? And if you live on Twitch and you live on YouTube or you live on these places, that's bad. You should live on a platform that you control, which might be your website. It might be like a Discord to some extent. But there are varying levels of control. You control the least amount with YouTube and Twitch. You really have no power at all. If that like getting people to discover you on something like YouTube or TikTok is great, but if you want to build a brand there, now you're subject to like all of their rules and stuff. So ideally, you have something like DGG, and everyone kind of like builds that out. But if you want to like, obviously like not everyone just wants to like build their own website and go through all that work. Just have like a Patreon, right? Like where you control 95% of the revenue, and you control 100% of the message. You have everybody's email. You can send the messages. You can drive them one place, or like a Discord with like specific notifications on, things like that. Like that, right? Like there's just better ways to have your, and then most importantly, make it apparent to your audience that you live in that place. If you want to interact with me, this is where you go. So Destiny has done that very well by like, the reason why his offline chat is so active, right? Even when he's not on, is because he is taught his viewers, this is where you interact with me. And so as a result, like there's still thousands of people that use the chat, including me, motherfucking game.
Okay.
Motherfucking game.
Okay.
All right. Since we did career advice with Q, I'm actually curious.
Okay, but stop talking shit, nigga. God damn.
Hey, listen,
you don't want to say hi? You don't want to say hi?
If it doesn't work out, I will be happy for you.
If it doesn't work, you've been fucking praying on that shit since day one, nigga. God damn.
Praying on what?
On my downfall, nigga. First of all, not downfall, because I need to keep me up first, you know?
No. I just want Destiny to not be tolerant every time you begging for a salary increase or whatever.
First of all, you're just fucking looking for reasons to bitch at me, bro. Because I don't be doing that shit. A. B. I did 2 months for free. You didn't even speak on that. 3. Nigga, mind your business. I don't fucking watch you. God damn.
All right.
I don't say, yo, how much Alba's making.
Here's my
But
question.
wait. No, wait. I want to ask a quick question, then you could go on, because I know your shit gonna be like long as fuck. People constantly bitch about Twitch and discoverability, and I agree with them, And Devin, this is to you. Like, I've heard this plenty, but nobody ever offers genuine like ways that they could make their platform more discoverable, or at least I haven't heard any things that they could implement. Like, what do you think they could do to make their platform more discoverable for people that are coming up, for people that are like from 0 to 5, from 50 to 100, 500, and then plus?
They're trying through the recommendation system and the discoverability and the recommendation algorithm. I've been on a bunch of calls with them on how to build this. It's really hard because let's take, I'll give you one category. Okay. Let's take Fortnite. Everyone's favorite game here, right, kids? Okay. So the last 30 days, just the last 30 days, there was 1,645,170 individual broadcasters in Fortnite. Okay, and with an average of 13.1 viewers per those streams. So you've got an average of 13 people watching 1.6 million broadcasters. How do you possibly build a system that grows each one of those people? Like that diversifies interest and like everybody's personality, everyone that's one of those Fortnite streamers is, and this is just one category, right? Is like an individual. They have things that make them interesting, and they have things that'll make them interesting to specific people. But how on a live stream do you broadcast that and advertise that out to people? With YouTube, it's really easy because we have a lot of visual indicators like thumbnails. We have a lot of like algorithmic things like this is what the channel is kind of about. Like if you follow Devin Nash on YouTube, you know that like you're going to get really boring 1.5 hour long marketing explanations, and you kind of vibe with that shit. So you're like, okay, I'm going to follow this guy. But on my Twitch stream, I might be talking about giant cocks in the art section for the 15 seconds you tune in, and that's completely off my brand, and you don't get that impression, and now you're a lost viewer. So it's like, and then further for Twitch as a platform, they're like, well, now he's talking about dicks. What is it? Like, what's going on, right? They haven't spent the literal billions, maybe trillions a big number, but tens of billions of dollars to get an algorithm that specifically builds a profile of a person and then connects them to a person they ought be interested in. So what Twitch is dealing with right now is how to build a discoverability system that that optimizes for that, right? And what they figured out is, well, if we have a person who gets a ton of viewers really fast, something's happening, and so we should recommend them. But the problem with that is like a chick starts her stream topless, gets 4,000 viewers, and now it's at the top of recommendations, right? So now they've got to tune that shit back, and so I don't know if there is a great answer to this besides constantly tuning the discoverability system until you get something good. It's just going to take years, like it did for YouTube, right? Like everybody forgets like how fucking long this took YouTube to figure out, and how much money it took to figure out, and the incentive it took to figure it out. Like when I run ads on Twitch, I'm still running ads across basically every stream on Twitch, But when I run ads on YouTube, I can choose the exact demographic. I can choose the exact age group I want, the exact category, the exact interest those people have. I can see if they have dogs or cats or not. On and on and on. Right? What is what is the green frog that stares at you?
What?
Is this a riddle?
No, sorry. No, it's a thing that the chat's spamming this green frog that
People
stares
are
at me.
watching you, Devin. That's all it means.
Oh,
They're staring
What do you
at
mean?
you. They're staring at you.
But why?
I don't know.
It's all stop it. Guys, go away. I don't want that kind of attention, okay? I didn't ask for this. What does it mean? Tell me what it means. It's bothering me.
Stare. They're
It's the
staring
Pepe
at you.
frog. You've never seen the Pepe frog?
I know what the frog is, but in what context is this frog? Are they upset?
No, they're being creepy.
Oh, what did you take, Devin? What the fuck?
Yo, spam the
I don't
frog
understand.
Yo,
This is boomer as hell.
I see these big streamers sponsoring like these esports teams, and everyone's told me that esports is like incredibly not profitable. But these guys,
yes,
hundreds of thousands of dollars into running these teams, and they do it every time. Is this like what's going on here? Is this a lie?
What part is a lie?
That it's not profitable? Because I don't understand like why you would keep investing like hundreds of thousands of dollars every year into like this failing business model.
Well, they got wise. They're not anymore. But the pitch for esports back in 2015 was Bobby Kotick put us all in a room. I mean, like every NFL owner, Elon was there. This was like a big fucking deal. Okay, and we got in this giant room, and he pitched us the OWL, and he said, "This is the pitch." Okay, he's like, all these guys that are watching football and basketball and everything are aging out. They're all in their 50s or 40s, late 40s. They are either going to die or go on and do other stuff. We need to engage the young audience, and that is Overwatch. And then he pitched us a deck of stuff that was like, we're going to fill up stadiums. We're going to we're going to charge ticket prices. Like, I mean, people genuinely believed that Overwatch was going to sell tickets at massive stadiums, like equivalent to like OG sports games. And people were going to buy and then buy hot dogs and everything. And so all kinds of people like Andy Miller from the Golden Guardians, the 76ers who bought Dignitas, Madison Square Garden who bought us, like bought CLG, got super interested and got taken in by this. It was really Activision that led this. People say Riot did, but like Riot was the use case, but like Activision was the one having the conversation with like the big people. And then everybody believed it. And so all the money came in. And it became obvious that was like a total fucking rug pull, right? Like, and so over the last like year and a half or two, especially with the failure of North America League Championship Series, like that has been apparent, and now people aren't really putting money into it. The money that's coming into esports now is from Saudi Arabia, like almost 90% of it. They bought ESL. They are buying most of the teams, and the Saudi Arabian wealth fund is like basically infinite. Like they
don't care about just pissing away money. But what about these creators that are sponsoring teams? I'm wondering like what's the incentive there for these guys? Is it just a passion project, or do you just like?
You're talking. Oh, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you. Just that whole thing for no reason. Okay, so like Ludwig and those guys, like by Disguised Toast. Yeah.
It's got to be a passion project, right? You make so much money, you get to throw things at like an esport, and then the scale of money. One thing that people don't realize, one thing that people don't realize, or actually maybe Devin, you can tell me if this changed. Like the scale of money that existed in esports compared to the scale of money we make today on YouTube is unbelievable. Back 14 years ago, you were basically a fucking god if you managed to make it onto a StarCraft 2 team, and you were getting paid. And this is probably true even for like 1.6. If you were getting paid like $400 a month, you literally made it. That was like the dream. I'm getting paid $400 real cash every month to play a video game professionally. It's over. It doesn't get any better than this, right? And even though like obviously the salaries and everything have kind of grown, especially some of these pro gamers step into these hybrid roles as like influencers and pro gamers. Nowadays, like if you're a big YouTuber and you're clearing, big 6-figure, 7 figures on your shit, you can probably afford to throw $200,000, I guess, a year into some esports team and probably employ like fucking 10 people, like several part-time, a couple of like talent, like whatever, and just do it as like a fun passion project because you liked it. You missed the esports and it's not that big of like a financial hit to you depending on how much money you're making. And I doubt, and like maybe you'll try to sell a few things on the side for it to recoup some of the cost, but there's no way, unless Devin has something contradicting, I would be hard pressed to believe that any of these guys are actually making their money back. The influence are on buying these teams.
Destiny has it completely right. There's not a single profitable esports team even close to the influencer side. And then the only thing I would add is the price of like a League of Legends player. So notice like none of these influencers have their own league teams or anything like that, right? Like
Yeah, 'cause
the
you gotta
price
buy-
of
those
like a
spots are
League of Legends
expensive.
person.
Fuck that.
Yeah, that's gonna be like an average right now of like $800,000 to $200 million. It's like $2 million a year for one player on a 5-player team, plus coach, plus which Riot requires you to do, plus assistants, plus all the help, the houses, on and on. I mean, I know exactly the P&L for that, right? I ran one, so like, but a Smash player would be about 3K to 5K a month plus flights. Right,
I was gonna say, yeah, I bet you could get away with like 20K a year on some of these guys, and you probably don't even have them for like a full year, depending on who you're talking about.
And dude, a lot of them, they just like want a team affiliation to like a lot of them just want to go to tournaments. Like somebody that has like a lot of the Smash players that are really fucking good, they just want free flights. Like, yeah, we'll just take you out to the tournament. They're like, fuck yeah, I get to go see my friends and compete. That's all I want. Yeah. So like Ludwig, like he's very passionate about the Smash scene. And he knows for like a very low amount of money, he can prop that scene up a shitload. And his only true enemy is Nintendo. You know, like
when
he's
they
done a
decide
lot
they
for
want
the
to bring
scene.
the hammer down randomly to fuck everything.
Yeah,
up,
they just decide like, whoops, we're actually a traditional company, and this one needs to be a party game. Fuck this esport. So, but like if you look at like Disguised Toast, who I think is in he's running a really expensive team.
Yeah, DSG. Yeah, he's running the DSG team.
Which is what esport?
In League of Legends.
Yeah, and if you look at all his posts, he's like, I'm fucked. I'm like, I'm out of right, like that, because that's just like a much more expensive. Like if you're trying to go into like Valorant or League, I don't know if there are big enough influencers to like really back that. Like obviously, there's big in like Mr. Beast wanted the League of Legends team, he could have one, but that's the level we're talking about. Like it's gonna cost you millions and millions of dollars a year, whereas like Destiny said, Ludwig might toss $250,000 at a Smash tournament, which he has a company for. His company with Nick Allen. What's it called?
I went and tried spamming it's LOL, or it's not LOL, it's TFT. There you go. I don't know.
No, definitely LOL. He has, but it's the second league. It's not the first league. So
people are saying, a lot of people are saying it's not LOL, it's TFT. Like multiple people are saying that. Are you sure?
I watched him in the finals. Maybe it changed this year, but last year was definitely league.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's the anyway? Whatever company that is an event company, and so Ludwig's actually runs events as part of his business. That's part of one of his. He owns a company that co-owns a company that runs events. So live events are kind of in his forte. And I think that most critical. Charlie just thinks is cool. They just want to and it's like great. It's because they just want to prop up the scene, dude. Esports needs that help. Like they're really suffering.
It can be. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like YouTube and a lot of different things during the pandemic just exploded, even esports in a lot of ways, because like the salaries for esports were insane during that period, and then salary cap came in this year, and teams had to shift like their balances by like half. But I feel like even at the outset of like the end of the pandemic going into like this end of year, a lot of advertisers have told me that they've clamped down on like their influencer budgets, and like even it seems like a lot of people's in terms of like monthly viewerships have like trended downwards a lot. I'm wondering if like this ebb and flow across all these different online mediums is like.
Well, I think you have to be really careful to not make the mistake of grouping in esports with influencer stuff.
Yeah, two different markets.
Yeah, my feeling is esports stuff was basically propped up for a long time because people were waiting for it to blow up into becoming like the NBA or something. I guess that's what we were kind of like hoping and waiting for, that like these AAA sponsors, Coca-Cola and Mercedes-Benz were going to be on the league stage, and you got like a couple big sponsors for at least a season or two, I think. But it just didn't ever really pan out to be that way. The costs and all of this stuff exploded. It was way too much money to buy these LCS spots, the salaries for the teams and the coaches and everything. Like none of it really made as much money as people wanted to. But the influencer side of things, people sitting at home doing streams, commanding these massive fucking audiences, like just like imagine how much you want to kill yourself if you spent $250,000 putting on an event and your total viewer hours was the same as one Destiny stream or one Aiden Ross stream, right? If you're the LCS, right? Imagine you're the LCS and you're broadcasting games that you rented out a whole stadium for to, 200,000, to like 50, 60,000 viewers, and then you see XQC go live in his fucking home eating his toenail, and he's like outperforming you, right? So I think the influencer stuff, my feelings is generally grown over time. There might be a little bit of an ebb and flow, but I think that it's pretty disconnected from the direction, or it's not correlated well with like the esports market. That's kind of always been its own thing that's been, I would argue, a lot more artificially propped up, whereas opposed to the influencer stuff is like way more directly tied to ad inventory and sales and affiliate marketing and everything else. Is a bit more on the a bit more grounded.
Yeah,
I think.
I believe you on the live streaming stuff because I don't really watch enough of that to say anything. But I have looked into some of the largest creators online over the last year, and most of them trended downwards in terms of viewership. I feel like there's exceptions, like maybe Moist Critical or folks like that. But a lot of the other big ones have definitely seen their viewership on YouTube, especially, trend downwards.
I can talk about that. I mean, this is our whole job, right? Like, we do
Also,
this
wait,
all the time.
can you, before you talk about this, can you give me your 30-second pitch on this? And then I have to go. I got to do a conversation in like literally 1 minute. So just so the
I'm
audience
sorry.
can hear your
Yeah.
quick. No, that's fine. You can do it. You can keep talking. I just have to run to this. But give your 30-second pitch on that. I'm curious.
Yeah, it's live streaming brand deals are down, YouTube brand deals are up, TikTok brand deals are up, and across the board, influencer marketing is up, and esports is non-existent. That's the short of it.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, we could talk more about it some other time, but.
Sure.
Who are you having a conversation with, Destiny?
It's like the Irish for Palestinian movement or some shit. I have no idea.
W Ireland.
Yeah, true.
Okay, I will listen. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's been fun.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Much love always.
Bye. Got them the fuck out. Oh, why is this not working? Open program. Jesus. Please, wait, oh.
What did you get from the gift chest? Oh. Owned. Open gift. What did I get? What?
What did he get?
I got banned?
Oh.
Till 118? What?
Hello, hello?
How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Just good. Just give me 1 minute and to get what do you call it? The questionnaires they sent me to to ask you.
Yeah.
And to get those.
Sounds good.
Why?
Oh shit.
FaceTime, yeah. Like,
oh
and then,
shit,
so now
what
he
the
fucking
fuck?
famous somehow, and I'm famous.
Yo, you're in trouble. Why?
Oh shit.
That crypto shit.
Hey Steve, get his ass from right now.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, how we doing though?
Real good.
You good?
I just did a podcast.
Wait, I forget. Did Aiden do a crypto scam? I don't even remember this. I'm somewhat close online with Brett and talked to her somewhat. I could see if she would be willing to talk to you. I mean, if she wants, I don't even know if the conversation would be fruitful. Destiny, which is the worst religion? Whatever one your mom follows.
Yes, with Tana Mojo. It was so raw, so real.
Hey.
Got the...
Hey, Mr. Gemini. Jesus, bro, you scared the.
I think you should box. Here's why. You have natural energy. They see it in the stream, right? You need that. Like, you have natural energy. You got
What do
some
you mean,
cold
why?
energy about you.
Like, bro.
Like some cold, like fucking no emotions, like killer energy about you. I'm 39, she's 20, so he came at me like calling me a creep or whatever. And he was like saying that I had like a little dick, my dick didn't work as shit, and he got in trouble with YouTube.
Damn.
So he's on the fence.
See,
yeah.
what do you think about that?
No, what's even worse is every Tesla, dude.
Yo, he legitimately went on his show. This motherfucker went on his show. He said it was on antidepressants, and the side effects were that he didn't have feeling in his dick. Projection. He was trying to put that on me.
Damn.
I'm focusing.
The lie detector, the hood nigga lie detected the test. Get down, please. Calm down. It's gonna be alright. Calm down. It might go down. No.
Okay. I don't know what the point of that was.
It just comes back to the.
All right, Stephen.
Hey, how's it going? I'm doing great.
Yeah. So, so we are from the IPSC Ireland. Can you hear me very good?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Yep.
All right. So yeah, we're from the IPSC Ireland because in Enniskillen, Ireland, as you know, because of its history of colonization with England, and its long fight to have this peace, has a lot of solidarity with the Palestinian cause, and that is why we support the Palestinians because I'm not Irish myself, but I'm part of the organization because Irish Palestinian Solidarity, and anybody can join.
Mm-hmm.
And but yeah, that is the reason why there's a Irish Palestinian Solidarity campaign.
Okay. Well, do you remember what I think it was Rebecca set this up? What do you remember specifically what she wanted to talk about, or do you want to? I guess, yeah. Do you have specific questions? Do you want me to guide the conversation, or how do you want to do this?
All right. So let's start by asking you, why do you support the Israelis? Hold up. Let me actually record this. Mm-hmm.
Also, just a heads up, I'm broadcasting on my end too, so just don't.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, crazy.
No problem.
Recording. Okay. Why do I don't know if I would say broadly like I support the Israelis or in terms of like supporting a side. I would say that like I believe that a two-state solution is the only reasonable path forward. I don't support Hamas. I think that Hamas is a terrorist organization. I don't support anything they do. I don't support the settlements in the West Bank. I feel like it's a territorial expansionist policy that hampers the peace process for everybody. Yeah, I don't know. That's like broadly speaking, these are like my positions. I don't know where you want to start.
All right, but okay. So, what are your thoughts on Israeli propaganda, otherwise known as Hasbara? They have spent. They say they spend 40 million, but I think they spend more in a year to disseminate disinformation and propaganda to make Israel look good. For example, the IDF hotties or toddies, you want to call them, on TikTok, thirst-trapping young men into supporting Israel, where Israel gives, free trip to celebrities like Bobby Lee. He said, you know Bobby Lee, right?
Bobby Lee, yeah, the podcast guy, right? The
the comedian. He was like from Mad TV and etc.
Yeah,
he was like, the Israelis, they invite you over and then they say like, come on over, and then once you get there, they give you all these, free stuff and etc. And then they say, hey, look. Write good stuff about Israel and say how much you got a good time and that Israel is, there's a burgeoning democracy. Israel is such a safe place, blah, 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 blah. Basically, hype them up. So why would they do that, or even sending people as far away as, as New Zealand to, propaganda as the Maori? So if you're such a good guy, and if you had nothing to hide, why would you spend all that money and to just bribing people and saying, hey, look, I'm such a good guy. If you're a good guy, people just know you're a good guy. Why would you pay people to tell other people that you're a good guy?
Do you drink any soda?
Yeah, why?
Do you think that Coca-Cola is a good soda?
I mean, it's not a bad soda. Why?
Why do they spend any money advertising if everybody already knows about it, likes or doesn't like Coca-Cola?
No, but it's not the same thing though. Like, so you're telling people to tell, like, so it is different if you're a country, and you're just.
I mean, I think people have like public opinions about countries all the time. I think countries do whatever they can to try to make people think of the country better, whether that's presidents or prime ministers speaking, whether that's, I feel like there's like a www.visit whatever country. Like, I bet if we go to visitnewzealand.com or visitmexico.com or visit the US.com, like, yeah, people engage in these kind of like, oh, like, look at our country, we're doing our best kind of things all the time. As long as they're not doing anything illegal and as long as everything is like above board. Like, if Israel wants to, market to people on TikTok and say, hey, can you do an ad for our country doing whatever?
No,
as
but
long
this
as
is the
like
military though. So I'm just saying this is the military though. This is IDF, like what do you call it? So basically, for example, the Saudis, they invaded Yemen and etc. and did a lot of fucked up shit, local war crimes and etc. But they don't, what do you call it? For example, have like just such bullshit like in propaganda. They put a young Yemeni boy and the Saudi army is building a well for him and he's drinking from the water. It's like, that is very good. Thank you, Bill Sandman. But like, I mean, I've seen like videos of, I don't know, of IDF people.
Yep.
Excuse me about that. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so
I mean, I feel like I'm pretty sure like every country's army has like advertisements. I mean, as long as as long as
this is like straight up propaganda. Those, for example,
what does propaganda? What does propaganda mean to you?
Propaganda means to me that what you call it. Propaganda means to me. Propaganda means to me to inveigle, to obfuscate the truth, and to manufacture consent, as Noam Chomsky used to say.
Sure. So I think that he would probably still say that. He's not dead yet. I would say that the propaganda is like showing something in a good light. I don't think it necessarily has to be dishonest. In places where propaganda is dishonest, or if we argue that they're engaging in disinformation, I would disagree with that. I don't think disinformation is good. But in terms of
but like you do think this is disinformation. So for example, okay, let me give you some disinformation. I would say so. Let me tell you what they did and tell me if it's good, if it's propaganda or if it's disinformation, what it is. For example, okay, so there's one of them was like a gay Israeli soldier in the middle of Gaza saying we are liberating you. So basically, it's showing the world that Israel is pro-LGBTQ and they're freeing the gays or something in Gaza. I don't know what it's showing, but it sounds idiotic. I mean, it looks idiotic to me, and it's straight up propaganda. And basically, so just gay guys showing gay Israeli soldiers showing the gay flag in Gaza. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is. They're trying to, I don't know, maybe Israel feels like they do better when it comes to human rights on LGBT issues, and they want to counter all of the people in the West saying we're gays for Gaza when they feel like their civil rights would probably be...
But you don't think it's pinkwashing, though, if it's pinkwashing of
Sure, we can call it pinkwashing, call it whatever you want. Yeah, if you're going to fight with me on the idea that, like, this is bad, I don't think I agree. People are going to advertise and try to showcase their particular fight, their particular struggle the best they can. The Palestinians do it, Hamas does it, Israel does it, the IDF does it. The United States does it, communists did it, capitalists did it. Yeah, everybody does this. I mean, as long as everything is legal and as long as people aren't blatantly lying about things, then I generally don't have a problem with it. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that Israel's trying to show their side in a good light with, civil rights propaganda or whatever compared to, an Islamist party. I don't think it's hard to do. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that they are doing that. But yeah, I'm not going to have any huge moral qualms with it. We can say that like it's unethical that anybody would be positively advertising themselves so much, but everybody around the world is doing it. You've got to compete with the other people that are advertising themselves, right?
No, but I'm just saying you have to be genuine. If you're a genuine person, you don't have to lie to people. You like basically this. What I'm saying, this is a lie. This is disinformation. This is a lie. So like basically, if you're a good person to begin with, if you're a good moral country, that you wouldn't have to I don't know, prostitute your female soldiers, like have them pay them to shake their asses on TikTok and etc. Or sort of decimation to to inveigle, to obfuscate the decimation you have created, like basically all the blown up stuff, like take out a gay soldier and put up the gay flags that were liberating the gays, even though after all the destruction that you caused. So so it's pinkwashing the death and destruction you caused and trying to paint that as a positive light. So you come in there, you destroy stuff, you fuck shit up, and you kill people, and then you come up and say, oh look, hey look, I'm feeding a goat. Like I've seen one of them, like the, what do you call it? I don't know, it was a baby goat or some animal anyway. It was some animal. It's like, oh look how good our soldiers are. They're showing like they're feeding a baby goat. They're so moral. Like so that like it feels icky to me. So that's what I'm saying. So like after all that,
I understand that it can feel icky to you, but the United States Air Force is the largest air force in the world. The United States Air Force is. The U.S. Army Aviation Branch is number 2, and I'm pretty sure 4th is the United States Navy Air Forces. We have the top of the top 4. We have the top 3. Of the top 4, 3 of those are U.S. Air Forces in terms of like power. But the United States military will still pay people like Tom Cruise to make borderline propaganda movies like Top Gun 2. Just because an Air Force is good, like, do you think that people think the U.S. Air Force isn't strong? I don't buy the idea that just because you're advertising for something necessarily means that you are actually doing the opposite of what you're advertising. That betrays every single thing we possibly know about advertising. If Coke was so good, why would they have to advertise showing it's good? People would just drink it. If you're such a good person, why would you have to publicly state that you donated to a charity? People would just know you're a good person. If you're a good country, why would you have to publicly show your armed forces doing something good? They would just know. Like, that's just how any part of the world we understand works. I don't know why we would apply a totally different lens of analysis for advertising.
For example, like if I invite you to my house or you invite me to your house, and then after we have a party and etc. You force me or you pay me money, like to say, hey, look, tell people I'm a good guy, I do this, or like but instead of you do the opposite, what I see you like doing some wrong stuff at the party.
Which but then the problem, the issue isn't the advertising, the issue is just the wrong stuff. We would just talk about the wrong stuff, right? We wouldn't say it's unethical for a politician to buy. Yeah, then let's just talk about that. Like, there's nothing wrong with a politician advertising, political ads to show how good they are. They should do that. But if they're doing something contrary to the political ads, then we just talk about that. Oh, well, you shouldn't be doing this, or this is a bad thing. But it has nothing to do with the propaganda part or the advertising.
No, but you wouldn't do that much propaganda, though, if you were doing right to begin with, though.
That's not true. There's a whole world that's invested in attacking the Israeli narrative. There's, 60-plus Muslim-majority countries that all make up part of the UN General Assembly. You've got people like Syria that are heading the UN Human Rights Watch. You've got all sorts of international orgs that are highly invested in showing a negative side of Israel. I think they've got plenty of reason to feel like they might need to push out more positive messaging from their side, especially when international support is so important how you deal with problems and mitigate issues in this region.
Okay, well, all right, let me put on the other side as well. So if your enemy was so bad as well, well, you paint him as such a, as an evil monster as well. Like, so basically the other propaganda, the black propaganda I was talking about. No, this is we're talking about the light propaganda before. Now this is the black propaganda against the Palestinians. For example, I think one of the hilarious one was Isaac Herzog. I don't know if you've seen this propaganda that, he showed a book of Mein Kampf in Arabic. And he was saying our soldiers found this on a dead Hamas guy in a children's bedroom.
Okay.
Have you seen that video?
Yeah, I've seen the picture. Why do you think that's so unbelievable?
What do you mean? Okay, so no, because he's trying to portray like Hamas as Nazis, and because they're evil and like they have hatred against the Israelis because they're reading Mein Kampf, and Mein Kampf, I don't know if you read it or I've read a little bit of it in college. But it's not just about like hating Jews, but like there's a big part of it. But it's basically a white supremacist book. I wouldn't think Hamas would be like an Islamic organization would be getting their ideology from that and getting the hatred from the Jews about that. They're getting their qualms or the.
I mean, we can think that there wouldn't be. I mean, maybe that might be the case. That might not be the case. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin al-Husseini, I think in the 20s, literally had or it was in the 30s, I think, had a face-to-face meeting with Hitler, and this guy was like the de facto leader of the Muslim community in mandatory Palestine. So I mean, even though he was the de facto leader of all these Arabs, he had no problem meeting with Hitler and talking to him. So the idea that Hamas, some 70, 80 years later, would have books of Mein Kampf, that's not like completely unbelievable to me. It might have been fake. If it was fake, then I condemn it, obviously. But I don't think I would look at it and go like, oh my God, it's Mein Kampf. It's obviously fake. That doesn't make any sense, right?
No, but I didn't look the other part. The funny part, he was in a children's bedroom. So, but they're saying, putting the children, the human shield narrative. So he was in a children's bedroom. Sure. The command center was in a children's bedroom. That's what they're saying. So okay, so let's say even though they commandeered the children's bedroom, were there children there when they're commandeering a child's bedroom?
I have no idea, but we see the programs that they show the children in the Gaza Strip. It wouldn't be that surprising to me that Mein Mein Kampf might be some part of like them reading to a child as well. It seems kind of weird to me. I don't know if it was true or not. Again, if there's evidence to show that this was faked, I'd say, oh well, obviously this is fake.
Well, I mean, like the whole thing seems ridiculous to begin with. Like, you know, so basically, like, you know, you have all.
Wait,
the
hold on, real
evidence
quick.
need.
If you want to make an argument, that's fine. But when you say seems ridiculous, you're not making an argument. That's just like you think it seems ridiculous. It doesn't seem ridiculous at all to me. This is a group of people that broke into Israel using like 4 different means. Part of them coming in on like hair gliders and decided to kill 1,200 people. None of that seems ridiculous that they might have a book relating to Mein Kampf, especially when Palestinians and leadership prior to the 48 War had an actual relationship with a leader guy who was meeting people like Goebbels and Hitler. That's not crazy to me at all, you know?
Okay, going back to Goebbels and Hitler and Al-Mufti, this is another black propaganda as well. This is what, tell me if you believe this or not. You know, because there's a history that proves this. That, what's his name, Benjamin Netanyahu said that, you know, this is what he said. He said, like, he recreated history. He said that the reason that, what he called, that Hitler burned the Jews is because of Al-Mufti. So basically he was saying that, you know, he was making up the story that, you know, Hitler was talking to Al-Mufti and, you know, Hitler was saying, oh, you know, I want to kick out. He didn't want to burn the Jews first, you know, Hitler. He didn't want to find a solution.
Yeah,
and it was Al-Mufti that, that told him that, you know, you should burn the Jews, you know, don't kick him out, you know, and then they will come to Palestine, man. So you should burn them. So that's another black propaganda. So you like that, like, you know, the people like know about the media.
I agree. To be clear, I agree that that's bad. It seems like everybody's like pretty invested in doing Hitler propaganda or Nazi propaganda. I don't agree with Netanyahu when he says that. I think it's pretty wild. But I mean, Abbas, the leader of the Palestinian Authority, literally has a PhD where he talks about the secret relationship between Nazism and Zionism. I mean, like, he makes a bunch of insane historical Holocaust revisionist claims as well. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but like, you know, but we are inundated though with Israeli propaganda. We're not inundated with about what you call Palestinian.
Well, it depends on who
you
say by we are inundated. In the West, we probably get more Israeli propaganda. I kind of believe with that. In the Arab world, they probably get more anti-Israeli propaganda.
No, I mean the whole world in general. Like, because the Israelis have more money, have more what you call media moguls like Robert Maxwell. He's dead now. But
well, why don't they just go spend all the money in Iran and get those people to like Israel, so they stop funding people to attack them so much?
No, because they would see through their lies. I mean, like, you know, because they're like, you know, it is lies to begin with. So that Al-Mufti,
so Iran is
like,
the only smart country in the world, and everybody else is wrong. Israel has enough money to buy the entire world off.
Well, I mean, number one, they can't they can't, you know, propagandize in Iran to begin with. But even if they did propagandize in Iran, like, people would see through their bullshit. But they can propagandize to us.
Well, do they propagandize to Saudi Arabia, to Egypt, to Jordan, to Bahrain, to the UAE? Are they spending? How are they able to propagandize in some of these Arab countries and not other ones? Iran is the only smart one, or?
Well, like, to the propagandized was, I mean, like, I don't know if they're propagandizing, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of backsheesh. I don't know if you like bribing going on. There's a lot of money going on because of the, you know, the Americans and etc. Because, you know, these are both friends between the Saudis, the Emiratis, and etc. And I'm pretty sure, hey, look, this was the diplomatics work. This was a lot of, you know, bribing works that, you know, hey, look, you know, you scratch my back, I scratch your backs, or, you know, we can make this business deal, you know, if you, you know. So this was like a lot of the things going on there, but it's not what they call propaganda, is because the native population in general, doesn't matter with, like, even with the Abraham Accords and the elites coming together and shaking hands, the native population of all other Arab countries are with the Palestinians. It doesn't matter what, you know, the lies they put up.
I mean, Saudi Arabia has a GDP twice that of Israel. I'm unconvinced that Israel is propagandizing Saudi Arabia to change their entire position. Do you think that it might be like simpler? The simpler explanation might just be that maybe the Israeli narrative is a bit more truthful than the Arabic one?
No, but like I just told you that, like, the lies though, like, you know, that the Mufti, that it was the Palestinians' fault that the Jews were burnt in World War II. So, I mean, like, he's blaming, like, you know, the final solution and the Holocaust on the Palestinians. That was Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yep.
So that is the black propaganda. So, like, that's what I'm trying to say.
I agree with you, but you just gave an example of black propaganda that the Netanyahu doesn't spend money to convince other countries of that. That's just some stupid stuff that Netanyahu believes. I mean...
Yeah, but they do a lot of black propaganda to convince their enemies.
Everybody does black propaganda. Literally everybody in the world tries to demonize their enemies. Ukraine's done it to Russia. Russia's done it to Ukraine. They called for the denazification of the whole country. The United States did it to countries when we were trying to back people to go and fight against the Soviets. Israel and Palestine do it to each other. Everybody does this. I don't, like, if you want to get into like specific bad things people have done or specific lies people have told, I think it's worth fighting about that. But this idea that, like, they spend money trying to convince people that they're good, or they spend money or resources trying to convince other people people that their enemies are bad. This is like the history of the entire world. Everybody does this all the time.
No, but like just because everybody does it, so come on, that's not a good argument. Like
no, that might not be a good argument. But
yeah,
we can't hold Israel uniquely responsible for it. That would be silly. Like if you want to,
we're talking about Israel and Palestine at this moment, right? So we're talking about so what I'm trying to convince you is that Israeli is what do you call it, is a wrong party here, because if they were the good party here, they wouldn't because for example, they're losing the propaganda war against Palestinians, even though they spend more money. They have more media representative. They do the IDF TikTok toddies, all sorts of stuff. They the movies Sky News Australia, Douglas Murray. I can name hundreds of people. I'm pretty sure that they are pro-Israel. They're probably in the playbook by Israel and etc. And all the black propaganda too. They say 40 beheaded babies. They're cutting women up and and then shooting the dead. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, everybody engages in a little. The 40 beheaded babies wasn't Israeli propaganda, but I mean, the Palestinians lied. Hamas lied about the hospital being bombed by Israel. I mean, I don't know what you want to.
That is nowhere near that. They're accusing the Israelis of butchering a baby out and then put it in a bullet in it. I mean, let's say a pregnant woman, cutting open her stomach and then taking out the live baby and then putting a bullet to it. That is nowhere near.
Well, wait, do you think that was that proven to be fake, or do we know that that's not true?
Come on, of course that's not true, man.
Why do you say of course that's not true?
So you do believe that that what do you call it, that Hamas are evil incarnate?
I believe it's a pretty evil organization. A lot of the people that belong to it are horrible human beings. Yeah, of course. I mean, we've got enough videos to see that. We've got videos of people carrying screaming women off to villages, of that woman being driven around in the back of that truck with everybody cheering and spitting on her. So yeah, it doesn't really take much more to convince me of that. Yeah, of course.
I mean, there's plenty of videos of also Israelis mutilating dead Palestinians, or shooting Palestinians what do you call point blank execution style as well.
Yeah, and if there are videos of Israelis doing that, I can very easily say I would disagree with that too. I think those people should be held accountable and responsible. So, yeah, then I think they should be held.
But I'm saying there is though. But there is, but we're not propaganda, and there is, and it's plain sight for everybody to see. But on the other hand, though, they're portraying that irredeemable evil, these are Nazis. So that's what I'm trying to say. So
Hamas as an organization is different than Israel as an organization. Hamas shouldn't exist. That entire organization should be torn asunder and cast into the past. There's no place for that in a modern world. I think Israel's government, being a democratic parliament, I think having responsiveness to public opinion and everything, I think is much better than the Islamist Sunni extremist party of Hamas. Of course, yeah, I would say that these two things are, one is significantly worse than the other and beyond redemption.
Okay. All right. So, what do you call it? Okay. So you're criticizing because they're Muslim and Muslim extremists. Why don't you criticize Israel for the Zionism extremism?
I'm not criticizing anybody for being Muslim extremists. I'm criticizing them for being Islamist. That they want to erect a theocratic Muslim regime.
What do you think Israel is, man? What do you think Israel is? It is a theocratic, it is an ethno-nationalist.
Hold on, there's a lot of words. Ethno-nationalist, arguably, sure. Theocratic, absolutely not. It's a secular democracy.
What is Zionism?
Zionism is the idea that Jewish people ought to have a state.
What is Judaism? Judaism is a religion, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, it's tied with religion, exactly. So it is very religious based. Zionism is very religious based. It goes more ethnically because what do you call it? It's confusing, but anyway,
I'm sorry. What does theocratic mean to you? Let's get onto the same page here.
Religiously or religious authority.
Correct. In Israel, and I could be wrong. Maybe I missed this. In Israel, is there a Abraham figure that is anointed as the leader, or do they have elections where they elect people as part of parliament, and then parliament elects a prime minister? Which one is this?
But it's but it's in its backbone though. Basically, that's just the front. There is a big, the whole thing is founded on Judaic principles. The whole thing is we are here 3,000 years ago, Kingdom of Solomon, etc. That is all religious based. There's no historical proofs that Vladimir from Moscow, his family came from Israel or Tel Aviv or whatever, or from Jerusalem or whatever. That is all religious based. That's all Torah based. And the Holy Wall and etc. That is all Torah based. So that is what Zionism. That's why they came over there.
That's fine. That was a great story, but theocratic.
Exactly. So, but
wait, but the government of Israel is a secular democracy. It is not a theocratic regime.
But why would they all go over there if not for religious like what they call based on the Torah? Actually,
Well, they didn't go over there. The early Zionist movements were secular as well. Those weren't religiously based either. It's because Jews around the world felt persecuted based on their ethnic background, so they decided to all go to Israel because they thought they could live there and not be persecuted.
Exactly. So those are the two crux of Zionism, like ethnic and religious. So basically, like they're secular, but they're also religious-wise. Like,
that's fine. And a lot of the early people that came to the United States and founded the United States were Christian, and we swear on the Bible, but the United States is a secular democracy. We are not a theocratic regime any more than Israel's a theocratic regime.
No, look, very, very wrong, man. Like, that's why I think you have it very wrong on the Israeli situation, because you keep forgetting that, how virilely, not virilely, I wouldn't want to say that word, but like how much, nationalistic and and also theocratic they are, and also racist they are. Like these are not secular states. Israel is nowhere secular state like America or any other European country. These are heavily traumatized, number one, because of the World War II and what the Europeans put them through, which they retell that story to every young person that grows up, whether they come from European background, Ethiopian background, even though they are oppressed by white Israelis more. They tell them, everybody's gonna hate you, this is our history, we can get put in the gas chamber again. You keep putting that that argument that Israel is not going to get destroyed again. Israel is not a weak state. It has no this is not the time that it found itself in 1948 and etc. that it can be destroyed. But no, the propaganda they are told in Israel though is hey, look, you remember what happened in World War II? Remember what happened in the death camps? Remember what happened this? People hate you because you're Jewish. People are trying to kill you and etc. And they build that fire, and also there's other fires as well of what
was any part of that hatred. Though of any of the things you just said? Were any of those things not true?
Right now, are people trying to kill Jews just because they're Jewish?
We're not talking about right now. We're talking about when Israel was founded in 48. Did that not come right after the Holocaust?
I know, but reliving the traumas. No, but they're telling them that that this thing is going to happen again.
After the first Arab-Israeli war in 48, after the second Arab-Israeli war in 56. After the third Arab-Israeli war in 67, every single time these happened, was there not a mass exodus of Jews from Arab-majority countries that were starting to run pogroms, that were starting to persecute Jewish people? Did this not happen? I don't know if where's the lie? I mean, if they're saying something that has happened, and they're saying, hey, we need at least one state, okay, Muslims have 100 of them, okay, we need at least one country where our people are safe because we feel like we're going to get fucking Holocausted again or something like that. Is that even necessarily wrong? Is that so crazy that somebody would say something like that?
No, look, this is what I'm trying to say, Israel is right now. It's like somebody that's been traumatized, for example, somebody that's been raped or somebody that's been, mugged or etc. So, and they see rape everywhere. So, so basically they're saying, oh, this guy's going to rape me, that guy's going to rape me, just because, one very traumatic experience happened to me. And you're saying as well, and I'm saying as well,
well, to be clear, it wasn't one traumatic experience. It was 4 different wars where Israel faced, the precipice of destruction at the end of every...
Exactly. So, black people too, Jewish people are not the only ones. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've seen what happened, the new movie Killers of the Flower Moon, and what the white population in America did to the Native American population, and etc. So Jews are not the only ones. So basically, if a not a Jewish person, if a Native American person came see you and got frightened, you're going to, I don't know, stab him or anything like that after seeing that movie, I would say you're overreacting, because Steve is not going to do that to you.
Well, but there is an organization that lives in the Gaza Strip that pours rockets into Israel by the thousands every single year, and there are organizations around Israel, like Iran, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, that want to destroy the country of Israel. And Iran is pursuing nuclear weapons, and so it seems
because of they've been colonized and by Europeans who use the Torah as their as their manifest destiny to claim the land, which is in theirs.
Okay, so then you're just justifying the Israeli fear then.
I'm not saying no,
because you're saying that they're settlers, they're colonialists, and they want to be removed from that area. So now you're saying, oh, well, maybe they are right to be scared then, because people do want to remove them.
Really, I'm trying to say that you're over exaggerating the fear, and so that is that is keeping them from doing peace. So they're saying if we do peace, that the people are going to kill us, just like what happened. The people are going to put us in the death camps.
No, I don't
If
think
we
that's
give
true.
peace-
I think if people give
That's
peace,
what people believe. No, that's what
I think if
certain-
people, that's not
certain-
true. If people give peace to Israel, I think they generally accept peace.
No, I don't think so, because like you haven't seen the narrative. That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait,
Like,
hold
you know,
on. Wait, I
the-
literally have seen the narrative. In 1979, Israel pursued peace.
I'm talking
with...
about the rhetoric that is going on right now.
yeah,
the
but
rhetoric
hold on.
that-
I'm not talking about the rhetoric of the quotes or the statements. I'm saying historically, in '79,
Mm-hmm.
okay, Sadat was the same leader of Egypt that launched the surprise Yom Kippur War in '73.
Mm-hmm.
Israel signed peace with him. In '91, you had the Madrid Conference, and that led to a whole bunch of peace talks, one of which came to fruition in 1994. You had Jordan give peace to Israel. You've had the Abraham Accords, where other countries like Saudi Arabia is considering it. I believe Bahrain, I believe the UAE. Like these other people are signing peace treaties with Israel. So when people offer peace, it seems to be the case that Israel follows through with it. The Palestinians don't seem to be willing to do that yet. But I mean, like historically, that's just the facts. I don't know, like we can debate like quotes or whatever, but it feels like
what
the
do you call it? But like, I mean, no, look, the West Bank, what do you call it? Yasser Arafat and the West Bank accepted peace. They recognize
didn't.
Israel. No, they recognize Israel. What do you mean? There was the Oslo Accord. They recognized Israel and they gave up their fight. There is no longer PLO fighting force.
They didn't
What's
give-
the PLO fighting for? What PLO fighting force is there?
Hold on. They didn't give up the fight because we literally had the second intifada after Camp David 7 years after the initiation of the Oslo
That
Accords.
wasn't PLO, man. That wasn't the PLO.
Okay, you can. First of all, that there were plenty of different Palestinian organizations that took part in the second Intifada. Secondly, I'm just saying that to say that the Palestinians had given up the fight was clearly not
No,
true.
the PLO. I'm talking about the PLO. One of the main resistance.
I'm not talking about the PLO. I'm talking about the Palestinians. The second Intifada was incredibly bloody. There was over 1,000 Israelis killed, and even more on the Palestinian side killed, and even more Palestinian collaborators killed by Palestinians or suspected collaborators. So the idea that they'd given up the fight in '93 because they signed the Oslo Accords was just not true.
No, but like the Yasser Arafat and the PLO did. Yasser Arafat recognized Israel. The PLO gave up its armed military wing, and then they said, okay, what do you call it? But nothing happened though. Like the West Bank, they keep putting more settlers in there, and we see what the West Bank is right now. But I'm just saying,
I understand, but I'm saying to say that Arafat gave up the fight doesn't even make sense. At this point in time, I don't even believe the Oslo Accords had anything to do with Arafat. At that point, it was Rabin, and I'm pretty sure I think it was Abbas was the one that negotiated that.
No. Look, that was Arafat, my guy. That was Arafat, and then what do you call it? And the guy Yitzhak Rabin got murdered for signing a peace deal by his own people for saying, "Oh, look, you're talking peace. Fuck you, man, die." And they got killed by his. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're not. You're forgetting the extremist Israeli part, so the Zionistic part that don't want to negotiate peace. They are making songs like Charbu Darbu about killing, which is #1 rap song actually in Israel, making Charbu Darbu while killing what do you call it, even Dua Lipa and Mia Khalifa just because they support Palestinians and say we're gonna put a bullet in your head. So I mean it's ridiculous. So the vitriol that comes from these people, the what do you call it, the extremist right wing of Zionism, you don't seem to criticize that. You seem to just criticize.
I literally did
Islamic...
criticize. I said I disagree with the settlements. I think the majority of those should be taken down.
No, you don't. You seem to believe that Israelis are democratic state and secular state.
Well, they are by definition, yes.
No. By definition, no. But in reality, it's an apartheid state with a virile and disgusting, what do you call it, extreme right wing, ethno-nationalistic, and somewhat theocratic state. Which is and you seen what do you call it, Itamar, Itamar Ben Gvir. He said if we sign a peace, if you're going to do a what do you call it, a peace deal or a ceasefire, fuck you, we're going to dissolve the government. That's what the right wing said. And what do you call it? There's also you heard as well. Even the guys that work for us. What's that guy Stuart something? He was the Barack Obama aide for the Middle East, a Jewish guy. Probably also a Zionist. Come out 4,000 Israeli children. Yeah, I mean 4,000 Palestinian children. Oh, we should kill more. And keep going back and attacking the kebab guy over and over again, saying racist stuff to him. You've seen that video, right?
No, I haven't seen that YouTube video. What do you think is what do you think is the path forward to peace? I guess between these two countries. What do you think is the way forward?
Well, one of the main ways forward is is to call out what do you call it, that Israel is not a democratic state. And to call them out on their racist Zionistic ways, because there's even a football club saying yes, we are racist and we like it and we know it. So you're talking about a very racist country that has nobody calls them out on it. Just people just calls out Hamas this, Hamas that, But and the Palestinians, that all right, fine, call them out if like like if they're saying racist thing, saying anti-Semitic things and etc. But nobody's calling out Israel on its discussing racist stuff, like they're talking about like wiping out these people, Amalek, calling them Amalek, which is like in the Torah, which is basically saying that you should kill every single. I mean, that's what the Torah says. Like God tells like the Israelites.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's like in terms of like negotiating like a real lasting peace or solution. What is the way forward? I don't think just saying Israel is racist is the way forward. What is like the solution?
No, but you should call them out.
We do. Nobody has problems calling out Israel when they act improperly.
No, I mean, like in the greater world, in the Western world, no. I mean.
Okay, well, here I'm curious. Let's try right now. Okay, so I think when the IDF or when Israel kills people when it's not justified, I think that's a really bad thing. I don't think that should ever happen. I think that the settlements in the West Bank are wrong. I condemn the settlements. I don't think those should have happened either, and those probably need to be pulled back quite a bit for any sort of negotiated peace. How do you feel about the October 7th attacks?
All right, now, okay, like, look, we're now going to go back to October 7th. All right, like I tell you, okay, I don't feel good about the October 7th attack. I think they were disgusting. I think they were deplorable. Okay, let's give it that. Given that though, like we're not going to go. Like I'm not. I don't also support the black propaganda trying to what they call it irredeemably demonize what they call the Palestinian people, so they can ethnically cleanse them by saying, oh, they were.
Do you see how easy it was for me to condemn like bad Israeli actions without giving any qualifiers? Let's try. Let me try this. Let me do what you just did, okay? So I condemn the Israeli settlements, but I can understand them wanting to expand more into the West Bank because of all the.
Do you condemn racist Zionism?
I don't condemn Zionism. No. Do I condemn racism?
No,
sure.
But like you command like you condemn the racist, what do you call it, the Zionistic views that the Israelis have about the Palestinians.
I don't condemn Zionism. No, I think that's dumb. I condemn racism. If people are racist, I think it's dumb.
But like but using Zionism as a what do you call it, as a tool.
I don't condemn Zionism. I condemn racism. If you want to talk about racism or particular actions, but I don't.
Okay, all right. Let's moving forward though. All right, drawing parallels with apartheid South Africa and the border wars, where 23 years and some months South Africa have been fighting Angola, Namibia, Mozambique, Zambia, I think another country as well, in Zimbabwe, in a counterinsurgency war to protect, this apartheid system. And where like people even from all the way from Cuba also came from, so to fight with the black people and etc. What do you think that But that all ended once apartheid is over and once what do you call it, South Africa conceded. Not when the war didn't stop when they killed all the MPLA, all the what do you call it, ANC, all the what do you call insurgent black people. That's not when the war stopped. That when peace happened in South Africa and the border wars in this region, because that was like a fucked up, like what they call part of history, where like in 23 years that apartheid state fought against what so-called terrorists, like we call them freedom fighters, who were trying to liberate their country from white minority rule. And
okay, hold on. I don't know where we're at right now. I'm asking very clearly. What do we need to do to advance peace in the region? What's like the steps forward?
No, but
peace?
Let me ask you though. Okay, so so I'm asking you though. So like in that scenario, in a real historically scenario, right? In South Africa, yeah, peace came when the apartheid, when the racist and the most military powerful as well, like of the two parts, like in the region, in the whole region actually, not just like not just South Africa, in Zambia, Namibia, Angola, all of it. Peace happened when South Africa gave up apartheid and when South Africa made peace with the people you call terrorists, not when they killed all the terrorists.
South Africa. So, are you comparing the ANC to Hamas?
No, I'm comparing South Africa to apartheid Israel. Actually, probably even worse than apartheid Israel, because even even people that lived in apartheid South Africa came to Israel, saw what was happening there, and said this is even worse than what we faced.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
That is true. That is what they say. Like that's not what I said. That's what they said.
Yeah, I got you. I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with that. What is the path forward to peace?
No, but I'm trying to tell you though. So like so the path forward to peace is when the apartheid state, is when you negotiate with the terrorists and.
Sure. So the apartheid state ending. What is the how does that end? Where's that going to come from? How are we going to get there?
Well, look, by same thing that will happen in South Africa, by embargoes, by telling them no more weapons, $3 billion.
But I mean, like, what is the solution? Is it a one-state solution, a two-state solution, a three-state solution? What is the?
whatever solution would happen after that, after we after we hold the Israelis responsible, like we did to the South African government. We hold them responsible. We tell them, hey, look, you're a racist country. You know, you are apartheidist. You know, what you're doing is disgusting.
We do that every year when the UN General Assembly passes another resolution.
No, but like the American government still keeps giving $3 billion and which is like the most powerful country, the empire, and keep giving $3 billion to Israel every year. Keeps telling they're our best friends in the Middle East, our best buddies, and so that is not happening. Like, I mean, hell, even Germany's trying kicking out people just for criticizing Israel. So. I mean, so that's what I'm trying to say. So it's the South African way is the way to end the South African way, and also what they call the Northern Irish way as well. Because when the Good Friday Agreement, when you negotiated with terrorists, they like what they call Bill Clinton negotiated with Jerry Adams and other IRA people, and so did Tony Blair as well. So you negotiate with terrorists, and that's how the peace comes. And when it's not by killing all the terrorists that peace comes. It happened in South Africa. It happened in Northern Ireland. It happened with the ETA in Spain.
I don't know all the comparisons that you're making because I just don't know the history. But I don't think the comparison to the ANC in South Africa is good though. Do you know how many civilians the ANC killed, like in all of their decades of operation?
And and South Africa didn't bomb its own population either, like they're doing right now in Palestine.
Okay,
So that's
the
what I'm trying to
ANC
say.
killed
It's
like
even worse.
70 people. It was like 70 civilians.
Well, exactly, and I'm pretty sure and even though the South African apartheid government tortured people and threw people out of helicopters.
Okay, I'm just
saying though, like even though they did that, people say right now that Israel is even worse than South African apartheid state. So that's what I'm trying to say. So one, you're saying, okay, Hamas is even worse than ANC, but I'm trying to say, Israel is even worse than apartheid South Africa.
Okay, I mean, I guess I disagree, but
okay, but I'm trying to tell you so it happened many times in history, even with Colombia as well. Four things in history. I mean, 4 places in history. Okay, so South Africa, ETA in Spain, FARC in Colombia, and Northern Ireland problem. All negotiate with terrorists. All say, okay, we can, call it appeasement, whatever. Like you have grievances. The people have grievances. The ethnic minority have grievances, and we should negotiate and see how we can do it with peace and bring on peace into this country. Not by killing terrorists and not by blowing shit up, not by more military force, not by the Iron Wall as Israel did. So that is the way the way forward to peace. Do you agree on that? Yes or no? Or do you think we should just more bombing?
No, I think that the way forward to peace is probably the Palestinians coming to the table with hopefully Iran and trying to renegotiate a 2-state solution that involves Hamas being completely removed from power and, some sort of mutual agreement or recognition between Israel and the Palestinian states. I also think the terrorist attacks from Palestine need to stop too.
What about the terrorist attacks of the settlers?
Yeah, those also need to be stopped, and those people need to be held accountable when they do crimes as well. Yeah.
Okay. And so basically, but you don't believe that Israel is the one to move forward and stop the apartheid, though?
Israel won't move forward. There's no reason for them to. Not while the Gaza Strip is pouring rockets on Israel on a daily basis.
Why? So you see, in history that it's when the when the apartheid state or when the majority government that is butchering the terrorists or the minorities. That's when they come and try to negotiate and see those people.
Can you give me an example in history where a majority government has tried to negotiate with a minority terrorist entity that exists within its state that's being supplied or supported by several other states in the region for decades?
Northern Ireland, South Africa.
So I don't know anything about Northern Ireland, so you can give me the history.
Gaddafi was supporting the IRA.
How many were there other countries that were supporting Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland that were constantly trying to invade and take over Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland?
Yeah, the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah.
And but who's invading and right now, as it is right now? I'm not talking about 1948 as it is right now. Okay. Nobody's trying to invade. Nobody has the guts or or the military power to invade.
Did anybody try? I was asking. So there is no comparison historically to Israel, right?
South Africa. Comparison. Okay, South Africa.
Okay, I'm sorry. So tell me, I don't know much about South Africa or African history. Was Mozambique sending troops to South Africa to invade and
Yeah,
take it over?
guerrillas. Yeah, guerrillas.
I
They
didn't
were
ask
sending
for
guerrillas.
guerrillas. I said whole countries, not 100 fighters, not 200 fighters, but like
Yeah,
whole
I mean,
country
okay,
militaries.
these are the military fighters of that country. So they would send whatever they can to fight that country. These are the military fighters of that country.
Okay, so there is no comparison in South Africa where all of the neighboring countries are trying to invade and destroy South Africa, was there?
All of it, all of Africa was against South Africa, for crying out loud. All of Africa, all of
Africa.
Egypt.
So Uganda's military was sailing south down the whatever the
No,
fuck
they
Nile.
couldn't do that. But I'm just saying, though, all of them, whatever they could do with money-wise, with propaganda-wise, they were all against South Africa.
I'm not talking money or it wasn't just money and propaganda that was against Israel. It was the armies of Egypt. It was the armies of Iraq and Lebanon and Syria and Jordan with support from...
there was no army of Lebanon that invaded Israel. They could, let's forget about that. Anyway, that's
but right now, right now it's Hezbollah. But it was the armies of Egypt. It was the armies of Jordan. It was the armies of Syria, and it was with support.
Terrorist organization either. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, not an army. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, like not an army.
Hold on. I'm saying historically, the countries of Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia all stood behind each other to invade and fight with Israel.
Saudi Arabia didn't invade either.
I didn't say invade. They also sent supplies and helps.
Same as well, like same in Africa as well. Same
okay,
in South
sorry.
Africa.
Okay, let's just do this one, and then you got me. Okay, if I can think of it. Okay, in Israel, the armies, the ground armies, and the air forces of Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, those countries attacked Israel. Okay, with support from other countries. In the case of South Africa, was Botswana, Namibia, I think, right? Zimbabwe, Mozambique. Were there armies marching south to South Africa to invade?
They didn't have armies, so like they didn't have armies to do that.
Okay, so it wasn't comparable then. Okay, that's great. That's all I want to know. Okay.
Either ways as well, like in the Israeli situation, it wasn't comfortable either because Israel was a modern military state at that time even. Compared to those whatever few weapons or whatever they had.
Sorry, few weapons. Egypt didn't have rifles. Jordan didn't have tanks. Syria didn't have planes.
They were far more technologically advanced than whatever backwards technology that the Egyptians or the Syrians have. It wasn't comparable.
Backwards technology. They were getting weapons and armor from the Soviets. You say they had backwards arms. In 48, Israel was fighting with supplies that they'd smuggled in from Czechoslovakia. Last time I checked, Czechoslovakia wasn't being armed by the United States, were they? So I mean, the idea that Israel, where's all the modern?
Forget about it. Look, the only reason Israel survived in those two wars, number one, is by the support of the West. And
no, they did. Wait. What support did Israel have from the West in 48?
What do you mean? I'm pretty sure they founded the states. Britain gave them the states, number one. And number two, I'm pretty sure
they didn't. Hold on, Jewish people bought that. Zionists bought that land. They purchased it with their money. Britain didn't give them anything. In fact, Britain tried to curb the immigration and they cut off all supplies.
No, in 1948, they approved it. Whether it was France, every one of them signed it. They were pro-Jewish. And whenever the Arabs attacked as well, they gave them weapons. And also. I'm pretty sure they threatened the Arab countries as well, to stand down, or else they would attack and they would help out Israel as well.
That is absolutely not true. If that was the case, then why were they able to invade and take so much land? Jordan invaded the West Bank, they conquered that. Egypt invaded Gaza Strip, they conquered that. Lebanon and Syria.
Yeah, 6 days war, 6 days war, everything ended in 6 days.
Why did it end in 6 days?
Because of political machinations and also because they were losing as well. Israel has superior firepower.
So Israel had super amazing firepower? I don't think Israel had super amazing firepower. I just think that the Arab armies were just not as good at conducting war.
Yeah, because Israel, because most of them are Europeans, and they had European training and etc. as well. There's a whole lot of
the Jordanian army literally had a British commander and leader before they engaged in the Arabization of the Jordan country, I think in the 50s. I mean, they had weapons and training and armament from the Soviet Union up through the 60s.
Why are you going back? Why are we going back though? So we're saying the move to peace, right? So the move to peace in the history have shown, I give you 4 examples, right?
Okay.
The best thing to do is to negotiate with the minorities, or whoever they be.
Okay.
And the best thing to do is to negotiate, like the Colombians did with the FARC, which is decades of warfare with the leftist with the leftist revolutionary movement, and now the FARC members are in parliament. So that's the way to do it. It's not by like demonizing and saying, oh, like, you know, these communists, these dogs, this, you know, that only brings to bloodshed. Like, so the best thing to do is to humanize your enemy, see what they want, and to make peace. And that's the best way to move forward, is to negotiation and not to give what they call weapons, like $3 billion and extra weapons to Israel, not to blow up, you know, their neighbors.
What would the negotiations look like between Israel and Hamas? When Hamas has said they want the destruction of Israel, how are they negotiating? What is Israel going to offer?
Forget, like, Hamas is a new thing anyway. Like, how many iterations of what they call Palestinian fighters have been? They've been Christian.
Hold on, wait. What do you mean Hamas is a new thing? They've been in the Gaza Strip since at least 2005 as the ruling party.
No, I'm like saying, no, but Palestinians have been fighting Israel since its creation. Like, you know, resistance has been going on, whether it was within Christian Palestinians with the PFLP, whether it's leftists and the communist leaders, like, you know, the PLO and etc. And whether even like, you know, Druze people have fought against Israel.
Sure. So tell me, what does Israel need to negotiate with? What do they need to offer?
They need to stop, number one, like their manifest destiny, theocratic, that, you know, this land is ours and God give it to us. It belongs to the Jews and fuck everybody else. You know, God gave it. Like, so that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, this is the kind of mentality they have. So it's like, say, God gave this land to us. So the manifest destiny, get the fuck out of our land. I mean, this only would lead to one thing, which is the extermination of the Palestinian people. So they need to like give up that it's not fantasy, but like that mythology of that manifest destiny of Israel is going to do. And
okay, I don't know about changing Israel's like core religious ideology for some of the Israeli citizens. Let's again concrete things. What do they need to offer?
Nowadays,
I don't believe they don't have a manifest destiny. It doesn't make any sense. I'm asking you, what do the Israelis need to offer the Palestinians, Hamas, to get them to come to the table?
They need to recognize them. They are human beings in the first place, and they're not evil incarnate, and that they can negotiate with them, and they have actual grievances of what happened. Not just the Hamas, just the Palestinian people in general. Because what happened in the West Bank is an atrocity as well. Not just I mean, what happened in Gaza is even more of an atrocity, but what happened in Gaza, I mean, West Bank is also an atrocity. So all the Palestinian people, they need to recognize them as human beings, and they need to give up what they call the manifest destiny, that this is just a Jewish land and God gave this land to them, and Amiyash Israel, and you know, the Koch party, etc.
Okay, I guess, yeah, that can be the start then. Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Are you in favor for Americans to go into fight and die for the sake of Zionism and Israel's security, like invade Iran or Lebanon to back Israel? Are you willing to die for that, or are you willing your son, when he grows up, to being drafted to fight and possibly die in the Middle East?
It depends on the war.
No, for Israel's sake. Like, you know, so like, let's say, for example, like Lebanon invades Israel, Syria invades Israel, right? And also Iran invades Israel, right? So, and then you say, okay, so like, if that is the case, America should supposed to send its troop to fight to protect
Israel. I think so, to defend Israel. If Iran is actually invading on the ground, yeah, sure, I think we can defend them.
All right, so you're okay, like, to fight and die for that?
My kid isn't in the military.
I mean, like, you get drafted. I mean, like that's a big war, man.
That's a big enough war for us to get drafted?
Iran, Lebanon, Syria, come on, man. Like, that's the whole Middle East, man. Like, I mean, that's at least the Shia Crescent.
No offense to those armies, but I'm pretty sure that's like 6 aircraft carriers and 2 weeks worth of work for the United States military. I don't think we're going to need to draft and send 200,000 troops.
Oh, come on, man. Iraq was even 6 weeks worth of work, let alone, like, you know, Iran and Syria and Lebanon together, man.
Iraq had one of like the largest standing armies, I'm pretty sure, like in the entirety of the Middle East. Did the United States draft for Iraq? Our last draft was in like 72.
But we didn't draft it, but like, it gave us a headache, and we didn't finish off the enemies.
You think Iraq gave us a headache? Not the deposition of Saddam Hussein.
Maybe not Saddam Hussein, but the Shia militias that came in there and that took over, and then ISIS that came over. Like, yeah, that gave us a headache.
Well, thankfully, we don't have to worry about that for Israel, because there's already a secular democracy in place that would stand there and maintain the country. So.
Stop saying that about the secular democracy, but that's what you see them. But yeah, okay. Even like in lieu of them invading, you're okay with us, like, you know, doing a preemptive strike and don't invade Lebanon just to stop and then kick out, like, and die fighting Israel, Hezbollah, to protect Israel.
A preemptive strike? I'm not sure. There would need to be a lot of justification for that.
Well, I mean, like they're shooting rockets at Israel right now.
Well, if they're shooting rockets at Israel, that doesn't really sound like a preemptive strike. That sounds like a reactive strike.
Oh yeah, whatever is doing right now. Well, right now they're shooting it. Like, so I think you think we should go in there in Lebanon and like fight Hezbollah.
My understanding is right now the United States foreign policy, we don't really deploy stuff to fight on behalf of Israel like that because it would anger probably a lot of people in the region. So generally, I wouldn't be in favor of deploying any U.S. military personnel down there unless something extreme was happening.
Okay, so are you okay with doing all this, knowing that like a lot of our military hardware is being stolen by Israel and given to the Chinese?
Yep.
You're okay with that, even like even though Israel is betraying us and giving all of a lot of military weapon, what do you call it? A lot of military technology we're giving them, and they're selling it in the back door to the Chinese.
Yeah, I like China.
You're okay with that?
Sure.
I
don't know how much military hardware is Israel selling to China. Do you have a number on this?
I mean, how the hell would I know that? Like, I mean, that's
well,
like
because you're the one that brought the claim up. I don't know. Did Israel sell one tank, or did they sell like $15 billion worth of arms to China?
No, they did. They sell military technology, so like rocket systems and etc. So this is like plans, like how the technology works.
Oh, hold on. So now they're selling military technology.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. I thought you made it sound like they were selling actual weapons and stuff. I don't know. I'd have to see like the. I'd have to see the. I'd have to see what's being sold. Is it legal? Is it illegal? I don't know what the agreements are there.
I mean, look, nobody knows like what is being sold. The spice stuff, man. But like they're selling this stuff. Like this, like you can read it in the military website actually, and they even spied on us like multiple times as well with what's that? I don't know, Jonathan Pollard. I don't know if you know that guy.
If Israel does shit like this, I probably wouldn't be okay with it. I think it's probably bad.
So, but you think we should still support them, don't give them $3 billion and even fight and die for them, even though
sure, Ukraine misfired a missile, and I'm pretty sure it landed in like Russian territory, and they initially blamed Russia because they thought it was them. They fucked up. I still think we should support Ukraine. Yeah,
but this is not a fuck up, man. This is like a betrayal, though. This is like betrayal. This is like we're giving them $3 billion.
Israel could betray us 7,000 times, and I would still support their right to exist in the Middle East over the Palestinian people. It's not even close.
Or like, so you don't support the Palestinian people to exist?
I don't support people that have historically been involved in plane hijackings and massacres in other countries, and and doing intifadas and having Islamic jihadist like fundamentalist parties. I don't support this type of stuff, and it seems like they've been a roadblock to the peace process.
Sabra and Shatila?
What?
What about Sabra and Shatila?
I think that was really bad.
Yeah, but like Israel did that, so you just say you don't support countries that do that kind of stuff. There's plenty of stuff like that. Israel has done plenty of stuff like that.
Plenty of stuff like that. I mean, I disagree with that particular thing. Obviously, I believe Dayan wasn't that when he was finally kicked out, and I know they had a commission on it. I mean, yeah, obviously, I disagree with that. I think it was horrible.
Yeah, and they even assassinated. Actually, I think it was probably the Israelis that assassinated the guy that went to UN the Lebanese guy. I think was Eli Hobeika. He was about to go to the UN.
Oh, Sharon, not Dayan. Sorry. Like when Israel does bad things, I say Israel has done bad things, and we shouldn't support bad things. That's not enough to completely pull our support.
But like you keep saying, okay, like so Palestinians do bad things, so we shouldn't support Palestinians. But you say like Israel does bad things, but we still supporting Israeli though. So
I think there is a future where you can negotiate with Israel and have it like perform in a reasonable manner to secure peace in the region. I don't believe that's the case with people like Hamas.
No, but like but once they betray you, though, I mean, at least you should like take away the weapons or like
well, sure, then you sanction them or you punish them in some way. But just because somebody betrays you once doesn't mean that you completely and totally pull out of everything. That doesn't make any sense.
That America hasn't done that, and you're not. You're still.
America hasn't done what? What do you mean? We spy on our allies. That was a big part of the Edward Snowden leak. The United States has betrayed allies and done unfortunate things to allies a whole bunch of times. What do you mean?
Yeah, and I don't think we're like what they call allies as well should like reprimand this for us as well. Like,
do you think the allies should all turn their backs on us completely because we've lied or we've done bad things to them?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, like, I think people make mistakes, and you should obviously punish them accordingly for it, but it doesn't mean you totally pull support from them.
Yeah, I think we have like two different definitions about what mistake is. I don't
think when I say mistake, I don't think they did it by accident. I mean, obviously they shouldn't do it. It was intentional. It was bad, but it was a mistake, and that they shouldn't be doing bad things to betray us. Obviously, so you punish them accordingly.
Yeah, but yeah. But that's what I'm trying to say, though. Like, you're not even saying like we should punish them accordingly, and not at least support them in a fight. You
don't want me to say punish them accordingly. You want to say pull all support so that the Islamist party can win. That's two different things.
Okay, and another thing as well. The Islamist party is a new thing. Before that, most of the Middle East was secular, and the Palestinian resistance was secular as well. One of the first, actually, like what they call suicide bombers against Israel, was a female Christian woman. Not, I don't think it was a first female, but first, not first suicide bomber, but first female suicide bomber was a Christian woman from Syria.
If historically the whole region was secular, why do they care so much about East Jerusalem?
It's not because it was like what do you call it? Because these were foreign invaders. These are not
Stop.
because.
I'm asking you specifically, why do they care specifically about the territory of East Jerusalem? What's special about that to just nationalist people with no religious ties whatsoever to anything?
Do you think Jamal Abdel Nasser or what do you call it? What's Bashar al-Assad's father? Fuck, I forgot his name. Well, whatever. Bashar al-Assad's father. Do you think those two people really give a fuck about like East Jerusalem or even what they call George Habash of the PFLP? Nobody, like those people didn't care that much. They cared about Jerusalem, of course, because they liked it, like you know, it has what do you call it? A historical meaning for
historical?
people. But, yeah, historical, not just what do you call Islamic.
Really?
Not just Islamic. Yeah. Okay. For example, PFLP is Christian. George Habash and Wadi Haddad are both Christian. All right. So what does what do you call Al-Aqsa mean to those two Christian guys?
Well, I don't know what it means to them, but if the organization is largely functioning as a Muslim majority organization, and if Al-Aqsa is considered literally the third holiest site for Muslims across the world, and if East Jerusalem has been a pain point in every single negotiation that has ever happened between the Palestinians and Israel, it's probably because it's more than just like a cultural site, probably because it has some religious significance to them as well.
No. Look, like German, like what do you call it? German leftist revolution, like the RAF fought against Israel in that time.
I don't care I don't care about minority parties or smaller entities that fought against Israel. I'm saying that there is obviously a religious or a socio-religious tie to East Jerusalem. That's pretty odd. I've never heard somebody deny this before. I can't even believe you would. It's literally the third holiest site in Islam. It is literally Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's literally where Muhammad flew to heaven. It's pretty easy to just say, like, obviously it's got some religious significance, right? It's one of the reasons why Hamas calls for global jihad against Jews in Israel to take back the land.
Hamas? Why do you go like you say Hamas? Okay, like what I kept talking about PFLP, PLO, and the other groups that fought, like I don't know, Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party. All those other people that fought against Israel, and even what they call Jabal Abdel Nasser and etc. They didn't see that as a religious what they call opportunity. They were Baathists and etc. Baathists are not religious, what they call Islamic religious. These people that were Arab nationalistic, and most of them were like as well secularists.
When you say Baathists were not religious, my understanding is that, like, for instance, in Iraq, the Ba'athist Party was a secular party, but they were basically explicitly Sunni for the entirety of that organization. Is that not true? In Iraq, was not the Ba'athist Party that was a secular party essentially Sunni in nature? Wasn't that part of the big disagreements that the Saddam Hussein's government had with a lot of the Shia majority that existed in that country?
No. I don't know about Iraq specifically, but that's not true everywhere, though.
Okay.
That's not true everywhere, but like Ba'athist is Arab national. Jamal Abdel Nasser was not what he called. He imprisoned a lot of Muslim Brotherhood members. So I mean, like, so basically,
because they tried to kill him, right?
Oh yeah, and like because they wanted an Islamic State.
Because they tried to kill him.
And because they wanted an Islamic State.
Pretty sure it was the trying to kill him that probably triggered him more than the wanting an Islamic State.
Well, I'm pretty. So you're saying, and it's what they call Christians are what they call it, even though PFLP, like what they call is led by two Christian men, that they are like somewhat what they call undercover Muslims, or Syrian like Nationalist Socialist Party.
The PFLP was never a majority member of the entirety of the PLO or the Palestinian resistance against Israel. So I don't really care. The founding members of the PFLP were a couple of Christian men. It doesn't really change anything that's going on.
No, but like.
It's an obvious diversion. Like the majority of Muslims, I don't even know why you would argue this point. Obviously, the majority of Muslims care about Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's a site of religious significance.
Because I would argue this point because the Palestinian fight is not an Islamic fight. It's not even a Muslim fight or even an Arabic fight. It's a humanistic fight because of what it calls. Because we don't do that kind of shit anymore. We don't do colonization anymore. We don't what it called displace people anymore. We don't what it called abuse or what it called native people like that anymore. And that is the reason, and that is why also like the Red Japanese Army or like Red Army faction etc. fought with the Palestinians in the 1960s and the 70s.
Fought with the Palestinians. I'm pretty sure they weren't like 3 of them were involved in one airport bombing. I don't think that the Japanese Red Army was sending a significant amount of troops to help Palestine.
No, but they were supporting them. They were like of course like because like come on, these are terrorist organizations and like what do you call? They didn't have that kind of firepower. But anyway, they were in solidarity with the Palestinian, what do you call it? And also what happened in the, what do you call it, hostage situation in Entebbe, that was a lot of the Germans. So that was pretty significant.
Okay. I don't know what part of this is supposed to convince me of anything. What are you trying to get me to change my mind on right now?
That, what do you call it? Okay, so I'm trying, like, this is like the black propaganda that, what do you call it? The Palestinians hate the Israelis, not because of what they did to them, not because of what they call it, of that foreign, colonizers and etc., but because they're Muslims, and as Muslims, like a Muslim is a bad religion, and Muslims are violent people. They read the Quran, and the Quran said this, and the Quran said that. Even though there are plenty of Christians, plenty of secularists, plenty of Christians that died fighting plenty of Druze as well that fought that died fighting the Israelis, and etc. So that is also the false narrative that even Christians fought against Israel.
It is not a false narrative. You can point out that a few Christians, you can point out that people in Lebanon were involved in civil wars, or that people in Lebanon were fought. Like, Druze also fight alongside Jewish people as well, and live alongside Jewish people as well. Like, I don't know what the point of any of this is. The reality is that right now, Islamic extremism seems to be pushing forth a lot of violence on the Palestinian side, whether we're talking about the Houthis, Hezbollah, or Hamas. Seems to be a big part of who supports the Palestinians right now. So, of course, I think reasonably so, people are scared of those people.
But even if they were not Muslims, though, if you treat people like dogs and like the inhumane ways you would treat like the Palestinians, they would rebel.
They would maybe, but they wouldn't. I mean, it's still like to say that there's no part of it is Islamic extremism doesn't make any sense. Like when people blow themselves up as suicide bombers, they don't scream Allahu secular, right? Like I mean, obviously there's a religious element to it, right?
All right, so you're ignoring all what I said. Like I said, the first female bomber was a 16-year-old.
Why would I care about the very first female bomber?
But I mean, they're saying she was Christian.
What about the majority of the suicide bombers?
Yeah, what about the majority of them are Christian? But like, the
majority of the suicide bombers that were involved in like the first and second Intifada were Christians?
No, but I'm trying to say that's a resistance, move though. For example, in the Tamil Tigers also use suicide bombing. These are nowhere near like the Middle East, man. The Tamil Tigers are, I don't even know what they are, but like I think they're Hindu. Yeah, I think they're Hindu. Yeah, the Tamil Tigers are Hindu, but they fought against the the Sinhalese government with suicide bombings. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, though. Like, these kind of things happen in certain places, not because certain body is Muslim, certain body is violent, or certain body is like that. No, has been seen with terrorist organizations across the world, why certain terrorist organizations do what they do.
If we were to take an account of all the suicide bombers in the world, what percentage do you think would be Muslim, if you had to guess?
Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. Okay, so it's like...
If we had to take an account of all the suicide bombers in the world, what percentage do you think would be Muslim?
Yeah, because there's a lot of there's a lot of wars in the Islamic countries right now. What is your point, though?
Well, I was asking, what do you think the percentage would be?
I don't know. Like I can't say a percentage because I can't.
I think it'd be more or less than 20%.
More? Why not? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, probably more or less than 50%. Probably more.
I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. Are you pointing out that the first suicide bomber was Christian? I don't even know if that's true. The first suicide bomber was Christian.
Yes, like female Christian suicide bomber against the Israelis. Female Christian suicide bomber against the Israelis was a Christian woman. So my point is, though, this has been seen in resistance movements across the world. Like, it's not just an Islamic thing. Like when you're all out of hope, when you're backed into the corner, yeah, when you're denied your humanity, and people are trying to crush your spirit, your identity, and etc. This is the extreme measures you take. So yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say.
Maybe do you think if they stopped like suicide bombing and sending so many rockets into Israel, maybe stuff would change?
West Bank, nobody's sending that kind of stuff. So has things have changed in West Bank?
Well, what do you think is better right now, the West Bank or the Gaza Strip? Which one is currently blockaded or embargoed by Israel and doesn't allow supplies in and out of the country? Which one is harder to travel in
would you rather die a slow, suffocating death, or would you rather die as a man on your feet?
I don't think there's much dying as a man when you go in and you kill a bunch of civilians. So I'm asking again, which place is doing better, the Gaza Strip or the West Bank?
How many people have the Israelis have killed? I mean, saying though. But anyway, all right, we're not going to go to that. But anyway,
So who's doing better right now, the Gaza Strip or the West Bank?
The Gaza Strip is doing better.
Okay, well, I guess they should just keep fighting them. People like you and encouraging them to do it, and then I guess the West Bank can turn into the Gaza Strip, and they'll just
I
all
rather
do
they
great.
like I rather like what do you call it? I rather they die like what do you call it fighting than like what do you call it, then can be slowly erased like the Native Americans that happened in
That's
in,
fine.
in
Then
America.
they can keep dying, and they can leave more
Yeah,
fatherless
exactly.
children, and they can leave more wives widowed for the fifth or sixth time. Is that like a pastime in
So
the
is
Gaza
it better
Strip? Is
for them to
marrying
get
your
slowly-
seventh husband that hasn't died to
is it
jihad?
better-
I mean,
is it better to get erased like the what do you call it, like the Native Americans in this country though, like in America? Is it better to get them in, like to the Native Americans? Is that okay to get erased, slowly erased like the Native Americans, or slowly get erased like the Aborigines and like I think they're like 1% of the population right now in Australia? Is that okay?
I don't know if I would compare invasions and colonialization from 400 years ago to today.
No, but they're doing it though. I mean, just saying though, they're still doing it though. That's why like everybody's
who's
shocked.
erasing the Palestinian population? Like the Palestinian population has grown by how much? Like it continues to grow. Is the population of Jewish people in the world is even above what it was before World War II yet?
How am I supposed to know?
Okay, the Israeli population, the Jewish population, hasn't even recovered since the Holocaust, and the Palestinian population continues to grow. So the idea that they're being slowly erased.
I don't think that is true. I don't think that they haven't recovered since the Holocaust, man.
Okay.
But anyway, point being said, just because they're not what do you call it, the Palestinians are putting up a resistance and they're fighting, and they're not what do you call it, slowly being like what do you call it, they're not like what do you call it, letting the Israelis just totally erase them, and they're putting up a good fight. That doesn't mean that the Israelis are not trying. Because
if the Israelis were trying, then Palestinians would be deleted. Like it's pretty.
No, they wouldn't. Like I mean, look, for example, they first of all, they can't what they call drop a nuclear bomb on their own.
They don't need to drop a nuclear bomb. They could just do like indiscriminate bombing, just blow them all up. It's super easy.
That's what they're doing right now.
No, they're not. If they were doing it right now, there'd be 500,000 dead instead of 20,000 dead.
I don't know what you call that, what they're doing right now, but it sure looks indiscriminate to me, because every ambulance trunk, everything is terrorist right now, because like they even killed their own people. Actually, what do you call? Didn't you hear this? Like recently, like they killed 3 Israeli hostages.
Oh yeah. What do you think? What do you think was more densely populated? Do you think Dresden or the Gaza Strip was more densely populated?
Are Palestinians Nazis that we compare them to what do you call it, to Dresden? What's the point of view?
Do you think everybody in Dresden was a Nazi?
No, but like what do you call it?
What was more densely populated, Tokyo or the
guy.
Gaza Strip? Because these were indiscriminate bombings, and these are where you saw tens of thousands or 50,000 plus people killed in 1 to 2 days. So when you ask me, and these were with inferior weapons than what we have today or what Israel's access to today. So when you say they're indiscriminately bombing them, and I compare it to any other actual indiscriminate bombing in the past, which I believe Dresden, I believe the firebombing of Tokyo, I believe some of these larger air bombing campaigns were indiscriminate bombing. That's literally what they were. They flew over cities, they dropped a fuck ton of bombs, and they killed tens and tens of thousands of people in far less densely populated areas. It seems weird to say that there is an indiscriminate bombing happening right now in the Gaza Strip. That's what it seems to me. That's what I would assume.
Well, I don't know. We have to check that out. We have to check how much people died in Dresden in a month. How many people died in Tokyo fires? But at the end of the day,
wait. What was your question? How many people died in Dresden in a month?
Yeah.
It wasn't 1 month. The Dresden bombings were 1 to 2 days, and the death toll for that was almost 25,000 in 2 days.
Well, I mean, what do you call it? Maybe they're dropping more bombs. Okay, I don't know what do you call the logistics of, but either way, so you cannot compare Dresden and Tokyo, which are fighting the imperial Japan and Nazi Germany, which 2 world military powers.
I never said I understand the world military. I'm just pushing back your claim that there was indiscriminate bombing. Indiscriminate bombing doesn't seem to match very well. When you talk about the firebombing of Tokyo, over the totality of all the Tokyo bombings, it was like 130,000 people were killed. I think more than both atomic bombs combined.
It's still fucked up. What are you talking about? It's still fucked up. In modern days, for example, those are not what do you call it? They're not fighting Nazi Germany, or they're not fighting what do you call it, Imperial Tokyo. Exactly, but so to do that to people that they have what do you call it, or stranglehold it for about 70 something years, it is fucked up. To do that to people, you've been strangleholding, you have starved, you have humiliated for all those years, to do that to them again and then say, comparing them to Nazis and etc.
I'm not comparing anybody to Nazis. I was just pushing back on the claim that there was indiscriminate bombing.
Not you, but I just said though, that's what Israel does. They compare them to Nazi, they're comparing them to ISIS, they're comparing them to Amalek, which is all the evils you can think about.
Okay. What else?
Okay, so do you believe that Hamas and the Palestinians are the new Nazis, as many Israelis or even U.S. Congressmen by mass called the Palestinians Arab Nazis, and the hilarious music video, the hilarious Isaac Herzog president produced an Arabic copy of mine.
I don't think the current Palestinians or Sunni extremism or Islamism has anything to do with Nazism. No, I think that's dumb.
Okay. Okay, so this is a good one. With the recent massive censoring and cancellation of many Palestinian supporters we have seen with Susan Sarandon being let go by her agency that represented her, we have seen Harvard students being doxxed as companies coming out and saying they would lose their internship and would never be hired by the companies because they support Palestine, because hence they are anti-Semitic and want to genocide the Jews. We have even the defense minister of Israel chiming in and lecturing universities and telling them that chanting from the river to the sea is not a free speech and is a hate speech and should be treated as such. And in Germany, which is the most extreme case, we have seen the government coming out and saying that criticizing Israel can risk you getting deported out of the country. And in Congress, they have put a law that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Do you agree with all these harsh methods, yes or no? And do you believe that people have the right to criticize Israel and Zionism without being called anti-Semites, lose their jobs, get deported out of the country, and etc.?
In what, the United States?
Any country.
Well, I can't speak for any country because I don't know every country's laws.
We live in a Western democracy. Like, come on,
it doesn't matter. You've got dramatically different freedom of speech laws depending on where you are. In the United States, I don't think you should ever be in trouble for that.
Destiny. I'm not asking you about the laws. I'm talking what is right and wrong. It's
what
not
is
about
right and wrong is going to be in accordance with the particular laws you have. I think everybody should be able to eat pork and beef, but I wouldn't go to Saudi Arabia or India and tell you what you should be allowed to eat. I mean, I can only speak for laws in the United States. I think generally speaking, you should be allowed to criticize other countries. That's a pretty important freedom to me. I think you should be allowed to criticize Israel. I also think you should be allowed to call people the N-word or go out and make the Nazi salute if you want as well. But in a lot of Europe, those things are illegal too. So I don't know. When you ask me as an American, I give you the perspective on my laws. But when you talk about like laws and the right to criticize certain countries, I mean, I don't know what the laws in a lot of European countries are like or why they're structured the way they are. I can only tell you from the perspective of an American what I think our laws should be.
Anglo-Saxon countries. Okay, so
I'm going to be totally honest. I don't even know what Anglo-Saxon means other than like British. I don't know what.
Well, like the descendants of the Anglo-Saxon, which is America, Canada, UK. And Scotland and Australia.
I can't speak. For instance, I don't agree with the UK's. I think that their slander and defamation laws are insane. I also think that the hate speech laws that exist in the United Kingdom are insane. But that's their country. If they want to run that the way that they want to run that, that's up to them. I'm not here to speak for. I'm not here to complain about British freedom of speech laws. It's just not in my place to do so. I'm an American.
Like we're talking about like what Israel and Palestine, which is it's totally different from any Western countries. But we're talking about that what is right and wrong. So it's not about the laws. It's about like if slavery is happening somewhere across the world, I don't even know where it is. Like we would call it is wrong. As child trafficking is happening like across the world, I don't care what the law said. I would say it is wrong. So,
I think child trafficking and slavery are things that I think should obviously be wrong in every country. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So can we speak about as Westerners who that live in the Western world, and can we talk about as a Western collective of freedom of speech in the Western countries, if it is okay to criticize Israel, yes or no?
I generally think it should be. I just don't know the freedom of speech laws. Like I don't even know what people are getting in trouble for in other countries.
Okay, let's go to America. Okay, if you don't want to go to other countries, America.
Well, here, how about this? Give me an example of somebody who's gotten punished for just being critical of Israel in a European country.
Well, I can give you specific example, but like in Germany, in the new law, I don't know, I think it's the president or something. I don't know the hierarchies of their Bund, as they call it, as their parliament. But I think it's their president. He came out and said, or prime minister, he came out and said, look, if you're criticizing Israel, you can nobody.
Okay, so you're telling me if I go look up right now in Germany, you're telling me that there is a law that says you can't criticize Israel in Germany?
No, they're not. It's not like what they call it. It is basically what it is, but they're what they call it. That's not how they put it, but they're basically saying that though, because what they've said is anti-Semitism has no place over here.
Saying anti-Semitism has no place over here is not the same as making a law saying it's illegal to criticize Israel.
No, but they're making new laws though. That if you're going to
what new laws?
If you're getting naturalization, like for example, you're an immigrant, you're going to Germany, naturalization, they're going to ask you, what do you think about the state of Israel, huh? And and then do you think it has the right to exist? And you have to write I don't even know what the question is, but they're going to ask you about Israel and what do you think about Israel? And if you make those answers wrong, I don't know, it's up to them. And they think you're anti-Semitic, get the fuck out. So I think
so
that's
wait,
pretty fucking
anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism or anti-Israeli?
I mean, like right now it's all intertwined. I don't know what.
Well,
they
there's two
even
different
mean,
things here. Like I can understand a country being opposed to anti-Semitism, but that's different than anti-Israeli.
But that's the problem nowadays, though, because if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semite.
But you said that they were blocking anti-Semitism, or what was it?
Look, people are making protests against Israel. They block that. About what they're doing in Gaza.
Okay, who's blocking? Okay, who's blocking protests right now?
Well, France tried to do it, didn't work out, and Germany did it. I think it worked out. They're arresting people, and what do you call it? I think also kicking people out, deporting certain people if they're doing protests against Israel and speaking out against Israel.
Okay.
Or like saying, like, like for example, like what is going on in X or Twitter, like it's like free Palestine. From I don't think it's free Palestine. I think probably that even also considered anti-Semitic. But from the river to the sea is anti-Semitic. Decolonization is anti-Semitic. I don't know how that happened, but that's anti-Semitic as well. So if you reuse those words, get the fuck out of X. So like that's what I'm saying. That's how things have gone crazy. So so I can't even say what it is because because you can say certain things you don't think is anti-Semitic and say, hey, I don't think Itamar Ben Gvir is a Zionist extremist. Oh, anti-Semitism, get the fuck out of here.
You think if you call Ben Gvir an extremist, you think you'll get kicked out of a country?
I'm just giving you an example. I'm talking in Germany. They might say, look,
in Germany, if you criticize Ben Gvir and call him an extremist, do you think you'd get kicked out of Germany?
Who knows? I mean, they're so vague right now.
You know, you just said it. You gave it as an
example. I don't know.
Like
the law is so vague. That's what I'm saying. Like, so anything can be conflated as anti-Semitism nowadays. Like in the U.S. Congress, they say if you criticize Zionism, it's anti-Semitism. Okay. That's put into law right now, in U.S. Congress. That that if you're like anti-Zionism, is anti-Semitism. But there's like plenty of Jews who are not Zionists. But they say they put that in the law. They say anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism. Do you believe in that? That anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism?
Not necessarily, but I mean they can cross over really easily.
Sure thing. I don't think they should though. But do you think the students right now should be lose their jobs in the universities in Harvard and etc. We've seen all that.
For the people that were supporting the October 7th attacks.
Oh boy, they didn't say they were supporting October 7th attack, but moving on from that one, what about the ones that are protesting right now and saying free Palestine from the river to the sea, and what else they're saying? Decolonization or intifada.
You would have to. I don't. You're speaking like such general statements. I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm not sure what we're. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of people from Harvard schools and etc. are losing their jobs, losing internships.
Okay.
Because they support Palestine,
was it because of supporting Palestine, or was it because they wrote a newsletter where they were supporting the October 7th attacks?
Oh, I mean, they're all lumped in together, man. Like that's what I'm saying.
Are you sure they're all lumped in together? Or are you sure they weren't explicitly supporting the October 7th? Okay, I'm pretty sure they were supporting.
They're all lumped in together. They're all lumped in together. They're not making any differences about or even people that are in Canada or other news channels. They lost their jobs because they were supporting Palestine. They didn't say anything anti-Semitic. They were criticizing.
Who lost their job just for supporting Palestine? Give me one case. Let's go over it. We can read it right now.
Susan Sarandon. Not lost her job, but lost her agency.
Okay. Susan Sarandon. Is this a student at Harvard?
No, come on. Susan Sarandon is an actress, man. Come on.
Oh, this is an actress. And what happened to her?
She got let go by her agency.
She was let go by her agency. What did she say? What was her statements?
I don't know. She went to she went to a pro-Palestinian rally and did a speech, and then there wasn't anything anti-Semitic that I can discern, but but she supported Palestine. She said what they're doing is wrong, and and genocide and etc.
I'll go find. We'll see what she said. On Thursday, it seems like she shared a video on X/Twitter in which a Norwegian doctor talked about Israel's alleged systematic man-made slaughtering of patients at Al-Shifa. The Gaza Strip's largest hospital. The doctor also described an unprecedented attack on a civilian society occupied by one of the most brutal and ruthless armies in the world. A clear reference to the Jewish state and the IDF. The physician who worked in Al-Shifa also accused Israel of racism. See, the also previously showed on X information about how to boycott brands that have ties to Israel. Posted the accusations that Israel lied about 40 beheaded babies to justify a genocide. And reposted a video of the chairman of the Jewish Network for Palestine saying it's not Jews versus Muslims, it's the oppressors versus the oppressed. And it started in 1948 when Israel was founded on violence and theft. Sarandon's posts against Israel during its war against Hamas, such as accusing the Jewish state of apartheid and committing a Gaza Holocaust, go as far back as October 8th, just one day after Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 people. She didn't condemn the Hamas atrocities and instead posted a message on X that called Gaza an open-air prison and shared the hashtag Gaza genocide. Okay, so
yeah, none of it, like, I don't think it's anti-Semitic. No, like, I mean, anti-Semitic.
I don't know if I would say it's anti-Semitic or not. It's heavily anti-Israel for sure. It's
Okay,
a
so
little. It's definitely
anti-Israel
partisan.
is okay.
Sure.
Anti-Israel is okay. Yeah, like
Okay. Yeah, wait, hold on. I don't disagree with you. Anti-Israel is fine. Sure.
Yeah.
However, nothing legal happened to her. Apparently, her agency dropped her.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say though, like, a lot of people are losing their job. What do you call it? Like, even being docs and etc. Like, especially students, and being told they won't be got hired and etc. For supporting for supporting Palestine. And even Dua Lipa, like I told you, Charbu Harbu, they were telling her like they're going to put a bullet in her head. Mia Khalifa, they're going to put a bullet in her head. I mean, just because
we're
of
mixing out a whole bunch of different things right now.
I know, but no, just these are people. I'm just saying that what people that are
apparently
supporting
Susan Sarandon also said Jews are getting a taste of what it feels like to be a Muslim in this country. She was saying that American Jews have it coming, that we don't deserve to live free from harassment and assault. No, sorry, that was an added thing. So it was the Jews are getting a taste of what it feels like to be a Muslim in this country, who are so often, what was this? So often subjected to violence. Oh, after October 7th. Yeah, I think if an agency wants to drop her for this, I mean, it seems like, yeah, I don't know if I necessarily disagree with them doing this. I think that right after October 7th terrorist attack, I think I'd probably be pretty wary of working with people that are making what seem to be like pro-Hamas statements, but it's not like her statements were just random like pro-Palestinian statements. It's not like her statements were just random like anti-Israeli statements. Like, it seems like these are pretty pointed statements, and there's no law or anything tossing these people out. It just seems like an agency decided to stop working with her because her statements kind of sound like she's supporting Hamas, which I think is fair.
I know, but right now there's a law though in Congress saying that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and there are laws in Germany as well that like what they call that, like, you know, if you're trying to get naturalization or trying to live there, they're going to ask you, hey, what do you think about Israel? Huh? Do you think Israel is a cool country, bro?
Sure.
You know,
I don't know about those German laws. If those German laws, I'd probably oppose that. But I don't know what Germany's immigration system looks like. But I mean, I would, yeah.
Yeah, but don't you think that is what they call excessive, like, you know, to people? And do you think people should criticize Israel if they feel like it and if they are doing wrong?
If you want to criticize a country, I think you should always be able to criticize a country, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So we agree on that. Are you yourself afraid to criticize Zionism?
No.
Okay. Do you believe Zionism is perfect and there's nothing to criticize about it, or you don't want to criticize Zionism?
I literally earlier in this conversation told you that I disagree with the settlements, which are heavily driven by the most extremist type of like Jewish rhetoric, like Zionist and religious rhetoric. So I mean, seems like a criticism of Zionism to me, no?
Okay. Anyway, all right. We'll take that. Okay, and what to say? Yeah. So, do you think that United States is a good, what do you call it, is a good agent for peace in the Middle East, even though it supports, because it's biased towards Israel?
Yeah.
You think? How so?
The United States was involved in brokering talks between Israel and Egypt. I think it was a big part of why that first bilateral treaty was signed, which was probably what led the road for a lot of other peace between Israel and other countries bilaterally. The United States works closely with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia tries to pursue peace with Israel, and the United States was involved in the Abraham Accords, where they also tried to pursue peace in other Middle Eastern countries with Israel. And the United States, was Clinton with the Oslo Accords and the Clinton parameters in the Taba Summit, like also tried to pursue peace in the Middle East with Israel. So yeah.
But how can you say that though? Because Israel is the number one. What do you call it? America is the number one arms dealer to Israel. So how come you're the arms dealer? Should be like the peace, the harbinger of peace.
I don't know. We're probably the number one contributor to the fucking Egyptian military as well. No, probably.
Yeah, exactly. So how can you be like the harbinger of peace if you're also bombing places in the Middle East? And so don't you think one of the crux of this problem as well is the United States, and that we need a new
because probably
peace
without
builder.
Israel having an army or military to defend itself, you would just have people like Hamas or Hezbollah marching in and murdering Jewish people.
No, I'm talking about a new a new negotiator for peace. Like
What
what
would
is
the
that
new
to the
negotiator be? I don't think selling weapons or anybody has anything to do with negotiations for peace.
No, because for example, just for example, let's say I'm Israel, and I'm getting money from I'm getting guns and money, from America, and you're Palestinian. So so how do you feel if I shot you with the guns that America has given to me, and then he's coming there and broken a peace deal?
I don't know. I mean, they were shooting with guns given to them by the Soviets. I don't understand what the point of this is. They're shooting with military arms shipped in from Turkey and bought with cash from Qatar, and then trained by militants from the IRGC in Iran. I'm like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, so
everybody has interest in this region. Like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, no. So that's exactly. So somebody that is outside of the region should be an outsider, that has no interest and no biases.
Who has absolutely no interest or no bias in the Middle East?
Spain, maybe. Who knows?
I'm thinking probably not. Considering you think countries that are going to be part of NATO aren't going to be seen as being like puppets of the United States?
Okay, China. Why not China?
I thought you just said Israel was selling military secrets to China. Do you think anybody would want China to be negotiating these things?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's countries out there, but it's better in the United States at least because that's the number one arms dealer. And that's the problem with the modern world nowadays, because all the negotiations are done by the powerful countries, by the people that have the military powers and etc.
The negotiations are done by the powerful countries because nobody cares if the Ivory Coast is sanctioning peace between Israel and Palestine, right? It has to be a powerful country to ensure that the negotiations are backed by something, right?
Yeah, but for example, Bill Clinton ushered in peace with the Good Friday deals.
Oh,
no, I'm talking the Northern Ireland problem.
Okay.
The Good Friday deals between Ireland and UK, between the Northern Ireland, IRA, and UK, because they didn't have vested interest. They were selling weapons and etc. But at this point, though, after them bombing the Middle East, several countries as well, and being pro-Zion, having several pro-Zionist people that work for them, we've seen Stewart guy. Harassing a kebab guy in New York City, calling him he's raping his kids and etc. And tell him 4,000 kids is not enough. I think we need a new negotiator there. I mean, because I don't care if it's another Western country, but I think America being the sole negotiator of everything, whether it's war and peace, has been not just Israel, actually, not just Israel and Palestine, but for a lot of things has been fucked up because you can't have the guy that's selling the biggest arms dealer and the biggest murderer as well being the peace negotiator. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Well, if you can find someone else you think is better to negotiate it, then let me know.
I mean, sure we can find. All right. Before we go, how do you see yourself as a do you see yourself as a progressive or liberal? Because I never get your politics.
Probably progressive / liberal, somewhere in between there, somewhere around there.
All right, but because I don't know, man. Because you seemed a lot of the times somebody like Douglas Murray or what's that, Milo Yiannopoulos and etc. Have alternative the bedroom lifestyles, but but politically are basically Western chauvinist, that kind of stuff.
It's a really weird way of putting my politics. I don't know what you mean by saying I have pro-Western foreign policy. I mean, probably largely. I mean, there's going to be things that I think America does well with foreign policy, like interventions in Bosnia. There's going to be things I think we do poorly with foreign policy, like the occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan. There's going to be things that we support that I probably agree with, like Israel and Ukraine. There's probably going to be things that we support that I disagree with, like our actions in the 60s and 70s in South America, or intervention in Vietnam. I mean, I don't know. It depends on I mean,
But do you think like
I'm gonna have like a per conflict view. I'm not just gonna have like a blanket like America good or America bad when it comes to criticizing or supporting American foreign policy.
All right, because like a lot of things I saw, like because I don't know, you seem very comfortable with like Nick Fuentes and what's that other guy? What's that neo-Nazi leader?
Richard Spencer.
Richard Spencer.
You're talking about people that I've debated dozens of times on my stream before.
I don't know. It didn't seem like you're debating with Richard Spencer. It looks like you're very like comfortable with him. Like you're agreeing a lot of stuff about like what they call it, American supremacy and etc.
I mean, I would agree that America is a good country. I mean, there's probably things in the fucking what do you call it? The My Struggle, Mein Kampf. I'm sure I could probably read some things in there, but agree with it. Doesn't make me a Nazi. Are you saying you wouldn't agree with a far right person on any topic at all?
No, I would agree with him on certain topics.
Can you give me an example of something that Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes said that I agree with that makes it seem like my views are similar to that of a Nazi?
Did not say like did I say you're a Nazi?
No, but you made it sound like I was comfortable with their views. I'm very curious what views
No,
they
I said
espouse
you're
that I agree
comfortable
with.
with them. No, I look no because I think they're Western supremacists as well, but like maybe like far right Western supremacists.
Western
like,
supremacy. I think the West is really cool. I think in some cases better than some of the other countries. Yeah, of course. But I'm also from the West. I'm sure if I go to talk to anybody from like an Arab or Muslim theocratic country, they're going to tell me that their theocracies and their Sharia law is superior to the degeneracy of the West. I'm sure they'll probably feel that way too. It's not surprising at all that somebody from a particular region of the world would think their particular region of the world has better values than other regions of the world. Is that surprising?
No, but like what my problem with you is like you say you're progressive and etc. But like when you meet like people that are like very like far right or etc. You're like you're basically having like I don't know playful like a playful date with them.
Yeah, my politics can be quite different from another person, but it doesn't mean I have to be screaming at them the entire time. I've disagreed with basically every single thing you've said here. I think our conversation's been fairly friendly, even if we've been adversarial. But I don't see what that has to do with anything.
But do you believe like in any leftist revolutionary that like do you have idolized any leftist revolutionary?
Absolutely not. I'm not a leftist. I'm a liberal. I'm a capitalist. I'm not a socialist or a communist ever. Progressivism generally refers to a set of socio-values, socio-political values, and I'm a liberal, so I generally believe in things like capitalism or liberalism, broadly speaking. I'm not a socialist or a communist any more than I would be a supporter of a Nazi or a fascist.
But don't you think the progressivism, because the people that bought like progressivism are not the ones like what do you call that kowtowed to the to the far right elements and etc. But the people that like that stood like Martin Luther King and etc. that stood in front of the the military machine or the system that brutalized people, and that is how we came to be at this moment right now. Like like me and you can talk. There's like freedom.
I don't
speech,
disagree. Martin Luther
rights.
King was a liberal. Martin Luther King was not a socialist. I don't know what the point of any of this
He was
is.
not a socialist, but he was a radical. Though. He was not a liberal. Like I mean,
he was a radical for his time, sure.
Yeah, but like he was not a liberal. Or, like so, like a lot of progressive stuff happened, like because like the French Revolution, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like because you're progressive, but like I'm just saying though, because I think the problem with you is like because you keep kowtowing to the people, like or like give the benefit of the doubt, the imperialists or people that have all the power and the money and etc. Like like. And do you think that they would do us a good benefit if we just kowtow to them?
I don't think we should kowtow to anybody. But when I look at a secular democracy that has achieved pretty amazing things in the past 75 years, and I compare that to a Islamist, Sunni extremist government that says that they want to destroy all of the country of Israel and have spent the better part of the last 20 years digging up water pipes to shoot rockets into a civilian population, it's pretty easy to take a side there unless I'm willing to do some insane mental Olympics to justify the infinite launching of rockets from the Gaza Strip.
But so do you think South Africa was a democracy as well, and the people that are fighting against were vile people and etc.
South Africa was a type of democracy, but they also had an apartheid regime where people were systematically disenfranchised of their rights based on their race. The ANC is not the comparison you are looking for. The ANC explicitly did not try to target civilians. The ANC explicitly only tried to target government infrastructure. You keep making these comparisons to like the ANC. Do you agree that people in apartheid South... Hold on. Do you agree that... I don't care. I'm going to ramble for a little bit because you ramble over and over again. People in apartheid South Africa were being oppressed by the government. They couldn't run for office. They were sometimes shipped out to... I don't remember the name of the places, but you had black people that were shipped out to live in whole other villages and ethnically cleansed from places that were systematically deprived of rights as a rule of law from the government. And the same thing existed in the United States of America. These were people that were brutalized. These were people that were lynched. These were people that were repressed. These were people that were ethnically cleansed. Guess what? The ANC didn't fire rockets into civilians all day. Guess what? Martin Luther King didn't build rockets and shoot it all day. These people advocated for largely peaceful movements. They didn't just agree in movements that didn't have violence. They agreed explicitly in the principles of nonviolence. And guess what? The ANC persevered in South Africa. The entire world supported them. Martin Luther King persevered in the United States, and we got civil rights, and the entire world supported him. There's a reason why the Palestinians are not being supported by the entire world, but are only being supported by the Muslim bloc and dumb kids in the West that don't know anything about the situation on the ground. So I think that just like the black people, unless you think black people are better than Middle Eastern people, I think that black people that were being brutalized in South Africa were able to peacefully resist the South African government under Nelson Mandela and accomplish peace and equality for the people, largely. And I think that people in the United States under Martin Luther King did the same. I don't know why you think Palestinians can't do that. Clearly, there's a difference between people in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The West Bank people, despite the activities might happen over there, are largely more peaceful than the people in the Gaza Strip, and their living conditions are better as a result. That's not very surprising. So I think that we can advocate for the people in the Gaza Strip to act like the people in the West Bank, and their living conditions would probably be better too. There's a reason why there's an embargo in the Gaza Strip, and there's not one in the West Bank.
So you think like the people in the West Bank are living in champagnes and chandeliers and living a good life? So that so that's the ideal life that people say.
Do you think people in the West Bank are living under the same conditions as people in the Gaza Strip?
But what does it matter though? It does.
It absolutely matters. I'm sorry. Do you think that chandeliers
so a house slave is better than a field slave? Okay, so that's what you're saying. So if you're a good slave, yeah, you can live in the house. You can be living a good slave, yeah, and then you can wear clothes. Maybe I don't know, clean the kitchen, etc. And not live in the field. So you're telling them okay, so if you're being good. You're not going to live you're not going to have to suffer the same, problems as a field slave, but you can live in the house and become a house slave. So that's what you're advocating for the Palestinians. Be a good boy, be a good slave, and then you live in the house. So that is your, your solution for the Palestinian thing.
Is a house slave better than a field slave?
A living condition, yeah, probably, yeah. So, but that's not what I'm advocating for people, though. That when you're an anti-abolitionist for slavery, I'm not going to say, hey, look, man, be a good slave, and then you can live in the house, and that's how all you should all you field niggers all that you should strive for living in the house. So that's what you be.
Let's say that I buy this the example of the comparison. You said a house slave is better than a field slave, right? When people like Frederick Douglass or American black abolitionists were writing and learning how to, proliferate pamphlets and everything else to free people, do you think they learned from house slaves or do you think they learned from field slaves how to read and how to write?
House slaves, probably.
Okay, so listen, even if I go with the most ridiculous example, wouldn't it be better to have all of the Palestinians be house slaves? Because if you're a house slave versus a field slave, you're one step closer to freedom. Wouldn't that be the path we'd want to walk on?
But okay, all right. So yeah, but what happened after the house slave learned though? For example, Toussaint Louverture in Haiti, they started a revolution. So they didn't stay a house slave. So that was not the house slave. Being a house slave is not the end goal for freedom.
No one said it's the end goal, but right now the living conditions in the West Bank are better than the living conditions in the Gaza Strip, and it seems like that's largely because in the Gaza Strip.
But we're not talking about easing the wounds, man. We're talking about curing the disease. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say, curing the disease and having freedom for people and stopping the humiliation and and degradation of people and the death and the spiral of death and destruction that's going on.
Sure.
In the Middle
Okay.
East.
Yeah. Then more freedom. Okay. Well, who do you think lives a better life? Do you think Palestinians in the West Bank live a better life, or do you think Syrians live a better life on average?
So look, hey man, I can
do you think Palestinians in the West Bank live a better life on average, or do you think people in southern Lebanon live a better life on average? Do you think people in the West Bank who are house slaves apparently live a better life on average, or do you think people in Yemen live a better life on average?
With this kind of talk, you're throwing out everything that even George Washington fought for. So you're saying we shouldn't even fight over the British, man.
Okay. I think it's telling that you don't answer a single question I ask, and you always respond with another diatribe, another question.
Okay, all right. I'll answer your question. Okay, yeah.
I'm just saying, I think it's silly. I think it's the answer is obvious. The people in the West Bank have better living conditions than the people in Gaza, and the steps to freedom are going to be led by Palestinians like those in the West Bank and hampered or hurt by Palestinians that are in the Gaza Strip. I think it's super easy, it's very, very easy, very logical. Anybody would be able to say that, obviously. That's true. So...
All right, but one last thing I want to say though before I go though, just ANC might not have fought, but like like as you see in the border, ANC also has fought like with soldiers outside with the borders of South Africa. But as we have seen the border wars, it was a brutal war between like several countries and what do you call it, in the borders of South Africa.
But what's the name of this war? I can look it up. I'm sorry.
The border wars.
The border wars.
South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, 23 years. Yeah, with even Cuba going into it. Cuba like supporting the Angolans and what do you call them? Botswanans, or I think they were, forget what they were, like what country was it? Like, yeah, Cuba was supporting two countries. There's,
what does this have to do with anything?
So yeah, like the people fought. I'm just saying, like like the South Africa regime didn't like what it wasn't like the people didn't shuck and jive and like and sang songs and etc. No,
it
the
sounds like a
ANC
country that was fighting for independence. Yeah.
Yeah, like people, like what do you call it? People fought. The MPLA fought, and other organizations fought. So I don't know all their names, but yeah, all of them fought against South Africa with aid of the Soviets, aid of the Chinese, aid of the Cubans, especially who put like what do you call it, boots on the ground. So that's how the South African regime like ended. Like because like they were facing a lot of pressure from outside as well in this border. So it's not just like that was peaceful like and then like everything ended. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. That is ahistorical as well. What you said about South Africa.
We were talking about ending apartheid in South Africa.
Well, like how do you think apartheid ended? Like what do you call it? They negotiated with Cuba. Like Fidel Castro, like what do you call helped negotiate the freedom of Nelson Mandela.
Okay, I don't know enough about the ending of apartheid in South Africa. You're telling me it was a result of these border wars?
Like that was like a significant part of it. Yeah.
How much of a part of it?
I mean, I don't know. Like you spent 23 years fighting like your neighbors and like expanding, and then the Cubans come, and then you're like you have one of the biggest, largest wars since World War II in Africa, and Cristo Carnaval and etc. Like like a lot of bloodshed going on, and then like a lot of manpower, like and then what do you call the West abandons you. Yeah, that has a lot of things about it. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of different things happening. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anything else?
Oh, that's it, man. Nice talking to you, man.
All right. It's a heated combo, but I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye. Jesus Christ. What a thing.
Dago, what's the quote of the day? What's the quote of the day?
Oh shit, quote of the day?
Yeah, what is it?
Alright, okay. I must have schizophrenia because I'm the realest in the room.
Oh my god.
You fuck with that? You fuck with that?
I fuck with that. That's just crazy, bro.
Hey, hold this shit,
you
hold
always
this
got the
shit.
best ones, bro. You got the best one. What? What? Nah, keep going.
Ooh.
Keep going.
Hey,
Keep going.
Yeah. Come on,
Damn.
bro. Let's get out of here.
Okay, last video.
On bitches come back to the sixes. I spit threes like I'm playing with the sixes. Bad bitch like she playing with the mixes. Bad bitches keep playing with my jigs. Bad bitch wanna get on my Insta. Told a bitch chick tryna keep quiet. I got bad bitches tryna get by. Don't chill for a nigga get violent. I got bad bitches and they coming wildin'. Ayy, I see them motherfuckers smiling. 20,000 damn bitches on the island. 20,000 damn bitches going private. She make it clap. I got the strap. 21 gats. Feel like I'm savage. 21 bitches and none of them average. I'm gonna fuck me tonight, me a bad bitch. I don't give a fuck about niggas. I don't give a fuck about hoes. I don't give a fuck about your bros. I don't give a fuck about your toes, your hoes, your manicure, pedicure toes. I'm coming on the block with the rocks. 20-inch Glocks in my socks. Niggas keep doing that crazy ass shit. If I go to jail, I'ma keep a lock in the sock. I got that from Ken. All of my hoes, they spend on me. All at the mall, I'm bending Benzes. 20-inch rims on.
This guy's in prison for shooting his ex-girlfriend. Wait, really? Did Destiny react to the Kanye rant? I have like no interest in any Kanye shit. He just is a crazy fucking dude. Destino, somebody unban Destino in a week, okay? It's too much, okay? You've been spamming me to read this fucking manifesto for literally days, okay? Stop. Listeners should show these pro-Palestinian dudes. If you consider doing this to these dumb kids like Muhammad Hijab or Mehdi Hassan, I've looked at that Muhammad Hijab guy debate. If I want like extreme like rhetoric practice, maybe I would try, but I don't know. Or Mehdi Hassan, maybe if that guy wanted to chat, I'd chat to either. But I think we're largely moving on from this because it seems like nobody that is on the pro-Palestinian side has just the conversations are just wild. I think I have my next big rhetoric practice is I think I have an Alex Jones debate on the 6th is what it looks like. So that'll be fun. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. When is Benny Boy? That was this morning. Tactics Ogre on Steam. Wow. Avli Schleim. Oh, Avi Schleim would be fun if he'll get on. Hopefully, Erudite can get a hold of him. Thoughts on the movie coming out named Miller's Girl? Gossip subreddits are very upset about it coming out. Why? It just looked like a sexy movie or something? I don't even know. But, okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. I will be back tomorrow. I'm fucking tired. Stay safe. Be careful. River gonna cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my dunos. I will catch you guys next stream arena. Be careful. Jenk in 2 days? Yeah, I think I have that on my calendar. It should be in my public calendar, yeah. Will you be playing the Factorio DLC? Abso-fucking-lutely.